Chapter 1035. However, methods like expand space immortal goo were only icing on the cake. Not to mention the high cost of using these methods, the main factor that determined the size of the blessed land was the grade of the blessed land itself. Turning around, he looked at Fang Yuan's immortal aperture again. Each layer of his immortal aperture had an area of over 50 million km2. 50 million km2 was already far beyond the super-grade immortal aperture of a 10 extreme goo immortal. But this was only one layer of the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan found that his immortal aperture was divided into 10 layers. Each layer had an area of over 50 million km2. With this calculation, a total of 10 layers, that was 500 million km2. What concept was this? Fang Yuan had no concept of it, because he had never heard of or even imagined that there was such a monstrous immortal aperture in the world. The huge space was only the first point. Fang Yuan's immortal aperture was also divided into 10 layers. This was a special phenomenon. Ordinary blessed lands did not have internal structures, they only had one unified space. For example, who immortal blessed land or star-form blessed land? When would the immortal aperture have internal structures? When the immortal aperture becomes a grotto heaven. At this time, the immortal aperture would change according to the goo immortal's situation. It would be divided into different parts. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was an obvious example. My blessed land actually has the characteristics of a grotto heaven? Even the top-level Langya blessed land in the world had a unified space. And Langya blessed land fell from grotto heaven level. And my blessed land is only at the initial stage of rank 6. And in this first layer, it is further divided into 5 parts. Fang Yuan's immortal aperture had a total of 10 layers. The first layer had a huge amount of land. It was divided into 5 parts. From the second to the 10th layer there was no land. It was completely empty. What made Fang Yuan even more concerned was that the 5 parts of the first layer were divided very neatly. The middle part seemed to have the most fertile soil, it had a lot of terrain. The southern part. It was mostly hills and mountain peaks. It was moist and foggy. The northern part was mainly grassland with strong winds. The eastern part was a vast sea with islands scattered all over. The western side was more desolate. The temperature was very high, and it was dominated by the Gobi Desert. Such a setup. Wouldn't that be the current 5 regions? Southern border, eastern sea, central continent, northern plains, western desert. Fang Yuan muttered to himself. What surprised him was the 2nd to 10th floors. There was no soil in the 9 layers of space. It was empty. They were red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, white, and black. Isn't the immemorial 9 heavens just these 9 colors? Later on, because of the Renzu and his 10 sons, the 7 skies were destroyed. Fragments of the ancient 7 skies were scattered all over the vast land. Now only white sky and black sky remain. The 9 heavens. The 5 great regions, the 9 paragons. Is that why it is called sovereign immortal fetus goo? Actually, Fang Yuan already had a feeling that his immortal aperture would be different, it would be very outstanding. However, he had never imagined that he would be so outstanding. So outstanding that even Fang Yuan felt a little panicked. Panic? This emotion seemed difficult to understand. But let's make an analogy. People like Tai Bai Yunxing were already elites. 10 extreme goo immortals like He Lulan. Geniuses among geniuses. Then what was Fang Yuan now? He had far surpassed the category of geniuses. If he had to be described in one word, it would be monster. Towards geniuses, people would be jealous and envious. Towards monsters that far surpassed common sense, people would panic, they would get rid of them. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, his immortal aperture was only high grade. After rebirth and strength path immortal ascension, his immortal aperture was only middle grade. He worked hard to reach super grade. But suddenly he had this immortal aperture. Suddenly, he found that he had turned from an ordinary goo immortal to a monstrous monster. Naturally, he would feel a trace of panic in his heart. I cannot expose this immortal aperture. Once it is exposed, I will be attacked and hunted down. But even if I tell others about this immortal aperture, no one would believe me. Ah no, at least Spectral Soul would believe me. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's expression sank. The more outstanding the sovereign 9-5 immortal aperture was, the deeper the hatred between him, Spectral Soul, and Shadow Sect would be. Even though Fang Yuan had not fully unearthed the mysteries of the sovereign immortal aperture, just based on these characteristics, his hatred with Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul was already irreconcilable. Even if the other party did not have rank 9 cultivation level, they were quasi-rank 9. Facing such a strong enemy, Fang Yuan felt a sense of pressure. Currently, Spectral Soul's main body is trapped in a dream realm. But he has planned for tens of thousands of years, he definitely has a backup plan. Wuxia is his split soul, he is currently using my body, his whereabouts are unknown. Most importantly, Zombie Alliance is dead, Shadow Sect is in ruins, how much foundation does this hidden superforce have left? Also, in the 500 years of my previous life, did Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul succeed? A new body was really useful. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan thought of many things, thoughts collided in his mind, moving up and down like waves. I should communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies first. Fang Yuan calmed his mind. Finding the sovereign immortal aperture took him some time, but it was not a big problem. He used connecting heaven goo and divine sense goo, finding Jewel Yellow Skies with ease. Jewel Yellow Skies was able to become the #1 trading venue for goo immortals in the 5 regions. It naturally had a huge origin. It was formed from a goo immortal's grotto heaven fusing with a large fragment of immemorial yellow heaven. Yellow heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens was at the same level as white heaven and black heaven. Even if a mortal looked at the sky, they would see white heaven and black heaven. As long as the goo immortal used connecting heaven goo, in their perception Jewel Yellow Skies would be like a torch in a dark room. The process of communicating with Jewel Yellow Skies was very smooth. It was very smooth. Soon, a mirror appeared in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. The scene in the mirror was that of Jewel Yellow Skies. Fang Yuan activated the divine sense goo, sending his thoughts into it endlessly. After a while, he contacted Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit. According to Fang Yuan's instructions before he left, Little Hu Immortal would always be using connecting heaven goo in her possession. After Fang Yuan was reborn, although he did not know how the Battle of Dao Justice Heavenly Mountain would turn out, he knew that once this matter was exposed, Hu Immortal Blessed Land would be encircled by Central Continent's goo immortals. The dragonfish, eerie fire dragon pythons and other resources in Hu Immortal Blessed Land had already been moved. They moved into Star Form Blessed Land one after another. There were still some left in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Dang Hun Mountain, several Fang Yuan stone nests, and a large number of hairy man slaves. In the underground cave, there was wisdom goo, as well as some sword path immortal goo that Fang Yuan took from immortal zombie Bo Qing. Dang Hun Mountain was left in Hu Immortal Blessed Land to facilitate the trade of guts goo. After all, Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate. There was a direct connection. If it was Star Form Blessed Land, it would be easy to deduce. Furthermore, Hu Immortal Blessed Land was an enslavement path blessed land. There were many enslavement path Dao marks inside. It was beneficial for Fang Yuan to manage the hairy man slaves. If these hairy men were in Star Form Blessed Land, they would not be as obedient as Hu Immortal Blessed Land, they would not work hard on goo refinement. Although hairy men were variant humans, they had emotions and desires, they would slack off. Of course. Fang Yuan also considered Hei Lulan and Blazing Heaven Demonis. As for wisdom goo, Fang Yuan wanted to move it away the most. But Fang Yuan did not have the ability to do so. Back then he had made an agreement with wisdom goo because of a special situation. Fang Yuan contacted Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit. Is it Master? Little Hu Immortal asked happily. It is me. Fang Yuan replied. Is it really Master? Then let's use the secret code. Little Hu Immortal said again. The two exchanged the secret code. Little Hu Immortal was very happy. Master, are you doing well? I miss you so much. Fang Yuan smiled. He roughly reported some important matters. He informed Little Hu Immortal and ordered her to use Group B Plan C. All along, Fang Yuan had been under a lot of mental pressure. He was worried that one day Central Continent goo immortals would attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. To minimize losses, Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom to deduce different situations and different plans. Moreover, he taught these plans to Little Hu Immortal. Preparing for a rainy day was naturally a good thing. But after Little Hu Immortal heard this, she recalled that plan. She was stunned for a moment before crying on the spot. Master, Master, you don't want Little Hu Immortal anymore? Little Hu Immortal is very obedient, she will listen to Master even more in the future. Fang Yuan smiled. Don't worry, Group B Plan C is the latest modification. If you act according to this plan, the other party will not truly accept you. Little Hu Immortal stopped crying and smiled. She had complete trust in Fang Yuan. She did not doubt Fang Yuan's deduction. She acted according to the plan and contacted Land Spirit of Langia. Fang Yuan had already contacted Land Spirit of Langia. After all, he was an external supreme elder of Langia sect. Land Spirit of Langia quickly sent some rank 6 hairy man-gu immortals to Hu Immortal blessed land through a stargate. They used the ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar and turned into a giant, directly lifting up Danghun Mountain and sending it into the immortal aperture of a hairy man-gu immortal, before bringing it back to Langya blessed land through a stargate. Little Hu Immortal brought them to Wisdom Gu. These hairy man-gu immortals were stunned. After sending the message back, Land Spirit of Langya was shocked. He quickly used his methods to deceive Wisdom Gu into the immortal aperture of a hairy man-gu immortal, before bringing it back to Langya blessed land. Knowing this result, Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. He had no choice but to expose Wisdom Gu to Land Spirit of Langya. He had no choice but to do so. The truth was, Land Spirit of Langya did not disappoint Fang Yuan. He was, after all, the obsession of rank 8 long-hair ancestor. Back then, long-hair ancestor's refinement path attainment had surpassed Giant Sun Immortal and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. He was known as the #1 refinement path immortal in history. Such a person had an unfathomable foundation. Later generations also researched that if long-hair ancestor's physique was not limited, he would have been a variant human hairy man. If he was an ordinary human gu immortal, he might have become a supreme rank 9 venerable. After Land Spirit of Langya moved Wisdom Gu to Langya blessed land, Fang Yuan contacted Star Form blessed land and moved Danghun Mountain into Langya blessed land as well. This way Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley would both be in Langya blessed land. Even if fixed immortal travel failed to self-destruct and Wuxia succeeded, he could use fixed immortal travel to Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley. That would be Langya sect shielding Fang Yuan from disaster. Chapter 1036. After relocating Hu Immortal and Star Form blessed lands, the situation in the rear is settled. After completing this matter, Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. He relaxed a little. He did not consider victory, he first considered defeat. With this done, no matter how Wuxia dealt with it, Fang Yuan's losses were greatly reduced. Interestingly, due to a freak combination of factors, his and Wuxia's identities had been swapped. Fang Yuan was determined to live forever. His original body was just a bag of flesh to him. He did not feel any reluctance to give it up. He only cared about 3 things. First, the gu worms in his original body. Second, the cultivation resources accumulated in Hu Immortal blessed land and Star Form blessed land. Third, the relationships between He Lulan Tai Bai Yunxing, Land Spirit of Langya, Spirit Affinity House, Crane Gate and others. Fang Yuan looked at the pitch-black sky. The wind at the top of the mountain shook the branches of the pine tree he was resting on. He thought, at this time, fixed immortal travel should have self-destructed. Next, the other gu worms will self-destruct. I wonder what Wuxia will do? The hope of me retrieving these gu worms is already minuscule. Hu Immortal blessed land and Star Form blessed land's resources have already been moved away. Hu Immortal blessed land is in the hands of Central Continent's gu immortals, while Star Form blessed land is hidden deep in Earth Abyss. Now only the third thing is left, He Lulan Tai Bai Yunxing and others. Fang Yuan thought about it carefully. Among them, the relationship between Central Continent's Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate had already broken down. The truth of Fang Yuan destroying 88-point Jianghu Tower had already been exposed. If the Celestial Court pursued the matter, they would definitely find trouble with Fang Yuan. Wuxia was using Fang Yuan's body in a way he was blocking trouble for Fang Yuan. Thus, there was no need to worry about this. He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing were Fang Yuan's worries. Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness were dead. He Lulan's value was greatly reduced, but she was still a 10 extreme gu immortal with the great strength true martial physique. Adding on her identity as Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy in the 500 years of his previous life, she had great luck and was a formidable character. She could not be underestimated. On Tai Bai Yunxing. Although there were only 2 immortal gu, each was a top-tier gu worm with great use. Fang Yuan was extremely worried that these 2 would be used by Wuxia to make things difficult for him. Therefore, after contacting Hu Immortal blessed land and Star Form blessed land, Fang Yuan immediately tried to contact He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing through Jewel Yellow Skies. They also left a will in the Jewel Yellow Skies. This was a communication method that they had prepared long ago. But even though Fang Yuan communicated with these 2's wills in Jewel Yellow Skies, he was still unable to contact them. Only when these 2 took the initiative to communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies would these wills return to their main bodies and communicate. Would he be able to learn the truth? He could not contact them. Fang Yuan's eyes were filled with worry. Without a choice, he gave up on trying and contacted Land Spirit of Langya. This time he received a response almost immediately. Good lad, you finally contacted me. Land Spirit of Langia was extremely excited, shouting loudly. To speak the truth, when he agreed to help Fang Yuan relocate, it was mainly because Fang Yuan had already joined Langya's sect. When he found Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley and especially Wisdom Gu, he was completely stunned. There was only one word to describe it. That was shock. He had never expected Fang Yuan's foundation to be so deep. It was so deep that he simply could not believe it. Hearing Land Spirit of Langya's call, Fang Yuan smiled as if he was looking at a hairy land spirit. A land spirit that resembled a gorilla was jumping around on the ground, waving its arms and legs with an exaggerated expression. Land Spirit of Langya originated from long-hair ancestor. It was very special. It was formed from two obsessions. This current obsession. It was extremely aggressive. It wanted hairy men to be the masters of the 5 regions and suppress humans. It was even more impatient than the sage-like one. But no matter which one it was, as long as it was a land spirit, they would not lie. They were all straightforward people. Fang Yuan had a much easier time interacting with the land spirit than with those human Gu immortals who knew their faces but not their hearts. Seeing that Fang Yuan did not speak, Land Spirit of Langya could not bear it any longer. It continued to shout, "Fang Yuan, Langya sect has helped you greatly this time. Otherwise, wouldn't you want to kill yourself after losing all these? Tell me, how are you going to repay me?" After a pause, Fang Yuan heard Land Spirit of Langya say, "Kid, quickly offer these to the sect. I won't treat you unfairly. You're our guest Grand Elder. I will give you a vast amount of sect contribution points. It is enough for you to exchange for countless Immortal Gu recipes in Immortal Gu." Since Fang Yuan asked Land Spirit of Langya for help, he was naturally mentally prepared. Anyone who saw Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and Wisdom Gu would be moved. Even Land Spirit of Langya was not immune. Land Spirit of Langya might be a straightforward person, but it was not a dead thing without intelligence. Immediately Fang Yuan replied calmly, "I am Langya sect's external supreme elder. These are all mine. First Elder, you are not thinking of embezzling these things, right?" Land Spirit of Langya pulled his hair and shouted, "If I had known this, I would not have allowed you to join Langya sect. That way I could directly confiscate your supreme treasures. Damn it, I spoke the truth again." Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Back then, Land Spirit of Langya wanted Fang Yuan to join Langya sect. It was naturally sincere. Now that both sides had made an agreement, it was too late for Land Spirit of Langya to regret it. At least, with his current methods, it was already too late for him to break the alliance agreement. Even if he wanted to regret it, he would need some time to prepare and undo the Information Path Alliance agreement. Even so, because he did not know how to lie, Fang Yuan only needed to probe a little to obtain information. Just based on this, Fang Yuan was already in complete control of Land Spirit of Langya. However, after careful consideration, Fang Yuan felt that it was better to leave Langya Blessed Land for Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley and even Wisdom Gu. Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were 2 treasure lands that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable once controlled. If fixed immortal travel was not destroyed, wouldn't that mean that Wuxia and the rest could return to these 2 places at any time? If Fang Yuan placed these 2 treasure lands in his immortal aperture, it would be very inappropriate. It would be like opening the door to a thief and inviting a wolf into the house. As for Wisdom Gu, Fang Yuan could not use it for the time being. He had revived and had a new body. He was no longer an immortal zombie. When he was an immortal zombie, Fang Yuan was not afraid of the light of wisdom. But now, if he was inside this light, his lifespan would decrease rapidly. This was a price that Fang Yuan could not accept. Thus, if he had no choice in the future, Fang Yuan would not use Wisdom Gu. This time I obtained the sovereign immortal aperture but lost the help of Wisdom Gu. This is a loss as well as a gain. But one day I will find a way to use Wisdom Gu freely with a fresh body. During this period of time, I might as well give Wisdom Gu to Land Spirit of Langya for safekeeping. It will save me the trouble of worrying about this. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan said to Land Spirit of Langya, "First Supreme Elder, it is impossible for me to directly offer these 3 treasures to the sect. However, we can totally cooperate with each other. I will lend Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley and Wisdom Gu to the sect. The sect will be in charge of safekeeping them. If there are any accidents, we will repay them tenfold. Other than that, you just need to compensate me with some sect contribution points." Land Spirit of Langya was overjoyed. He waved his arms and legs as he shouted, "Kid, you are very tactful. That's good, that's good. With Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley, I can refine and strengthen the souls of those children. It will be very beneficial for their Gu refinement. And Wisdom Gu, this is a rank 9 Wisdom Path Gu, the vital Gu of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable back then, Using it to deduce immortal goo recipes is simply too amazing. Fang Yuan heard Land Spirit's tone. He actually knew how to use wisdom goo. He could not help but ask. Land Spirit was not an idiot. He chuckled and replied, "If you want to know how to use wisdom goo, use your sect contribution points to exchange for it. Our Langya sect is very fair." Both sides discussed for a while and finished discussing the matter of cooperation. Fang Yuan then talked about the Featherman Zhou Zhong. Even though this variant human goo immortal was Fang Yuan's slave, this relationship could be broken. Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan both knew that Zhou Zhong was exposed. He might as well lead those feathermen and stay in Langya Blessed Land for now. After all, Langya Blessed Land had a huge space. Of course, it could not compare to Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. As for those hairy man-slaves in Fang Yuan's stone nests, after Fang Yuan and the Land Spirit of Langya negotiated, these hairy men still belonged to Fang Yuan, but they had to throw away their slave relationship. They could only be considered as Fang Yuan's subordinates in Langya sect. Because of his background, the Land Spirit of Langya loved hairy men and despised other races. He had the ideology of hairy democracy. He naturally would not allow Fang Yuan to order these hairy men around as slaves. He did not fall out with Fang Yuan because of this, and even allowed these hairy men to remain under Fang Yuan's jurisdiction. It was already very rare. Actually, Fang Yuan was happy to see this happen. These hairy men were already free. They belonged to Langya Blessed Land. But as long as Fang Yuan mobilized them and ordered them to refine goo, they would obey. It would not be much different from before. In fact, these hairy men would be nurtured by the Land Spirit of Langya. They would even have families and businesses in the Blessed Land. It would stimulate their passion for goo refinement and increase their work efficiency. Finally, Fang Yuan roughly told the Land Spirit of Langya about Wuxia and Shadow Sect. The Land Spirit of Langya was stunned. It took a long time for him to react after Fang Yuan finished speaking. "So you even have Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital immortal goo, Spring Autumn Cicada." The Land Spirit of Langya shouted again, "What kind of dog shit luck do you have? No, don't tell me you even have Giant Sun Immortal's vital immortal goo dog shit luck? So Giant Sun Immortal's vital immortal goo is actually dog shit luck? Isn't it fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo?" The Land Spirit of Langya snorted. Fortune rivaling heaven was refined by him in his later years. In his early years it was dog shit luck. I worked with him before, how could I not know? Chapter 1037. Fang Yuan had a strange expression. This was the first time he had heard of such a strange immortal goo like dog shit luck. In this situation, exposing Spring Autumn Cicada was not a big deal. In any case, the Celestial Quartz goo immortals already knew about it, which meant that the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent also knew about it. Land Spirit of Langya continued, "Unfortunately, this Spring Autumn Cicada is only rank 6. If it was rank 9 Spring Autumn Cicada, you would definitely have one. Spring Autumn Cicada has already fallen into Wuxia's hands. You cannot let it develop. But fortunately, I have many time path methods on my side. Spring Autumn Cicada is only rank 6 and I know who has it. It is easy to restrain it." Restrain Spring Autumn Cicada? Fang Yuan was very interested. To speak the truth, this was his greatest worry. Land Spirit of Langya said casually, "Spring Autumn Cicada is only rank 6, it is fine if we don't know who has it, but since we know, it is much easier to deal with it. It might be Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital immortal goo, but so what? In this world, there are only invincible goo masters, there are no invincible goo worms. In this world, time path is not number 1, but rather all the paths are blossoming. But if we use time path methods to restrain it, it will be more effective." Fang Yuan heard this and nodded, feeling that Land Spirit of Langya's words were reasonable. For example, this time he used Spring Autumn Cicada to rebirth, but was deduced by Shadow Sect and was even used wantonly. This was a classic example of using Wisdom Path to restrain Time Path. Spring Autumn Cicada was indeed unique, but it was not an invincible existence. Man was the spirit of all living beings, while Gu were the essence of heaven and earth. Heaven and earth emphasized balance. Spring Autumn Cicada being restrained by other methods was reasonable. Since rebirth, I have always treated Spring Autumn Cicada as my greatest trump card. To think that there would be a day when I would have to deal with Spring Autumn Cicada. Fang Yuan sighed. While he was contacting Land Spirit of Langya in Central Continent, Mingtang Valley. This valley that was filled with radiance all year round. It was quite famous in Central Continent. It was jointly controlled by Wind Cloud Manor and Heavenly Lotus Sect of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. It was a famous sacred land that produced light path goo worms. This treasure land contained extremely dense light path Dao marks. Almost every 20 years, it would produce light path wild immortal goo. In the depths of Mingtang Valley, there was a demonic path goo immortal. Gong Sun Liang was as immovable as a mountain. Suddenly, he opened his eyes from his deep sleep. "Is someone calling me?" he muttered softly. A puzzled expression flashed across his face. Then, his expression turned solemn and dignified. His consciousness entered the immortal aperture. He used a unique information path method to communicate. "Sir, you want to borrow my immortal goo?" On the other side, deep within the earth abyss, Wuxia replied, "Yes." Gong Sun Liang opened his eyes completely at this time, not feeling sleepy at all. He was very hesitant and his eyes kept flickering. He was a demonic path goo immortal. They had been hunted down and suppressed by the righteous path of Jianghu state, especially the 10 ancient sections. He fled for his life to the ends of the earth. In a desperate escape filled with danger, he fell into a trap and was on the verge of death. At this time he was saved by a mysterious person. Not only did Gong Sun Liang survive, under the mysterious person's guidance, he joined a mysterious organization. This organization only had one name: Defy. The members of the organization. They were all numbered and were very mysterious. Gong Sun Liang had obtained a lot of help from this organization. If not for this, he would not have been able to escape until now, and not be captured by the 10 great ancient sections. As time passed, he placed more importance on this organization, and also knew the purpose of this organization. He had many guesses. The code name of this organization usually represents the time one joined, and their status in the organization. Sir is number 1. He is the expert who created the organization, Defy. He suddenly wants to borrow goo from me? Gong Sun Liang hesitated for a long time, before gritting his teeth and agreeing. Central Continent, Great Heavenly Sword Sect. 2 Sword Path Goo Immortals, Miao Jun and Miao Yu, were discussing the important matters of the sect. At this time Miao Jun's body shook. He received Wuxia's message. Facing Wuxia's request, Miao Jun was very hesitant. He said to Miao Yu, "Sir contacted me. He wants to borrow our immortal goo." Miao Yu frowned. "This sir has a mysterious identity. We have been in Defy for a long time, but we have not received any news from him. But now he wants to borrow our immortal goo." Miao Jun nodded. "We joined Defy in hopes that this organization could help us. But earlier when we left Crane Gate, Defy did not help us at all. Now he wants to borrow our immortal goo. This sir is really not treating himself as an outsider." Several years ago, someone in Great Heavenly Sword Sect succeeded in immortal ascension. Thus this force had 3 goo immortals. Great Heavenly Sword Sect was originally a subordinate of Crane Gate. After having 3 goo immortals, Great Heavenly Sword Sect wanted to get rid of their status as a subordinate of Crane Gate. Unfortunately they did not succeed. Instead, Crane Gate poached them and recruited a 3rd goo immortal. After this matter, Great Heavenly Sword Sect was taken care of by Crane Gate. Miao Jun and Miao Yu's days became increasingly difficult. The two wanted to borrow the strength of Defy, but they could not do so. They were quite unhappy about it. Thus, Wuxia failed to borrow goo from them using his identity as Sir. Crack. Earth Abyss in a secret room. Wuxia smashed the table in front of him. Miao Jun, Miao Yu. Wuxia gritted his teeth. His gaze was dark. The so-called Defy was created by Shadow Sect. Central Continent was different from the other 4 regions. Celestial Court was high and mighty. The 10 great ancient sects under Celestial Court divided up most of Central Continent's cultivation resources, ruling over the world. Among the 10 great ancient sects, there were countless forces. Everyone wanted to climb higher who did not want to go further. Which force did not want to expand their sphere of influence and have more cultivation resources? Especially goo immortals, they had to undergo tribulations every once in a while. Thus, goo immortals had to get stronger, otherwise they would die in the tribulations. And to get stronger, it was not so easy. Even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. The most important thing was the lack of cultivation resources. But the 10 great ancient sects were extremely strong. They occupied a lot of cultivation resources. The other forces were not united. Their strength was not enough. They could not be shaken. Some ambitious people noticed this. They contacted each other and formed all kinds of alliances. But these alliances did not last long. If it was not because of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects' sabotage, it was because the members of the alliance were fighting amongst themselves. Of course, the root cause. They were still not strong enough. They could not contend against Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. As for Shadow Sect, they secretly established Defy, carefully selecting the members and gradually growing stronger. But this step was just an idle move. Even the Shadow Sect members who created Defy did not have high expectations. The more members there were, the more bloated the organization became. The more complicated it was, the harder it was to manage. Moreover, these members were not otherworldly demons, there were almost none who had escaped from fate. They were useful against Providence. Thus, back then, Spectral Soul's Gu refinement plan did not mobilize these people. Even if they were mobilized, could they be mobilized? Even if they could be mobilized, they might be used by Providence instead. The gains did not make up for the losses. But at this time Shadow Sect's plan failed, they suffered huge losses. After Wuxia revived, he had to borrow the strength of Defy. It was not smooth for him to borrow Gu. Many Gu Immortal members tried all sorts of excuses. Immortal Gu were extremely precious. Defy's members kept their identities a secret. They did not know each other. The structure was very loose. How could it be easy to borrow Gu? Only demonic path Gu Immortals like Unmoving Mountain Gong Sun Liang, who was alone, to escape the pursuit of Central Continent's righteous path and avoid wisdom path deductions, he could only borrow Defy's help. He could not leave Defy, even if he was unwilling. He had to take the risk and lend the immortal Gu to Wuxia. Wuxia borrowed Gu for a long time. Fang Yuan's Gu worms self-destructed. Eventually, even though Wuxia successfully suppressed them and stopped the Gu worms from self-destructing, his losses were severe. Damn you, Fang Yuan. You are decisive and decisive. In the darkness, Wuxia's expression was dark. However, only someone like you can take sovereign immortal fetus Gu. After suppressing Fang Yuan's Gu worms, Wuxia used the borrowed immortal Gu to get rid of Fang Yuan's fake will in his mind. Just as he was preparing to use the immortal Gu to take Fang Yuan's Gu worms for himself, he suddenly sensed He Lulan's movements. He Lulan was sitting cross-legged on a stone bed. She slowly opened her eyes. She frowned slightly, and a hint of worry and solemnity flashed in the depths of her eyes. In the room, in a dark corner, Wuxia's voice could be heard. He Lulan, you don't need to try anymore. In this place, you will not succeed if you want to use connecting heaven Gu to contact jewel yellow skies. He Lulan's gaze flickered. She was about to speak. At this time, Wuxia said, you don't need to disguise yourself and try to fool me. I know you are already suspicious of my identity. I will tell you directly. That's right, I am not Fang Yuan, I am Wuxia. He Lulan's expression changed. She was not Tai by Yunxing, she was not easy to fool. After Fang Yuan woke up, he had been acting strangely. He Lulan did not do anything, she only wanted to use fixed immortal travel to get out of danger. But she did not expect Wuxia to bring her here. There was a super Gu formation here, the defense was tight, it could actually block connecting heaven Gu. She could not even communicate with jewel yellow skies successfully. After He Lulan failed to communicate with jewel yellow skies, she realized that Wuxia's identity was suspicious. But at this time, Wuxia told her directly. He Lulan was caught unprepared. You already know who I am. Wuxia's voice continued. I am one of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable Split Souls. I took over Fang Yuan's body. I will give you two choices now, one is to die, the other is to give up on Fang Yuan and join us. To Wuxia, He Lulan had the great strength, true martial physique. She was also the person who escaped fate, she was the best chess piece. But if He Lulan did not understand the situation, he would kill He Lulan without any mercy. He could use He Lulan's corpse to revive his body. Using the formation here, Wuxia was confident he could deal with He Lulan. Chapter 1038. He Lulan was both shocked and furious. Wuxia's sudden attack had put her in a very passive position. Even though He Lulan did not know that Wuxia was one of Spectral Soul's split souls, she had experienced the Battle of Etion Mountain. She knew that Wuxia, Shadow Sect, and Spectral Soul were on the same side. In the Battle of Etion Mountain, He Lulan's great aunt, Blazing Heaven Demoness, and little aunt, Fairy Li Shan, died one after another. These two people were He Lulan's only remaining family members. As for Shadow Sect, who killed Blazing Heaven Demoness and Fairy Li Shan, the hatred between Wuxia and He Lulan was irreconcilable. However, Wuxia was well aware of this. He did not care about all this and went straight to her door to force He Lulan to surrender. If they didn't surrender, then he would kill them. Although Wuxia was using Fang Yuan's body and was only a rank 6 immortal zombie, he had the rank 7 Gu immortal Shirnu with him, he had full battle strength. And most importantly, there was a super Gu formation here. To be able to block the investigation of Celestial Court and other forces, and also resist the attacks of fierce beasts in Earth Abyss, protecting Bo Qing's remnant soul for so many years, this Gu formation was extraordinary. This was Wuxia's greatest source of confidence. Even though Wuxia was only a split soul, he inherited spectral soul demon Venerable's killing nature and aggressiveness. Heilolan's face was ashen, her eyes flashing with intense hatred. Since Wuxia dares to make things difficult for me, he must be well prepared and confident. The other party was unfathomable. He had a close relationship with spectral soul demon Venerable. If I stubbornly resist to the end, I'm afraid the outcome will be worrying. He could only endure it for now. I'll look for a good opportunity in the future. With that in mind, Heilulan snorted coldly and said, "Your shadow sect killed 2 of my family members and you still want me to submit to you? Aren't you afraid that I'll bite back one day?" Ah. Wuxia laughed. "What's there to be afraid of?" After a pause he continued, "Firstly, I'm strong and you're weak, so there's nothing to fear. Secondly, I also have information path methods and alliance agreements to restrict you. 3 times. I know a little about your character. You have yet to avenge yourself. He Qing didn't die, are you willing to let it end like this? Even if He Qing is killed by you, you will endure the humiliation and cultivate hard, waiting for a chance to counterattack." Heilulan was silent. Hearing how well Wuxia knew her, Heilulan's heart sank. Heilulan did not expect that only by knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy could one win 100 battles. Wuxia understood him so well. On the other hand, he knew almost nothing about him. This was all thanks to Fang Yuan. Back then, after Old Man Inkstone of Shadow Sect found out about Fang Yuan's abnormality, he used Heavenly Secret Goo and other methods to make deductions. As a key figure around Fang Yuan, Heilulan was naturally implicated. The Shadow Sect collected and deduced a lot of information. Wuxia originally did not know, but because of Red Lotus' true inheritance in the River of Time. He received pointers from Spectral Soul's will in the true inheritance. He understood a lot about Heilulan. Seeing that Heilulan was silent, Wuxia showed great patience. He did not rush her. In this simple room there was only a trace of light. Heilulan's entire body was shrouded in darkness. After a long while she spoke, "You want to recruit me? Who are you going to deal with? If you want me to kill my way to the Celestial Court, you might as well take my life now." Ah. Wuxia laughed, "No need to probe, Heilulan. I want to recruit you because I want to deal with Fang Yuan." Heilulan's eyes shined with brilliance. She raised her voice. "Oh, it seems that Fang Yuan did not die after all? Not only did he not die, he even gained a lot." Wuxia could not conceal the hatred in his tone. "You want to use me to frame Fang Yuan, to help you obtain Hu Immortal Blessed Land?" Heilulan continued to ask. Wuxia sneered, "Fang Yuan's Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land should have been emptied. The cultivation resources inside, including Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley, were all moved to Langya Blessed Land." "Langya Blessed Land? Hehe, the place where you fought with Fairy Li Shan, Qin Bai Sheng, He Qing and Jianghu. What? Fang Yuan did not tell you?" Wuxia said. Heilulan was silent. Wuxia continued, "Langya Blessed Land was formed from the immortal aperture left behind by Longhair Ancestor. It was originally a grotto heaven. Now that it has fallen to a blessed land, its foundation is so deep that it can be called the number 1 blessed land in the 5 regions. Imperial Court Blessed Land has already been destroyed. There are no other blessed lands that can compare to it. Not only did Fang Yuan move all the resources into Langya Blessed Land, he even joined Langya sect and betrayed humanity, becoming the lackey of the hairy men." Heilulan's gaze flashed. Wuxia seemed to know what she was thinking. He continued to smile. "You are right. I still have people in Langya Blessed Land. I know almost everything that happened in Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan will not be able to last long. You can only rely on me to survive." The scene of Tian Mountain appeared in Heilulan's mind. Spectral Soul's towering body was deeply engraved in her mind. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Heilulan muttered in her mind. She then closed her eyes, saying, "The situation is stronger than the person. I will rely on you. However, I need to remind you. You want me to deal with Fang Yuan, but I still have an alliance agreement with him." "It is just an alliance agreement. I can help you get rid of it," Wuxia said confidently. But Heilulan said, "Is that all right?" "Back then, when we created this alliance agreement, it was stated clearly. No matter which side gets rid of the alliance agreement, the other side would not need to abide by it." Wuxia felt troubled. "Oh? This way, if I help you get rid of the alliance agreement, wouldn't I be helping Fang Yuan indirectly?" Heilulan nodded. "That is correct. Fang Yuan had set up this rule back then because he was afraid that Fairy Li Shan would secretly get rid of the alliance agreement. After all, Fairy Li Shan cultivated information path, Fang Yuan had to be on guard against her. But the world changed, fate was unpredictable. Fairy Li Shan died, Wuxia wanted to help He Lulan get rid of the alliance agreement. The essence of the alliance agreement is to use information path methods to carve information path Dao marks on each other's bodies and souls. To get rid of the alliance agreement, I need to get rid of the information path Dao marks. Wuxia thought. It is very easy for me to get rid of the information path Dao marks on He Lulan, with this super goo formation and my goo worms I can do it. But this way I will be helping Fang Yuan as well. Wuxia was not willing to do that. In his opinion, the ideal situation was for He Lulan to get rid of the alliance agreement, while Fang Yuan would still be restricted by it. This way he would be able to use He Lulan to deal with Fang Yuan, he would have a huge innate advantage. Actually, it is not impossible to get to the ideal situation. I just need to get rid of the information path Dao marks first. On He Lulan there would definitely be one or several information path Dao marks. It meant, if one side gets rid of the alliance agreement, the other side would not need to abide by it. And this type of information path Dao mark would definitely be related to other information path Dao marks. Wuxia only needed to get rid of this information path alliance agreement first, then get rid of the other information path Dao marks to get to the ideal situation. In the future he could use the alliance agreement to harm Fang Yuan. But to do that, it is very difficult. Wuxia's brows furrowed deeper. To make an inappropriate analogy, the alliance agreement between He Lulan and Fang Yuan was like two bombs that were connected to each other. Regardless of which side, if they violated the alliance agreement, the bomb would explode and they would be punished severely. Wuxia had the ability to get rid of the bomb on He Lulan now, but the bomb on Fang Yuan would also lose its effect. This was not what Wuxia wanted. But to get to the ideal situation he needed to get rid of the bomb on He Lulan. Among the countless colored wires, he needed to find the most crucial one or a few and get rid of them. However, to do that it was very difficult. Not only was Wuxia lacking in attainment level, he also did not have the corresponding immortal goo. Damn it, this Fang Yuan does things so meticulously. Wuxia felt depressed. If this was before the Battle of Etian Mountain, it would be easy for him to do this. He could just ask the other members of Shadow Sect to do it. Not to mention Spectral Soul's main body. But that was then and this was now. After the Battle of Etian Mountain, Shadow Sect's plan failed, they suffered huge losses, only a few of them were left in the 5 regions. Wuxia knew that even if he rebuilt Shadow Sect and gathered all of the remaining forces, he would not be able to do this. This way He Lulan's value will be greatly reduced. Should I kill her and turn her into a great strength true martial immortal zombie, to help my body obtain a life and death immortal aperture and revive? A thought emerged in Wuxia's mind. But after thinking about it he gave up on this idea. The revival of a life and death immortal aperture has a huge hidden danger. If I am unlucky the immortal aperture will self-detonate. I might as well use an ordinary immortal zombie to create a stable life and death immortal aperture. Thinking of the life and death immortal aperture, Wuxia naturally thought of sovereign immortal fetus goo. At once, he gritted his teeth, and his hatred towards Fang Yuan deepened by several degrees. After Shadow Sect created the life and death immortal aperture revival method, they experimented many times and found something wrong with it. Next they paid a huge price to improve it step by step. Finally, Spectral Soul's main body joined in, using the essence of human path, transformation path and heaven path to create sovereign immortal fetus goo's immortal goo recipe. Fang Yuan snatched sovereign immortal fetus goo and created the 9-5 sovereign immortal aperture. It was a meteoric rise. Shadow Sect's tens of thousands of years of painstaking effort were all for naught. This deep hatred could not be described with words. Forget it. I should let He Lulan go. I have few people now. He Lulan has excellent aptitude. She will be a good fighter. Fang Yuan. You will fall into my hands sooner or later. By then, I will pull out your tendons and bones. I will use every inch of your flesh and hair to refine sovereign immortal fetus goo. Chapter 1039. How about it? Have you thought it through? You are Xianxia Sect's external supreme elder. You can use your sect contribution points to exchange for the method. Land Spirit of Xianxia smiled. In Central Continent, He Lulan had been forced to join Wuxia. Fang Yuan did not know about it and was still in contact with Land Spirit of Xianxia. Both sides discussed the methods to restrain Spring-Autumn Cicada. Land Spirit of Xianxia was indeed from long-hair ancestor. Xianxia Blessed Land had a huge business and deep foundation. Through the conversation earlier, Fang Yuan was shocked to find that Land Spirit of Xianxia had no less than 10 methods that could restrain Spring-Autumn Cicada. There were many methods and choices at once. Fang Yuan felt somewhat lost. But he quickly calmed his mind and thought of something, asking, I wonder how many sect contribution points I have now? 300. Land Spirit of Xianxia hesitated before answering. 300. Fang Yuan frowned. He knew that after joining Xianxia sect, he had not done anything for the sect. This amount of sect contribution points was obtained by lending Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley's Wisdom Gu to Land Spirit of Xianxia. However, be it Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley or Wisdom Gu, they were all peerless treasures, but they were only worth 300 sect contribution points? Immediately, Fang Yuan felt suspicious, but he did not question it directly, instead asking in a roundabout way, First Supreme Elder, I don't know how you calculated these 300 contribution points, please explain it to me. Land Spirit of Xianxia heard Fang Yuan call him First Supreme Elder, and immediately became happy. He said frankly, this is very simple. Danghun Mountain is worth 100 contribution points, Luopa Valley is worth 100 contribution points, and Wisdom Gu is also worth 100 contribution points. Fang Yuan's tone sank. Wisdom Gu is a rank 9 Immortal Gu, why does it have the same contribution points as Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley? No need to be suspicious. Land Spirit of Xianxia quickly replied, these three can be considered as you lending them to the sect. My Xianxia sect still has to bear the expenditure of Earth Qi and feed Wisdom Gu for you. Giving you 300 contribution points is clearly stated in the sect's rules. I knew that if a sect wanted to grow, it needed to be fair and just. Don't worry, if it's yours we won't mistreat you. If it's not yours we won't subsidize you. After a pause, the Land Spirit of Xianxia continued, of course. If you offer these three to the sect. In that case the contribution points would be much higher, and you could even become the Grand Elder of this sect. It would not be impossible. When Fang Yuan heard this he couldn't help but be tempted. Wouldn't becoming the Xianxia sect's first Supreme Elder be equivalent to obtaining the greatest authority? Even if he was not the owner of Xianxia Blessed Land, he could mobilize the Hairy Mangu Immortals and other forces in the Blessed Land, right? But immediately after, the Land Spirit of Xianxia continued, but if you want to become the first Supreme Elder, you must break away from your human identity and transform into a hairy man. Only an outstanding hairy man can lead the Grand Hairy Man tribe. The Land Spirit of Xianxia's tone was filled with the strong aura of hairy democracy. Fang Yuan immediately dispelled his earlier thoughts. He did not doubt that the Land Spirit of Xianxia had methods to transform humans into hairy men. But if Fang Yuan became a hairy man the price would be too high. Not to mention the fact that the current human race was unshakable. Variant humans like hairy men, even if they became immortals they would have to stand aside. They would be ostracized. First and foremost, variant humans like hairy men had innate flaws, they could not become rank 9 venerables. Fang Yuan was determined to live forever, cultivation level was only a supplementary factor. But evidently the higher his cultivation level, the closer he was to eternal life. This logic was clear. Between an ant and a tree, which one was closer to eternal life? Fang Yuan only had 300 sect contribution points, the Land Spirit of Xianxia had calculated this clearly. He did not give Fang Yuan a single cent more, nor a single cent less. Fang Yuan acutely realized this. These 300 sect contribution points were very precious, they had high value. If he could use them properly, they would definitely be useful to him now. They would be of great help. Thus, he thought about it, he was not in a hurry to spend these contribution points to exchange for a method to restrain spring-autumn cicada. On the other side, the Land Spirit of Xianxia continued, sect contribution points are meant to be spent. You do not need to treasure them too much, our sect has many missions. They can be carried out. As long as you complete any one of them, your sect contribution points will increase. Oh, what missions are there? Fang Yuan asked casually. The Land Spirit of Xianxia wanted to make use of Fang Yuan's strength, he naturally told him everything he knew. Fang Yuan quickly shook his head, his face filled with disappointment. These sect missions were divided into two types. One was to collect Gu refinement materials, the other was to spar with the Hairy Mangu Immortals and nurture their battle attainment. It turned out that after Qin Bai Sheng and the rest attacked Xianxia Blessed Land, the Land Spirit of Xianxia turned from the white-haired Land Spirit to the black-haired Land Spirit. The concept of managing Xianxia Blessed Land had also undergone a complete change. The black-haired Land Spirit encouraged battle. He wanted the hairy men to become the overlords of the Gu Master world and trample on humans and other races. Thus, he actively trained the hairy Mangu Immortals under him, wanting to nurture their battle strength. Before this, these hairy Mangu Immortals only knew how to refine Gu. They did not even have any basic training, their battle attainment could no longer be described as trash. But now, Fang Yuan did not have the mood to help the black-haired land spirit find goo refinement materials. He did not have the patience to babysit the hairy man goo immortals. How about this, first Supreme Elder, I lack goo worms? Buy some southern border goo worms from Jewel Yellow Skies and check if there are any problems. If there are no problems, send them over. Fang Yuan changed the topic and made a request. The land spirit of Xianxia naturally did not reject him. Batches of goo worms quickly passed through Jewel Yellow Skies and connected Heaven Goo, arriving in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. The first batch was a large number of mortal goo, including wine sack flower goo, rice sack grass goo, sweet spring goo, eating wind drink dew goo, and others. But the situation was different now. Previously, Fang Yuan was an immortal zombie he did not need to eat. But now that he had revived, he needed to replenish his food and water regularly. Even goo immortals would starve to death if they did not eat. Unless they had food path Dao marks of the same level. Other than these food path mortal goo, there were also some clothing goo. Fang Yuan was not satisfied with fire cloak goo and flying smoke goo. The effect of the flames was too eye-catching and flashy. Once he obtained these clothing goo, he immediately changed fire cloak goo. There was also house goo. For example, the wood path goo worm 3-star cave. After using it, it could turn into a treehouse with a hollow trunk. The second batch was moving perspective goo and Stargate goo. They used Jewel Yellow Skies to communicate with each other. It was not safe. Jewel Yellow Skies was only an open market. It was not a secret communication bridge. And moving perspective goo used space gates to travel back and forth, avoiding the 5 regional walls. It was truly a top-tier mortal goo. Be it moving perspective goo's recipe or Stargate goo's recipe, the land spirit of Xianxia had obtained them from Fang Yuan long ago. According to the previous generation's land spirit of Xianxia's personality, he naturally had to refine them. Thus these 2 goo worms. They were directly extracted from Xianxia blessed land. The moment they entered Jewel Yellow Skies, the 2 goo worms burst out with intense treasure light, attracting the attention of many goo immortals. They were clearly mortal goo, but the treasure light was unimaginably intense. This phenomenon attracted the attention of many goo immortals. They went forward to ask, but were all rejected by the land spirit of Xianxia. The third batch was some mortal goo from Xianxia sect storage. Fang Yuan wanted to use them to test his sovereign immortal aperture. After all, the previous tests were only superficial observations. To truly understand the mysteries of the sovereign immortal aperture, he needed to use goo worms as tools. The fourth batch was the highlight. Sword Path Immortal Goo from Sword Immortal Bo Qing. Fang Yuan had stolen many immortal goo from Immortal Zombie Bo Qing. Next, he used the Light of Wisdom and Wisdom Path methods to deceive these immortal goo, before slowly refining them. Before the Battle of Etian Mountain, he had only successfully refined Change Soul Immortal Goo. At the crucial moment of the Battle of Etian Mountain, Fang Yuan used it as a method to counterattack. Right now, Change Soul Immortal Goo was still in Fang Yuan's hands. As for the other Sword Path Immortal Goo, they were filled with Bo Qing's will. They were harder to refine than Change Soul Immortal Goo. Thus, they were left in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan did not bring them to Etian Mountain. After all, these immortal goo had not been refined. They could not be used even if they were brought over. As it turned out, it was fortunate that Fang Yuan did not bring them with him. Otherwise, according to the development of the situation, if these immortal goo were left in his body, they would have benefited him instead. These Sword Path Immortal Goo were Rank 8 Wisdom Sword Goo, Rank 7 Sword Escape Goo, Rank 7 Wave Sword Goo, Rank 7 Sword Eyebrows Goo, and Rank 7 Flying Sword Goo. The land spirit of Xianxia transmitted Sword Escape Immortal Goo and Flying Sword Immortal Goo to Fang Yuan. Both sides quickly transacted. At the first moment, Fang Yuan used a rock that he picked up to buy Sword Escape Immortal Goo and Flying Sword Immortal Goo. The treasure light is hundreds of feet tall. What happened just now? It seems to be an Immortal Goo transaction. How can this be? I saw it with my own eyes. One side bought 2 Rank 7 Immortal Goo so quickly, it is too fast. Bought 2 Rank 7 Immortal Goo? Oh my god, I do not even have a single Rank 6 Immortal Goo. Who is so rich? The previous few batches of goo worms had attracted the attention of many people. This transfer involved Immortal Goo. It immediately caused a huge commotion in Jewel Yellow Skies. Immortal Goo transactions were usually done by exchanging Immortal Goo. It was very rare even in Jewel Yellow Skies. Thus, Fang Yuan and the land spirit of Xianxia's transaction was like a huge rock smashing into a calm lake. It caused a huge commotion. 2 Immortal Goo. Each has a treasure light that is 700 to 800 feet tall. But the other side used a rock to pay. A Gu immortal who was fortunate enough to witness it personally transmitted his divine sense. This news caused a huge commotion among the Gu immortals again. Impossible. A rock? Are you joking? It seems that this is not a simple transaction. They are using jewel yellow skies to transport them. Even if they are transporting immortal Gu, it is rare. Jewel yellow skies' transaction fee is calculated according to the treasure light. At once, all sorts of divine senses shot out of jewel yellow skies. Countless Gu immortal wills inside were moving and communicating. It was a complete mess, like a market in the mortal world. Because of Feng Yuan and the land spirit of Langya's communication, the whole of jewel yellow skies was in chaos. Chapter 1040. Southern border at the peak of a nameless mountain. Feng Yuan had sword escape immortal Gu in his left hand and flying sword immortal Gu in his right hand. He looked around. Sword escape immortal Gu was like a bee with golden needles, while flying sword immortal Gu was like a silver-winged dragonfly. Both had their own merits. The former was a movement immortal Gu. Its speed was not inferior to the rank 7 Qi escape immortal Gu. The latter was famous in history. It was sword immortal Bo Qing's most commonly used offensive and defensive Gu. The aura of rank 7 permeated the surroundings. Feng Yuan smiled as he stored the two immortal Gu. During this period of time on Etian Mountain, the sword path immortal Gu had all been successfully refined by the light of wisdom. They had all become Feng Yuan's. These two immortal Gu were naturally among them. They could be used by Feng Yuan at any time now. With these two immortal Gu, Feng Yuan felt much more at ease. Previously he had Attitude Gu, Change Soul Immortal Gu, and Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu. He lacked defensive and movement methods. Now that he had these two immortal Gu, Feng Yuan's weakness was filled. His battle strength rose sharply. If he faced Huakong Dong again, Feng Yuan could directly use his immortal Gu to attack. Connecting Heaven Gu was no longer used. Because the land spirit of Langya gave him sword escape and flying sword, two rank 7 immortal Gu jewel yellow skies was bustling with activity. More and more Gu immortals joined in, discussing this matter crazily. In the Gu immortal world, rank 6 Gu immortals were the majority. Among rank 6 Gu immortals, most did not have a single rank 6 immortal Gu. Thus, this transaction of two rank 7 immortal Gu caused such a commotion. Jewel yellow skies was only a market. It was very open and could not be kept a secret. Feng Yuan used jewel yellow skies to transport immortal Gu. He had no choice. After obtaining two sword path immortal Gu, he stopped using connecting heaven Gu. As for jewel yellow skies, it could do whatever it wanted. Using moving perspective cup Gu, he continued to communicate with the land spirit of Langya. This time, you've spent a total of 30 sect contribution points, said the land spirit of Langya. Using jewel yellow skies to transport Gu worms. Not for free. For every transaction, jewel yellow skies would collect a fee. The fee was determined according to the treasure light. The higher the treasure light, the higher the fee. These procedures and fees. It was all borne by the land spirit of Langya. In turn, Langya sect would deduct Feng Yuan's sect contribution points. As a result, Feng Yuan's sect contribution points quickly shrunk, leaving him with only 270. Of course. Of the 30 contribution points, a portion was used to purchase Gu worms for Feng Yuan. I want to talk to you in detail about the trade of guts Gu. Feng Yuan replied. This conversation took quite a long time. Only in the middle of the night did the two sides finalize all the details and come to an agreement. Guts Gu trade. Feng Yuan's eyes were shining, excitement still lingering on his face. The night wind howled, bringing with it a chill, but it could not extinguish the fire in his heart. All along Feng Yuan's Guts Gu trade. It was mainly limited by the number of hairy man slaves. Because Guts Gu needed air sac Gu to be placed inside and sold outside of Danghun Mountain. But air sac Gu needed He Lolan's strength Qi immortal Gu as the main Gu refinement material, and also needed hairy man slaves to refine it. Right now He Lulan was missing, strength Qi immortal Gu was not with Feng Yuan. But this was not a problem. Long ago Feng Yuan had used the light of wisdom to research a new Gu recipe. But he had been restraining himself. He wanted to maintain the beneficial relationship with He Lulan. The number of hairy man slaves was the main factor restricting this trade. But it was very difficult to increase the number of hairy man slaves. Firstly, the hairy man slaves were in jewel yellow skies. They had the highest price among all the variant human slaves. Especially for Gu refinement experts, they were even more expensive. Secondly, the Gu refinement process was filled with danger. Hairy man slaves could die during the process. Thus, even though Feng Yuan added many hairy man slaves, their numbers did not increase in Hu immortal blessed land. Feng Yuan had once wanted to raise his own hairy men. but he lacked the methods to raise hairy men. This thought ended in failure. But now, Fang Yuan joined Langya's sect. How many hairy men were there in Langya blessed land? The number was unimaginable. This blessed land might be the largest gathering place of variant human hairy men in the current 5 regions. Lending Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley to Langya sect, Fang Yuan naturally had his own motives. He wanted to use the hairy men in Langya blessed land to refine Ersak Gu for him. The Guts Gu trade would far surpass Fang Yuan's previous scale, it would rise to an immeasurable level. As long as we have jewel yellow skies, so what if Central Continent suppresses us? The Guts Gu trade will not face any obstruction. I'm really looking forward to it. According to the results of our discussion, even if Langya sect takes half of the profits, I will be able to get 6,000 Immortal Yuan stones every month just from the Guts Gu trade. Fang Yuan's previous profits, including his other businesses, were only 2,000 Immortal Yuan stones every month. Now that he joined Langya sect, just from the Guts Gu trade alone, he would be able to get 6,000 Immortal Yuan stones. This was a number that many rank 6 Gu immortals could not imagine. Fang Yuan's decision to join Langya sect after rebirth was made after careful consideration. Firstly, when Fang Yuan faces the pursuit of the entire world one day, who could be more reliable than Langya sect? Others coveted Fang Yuan's giant son true inheritance, but they also coveted Langya blessed land. After the land spirit of Langya changed, it wanted to expand the hairy man race. It was Fang Yuan's natural ally. Secondly, Langya blessed land itself was very strong, it had resisted 7 waves of attacks in the 500 years of his previous life. Thirdly, the land spirit of Langya could not lie, Fang Yuan could easily sense it if it had any ulterior motives. Because of these 3 points, Fang Yuan decided to join Langya sect. As expected, on the first night of rebirth he tasted great benefits. Fang Yuan not only used the land spirit of Langya to help him resolve the crisis, he even used Langya blessed land's foundation to increase his wealth. The weak period of rebirth is over. Next, I need to inspect my 9-5 sovereign immortal aperture. There were no stars in the night sky, cold winds howled. Fang Yuan entered the house Gu. After having a meal, he started to inspect the immortal aperture in detail. With the help of a group of mortal Gu, the efficiency was naturally higher. It was a sleepless night. At dawn, Fang Yuan came out of the 3-star cave Gu. He saw the scene of the sun rising. Southern border was originally mountainous and foggy. The rising sun gradually rose, causing the other side of the mountain ranges to burn with fire clouds that filled the sky. A huge sun appeared in a corner of the sky. At first, there was only a golden red arc. Soon after, the great sun gushed out, carrying with it a scarlet heat. It was like gold and iron flowing out of an iron furnace. As the sun rose, the clouds in the mountains were majestic. They were illuminated by the sunlight. The sun was shining brightly. Fang Yuan could not help but feel a sense of grand aspiration. The grand mountain path is like iron, now I will surpass it. Perilous is the essence of heaven and earth, my heart still looks up to heaven. After chanting in a low voice, Fang Yuan opened his arms and jumped down the mountain peak like a giant peng, flying straight up. As if he was stepping on the clouds, he flew towards the southeast direction. After this night, he learned more about the sovereign immortal aperture. The immortal aperture had a huge space. It was more than 500 million km too. Not just that, there were abundant time path resources. 1 day in the outside world was 2 months in the sovereign immortal aperture. Halolan's great strength true martial immortal aperture was only 1 to 38 times faster than the outside world. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was 1 to 60, it greatly surpassed Halolan's. But compared to the difference in the immortal aperture space, the time path aspect was not surprising. But this made Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. If the time in the immortal aperture was too fast, calamities and tribulations would occur more frequently, Fang Yuan would be exhausted from defending against them. Maybe when Spectral Soul refined Gu, he had already considered this problem. 1 to 60, this surpassed super-grade blessed lands, but it was not exaggerated. Fang Yuan could barely accept it. Other than time path resources, Fang Yuan also found 16 green grape immortal essence beads in the sovereign immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was fresh. Unlike a dead aperture, it could produce immortal essence. It could produce 16 immortal essence beads in a day, that was 480 immortal essence beads in a month. It far surpassed Fang Yuan's previous life. Fang Yuan also found that his body contained a large number of Dao marks. These Dao marks belonged to all paths. Fire path, water path, wood path, light path, dark path, even poison path, luck path and so on, they were all included. What made Fang Yuan even more surprised was that not only were there many types of Dao marks, but the scale was also huge. He could only make a rough estimate. On average there were about 100 Dao marks in each path. 100 Dao marks could amplify the effect of the corresponding Gu worm by 10%. No wonder Fang Yuan could use Fire Path's Fire Cape Gu and Flying Smoke Gu to achieve outstanding results. But this discovery did not make Fang Yuan happy. Instead, his heart felt heavy. Gu immortals always pursued a single Dao mark. Because Dao marks could amplify the effect of Gu worms, but at the same time, they could also suppress and weaken them. For example, a Water Path Gu immortal who was covered in Water Path Dao marks would be inferior to a Mortal Gu master if they used Fire Path Mortal Gu. Even if Gu immortals cultivated multiple paths, they would focus on one path. This was common knowledge in the Gu immortal world. But the strange thing is, when I use Mortal Gu of all paths, they are not suppressed or weakened by the Dao marks of other paths. Instead, there is a unilateral amplification effect. This goes against common knowledge. What is going on? There is one more thing. When Gu masters become immortals, they have vital Gu. But my sovereign immortal aperture does not have them. What is going on? The deeper he dug into the mysteries of the sovereign immortal aperture, the more questions Fang Yuan had, the more questions he had. I have used all my methods in last night's investigation. It seems that to understand the mysteries of the sovereign immortal aperture, I need to start with Spectral Soul, Shadow Sect, and Wuxia. But Etian Mountain has changed too much. It is covered in dream realms. It will definitely be sealed by southern borders Gu immortals and become a forbidden area. And Wuxia is nowhere to be found. Forget it. The urgent matter now is to find southern borders and Xiang. Chapter 1041. Southern border, Rotten Mud Mountain. It was close to noon. The sun was shining high in the sky. There were no clouds in the sky. In a certain area of the forest behind Rotten Mud Mountain, a young boy was confronting a large bear. The atmosphere was tense. The large bear was 9 feet tall. It was fat and muscular. Its fur was brown, thick and glossy. The bear opened its mouth, revealing its sharp fangs. Its red eyes stared at the young boy with a fierce gaze. The young boy confronting the large bear was only 15 or 16 years old. He was less than 5 feet tall. Compared to the large bear, he was even more petite and delicate. The young boy had thick eyebrows and big eyes. His gaze was bright and full of expression. He stared at the large bear bravely, without any intention of retreating. Brr. The brown bear growled, opening its mouth and pouncing towards the young boy. Don't be fooled by the brown bear's clumsy appearance. Old hunters knew that bear beasts had great explosive strength. The brown bear moved from stillness, its speed exploding at an astonishing speed. The young boy only felt the wind howling in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the brown bear was already in front of him. The young boy's expression did not change. He activated his Gu worm at the critical moment. The movement Gu worm allowed him to teleport a distance. The brown bear missed. It crashed into the tree behind the young boy. With a muffled sound, the thick tree trunk was broken by the brown bear. With a creaking sound, the tree fell down, crashing onto the ground with a muffled sound. Large numbers of birds in the surroundings flew away in panic. The young boy breathed in sharply, thinking, "Thankfully I dodged in time. Otherwise, if I was hit by this bear, even with defensive Gu worms, my bones would be fractured." However, since he dodged this attack, the situation was tilted towards the young boy's side. The young boy's eyes shined brightly. He shouted, "Stupid bear, look at this young master sword Chi Gu." Before he finished speaking, he stretched out his right hand. His index finger and middle finger were together. He pointed at the back of the brown bear. At the next moment, whoosh, with a soft sound from the young boy's finger, a pale white, translucent sword Chi shot out. The sword Chi quickly streaked through the air. It hit the brown bear's back. However, the brown bear's body suddenly emitted the aura of a wild Gu. On the brown bear's back, the fur suddenly froze, forming a hard board. The sword Chi hit the hard board with a muffled sound. Then the sword Chi was exhausted. The brown bear shook its fat body without any injury. It shook its head and woke up from the dizziness just now. It turned around and aimed at the young man again. The teenager was dumbfounded. "Are you kidding me? This big stupid bear actually had a wild defensive Gu. How can my sword Chi Gu fight like this? Grandpa, did you deliberately place the wild Gu on the brown bear?" The youngster shouted. Good grandson, this brown bear is something that your grandfather, walked more than 10 miles of mountain road and finally found with great difficulty. For you. He's a good opponent." A voice came from the tree trunk. It turned out that the young man's grandfather had been sitting on a tall tree trunk, watching the battle between his grandson and the brown bear. The youngster's greatest method was sword Chi Gu. But at this moment, it was extremely ineffective against the brown bear. Each sword chi could only shave off some fur at most. Left with no choice, the youth could only hide everywhere. The brown bear was ferocious, but it was still a beast. It did not have enough intelligence. Although the youngster could not deal with the brown bear, he was very intelligent and had fought many battles in the past. He used his experience and dodged everywhere. The brown bear could not hit its target, instead knocking down many trees. Seeing the youngster's miserable appearance, the grandfather laughed loudly. "Brat, now you know the weakness of your sword Chi-gu? It is a piercing attack. Once it is countered, it will expend primeval essence in vain. There is no effect. Come, grandson, catch the gu." Saying so, the grandfather waved his hand and threw a gu worm to the youngster. To borrow this gu worm, the youngster was almost slapped by the bear's paw and fell flat on his face. Fortunately, he was quick-witted. He rolled on the ground and narrowly escaped a bite from the brown bear. After pulling some distance, he jumped up and stood up again. "This is muddy goo," the youngster shouted, recognizing the goo worm in his hand. Although this goo worm was not his grandfather lent it to him, and the youngster activated it without any difficulty. His primeval essence poured into the muddy goo, and the goo worm let out a faint gray light. The youngster's palm shook lightly, and the gray light on the goo worm flew out and landed under the brown bear's feet. Gulp, gulp! Large amounts of bubbles emerged from the mud under the brown bear's feet. In the blink of an eye, this area turned into a pile of soft mud. The brown bear's 2 feet were stuck in the mud, trapped. It struggled crazily, throwing out countless amounts of mud. The mud hit the youngster's body and face. The youngster was too nervous to care about this, quickly activating the muddy goo again. The gray light hit that pile of mud again. The brown bear had already sunk to the bottom of the mud pit, and after struggling fiercely, was about to climb out. But after being hit by the gray light, the mud pit became deeper and bigger. The brown bear's 4 limbs were stuck, and the more it struggled, the deeper it sank. The brown bear stood up, but the depth of the mud already reached its waist. The youngster activated the muddy goo for the 3rd time, securing his victory. The brown bear sank again, and only its head was exposed, roaring unwillingly. "I finally won." The youngster's body was weak, he sat on the ground and panted roughly. His face was pale and his primeval essence was completely expended. With a soft sound, the youngster's grandfather jumped down from the tree, lightly leaping tens of feet and standing in front of the youngster. "Rascal, now you know the benefits of the muddy goo? Without this goo, how could you have defeated the brown bear?" The grandfather lectured. The youngster did not reply. He continued to pant for a while before snorting coldly, raising his head and looking at his grandfather. "Grandfather, you did this on purpose. Didn't you want me to give up Sword Path and cultivate our Ni clan's Earth Path?" The grandfather bent his finger and knocked on the youngster's head, saying with love and hate, "Lad, with your intelligence, if you could use it on Earth Path cultivation, how good would that be?" The youngster covered his head with both hands, shouting, "But I like Sword Path. Sword Chi is so cool and dashing. Earth Path is not worth mentioning, grandfather. Look at my body, it's covered in mud. After one battle, I lost all my elegance." The grandfather heard this and immediately opened his eyes wide, just as he was about to lecture. But right at this time, he suddenly heard the sound of a bell from the front mountain. Both grandfather and grandson were immediately moved. The youngster jumped up from the ground, looking at the front mountain as he said anxiously, "Ah, this is the clan's alarm bell goo. The alarm bell is so urgent. What the hell happened? Let's go." The grandfather was even more straightforward. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the youngster's collar, running towards the front of the mountain. The youngster only felt the wind blowing in his ears. The shadows of the trees in front of him quickly moved away from him. He was shocked. This is the true strength of a rank 5 Gu master? So fast. After more than 10 breaths of time, the youngster's vision stabilized. His grandfather placed him on the ground. He was in a fog, his speed fell sharply. This made him feel uncomfortable, his stomach was churning intensely. He almost vomited. "Lord Clan Leader." "Greetings to Lord Clan Leader." The youngster heard the familiar voices of the clan elders. He barely stabilized his body, and was shocked to find that he was already standing on the wall of Ni clan village. The youngster's grandfather was Ni clan leader, a rank 5 Gu master, Ni Kuan. Ni Kuan frowned, asking solemnly, "What happened? Why are we ringing the clan's alarm bell Gu?" "Clan leader, the situation is urgent, please look." An elder activated the clan's Gu formation. This was an investigative Gu formation used on Ni Kuan. Ni Kuan's eyes flickered with all sorts of images. At this moment, he had already seen the scene 100 li away from the village. His breathing paused. He frowned, showing a doubtful expression. It is a beast tide. Strange, we had already passed this beast tide a year ago. The scale of the beast groups around the village is not enough to form a beast tide. Yes, we are also curious. There must be a reason for this abnormality. I suggest sending elite Gu masters. We must find out the reason. Let's focus on defense. The scale of this beast tide is unprecedented. Whether we can defend the village is still a problem. Anai Kuan's expression was steely. The danger was so sudden and so severe. His grandson Anai Jian was even more dazed. It had been a peaceful day earlier, but in the blink of an eye, they were facing the crisis of having their family destroyed. The beast groups are coming with great momentum. This scale has not been seen in decades. Anai clan is facing a crisis of life and death. Activate the 3 layers of defensive Gu formations. Second Elder, Third Elder, you 2 quickly lead the elites of the 2 halls and control the Heavenly Fire Gu formation. Sixth Elder, you will lead the Medicine Hall and act as reinforcements. Seventh Elder, you will inspect the Teleportation Gu formation. Once there is a problem, teleport away all the seeds in the village. Anai Kuan ordered. The elders understood the danger of the situation. They received the order and moved out, showing their vigor. The beast groups were like a raging wave surging forward. Everywhere they went, dust rose and countless trees in the forest were broken. Young Anai Jian stood on the village wall and saw this scene, his heart pounding and his face turning pale. He had never seen such a ferocious beast tide before. Normally speaking, a beast tide would be a single type of beast like wolf calamity, tiger calamity and so on. But this beast tide contained countless wild beasts, wolves, tigers, leopards, bulls, deer, foxes, snakes and so on. Strange. Why are these wild beasts not killing each other? They are attacking our village together. Grandfather Anai Kuan muttered. At the next moment, Anai Kuan's body shook. The Anai clan Gu masters beside him also stared with wide-opened eyes. The terrifying horde of beasts suddenly slowed down, and then stopped moving forward. An uncountable beast group was tens of thousands of steps away from the village wall. They were restless and staring at the village covetously. Anai clan Gu masters looked at each other, bewildered and uncertain. A hill tiger came out of the group. Hill tigers were mutated beasts. They were huge and extraordinary like a small hill. Fang Yuan was lying on the hill tiger's back, squinting his eyes as he looked at Anai clan's people. Seeing Fang Yuan, Anai clan's Gu masters gasped. Chapter 1042. There was a line in the sky. It was vast and vast. White clouds rumbled, moving under their feet. A gigantic male lion let out a low roar, its thick limbs stepping on the void as it galloped through the clouds. This lion was white as snow. There was no other color on it. Its thick mane fluttered in the wind, huge air currents were surging under its feet. On the lion's back there was a huge chair. 2 Gu immortals, 1 male and 1 female, were sitting side by side. The woman was old. She looked to be around 60 to 70 years old, but her eyes were shining with bright light. She was excited and restless, looking around. The man was a young man. He had an aquiline nose and narrow eyes. His body was emitting a cold aura of vicissitudes. Great uncle, your mount is really amazing. It can actually ride on the clouds in just half a day. We have already traveled tens of thousands of li, the female Gu immortal praised. This is a desolate beast, Qi Grand Lion. It does not ride on the clouds. It can control air currents, thus it can fly in the sky. The young man said slowly. A lion that can control air currents and fly in the sky? I have never seen it before. Desolate beast, what does that mean? The female Gu immortal asked. The young Gu immortal laughed silently, saying, Chi-He, you have just advanced to Gu immortal. It is normal that you do not know the common knowledge of the Gu immortal world. This Qi Grand Lion contains Qi Path Dao marks. Once it matures, it can fly in the sky. But this lion is very rare. It is almost extinct in the 5 regions. It can only be seen in White Heaven or Black Heaven. As for desolate beasts, they are a type of beast. Like how Gu masters have rank 1, rank 2 and rank 3, other than desolate beasts, there are also ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts. Desolate beasts are equivalent to rank 6 Gu immortals, because a desolate beast can usually match a rank 6 Gu immortal. Ancient desolate beasts are equivalent to rank 7, immemorial desolate beasts are equivalent to rank 8. The female Gu immortal Qi-He heard this and her eyes shined. She sized up the Qi Grand Lion again, thinking, no wonder I felt a strong sense of threat from this lion. Thankfully, I met Grandpa and survived the tribulation. I became a Gu immortal. If I had to fight this lion, I would probably be torn to pieces. The young Gu immortal Qi Zai was already several hundred years old. He had rank 7 cultivation level and only used lifespan Gu. That was why he looked so young. He was old and shrewd, so when he saw Chi-Hi's expression, he was able to guess what she was thinking. Patting this junior's shoulder, Chi-Zai consoled, "Xiao-He, don't worry. It was the same for newly ascended immortals. When I'm done with what I have to do, we'll return to Chi-Si Grotto Heaven. There are still a few of your seniors there. If they knew that our Chi tribe had another Gu immortal, they would be very happy. You will be living in the Grotto Heaven for a period of time. During this period, you will have to seek guidance from the elders. Remember to watch more, ask more, and learn more. Granddaughter thanks 7th Grandpa for your guidance." Chi-Hi's expression turned serious. She quickly stood up and bowed to Chi-Zai solemnly. "And, let us grandfather and grandson sit down and talk." Chi-Zai nodded. A hint of gratification flashed in his eyes. Chi-Hi sat down with a puzzled expression. She hesitated for a moment before asking, "Our Chi clan has many Gu immortal elders. Why don't we imitate southern border super forces like Wu clan and Shang clan?" Chi-Zai's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. "You want to ask, why are we seniors not like Wu clan and Shang clan, taking care of our juniors after becoming Gu immortals? Instead, you allow the younger generation of the family to live in a corner and be bullied, right?" "I wouldn't dare," Chi-Hi said hurriedly. "Back when I was cultivating alone to become an immortal. I have the same question as you." Chi-Zai sighed, his eyes filled with reminiscence. "The reason is a long story. If we get to the root of the matter. As for our Chi family's patriarch, he was one of the sky-inspecting 5 Xiangs thousands of years ago." Sky-inspecting 5 phases? Chi was puzzled. The heaven-surveying 5 Xiangs were the 5 publicly recognized Gu immortal experts of southern borders Gu immortal world. These 5 experts had rank 8 cultivation level. They stood at the peak of the Gu immortal world. They often worked together to explore the white sky and the black sky together, and their relationship was very close. Thus, they were collectively known as the sky-inspecting 5 symbols. Our Chi clan's ancestor. He was one of the 5 Xiangs, Chi Xiang. And our Chi clan mainly cultivates Chi path. Rank 8 Gu immortals. Chi was tongue-tied. Chi-Zai sighed. Without rank 9, rank 8s dominate. Almost every rank 8 Gu immortal is a legend. Their every action has great influence. And back then, southern borders sky-inspecting 5 Xiangs were even more famous. They were famous in the other 4 regions. That was because these 5 experts had similar interests. They had a close relationship and often worked together to resist enemies. And under normal circumstances, rank 8 Gu immortals were lone wolves. Thus, in White Heaven and Black Heaven, when the other 4 regions rank 8 Gu immortals see the sky-inspecting 5 Xiangs, they would take the initiative to avoid them. Back then, because of the 5 Xiangs, southern borders Gu immortal world suppressed the other 4 regions. The 5 Xiangs were unparalleled. But decades later, the sky-inspecting 5 Xiangs fell apart. Saying this, Chi-Zai's tone turned gloomy. "Why is that?" Chi quickly asked. Chi-Zai sighed, continuing, "I am not too sure about the specific reason. It is said that back then, when the sky-inspecting 5 Xiangs explored White Heaven, they discovered a huge secret. This secret represented an unimaginable achievement, but only one of them could obtain it. Among the 5 Xiangs, everyone wanted to obtain it, no one was willing to take a step back. But the 5 Xiangs did not have much of a difference in strength, and because of their past cooperation, the 5 Xiangs' ancestors made a bet." "Bet. That's right. This bet had 1,000 years as the time limit. The terms of the bet were, the 5 Xiangs had to watch by the side, their descendants' bloodlines would develop on their own. 1,000 years later, the clan with the most new Gu immortals would be the winner." Chi calculated the time. 1,000 years had already passed. She quickly asked, "Then which clan won?" Chi-Zai smiled bitterly. 1,000 years later, there were 2 clans with the same number of new Gu immortals. They were evenly matched. The other 3 clans did not want to give up. They fought 3 against 2 and forcefully joined the next round of the bet. Thus, 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 3,000 years. Until now, the 5 Xiangs' ancestors have already passed away, but the bet between the 5 clans is still ongoing. So it was like this. This was the first time Chi had heard of this 1,000-year-old secret. She was tongue-tied. After a long while, she accepted it, sighing, "That means to say, if not for this bet, wouldn't our southern border have 5 more super forces?" But Chi-Zai shook his head. Among the 5 Xiangs there are lone immortals and demonic path members. Developing clans is something that only righteous path Gu immortals have the patience to do. "Our Chi clan is Chi Xiang, then who are the other 4 Xiangs?" Chi asked. Chi-Zai said everything he knew. Chi Xiang and I Xiang, Bai Xiang, Shui Xiang, and Chi Xiang are collectively known as the sky-inspecting 5 Xiangs. The place I am going to next is where Xiang's descendants are. Granduncle, why are you going to Xiang? Zai hesitated before laughing. Forget it, there is no harm in telling you. Recently, a huge event happened in southern borders Gu Immortal world. A large number of Gu Immortals died mysteriously on Tian Mountain. Our Qi clan also had an ancestor who died there. So this time we are looking for the current generation in Xiang. We want him or her to help us deduce the truth. Tian Mountain. Qi gasped. Regardless of Fang Yuan's previous life, the battle of Tian Mountain in this life involved both immortal and mortal worlds. Thus Qi had heard of it long ago. But what she knew was that southern borders forces had sent mortal experts to attack Tian Mountain, to eradicate the demonic path and defend the righteous path. In southern border, the demonic path had never established their forces on such a large scale. Thus they were attacked by the righteous path. Zai told Qi about the bet on Tian Mountain. Qi understood now, so this was the truth. She muttered, "The difference between immortal and mortal is like the difference between clouds and mud. Those rank 4 and 5 experts are merely chess pieces of the immortals." This truth had a huge impact on Qi, who had just become an immortal. Zai heard this and laughed in his heart. When a Gu master becomes an immortal, it was not just a change in strength and cultivation, it was also a change in mentality. Right now, Zai was using the matter of Tian Mountain to speed up Qi's transformation and adapt to her new identity. He was speechless. Only the Qi Grand Lion continued to move. There was silence between Zai and Qi. The surrounding clouds rumbled, heaven and earth shook. Because a Gu formation had already been set up between the seats, there was not even a trace of wind or any noise. How could a mortal witness such a scene? Qi saw this. She felt that the world was vast, mortals were like ants. The indescribable feeling in her gradually faded. She thought, "That's right, I am a Gu immortal now, I am no longer a mortal. Mortals and immortals are different, I need to remember this." Consoling herself, Qi's emotions gradually calmed down. A subtle change occurred in her mind. Zai nodded inwardly, speaking, "Actually, after thousands of years among the descendants of the heaven surveying 5 Xiangs, our Qi clan is the most prosperous. Xianx's descendants have gone extinct because they cultivate blood path. Xianx's descendants are hiding in their immortal apertures like pigs and dogs. They do not want to improve themselves and are lazy. They are not worth mentioning. Bai Xiang's last branch has also died in recent years. And in Xiang's tribe, even though there are several branches in southern border, there are no longer any clan Gu immortals." Qi felt it deeply. She nodded. "Becoming an immortal is very difficult. If not for Grandpa's help, I would have died in the tribulation already." Zai smiled, shaking his head as he looked at Qi with deep meaning. "Actually, clan is the clan with the greatest hope of producing Gu immortals. But because they have the greatest hope, they were obstructed by the other clans, resulting in their current state. 3,000 years after the bet, clan produced a talented refinement path Gu immortal Ren. He was also the last Gu immortal in clan's history. Before his death, he made plans for the clan's future. He did not hesitate to violate the rules of the bet. He helped clan and carefully selected some immortal Gu to refine into the bloodline of his descendants. Chapter 1043. What does that mean? Every once in a while, whether long or short, someone in clan's Gu masters will experience a phenomenon of bloodline condensation. After passing it, they will form immortal Gu in your body. Zai looked at the clouds in front of him, continuing, Ren's action is to help clan produce more Gu immortals. He was indeed very talented, refining an immortal Gu into a descendant's bloodline that others could not take out. Even if he tried again, he would definitely fail. Moreover, these immortal Gu were specially chosen by him. They do not require immortal essence to activate. Even mortals can use them, but the price is quite high. Qi blinked, feeling admiration towards Ren. "If I had the help of an immortal Gu, I might be able to survive the tribulation alone." Zai suddenly laughed sinisterly, a cold aura spreading out. Ren has put in a lot of effort, but in these thousands of years, clan has not produced a single Gu immortal. The immortal Gu that he chose had a huge price to use. Mortals possess immortal Gu. Even if this immortal Gu cannot be taken by others, it is like a baby holding a precious treasure. How can they be safe? In clan, once an immortal Gu is born in their body, we call it the current generation in Xiang. The first immortal Gu that appeared in Xiang's body was an information path immortal Gu. It was called, Say True Tao False. This Gu could obtain information from heaven and earth, allowing the Gu master to blurt out an answer, but they could only say yes or no. Every time I answer a question, I will need to expend 50 years of my lifespan. He frowned slightly. 50 years of life? The price was so huge. Then how would this generation's Xiang be willing? Zai smiled but did not reply. He's body suddenly trembled. She had lived for more than 60 years, she had seen many things in the world, she finally understood the meaning behind Zai's words. The current Xiang will consume 50 years of his lifespan each time he answers, so how could he agree? But Grandpa was a Gu immortal, while the current generation Xiang was only immortal. What does it matter whether he is willing or not? The Qi family's ancestors must have schemed against the Ni family for them to be in such dire straits. Also, my Qi family is in a bad situation. Don't tell me the seniors really have no way to help? For a moment, he felt a chill in her heart. During the rest of the journey, he was silent and rarely spoke. Zai's lips closed. He was a man of few words. But this time he had said so much to educate his junior Qi. Since she had become an immortal, she was a Qi clan Gu immortal. The Qi family was not a righteous family. If there were Gu immortals with conflicting ideologies, it would be a loss to Qi clan. Zai's words were implicit. But Qi had obviously understood what he meant. Rotten Mud Mountain is not far away. It was better to let Qi do it this time. Even if this branch of the Ni family is sacrificed, it's fine. A cold light flashed in Zai's eyes when he thought about that. Zai willed, the Qi Grand Lion he was sitting on slowly descended. His field of vision was filled with white clouds and mist. Soon, the energy Grand Lion pierced through the clouds, and Qi's field of vision widened. She saw thousands of miles of rivers and mountains, green hills and clear waters, crawling at his feet. As a mortal, this was something she had never seen before. She couldn't help but be captivated by it. Surrounded by these mountains, there was a pitch-black mountain that stood out like a crane among chickens. It was extremely conspicuous. Even the trees on the mountain were brown and black in color. As he got closer, Zai's gaze focused. Soon, Qi also found something wrong. On the east side of the mountain, facing the sun, there was a village there. But at this moment, the stronghold had already been reduced to ruins. Blood was everywhere, corpses were everywhere. Not only were there human corpses, there were also the corpses of all sorts of fierce beasts. How can this be? Qi gasped. The energy Grand Lion slowly landed on this bloody ground. Qi clan's 2 immortals covered this battlefield. An intense smell of blood assaulted their noses. Qi could not bear to look at this terrible scene. Zai had a cold expression as he muttered, "Rotten Mud Mountain soil is special. The blood has not dried up yet, and I clan was clearly massacred. This happened just a day or two ago. There is something strange. There are many types of wild beasts here, this is not an ordinary beast tide. And I clan is really unlucky to encounter such a beast tide." Qi said. Zai looked at them with a cold gaze. What beast tide? This is clearly a beast tide. There is only one type of beast tide in Rotten Mud Mountain, that is the mud monster beast tide. Qi was shocked. What? Who was it that was so cruel to do such a heartless thing? Shortly after, she pondered, this person can control myriad beasts, he has extremely powerful methods. When did Southern Border have such an enslavement path Gu master? This person is not a Gu master, he is a Gu immortal. Zai walked to the center of the village. At the center of the village's ruins, there was a thick layer of black mud, it was completely different from the surrounding bloody ground. This branch of the Ni family has a sludge monster, a wild beast. But now this mud monster is already dead. No matter how strong an enslavement path Gu master is, just a beast tide cannot do anything to this desolate beast mud monster. It can only be a Gu immortal. Zai said solemnly. Gu immortal? Qi did not expect it to be a Gu immortal. She had a strange feeling. She had lived for decades but had never seen a Gu immortal. To think that during her tribulation she met her 7th grandpa, and now she found out about the whereabouts of another Gu immortal. I am a rank 6 Gu immortal now, I am on a different level, the things I come into contact with have also changed drastically. Qi sighed to herself. Zai's expression became colder. He was here to find the current generation Xiang. But now that Ni clan village was completely slaughtered, his plan had little hope of succeeding. I'd like to see who exactly you are after killing the entire Ni family and running away. Zai snorted coldly, revealing deep killing intent. You think I can't do anything to you just because you have done this? Ancestor Zai's methods can be evaluated with common sense? Zai said as he stretched out his right hand. He curled 2 fingers on his right hand, only showing his thumb, index finger and middle finger. The 3 fingers pressed on the void. It was a light action, he did not care about it, but to think that this action would cause such a huge commotion. There was a loud bang. The entire rotten mud mountain shook, and the atmosphere shook violently. The bricks, tiles, and wood in the ruins of the stronghold flew in all directions as if they were being blown by a hurricane. He could not help but take a step back. She was tongue-tied by this huge commotion. Howl, 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 a wretched green aura suddenly rose from all over the battlefield. At first there were only dozens of them, but soon the number of pale green auras increased rapidly. Hundreds and thousands of them flew around in the air. At once, the entire battlefield was covered in a layer of green light. It was a grand sight. Come! Xianxia shouted. 3 of his fingers clenched, forming a strong eagle claw. He grabbed at the pale green auras that were flying in the air. These auras felt an extremely strong suction force. Like rivers entering the sea, they flew towards Xianxia's eagle claw. After dozens of breaths of time, the pale green auras that covered the sky had completely disappeared. They had fused into Xianxia's eagle claw. Xianxia's eagle claw no longer had its normal color, it had turned into a strange jade green color. 7th Grandpa, your hand. Your hand. He only took one look and felt a chill in her body. A shocking resentment filled her heart. You have just ascended to an immortal, you are still half immortal, don't get too close. Xianxia instructed, his tone was still as calm and deep as before. He nodded, quickly taking a few steps back and turning her gaze away. Next she heard Xianxia's words, these pale green auras are the resentment chi that filled every corner of the battlefield. That Gu Immortal slaughtered Ni clan's entire village. He did not spare anyone, he was extremely ruthless. Ni clan did not have a single survivor, they were filled with immense resentment towards fate and their enemies. These auras. Not only are they left on the battlefield, they are also wrapped around the culprit. Go in. Xianxia shouted. At the same time he let go of his eagle claw, his jade green right palm slammed towards the black mud below his feet. In an instant, all of the resentment chi followed Xianxia's action. They were slammed into the mud. This was not ordinary mud, it was the corpse of a desolate beast mud monster filled with earth path Dao marks. Chi path has a long history, Xiaohe, look closely, this is one of the most powerful methods of our Chi clan. Xianxia could not conceal his pride in his tone. Swoosh. Under Xianxia's method, the mud surged up, forming into a huge mud ball. The thick mud ball floated in the air, rotating on its own. On the surface of the mud ball, there were countless faces. These faces were filled with anger and hatred. Xianxia opened his mouth and breathed out a mysterious aura. The aura fused into the mud ball, it quickly transformed into a monster made of mud. The mud monster roared, "Kill! I will kill you!" Did someone from the Ni family come back to life? He exclaimed. Xianxia's method was truly unimaginable to her. Ever since Fate Gu was destroyed, there are many revival methods in the world. Xianxia explained before asking the crazily roaring mud monster, "What is your name?" The mud monster was still roaring, its limbs were waving wildly, it was extremely furious. Xianxia frowned, asking again. The mud monster ignored him, it cursed, "Murderer! You forced my grandfather to death, I will tear you to pieces." Xianxia snorted coldly, his thoughts moved rapidly. The mud monster was created by him, it was under his control. Who are you? You are also the murderer. I will also. The mud monster's body shook, like it was struck by lightning, countless mud spots fell off its body. The cursing stopped, the mud monster calmed down, it looked at Xianxia and Qihe with its empty eye sockets. Xianxia let out a breath of air, he knew. This mud monster had a simple mind, it was formed from resentment. He could only ask one question at a time, he had to do it step by step, it could not be too difficult. What is your name? An Jian. The mud monster roared again. But Xianxia heard, you bastard. His eyes shined with a sharp light, he snorted and waved his sleeves. With a loud sound, the mud monster was completely destroyed, it turned into a pile of mud and fell to the ground. Chapter 1044. Xianxia snorted coldly, he pinched his fingers as the mud gathered again, forming a mud ball. On the surface of the mud ball, there were countless resentful faces. Even though it was silent, this scene made Qihe feel a deep chill in her heart. Xianxia waved his sleeves, the mud ball turned back into a mud monster. Xianxia gasped lightly, thinking, this is the resentment chi from earlier. This resentment chi has already been dispersed by me, but it can still surpass other resentment chi, manifesting and taking form. I can see how much resentment the owner of this resentment chi had when he was alive. Xianxia asked again, what is your name? And I Jian. This time Qizai heard it clearly. Thus he asked, "How old are you?" 15. Qizai continued to ask, but the mud monster only answered intermittently. Qizai's questions went from shallow to deep, from easy to hard. Time passed. After a while, Qizai finally understood what happened in Ni clan village. A mysterious Gu immortal controlled a myriad of beasts and attacked Ni clan village. His goal was the same as Qizai, to find the current Ni Xiang. But different from Qizai, he did not know who the current Ni Xiang was. Thus, he used the lives of everyone in the village to force the current Ni Xiang to reveal himself. Left with no choice, Ni clan leader stepped forward. As it turned out, he was the current Ni Xiang who possessed Say is Dao not immortal Gu. The invading Gu immortal was overjoyed. He forced Ni clan leader to use Say is Dao not Gu to resolve his doubts. They agreed that as long as he got a satisfactory answer, he would let go of Ni clan. Ni clan leader chose to believe the invading Gu immortal for the sake of his clansmen. He sacrificed himself. The mysterious Gu immortal got the answer he wanted. But he went back on his words. He commanded the myriad beasts to attack the village. Ni clan's clansmen were furious. They resisted with all their might, but the beast group was too strong. They were forced to retreat, suffering huge losses. At the crucial moment, Qizai subdued the desolate beast mud monster. He came to save the situation. The Ni clan branches that were scattered all over southern border. They were all raised by Qi clan's Gu immortals. Qizai was in charge of Rotten Mud Mountain. He would inspect it once in a while. He knew that the current Ni Xiang was Ni clan leader. He had subdued a desolate beast mud monster in a muddy swamp in Rotten Mud Mountain and left behind a will to control the mud monster. Protect the Ni family to prevent any mishaps. When the accident happened, the sludge monsters rushed to the battlefield to protect the Ni family members. But the mysterious Gu immortal was very powerful. He personally attacked and killed this mud monster with many attacks. Once the sludge monster died, the Ni family's remaining clansmen were drowned by the beast herd, and none of them escaped. The Ni family's mountain stronghold was initially quiet and peaceful. It was also crushed into ruins and corpses covered the ground. It was an incomparably miserable sight. A few days later, Qizai and Qihe arrived and found out about this. Ni Jian was the young clan leader of the stronghold, the grandson of the Ni clan leader. She had lost her parents at a young age, and was brought up by her grandfather single-handedly. Her grandfather had nurtured her wholeheartedly, and they had a close relationship. His grandfather was hounded to death by his enemy, who went back on his word and killed the entire Ni family, including himself. After his death, his soul was taken away, leaving behind only an extremely dense resentment that lingered around. Qizai asked in detail, and Ni Jian had a deep impression of Fang Yuan. He told him everything he knew. According to his answers, Qizai slowly restored Fang Yuan's appearance. This was a short but stocky old man. His beard was a mix of black and white. It was tough like iron wire. His skin was yellow, his eyes were small, and his teeth were uneven. Who is this? Qizai secretly compared it to his memories. He did not recognize this person. Of course he did not recognize him. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person. Even against mortal Gu masters who posed no threat, he would disguise himself and change his appearance. Actually, even if Qizai was here and saw Fang Yuan, he would not be able to see through his disguise. Because not long ago, Fang Yuan had already used the land spirit of Langya to gather Gu worms. He could use the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face again. This Gu immortal is likely a secluded cultivator from southern border. Sigh, these are troubled times. Qizai sighed to himself. Ever since the duel on Etian Mountain, a large number of southern border Gu immortals had died mysteriously. And these dead southern border Gu immortals had occupied territories in southern border when they were alive. They had countless cultivation resources. This way there was a vacuum of benefits. Many secluded Gu immortals who were rarely seen started to show up now. This person has to deal with the desolate beast mud monster. He does not have outstanding battle strength. He is likely a rank 6 Gu immortal. He actually knows about the current generation in Xiang. Even Wu clan and Shang clan's Gu immortals do not know about this. Is he a descendant of the other 3 Gu immortals? Qizai hesitated for a moment before deciding to investigate. The bet of the heavens surveying 5 xiangs that lasted thousands of years, Qi clan was about to win. Just as the deadline was approaching, an unexpected mysterious Gu immortal appeared. This was a huge matter, even more important than the deaths of Qi clan's ancestors. Qizai, had to get to the bottom of it. Northern Plains, Langya blessed land. Dude. A basin of cold water splashed onto Guiyue Fangjing's face. Fangjing, who was unconscious, shuddered as he woke up. Where? is this? He opened his eyes, finding that he was in a cage, a prisoner. Beside him, there were two hairy men wearing armor. One of them was holding an empty basin, there was still water in the basin. The other was holding a whip, smiling coldly at him. Who are you? Where is this? Fang Jing struggled intensely, but his body was tied up, he could not move. Rascal, you are finally awake? You seem quite happy. The hairy man prison guard said as he raised the whip in his hand, whipping down. There was a smacking sound. The whip hit Fang Jing's chest. Intense pain assaulted Fang Jing's heart. The thin clothing on his chest was torn, a bloody wound was left on his chest. Fang Jing took in a deep breath, his face was distorted. He screamed in pain. What are you screaming for? The hairy man prison guard had a fierce expression as he whipped again. This whip landed on Fang Jing's face, disfiguring his face. Fang Jing screamed in pain again. The hairy man prison guard became even more excited, he whipped again, spittle flying out of his mouth. Dog shit human. I will let you scream, I will let you scream. Fang Jing was tortured, he was in so much pain that he wanted to die, he was bullied. Waves of intense pain assaulted him, he finally remembered. He was originally imprisoned by his brother Fang Yuan in Immortal Blessed Land's prison. One day, many hairy men suddenly came. They took him away. What is going on? What exactly happened? Fang Jing was extremely confused. But he did not have to be confused for long. The intense pain soon made him faint, he fainted. He fainted. This brat really can't take a beating. Hee, pour some more cold water on him, make him wake up. The two hairy men laughed coldly. The bone-chilling cold water suddenly drenched Fang Jing's entire body. Fang Jing's body twitched as he slowly opened his eyes. His consciousness gradually cleared up, and his whole body was in pain. It also became clearer and more profound. The hairy man who whipped Fang Jing took a big step forward and stood in front of Fang Jing. Then he suddenly stretched out his thick hairy hands and pinched both sides of Fang Jing's cheeks. He gritted his teeth and said, "Brat, now that you've fallen into our hands, don't even think about living. Don't even think about anyone coming to save you. Immortal Blessed Land has already been taken over by our great hairy Mangu immortals, your brother has also died in battle. Obediently cooperate with us. We'll give you a quick death so that you won't have to suffer so much. Speak, how much do you know about Immortal Blessed Land? How much do you know about your brother's secret?" When Fang Jing heard this, he felt as if his mind was blown. His eyes were dazed as he looked at the hairy man in front of him in shock, shouting, "What? Fang Yuan is dead. Attacked by our hairy Mangu immortals. He is just an immortal zombie, how can he not die? He would have been torn to pieces already, ha. We hairy men are not easy to bully. One day we hairy men will counterattack and trample on all of you humans." The two hairy man jailers laughed loudly. Fang Jing knew very little about Gu immortals, he was really fooled by these two. His gaze was dazed, he was in a daze. Central continent, deep in earth abyss. In a dark room, He Lulan was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. The stone door slowly opened. Wuxia was standing outside. He Lulan slowly opened her eyes, she did not speak, she only looked at the other party. Honestly speaking, the result of the Battle of Tian Mountain was out of He Lulan's expectations. Looking at this familiar Fang Yuan, He Lulan could not conceal her complex emotions. "I have already decided." Wuxia spoke, breaking the silence. "I would like to hear the details," He Lulan said. She knew that the time to decide her life and death was here. If Wuxia was not willing to help her get rid of the alliance agreement, she would die. Evidently, since Wuxia's identity was exposed, he would not allow Fang Yuan's absolute ally to remain by his side. If Wuxia decided to get rid of the alliance agreement and recruit He Lulan would have a chance of survival. Wuxia had been hesitating for a long time. He wanted to use He Lulan's identity to get rid of the alliance agreement with her, to deal with Fang Yuan. But Fairy Li Shan's information path attainment was too high, Fang Yuan's strict rules made Wuxia's plan fail before it could be carried out. He Lulan's value fell greatly. Don't forget, He Lulan had a deep hatred with Shadow Sect. Getting rid of the information path alliance agreement with He Lulan was the same as freeing the other party, Fang Yuan. Then he would use a new alliance agreement to restrict He Lulan. If he gave up, he would kill He Lulan. Even though he would not obtain her Gu worms, her immortal aperture would remain, and she would also have a great strength true martial physique body. That way Fang Yuan would still be shackled by the alliance agreement. When dealing with him in the future, he might be able to make use of it. In Wuxia's heart, he had already made up his mind. He slowly opened his mouth. Without a doubt. At the next moment, his words would determine He Lulan's life and death. Chapter 1045. Green light shined brightly, red light resembled fire. The two lights fused, one strong while the other weak, the other strong. The radiance gradually dissipated, and the center of the formation fell into darkness once again. He Lulan sat cross-legged in the air. She slowly opened her eyes, shock and admiration flashed in her eyes. Wuxia belongs to Shadow Sect. He is a subordinate of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. I had thought that he would use Soul Path or Dark Path methods to get rid of the Information Path Dao marks on my body and help me break the alliance agreement. To think that he actually used Light Path. This shows how unfathomable Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Shadow Sect are. Little Ant's Information Path attainment is already at quasi-great Grandmaster level. Shadow Sect's Gu formation can be broken using Light Path. He Lulan's evaluation of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Shadow Sect rose by another level. Her vision changed. At the next moment, He Lulan returned to the underground room that she was in earlier. I have already gotten rid of all the Dao marks on your body. Wuxia stood at the side saying plainly. After some consideration, Wuxia decided to preserve He Lulan's life. After all, his most important task now was not to deal with Fang Yuan, but to clean up the mess and rebuild Shadow Sect, to save Spectral Soul's main body. Fang Yuan was only a secondary target. Even though Wuxia hated Fang Yuan to the core, he would not lose his rationality because of hatred. Precisely so, he was clear about his priorities. After some hesitation, he decided to make He Lulan his own. This talent was not ordinary. Great strength, true martial physique. With Wuxia's knowledge and experience, with some training she would become a capable subordinate. He Lulan inspected her body. He did not have a method to inspect her own Dao marks. This inspection was only to see if there were any abnormalities on her body. Of course, the focus was on her soul. Everyone knew that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the founder of Soul Path. Wuxia smiled faintly. The old covenant has been uprooted, and you have a new covenant. From now on you are my subordinate. You must listen to my orders and not go against them. You must not hide anything from me. He Lulan snorted coldly. She didn't give Wuxia any face. Since Wuxia had the ability to dispel the old alliance. This proved that his methods were even more powerful than Fairy Li Shan. From now on, He Lulan had lost all her freedom. She had to obey Wuxia's every command. However, for He Lulan this was a choice she had no choice but to make. The situation was stronger than the person. If she stubbornly resisted to the end, she would definitely die at Wuxia's hands. As for betraying her former ally Fang Yuan, He Lulan did not feel guilty at all. Originally, she and Fang Yuan were people who schemed and used each other. In fact, she even hated Fang Yuan. What do you want me to do next? Deceive and lure Fang Yuan here? I have Stargate Gu here. I can use Black Heaven to travel through the 5 regions. He Lulan said plainly. Without the alliance covenant, she ruthlessly betrayed Fang Yuan. But Wuxia shook his head. He said regretfully, I'm not afraid to tell you my Shadow Sect still has spies in Langya Blessed Land. We know about Stargate Gu. Even though this Gu is amazing, it can only be used on those bottom-tier rank 6 Gu Immortals. It cannot even transport one Immortal Gu. Not to mention the current Fang Yuan. After Wuxia obtained the guidance of the Demon Venerable's will in Red Lotus True Inheritance, he learned many secrets about sovereign immortal fetus Gu. He was clear that Fang Yuan's new body had a large number of Dao marks. Fire path, water path, wind path and others, it had everything. And each Dao mark had at least 100. Just like that. These Dao marks added up to 1,000. With so many Dao marks, Fang Yuan could not use Stargate Gu anymore. My next plan is to refine fixed immortal travel. Wuxia said. He Lulan's eyes shined with brilliance. She nodded. She knew about fixed immortal travel. This Gu was very useful. Wuxia's decision to refine this Gu was very wise. Fixed immortal travel has just been destroyed. I have a high chance of refining it now. To refine fixed immortal travel, I need divine travel Gu. To get divine travel Gu, I need 4 types of exceptional wine. Before He Lulan finished, Wuxia interrupted her. Divine travel Gu is in the hands of Land Spirit of Langya. Fixed immortal travel is unique, but immortal Gu recipes are different. A city has at least 4 paths leading to it, north, south, east and west. The same goes for immortal Gu. He Lulan was surprised. That means you have a new Gu recipe for fixed immortal travel? Of course. Wuxia smiled smugly. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was invincible when he was alive. He created Shadow Sect after his death. His foundation was extremely deep. The demon venerables Will in Red Lotus True Inheritance had formulated a series of plans for Wuxia based on this immortal goo, fixed immortal travel. As the core of the plan, fixed immortal travel could not have any problems. Thus in Wuxia's mind, there were 3 immortal goo recipes. They were all recipes that could successfully refine fixed immortal travel. Southern border. Fang Yuan was walking in the forest. He had just slaughtered Ni clan's village alone. As he walked, he recalled the gains and losses of the battle earlier. Not forgetting the past was a good guide for the future. Only by constantly organizing the experience and absorbing the essence of the experience to replenish himself, would his future journey be more stable. Ni clan's goo masters were not a threat. Fang Yuan only used some enslavement path methods to summon myriad beasts and flatten the village. No matter how many mortal goo masters there were, from start to finish, Fang Yuan did not make a move. And what made Fang Yuan fight personally was that desolate beast mud monster that appeared later. This mud monster made Fang Yuan spend a lot of effort to deal with it. From this battle, Fang Yuan realized that he was lacking in many areas. Although I have rank 7 sword goo, the immortal essence expenditure is too high. Goo worms had 9 ranks, goo masters also had 9 ranks. Since ancient times, goo master cultivation had a common understanding, goo worms and goo masters should have the same rank. If the goo worm's rank was low, the goo master's strength could not be fully displayed. If the goo worm's rank was high, the goo master's strength could not be displayed. Because the goo worm's rank was higher than the goo master's, the goo immortal was like a baby swinging a sledgehammer, not to mention using the sledgehammer to injure others. When the goo master held the sledgehammer, it was a form of injury to the goo master. Like not long ago. When Fang Yuan used the rank 7 sword goo to deal with the desolate beast mud monster, he felt a sense of helplessness. Every time he used the sword goo, he would expend green grape immortal essence. It would surpass 100. Even if Fang Yuan's 9-5 sovereign immortal aperture could produce 16 beads of green grape immortal essence a day, it could not last more than 1 activation. Fortunately, he had extracted a lot of immortal Yuan stone from the land spirit of Xianxia and replenished his immortal essence. Otherwise in Ni clan village, against that desolate beast mud monster, he would have to make a fool of himself. I was hesitant at first. But now, it seems that reverse refining these rank 7 sword path immortal goo is a must. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. The higher the rank of the goo worm, the rarer it was and the more valuable it was. But because of his current situation, Fang Yuan had no choice but to reverse refine these rank 7 immortal goo, lowering their rank from rank 7 to rank 6. This way they would be more suitable for Fang Yuan. He could activate them at will. My refinement path attainment is only SOSO. It is best to ask the land spirit of Xianxia to reverse refine the immortal goo. Although his personality has changed, he is still the obsession of long-hair ancestor. As long as I am willing to spend the sect contribution points, it won't be difficult to get him to act personally. Fang Yuan continued to ponder. Reverse refinement of immortal goo had a higher success rate than normal refinement. However, the possibility of failure was still very high. Therefore, asking the land spirit of Xianxia to take action was better than asking Fang Yuan to do it himself. He was more confident. I wonder how many of my rank 7 sword path immortal goo will be left after reverse refining them? Even if all of them are left with just these sword path immortal goo, they won't be able to survive. That won't work either. Fang Yuan recalled his battle with the desolate beast sludge monster. Even though he used rank 7 sword path immortal goo, his opponent was a mud monster. The sludge monsters were different from other fierce beasts. Ordinary desolate beasts had flesh and blood, skin and bones. It had an obvious fatal weakness. But the sludge monster was different. It was covered in mud. It was only because it was filled with earth path Dao marks that made it different. Fang Yuan's flying sword immortal goo was specialized in dealing fatal blows. When activated, it was only a foot long and several fingers wide silver sword. Even though it was extremely sharp and easily pierced through the sludge monster, it could not cause huge damage. Thus, in that battle, even though Fang Yuan had the upper hand, he felt very stifled. Even if he won, the green grape immortal essence that he expended was far beyond Fang Yuan's bottom line. Flying sword immortal goo is Bo Qing's most commonly used immortal goo. Bo Qing used it as the core to create many immortal killer moves to deal with all sorts of situations. In the previous battle, if I had a sword path killer move, I would have been able to split flying sword immortal goo's strength into countless parts and form a sky full of sword rain. The sludge monster would not have been my match. Thus, Fang Yuan not only needed to reverse refine sword path immortal goo, he also needed to collect sword path killer moves. As for creating his own, he could forget about it. He could not use wisdom gu, or rather he had not found a way to use it. His sword path attainment level was also almost blank. If not for these sword path immortal gu, Fang Yuan would have walked blood path, strength path or time path already. After making up his mind, Fang Yuan stopped and casually sat down on a rock. He contacted the land spirit of Xianxia. Right now, the land spirit of Xianxia did not have much interest in gu refinement. He was more concerned about how to make the hairy man race flourish, to trample on humans and make hairy men the overlords of the 5 regions. But when Fang Yuan was willing to spend sect contribution points to ask the land spirit for help, the land spirit of Xianxia agreed. As for sword path killer moves, Xianxia Blessed Land actually had many of them. It turned out that the land spirit of Xianxia had been researching gu recipes and gu refinement all day and night. Sword path gu worms were also part of his research, and those sword path killer moves were also content that the land spirit of Xianxia could use as a reference. After taking a look, Fang Yuan could not decide which killer move to use. He changed the topic. First Supreme Elder, I am willing to use one last chance to ask you to refine an immortal gu. Even though the land spirit of Xianxia had changed, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had made an agreement with Longhair Ancestor, the land spirit still had to abide by it. Fang Yuan had already used 2 fortuitous encounters to ask the land spirit of Xianxia to refine Stargate gu and Second Aperture gu. Now he had made up his mind to use the last chance as well. Oh, what immortal gu? The land spirit asked. Fang Yuan's answer was straightforward. Fixed Immortal Travel. Chapter 1046. Fixed Immortal Travel? The land spirit of Xianxia was surprised and hesitant. If Fang Yuan knew what he was worried about, it was none other than immortal gu being unique. He calmly replied to the land spirit, "Don't worry, I am 70% sure that fixed immortal travel no longer exists in this world." He found Nai Xiang and asked about fixed immortal travel and the other immortal gu. Fang Yuan asked, "Fixed immortal travel, spring-autumn cicada. Immortal gu, have they been destroyed before?" Contemporary mud phase, no. Thus, Fang Yuan immediately confirmed 2 pieces of information. The first news was that fixed immortal travel and other immortal gu were either left behind or destroyed. The second piece of news was that Wuxia had most likely seen through the arrangements he had made in his original body. The current Nai Xiang was already over 50 years old. Activating Sei's Dao is not immortal gu once would expend 50 years of lifespan. Therefore, the Nai family's old clan leader died of old age on the spot after answering Fang Yuan's question. But his answer had already helped Fang Yuan a lot. In the worst-case scenario, since Wuxia has seen through my setup, he must be hiding very well and won't let me find him. Perhaps he's even not in the southern border. I haven't been able to contact He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing. They have either been instigated to defect or murdered. I wonder which of the immortal gu I originally had were destroyed? However, the possibility of fixed immortal travel being destroyed is the highest. This is because I deliberately set it up to be the first to be destroyed. The reason why Fang Yuan had made such arrangements was because he was wary of the power of fixed immortal travel. Also, it was to prevent himself from being able to retrieve his original body in time. That was why the gu worms self-destructed one after another. The biggest possibility is after fixed immortal travel is destroyed. Wuxia sensed that something was wrong and took action. Seal the other immortal gu temporarily. Between him and I, it's a soul exchange. His situation was worse than mine. He didn't have any gu worms to freely control. He was actually able to seal my other immortal gu. This means that he either deceived He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing, or borrowed the remaining forces of Shadow Sect. Since the Shadow Sect was created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and had been in operation for tens of thousands of years, it was natural for it to have remnant forces. Fang Yuan had already predicted this. The Shadow Sect is spread across the 5 regions. Even the Zombie Alliance was a subordinate of the Shadow Sect. The Battle of Tian Mountain took place in Nanjiang, and the Shadow Sect's forces in Nanjiang suffered the most. But the other 4 regions are relatively better. If fixed immortal travel is destroyed and Wuxia wants to deal with me, He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing are far from enough. He must first gather the remaining forces of the Shadow Sect, accumulate his advantage and then come to kill me. Therefore he probably wants to refine fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan's new body. It was truly outstanding. When he thought about it, inspiration flashed in his mind. It was like a river flowing east without any obstruction. As for him, fixed immortal travel was also something he urgently needed. Because of the 5 regional walls and Stargate gu, his new body could no longer be used with fixed immortal travel. It was the best tool for him to travel through the 5 regions. As long as I have fixed immortal travel, I can return to Langya blessed land and take all of my immortal goo. I can keep them all. My original cultivation resources can also be stored in the 9-5 Sovereign Immortal Aperture. I can also enter Earth Abyss. I can directly annex Star Form blessed land. No matter which it was, it would greatly increase Fang Yuan's strength. But if he used Jewel Yellow Skies to transport them, not only would Jewel Yellow Skies be too open, Fang Yuan would be hunted down by countless people. Just the cost of using Jewel Yellow Skies was extremely expensive. If Fang Yuan forcefully used Jewel Yellow Skies, just the cost of transporting the rank 8 Wisdom Sword Goo would make all of his hard-earned cultivation resources go to waste. It was far from enough. Are you sure you want to refine fixed immortal travel? Land Spirit of Langya asked again. Fang Yuan sensed something amiss. He frowned. What, is this beyond your capabilities? Land Spirit of Langya shook his head. I have no intention of going back on my agreement with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. But even though I have divine travel goo and other supplementary goo materials, I lack the most crucial material. Can you guess what it is? Fang Yuan thought about it and frowned. Is it the light of the immemorial era? That's right. Land Spirit of Langya replied. No matter what goo recipe you use to refine fixed immortal travel, all of these goo recipes required a crucial goo material, that was the light of the immemorial era. Light itself is hard to capture and store. Immemorial antiquity, surpassed olden antiquity and remote antiquity, it was the era of Rinzhu. At that time the entire world only had Rinzhu and his 10 sons. No matter what goo recipe you use, it won't work? Fang Yuan knew that Land Spirit of Langya would not lie to him, but he was still unresigned. Of course. Langya Land Spirit answered firmly and directly, I have 2 sets of fixed immortal travels immortal goo recipe. I have seen more than 10 fixed immortal travel remnant recipes. No matter which goo recipe it is, it cannot bypass the light of the immemorial era. At most, the only difference is the amount of light of the immemorial era in each goo recipe. Fixed immortal travel is a top-tier goo, it has great use. If not for this, it would have already been refined by others. How could it be yours? Fang Yuan heard this and realized how lucky he was to refine fixed immortal travel back then. Back then he had used Xiaomang's extreme light goo. But now Xiaomang was already dead. Because Xiao Shan and Xiaomang were pawns chosen by Xiao Clan's supreme elder. These 2 were living goo immortal seeds, but as mortals they were pawns. Even at death's door they did not understand the truth of Tian Mountain. Once Xiaomang died, extreme light goo was destroyed as well. Xiaomang is dead, not even his soul was left. Where can I get the light of the immemorial era? First Supreme Elder, if I use the light of wisdom, can I think of a fixed immortal travel immortal goo recipe that does not need the light of the immemorial era? Fang Yuan asked. Regarding rank 9 immortal goo, Land Spirit of Langya was not sure. After all, he was only a rank 8 goo immortal when he was alive. Even if he helped the 2 venerables refine goo, he did not know much about the rank 9 wisdom immortal goo. Forget it. Even if I can use the light of wisdom to think of an immortal goo recipe that does not need the light of the immemorial era, I am no longer an immortal zombie. I might not be able to use it. I should go to Xiao Clan first. Xiaomang's extreme light goo was obtained from tomb robbing. I might be able to find some clues in Xiao Clan. Fang Yuan ended his contact with Land Spirit of Langya. He changed his direction and rushed towards Xiao Clan. But before ending the contact, he did not forget to give the souls he obtained from slaughtering Ni Clan to Land Spirit of Langya. Next he asked for a list from Land Spirit of Langya. The content of the list was naturally related to Langya sect's sword path killer moves. Fang Yuan rushed towards Xiao Clan as he looked at these killer moves. Even though there were many sword path killer moves, most of them were mortal killer moves, and there were only 3 immortal killer moves. One of them was an incomplete immortal move, like an incomplete immortal goo recipe. It had great reference value but could not be used directly. As for the other 2, one was for movement and the other was for attack. The movement immortal killer move was called Sword Flash Thunder Sound. It had 2 core immortal goo, Flash Sword Goo and Rumbling Thunder Goo. The offensive immortal killer move was called Dark Assassination. It also had 2 core immortal goo, Flying Sword Goo and Dark Limit Goo. Looking at the familiar Dark Limit immortal goo, Fang Yuan sighed internally. Long ago he had tried to obtain this immortal goo, but he did not succeed. After Fairy Jianghu died, Dark Limit immortal goo was also destroyed. If I had Dark Limit immortal goo, along with the Flying Sword immortal goo that I have, I would be able to use this Dark Assassination. Unfortunately. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking, a voice came from the side. Friend ahead, please wait. Fang Yuan turned around and saw a desolate beast Qi Grand Lion running towards him. There was a large red chair on the lion's back. 2 Gu immortals were sitting on it. Central continent, Earth Abyss. The soul beast raised its head and let out a silent roar. Be careful, Soul Howl Immortal Gu is activating again. Wuxia warned. A formless sound wave created surging air currents, sweeping towards Wuxia, He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing. The 3 had no choice but to retreat in defeat. This wild Soul Howl Immortal Gu was rank 7, it was a parasite on a soul beast. Once Wuxia, He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing forced the soul beast into a dangerous situation, this Immortal Gu would sense it and activate, buying enough time and space for the parasite soul beast. How can this be? This soul beast is only a desolate beast, how can there be a rank 7 wild Gu parasite on it? Tai Bai Yunxing's 7 orifices were bleeding, he screamed. The other 2 were not having a good time either, they felt dizzy and their souls were heavily injured. Wuxia's expression was ugly. Truly, trouble came from the sky while he was sitting at home. Everything was fine earlier, but suddenly, a soul beast barged into Shadow Sect's territory. Soul Howl Immortal Gu does not need immortal essence to activate, it uses the soul foundation. This desolate level soul beast was probably an ancient desolate level soul beast not long ago. But after an intense battle, it escaped in defeat. Soul Howl Immortal Gu activated again and again, causing it to fall from an immemorial soul beast to an ordinary desolate beast. Wuxia replied to Tai Bai Yunxing with a hoarse voice. At the same time, the word Providence appeared in his mind. My Shadow Sect's plan failed, and I went against Providence. After rebirth, I did not perish together with Fang Yuan. This is Providence coming to find trouble with me. The Tao of Heaven emphasized on the balance of all living beings. Shadow Sect had concealed themselves earlier, trying not to let Providence discover them, they acted in the dark, thus there were few obstructions. But now that Wuxia was completely exposed, Providence finally lured the soul beast to attack. Providence is everywhere. Back then, when Fang Yuan refined fixed immortal travel, it ingeniously sent the light of the immemorial era to Fang Yuan. Now it is trying to eliminate me. Do I really have to destroy the spring-autumn cicada in my body? Wuxia was extremely hesitant. Chapter 1047. Friend ahead, please wait. On the desolate beast Qi Grand Lion, Qi Zai called out loudly. Fang Yuan stopped and looked back. After leaving Rotten Mud Mountain, he had deactivated the Immortal Killer move Vaguely Familiar Face. Rank 8 Immortal Gu Attitude Gu expended a lot of effort to activate, if it was used for a long time Fang Yuan's mind would be exhausted. Moreover, after Fang Yuan modified Vaguely Familiar Face because it lacked change form Immortal Gu, there were many Gu worms, there were thousands of supplementary Mortal Gu, activating these Gu worms at all times required a lot of focus. Thus, when Qi Zai saw Fang Yuan from afar he did not think he was the culprit, he was at most a little suspicious. As he got closer he also saw Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan wore a white robe, he was untainted by even a speck of dust, his skin was white as snow, his eyes were like stars, his long black hair extended to his waist like a waterfall. Even though he was old, over 50 years old, when she saw Fang Yuan, her eyes brightened as she thought, this Gu Immortal Senior has such an outstanding bearing, he has the demeanor of an immortal, I have never seen such a person in my life. Senior, what is the matter? Fang Yuan had a plain expression as he cupped his fists. He did not use Vaguely Familiar Face, he only had rank 6 cultivation level. But Qi Zai had rank 7 aura. In this world, the strong were respected. Fang Yuan bowed first, it was natural and elegant. If he had his hands behind his back and an arrogant attitude, it was a rare behavior. Qi Zai praised Fang Yuan's elegance in his heart, his expression softened as he said, I am only here to verify some things. Saying so he waved his sleeves and shot out a mud ball. The mud ball expanded with the wind, quickly turning into the size of an elephant. After another transformation, it turned into the Mudman and Jian. Fang Yuan's gaze sank. And Jian looked at Fang Yuan, his gaze was puzzled at first, but soon turned into intense hatred. Even though Fang Yuan had changed his appearance, his intuition told Jian that this young man was the culprit. It's you? You demon, you forced my grandfather to death and slaughtered my entire clan. And Jian then turned to Fang Yuan. A head-on collision. Qi Zai became alert, cold light shot out of his eyes as he sized up Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan felt that Qi Zai's gaze was like a needle piercing into his body. With a cold snort he flicked his sleeves. Suddenly, white clouds surged out, blocking his vision, and he quickly retreated in the clouds. Gu Immortals have countless methods, it is hard to defend against them. How did you discover me? The other party was a rank 7 Gu Immortal. His cultivation level was higher than Fang Yuan. Without a doubt, this was a powerful enemy. Fang Yuan immediately thought of retreating. Don't go. Qizai saw this and shouted. His right hand took the shape of an eagle's claw, and he fiercely pulled at the clouds in the sky. Wah! It was like the sound of a huge wave surging. In the blink of an eye, the clouds in the sky disappeared. Fang Yuan was still retreating. His figure was exposed. Qizai opened his mouth, breathing towards Fang Yuan from afar. Fang Yuan immediately felt a huge suction force grabbing onto his body, causing his speed to fall. At this time, the mud man and Jian flew over. He was already in front of him. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed, but his expression was indifferent. He was not moved at all. Die. And Jian waved his fist. With a loud sound, fist winds blew. The fist was ferocious. It had the aura of breaking mountains and crushing rocks. And Jian was originally a rank 2 Gu master, but after he was killed by the beast group, Qizai used the mud monster's corpse. He turned into a mud man. His strength rose sharply, reaching desolate beast level. He could fight ordinary rank 6. From this, it could be seen that the rank 7 Gu Immortal Qizai had extraordinary methods. And Jian's fist fiercely hit Fang Yuan. But at the next moment, Fang Yuan's figure dissipated. He turned into a lump of clouds. He gasped. She had a surprised expression. She did not expect this. Qizai was not surprised. He looked to his right and flicked his finger. Mortal killer move, divine flick. A chi pellet only the size of a thumb, but it was too fast. Fang Yuan could not dodge in time. He was hit by Qizai. This time he finally revealed his true body. Qizai breathed in again. And Jian's waist was coiled with a thick translucent chi current. The chi current revolved around his waist, and Jian's speed rose by several times. Hand over your life. And Jian shouted, charging towards Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan frowned. His whole body was covered in a layer of lion fur armor. The divine flick earlier did not cause any damage to him, it only forced him out. He is actually a Chi Path Gu Immortal, he thought. Chi Path had a longer history than Strength Path. It had also declined much more than Strength Path. To think that he would meet a rare Chi Path Gu Immortal in southern border. No wonder he was caught. The truth of him slaughtering an clan was also exposed. Chi Path, which had a long history, naturally had secret methods that Fang Yuan could not understand. But what does my slaughtering of clan have to do with these 2 Gu Immortals? In my memories, clan does not have any Gu Immortal ancestors. Fang Yuan was puzzled. And Jian attacked again. Fang Yuan felt a headache. He had already fought against the desolate beast mud monster earlier. This mudman monster had no fatal weakness. Even if he used the rank 7 Immortal Gu flying sword, it had little effect. But this did not mean that Fang Yuan had no way to deal with it. His body swayed as he counterattacked. He raised both his palms, be it the back or the center of his palms, they were covered in a layer of frost. Fang Yuan's palm lightly landed on Jian's body. Jian's attacks were rough, but Fang Yuan's movements were like falling leaves in the wind, agile and ethereal. Jian lacked battle experience in close combat. He could not even touch Fang Yuan's sleeves. In contrast, Fang Yuan's moves were exquisite and nimble. His frost palms continued to land on Jian's body. Soon, Jian's body was covered in a layer of frost. His attack speed fell, and the translucent chi currents coiling around his waist were dispersed by Fang Yuan's palm. Fang Yuan had Immortal Gu, but they were rank 7 and could not be used easily. Thus, he picked up the mortal killer move lion fur armor as a temporary measure. Earlier, white clouds surged and now frost palms. They were both outstanding mortal killer moves. The former came from Tai Bai Yunxing, while the latter came from Xianxia. Tai Bai Yunxing cultivated time path primarily and cloud path secondarily. He often conversed with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan thus grasped his mortal methods. As for Xianxia, before rebirth, Fang Yuan had obtained his soul and soul searched it. At that time, Xianxia's soul had been tampered with by Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan could not find any information about Shadow Sect, but Xianxia's growth, cultivation experience and so on were all found out by Fang Yuan. These were all used by Fang Yuan. As for the Gu worms needed for mortal killer moves were supplied by Land Spirit of Xianxia. Earlier, when Fang Yuan slaughtered clan, he had used the desolate beast mud monster to practice. Qizai saw that Jian, who had rank 6 battle strength, was being toyed with by Fang Yuan. His expression sank as he used the mortal killer move divine flick again, shooting out countless chi pellets. These chi pellets were extremely fast. after Fang Yuan dodged several times. Seeing that he could not dodge, he stopped dodging and used lion fur armor to take it. The limit of lion fur armor's defense was beyond Qi Zai's expectations. He snorted coldly as he changed his method, waving his palm and slashing at Fang Yuan from afar. Every time he made a move, a blade of qi would be created. Lion fur armor could only withstand 2 qi path slashes. Fang Yuan used another method. A layer of black oily sticky liquid appeared on the surface of lion fur armor. The qi blade slashed at the black oil, the attack was stopped and its sharpness decreased greatly. When it hit the lion fur armor, the effect was reduced by 60%. This layer of black oily defensive killer move came from He Qing. After Fang Yuan captured He Qing, he soul-searched him and obtained this killer move. He used it now. This was a killer move obtained from soul-searching. Most of them had been cultivated countless times. Although it could not raise Fang Yuan's attainment level, the cultivation experience gained from nowhere allowed Fang Yuan to take a shortcut in cultivation. As long as Fang Yuan practiced a bit, he would be able to use these mortal killer moves with ease. Qi Zai snorted coldly as he breathed out 2 streams of fire qi from his nostrils. The fire qi scattered in the air, turning into a wave of fire that pounced at Fang Yuan. At the same time, an I Jian fought desperately. Fang Yuan slapped away the mudman that was pestering him. At this time, the fire qi was already very close. He laughed loudly as he used a cloud path killer move. 9 cloud rings appeared around him. It was the defensive killer move from Tai by Yinxing, 9 cloud rings. The fire qi attacked but was absorbed by the cloud rings. The 4 pure white cloud rings were dyed fiery red. Fang Yuan stretched out his hands, grabbing at the air. Waves of undercurrents gathered at the center of his hands, forming 2 black spheres in the blink of an eye. Mortal killer move, Dark Vortex. Fang Yuan flew forward, throwing dark vortexes at Qi Zai like meteors. Qi He, who was beside Qi Zai, shouted in shock, sensing the danger contained in the dark vortexes. Qi Zai retaliated, using qi blades, qi pellets and the fire qi that came out of his nose. Both sides fought back and forth. They were locked in a stalemate. Qi He felt dizzy. She could not adapt to the Gu Immortal's fighting style. She had just become an immortal not long ago. When she was immortal, she fought on the ground. She had never fought like this, sometimes flying, sometimes descending and sometimes flying. I am almost certain that the other party is a qi path Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan fought as he observed, collecting information. After fighting for a long time, Qi Zai sat calmly on the Qi Grand Lion's back. Even if Fang Yuan's dark vortexes and other killer moves penetrated his fire qi net and hit his body, they would be blocked by the tough qi that he condensed. Qi Zai had the upper hand, but he was not as calm as he looked on the surface. What is going on? This lad, which path does he cultivate? Qi Zai became more confused as he fought. He was a little dazed. Fang Yuan's mortal killer moves were amplified by the Dao marks on his body. But his killer moves already included wind path, cloud path, dark path, strength path and many other paths. Qi Zai could not understand. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Chapter 1048. Fang Yuan's situation was especially strange. Qi Zai could not help but pay attention to it. What kind of Dao marks does he have? Why can he use killer moves of all paths to amplify his strength without any loss? Qi Zai looked like he had everything planned out, but he was actually thinking hard in secret. According to what I know, only one person in history has achieved this. That is Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. In human history there were a few demon venerables. Reckless Savage, he created Strength Path and was the ancestor of Strength Path. He also cultivated Transformation Path. According to the records in history, he could transform into countless forms, and his Dao marks could be changed at will. For example, when Reckless Savage Demon Venerable turned into a Lightning Wolf, he could use a Lightning Path killer move. When he turned into a Swamp Crab, he could use an Earth Path killer move, unaffected by the suppression of other Dao marks. An ordinary transformation path Gu masters could only cultivate one transformation path. For example, in Northern Plains Imperial Court Contest, Cheng Long and Cheng Hu could only transform into a dragon and a tiger. As for transformation path Gu immortals like He Langzi who had fought with Fang Yuan, he could transform into 3 different wolf forms, each with different Dao marks. But when he changed forms, he had to wait for a period of time and use methods to clear the original Dao marks, to prevent the Dao marks of different paths from interfering with each other. This drawback had troubled all transformation path Gu masters and Gu immortals since ancient times. Except for one person. That was Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. He seemed to be able to transform at will, disregarding the interference of Dao marks. Unfortunately, after Reckless Savage Demon Venerable died, his method was not passed down. Countless wise sages and geniuses tried to comprehend Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's method, but they all failed, gaining nothing. Don't tell me this enemy in front of me just happened to inherit this crucial transformation path inheritance of Reckless Savage Demon Venerable? Chizai thought of this and felt a fire burning in his heart. Other than this explanation, he could not think of any other possibility. Of course, Gu Master cultivation is complex and unpredictable. There are all sorts of people. They have as many methods as the stars in the night sky. They cannot be estimated with common sense. Chizai squinted, still calm. Actually, he had guessed that Fang Yuan had obtained Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's true inheritance, but he had underestimated Fang Yuan. The reason why Fang Yuan was able to reach such a level was because of his ability. Because Spectral Soul had refined rank 9 Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. This Immortal Gu was not ordinary. Not only was it the crucial treasure for Spectral Soul's revival, it was also the foundation for him to surpass all the Venerables in the future. Back then, after Spectral Soul Demon Venerable died, he was unwilling to accept the current situation. Therefore he established the Shadow Sect and painstakingly planned for it. During this period, not only did he organize everything he had learned in his life, but he also searched for countless inheritances. Among these inheritances, there were Gu Master inheritances. There was no lack of good products. Spectral Soul gained a lot of inspiration and new ideas. There were also Gu Immortal inheritances and even many Venerable inheritances. Even the most mysterious Red Lotus Demon Venerable, Shadow Sect could obtain a true inheritance he left behind. What about the other supremacies? Spectral Soul controlled Shadow Sect. He also created Zombie Alliance in the 5 regions. After tens of thousands of years, he accumulated and researched. He paid a lot of effort and sacrifices. In the end, only then did he extract the essence of all rivers into the sea and fuse them together to obtain the rank 9 Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Could be said that this Immortal Gu was not just the soul path crystallization of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, it was also the essence of countless paths and venerable true inheritances. It was a peerless treasure formed from them. Even though Providence arranged for Fang Yuan to be a pawn, at the crucial moment, Fang Yuan used his otherworldly demon instincts to break free and use Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Chizai was suspicious. Even though Fang Yuan only had rank 6 aura, he did not dare to be careless. He was probing Fang Yuan. He was a rank 7 Gu Immortal. Even if he did not have rank 7 Immortal Gu, he usually had rank 6 Gu. Earlier he refined the Resentment Mud Ball from the mud and turned it into the Mudman in IGN. That was an immortal method. But he did not use Immortal Gu. Immortal Gu were the trump cards of Gu Immortals. Using them expended immortal essence. Chizai's Blessed Land was only a low-grade Blessed Land. He would not use Immortal Gu normally. Of course, immortal essence was not the main reason. The main reason was that once he used Immortal Gu, the enemy would know. After all, how many Gu worms a Gu Master had and what they were kept a secret. Once the information was leaked, they would be targeted and restrained. Gu Immortals were the same. In the first battle, Gu Immortals did not know each other's abilities. They had to probe each other. While Chizai was probing Fang Yuan was also probing him. All sorts of mortal killer moves appeared in Fang Yuan's hands. Together with his handsome appearance, he attracted Chi He's attention. Like Chizai, even though Fang Yuan had Immortal Gu, he could not abuse them. Even though rank 7 Sword Path Immortal Gu were powerful, Fang Yuan only had rank 6 Green Grape Immortal Essence. He could not compare to rank 7 Gu Immortal Chizai. If not for Fang Yuan joining Langya Sect, he would not have a large number of Immortal Yuan stones to replenish his immortal essence. He would have lost this battle for sure. Both sides fought back and forth, attacking and defending. The commotion was grand. Chi He could not take her eyes off them. She gasped in her heart. Unavoidably, Chizai was gradually suppressed by Fang Yuan. Mortal killer moves, no matter how outstanding, did not have an Immortal Gu. Thus, the amplification from Chizai's Dao marks was limited. It would not exceed the range of using Immortal Gu. In the long history of history, there was only one mortal killer move that could match an Immortal Gu. That was the White Bone Chariot created by Proud Bone Demon Lord Xianxia. This person was a rank 8 Demonic Path Gu Immortal. He had the qualifications to be proud. In terms of this achievement, even the 10 Venerables in history could not compare to him. Immortal Venerables and Demon Venerables might have been invincible in the world, but that did not mean they were omnipotent. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable needed to find Long-Hair Ancestor to refine Gu for them. In contrast, Fang Yuan's Dao mark accumulation was far from Chizai's, and the amplification of his mortal killer moves was limited. but he had many methods he could deal with them easily. Thus, gradually Fang Yuan attacked more and defended less. He gained the initiative. Qizai was aware of the situation. He knew the situation. He frowned and started to counterattack. Battlefield killer move, Qi lock. Immediately the surrounding space was locked, the air was frozen, forming a translucent battlefield. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He did not panic. This battlefield killer move was only mortal level. It had little threat to Gu immortals like him who had immortal Gu. Unless he was a rank 6 Gu immortal without immortal Gu. That was why he would be on guard. And this battlefield killer move, Fang Yuan also had it. Immediately he used Xuesongzi's signature move, battlefield killer move Snow Domain. Thus the Qi lock side was pushed aside. Frost energy spread in the air. Qi could not help but gasp in surprise. In front of her, the battlefield was clearly divided into two. One was a world of ice and snow, the other was a place where the air was frozen. Qi's horizons were still limited to the mortal realm. This battlefield killer move, even though it was only mortal level, was the trump card of every mortal force. It would not be used easily unless it was a crucial battle. It would be unraveled by others. This time she saw two battlefield killer moves being used in front of her. She felt that this trip was not in vain. She felt a sense of satisfaction from broadening her horizons. Seeing that Fang Yuan was still at ease, Qizai finally lost his patience and used his immortal Gu first. He was a vigilant person. He did not use an immortal killer move directly, but used an immortal Gu. A rank 6 Qi path immortal Gu. Fang Yuan did not know what it was, but Qizai was not stupid enough to say the name of the immortal Gu while using the move. The immortal Gu was activated. The scene immediately underwent a tremendous change. The Qi lock side of the battlefield vanished, strengthening the immortal Gu. Snow Domain could not resist it. It was invaded by a dark Qi rope. It pierced through. This long rope of Yin Qi coiled around its body, like a jade-green poisonous snake. It was several meters long, attacking Fang Yuan rapidly. Fang Yuan sighed, using rank 7 immortal Gu sword escape. Whoosh! Instantly. He seemed to have turned into a sharp sword, piercing through the air and flying away. So fast. Qi opened her mouth in shock. Almost in the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan had already flown to the limits of her vision. After all, it was a rank 7 movement immortal Gu. Its speed was naturally shocking. Qizai was also stunned. He had estimated that Fang Yuan would use Snow Path, Wind Path, or Dark Path, because the mortal killer moves he used earlier were mostly of these three paths. But when Fang Yuan used an immortal Gu, it was Sword Path. And it was a rank 7 Sword Path immortal Gu. What the hell? Is he not a Transformation Path Gu immortal, but a Sword Path Gu immortal? Qizai felt like his mind was in knots. After probing for so long, he felt that he had some understanding of Fang Yuan. But now that they were fighting, Fang Yuan actually took out a rank 7 Sword Path immortal Gu. And it was flying so fast. If it were me in the past, I would only feel hopeless. Unfortunately, your luck is bad. Not long ago, the immortal killer move that I had been working on for 3 years succeeded. Qizai snickered, roaring loudly. At the same time, his body burst out with an intense aura. The aura enveloped him in Qi, seeping into every inch of the Qi Grand Lion's skin and flesh. The Qi Grand Lion cried out in pain. Its eyes were bloodshot as it charged towards Fang Yuan. Under the effect of Qizai's immortal killer move, the Qi Grand Lion's speed was shocking. In less than 7 minutes, the Qi Grand Lion caught up to Fang Yuan with the two Qi Clan Gu immortals. Fang Yuan saw this and felt a headache. Qizai activated his immortal Gu again, sending out a long Yin Qi rope. Evidently, it was the immortal Gu from earlier. The long Yin Qi rope flew towards Fang Yuan, getting closer to him. He did not use any other immortal killer moves. He only used a rank 6 immortal Gu. Is it because his movement killer move contains a lot of Gu worms, he needs to expend a lot of his concentration? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. At the crucial moment, he was still calm as ice. He thought about it, showing his deep foundation and battle attainment. When activating an immortal Gu, the Gu worm aura would leak out. And when activating an immortal killer move, the aura would be much more complex and vast. Thus, Qizai could easily tell that Fang Yuan was using a rank 7 immortal Gu. It was Sword Path. And Fang Yuan could easily tell that Qizai was only using a rank 6 immortal Gu. Of course, this was common sense. It was not absolute. There were some rare methods that could conceal the immortal Gu's aura and mislead the enemy. Flying Sword Gu. Fang Yuan pointed with his finger as the immortal Gu flew out. Flying Sword immortal Gu was extremely sharp. The long Yin Qi rope was instantly cut into pieces. Qizai's heart shook. He was shocked again. Why is it another rank 7 Sword Path immortal Gu? Is he really a sword path Gu Immortal? Then how do you explain the situation when he used his mortal killer move? Why are his Immortal Gu all rank 7? Don't tell me he is a rank 7 Gu Immortal. He is concealing his aura to be rank 6, trying to prey on us. How could Qizai know about Fang Yuan's true situation? He was a vigilant person. His thoughts were meticulous. The more he analyzed, the more bewildered he got. He was scaring himself. Chapter 1049. Qizai's mind was filled with thoughts. Even his expression turned solemn. Fang Yuan was also frowning deeply. He had used Flying Sword Gu earlier to destroy the Yin Qi, but it had recovered in the blink of an eye. The jade-green Yin Qi rope shot towards Fang Yuan again. It seemed like it would not rest until it tangled with Fang Yuan. Flying Sword Gu is strong, but it is not good at dealing with enemies that can gather and scatter at will. Fang Yuan had a realization. Earlier when he was dealing with the desolate beast mud monster, he had the same feeling. Now that he was facing a Qi Path Gu Immortal, this feeling surfaced in his mind again. Of course this was also because he lacked related killer moves. If he had a sword path killer move that could help Flying Sword Gu spread its attacks instead of concentrating on one point, this kind of trouble would be easily solved. Actually, Fang Yuan had already predicted this situation. Thus he used Sword Escape Immortal Gu to retreat. But he did not expect the enemy to have a movement killer move that could chase after him. Fang Yuan was at a disadvantage. Earlier, when they were probing each other, he used countless mortal killer moves to gain the upper hand. But now, he used Immortal Gu and Immortal killer moves. He was at a disadvantage now. The enemy was a rank 7 Gu Immortal after all. His cultivation level was much higher than Fang Yuan's. It was normal for Fang Yuan to be unable to beat him. It was not easy for him to be in this situation. I only have 2 Immortal Gu while the enemy is rank 7, his cultivation level is higher than mine, and he has more methods than me. If he had an Immortal Battlefield killer move, even with Flying Sword Immortal Gu, it would be hard for me to break through. I cannot stay here for long. Sword Escape. Fang Yuan activated this rank 7 Immortal Gu again, flying into the sky. Quite vigilant. Qizai snorted coldly. His battle methods were most proficient in expending his opponent's resources. The Yin Qi rope was torn apart. As the aura spread, as time passed, the entire battlefield would lean towards Qi Path. By then, not only would Qizai be able to use Immortal Gu faster and stronger, his Immortal Essence expenditure would also be reduced. There were no disadvantages, it was very good. But Fang Yuan only fought for a while before retreating rapidly. Every time he fired, he moved to a different place. This caused Qizai to have no advantage at all. Gu Masters had limited movement speed and were often limited to one place. But Gu Immortals could move freely in and out of the blue. They were very different from Gu Masters. Thus, defeating a Gu Immortal was easy, but to kill the Gu Immortal. But it was very difficult, unless there was an Immortal Battlefield killer move to trap him. However, this Battlefield killer move needed time to set up. When Gu Immortals fought, they could only set up traps in front of others. Their methods had to be concealed. Only then could it be laid successfully. Or like when Fang Yuan dealt with He Qing, he set up a battlefield killer move in advance. Then he would lure the enemy in. Even though Fang Yuan escaped, Qizai had an Immortal killer move that could teleport rapidly. Fang Yuan slaughtered the entire Ni clan. Qizai was in charge of this place. If he let Fang Yuan go like this, it would be hard for Qizai to explain himself when he returned. There was a more important reason. Qizai was worried that Fang Yuan was a remnant of the other 4 families. This matter was related to the 1,000-year bet, and the Qi family was already in sight. At this critical moment they could not afford to make any mistakes. Thus, Qizai had to investigate this matter. He had to get to the bottom of it. He could not let this go. After Fang Yuan escaped for a while, he found that Qizai had chased after him. How deep is the hatred? Why is he chasing me like this? Fang Yuan was very depressed. In his previous life's memories, this Ni clan did not have any Gu Immortal seniors. That was why Fang Yuan acted so recklessly. To think that because of this, Gu Immortals would chase after him, one rank 6 and one rank 7, 2 Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan tried to guess Qizai's motive, but it was pointless. Because he knew nothing about the 5 Xiang's bet. He could only fight while retreating. Every time they fought, he would use Flying Sword Immortal Gu to fight for 2 to 3 rounds before using Sword Escape Immortal Gu to retreat. After fighting for a while, Fang Yuan started to see some clues. The rank 6 Gu Immortal beside him has a strange expression. She seems to have advanced to Gu Immortal not long ago. She calls the rank 7 Gu Immortal Grandpa. They are related by blood, they should be relatives. This rank 6 Gu Immortal should not be a problem. If she could make a move, she would have interfered and trapped me long ago. But during the entire battle she has been sitting at the back, not doing anything. Fang Yuan obtained a lot of information. Qizai also gained a deeper understanding of Fang Yuan. This strange guy seems to be a rank 6 Gu immortal. He actually used 2 rank 7 immortal Gu. Qizai did not know how to evaluate this situation. Normally speaking, most rank 6 Gu immortals did not even have a single rank 6 immortal Gu, they had a great desire for them. This person in front of him also did not have a rank 6 immortal Gu, but he took a huge step forward, directly possessing 2 rank 7 immortal Gu. But you've taken too big a step. I want to see how much green grape immortal essence you have to activate a rank 7 sword Gu. Qizai sneered internally. He was skilled in battles of attrition, now that his cultivation level was 1 rank higher than Fang Yuan, and Fang Yuan was using a rank 7 immortal Gu, he was not in a hurry. Fang Yuan fought as he retreated, he advanced as he fought, he was cunning and sinister, he was very hard to deal with. Fang Yuan thought, since the start of the battle I have already used up tens of thousands of immortal Yuan stones. These were all transported from the land spirit of Xianxia, my sect contribution points are all used. This person has a good plan, he wants to waste my immortal essence, but I know his scheme, but I can do nothing about it. If he used a rank 6 immortal Gu, Fang Yuan's endurance would be much stronger, he would not be in such an awkward situation. With his rank 6 cultivation level, using a rank 7 immortal Gu was too much of a stretch. Qizai Wei could not get rid of him, Fang Yuan could not get rid of him, they were in a deadlock. Both sides fought for over 10 times in order to maintain the situation. Fang Yuan had to drink poison to quench his thirst, he kept asking for immortal Yuan stones from the land spirit of Xianxia. And his Xianxia sect contribution points had already reached rock bottom. Qizai was inwardly surprised, Fang Yuan being able to last until now was out of his expectations. This rank 6 Gu immortal is truly strange. This person must have a big secret on him. If I can get my hands on it, it might be the greatest secret I have ever had since I started cultivating. The greatest opportunity. At this point, Qizai's heart was burning, he looked at Fang Yuan's cold gaze like he was looking at a moving treasure vault. But at the next moment, Qizai's gaze froze as shock appeared on his face. He cursed inwardly, that mountain range ahead. Wasn't it just the 5-boundary mountain range? Damn it, so that's what he was planning. We can't let him escape into the mountains. The 5-boundary mountain range had a powerful background. He was a rank 8 Gu immortal from southern border, his name was Tao Zhu and he was known as Restriction Master. This person cultivated Restriction Path, which was a branch of Rule Path, just like the Emotion Path that flowed out of Wisdom Path. People called him a Restriction Master. It meant that this person was the master of Restriction Path Gu immortals of the current generation. It showed how high his attainment in this aspect was. He had a deep understanding of the 5 regional walls. They were trying to find a way to allow Gu immortals to cross regional walls easily. The 5-boundary mountain range was deliberately modified for his research. Unfortunately, after he died he did not get any results. But this 5-boundary mountain range was left behind, becoming a special location in southern border. After Fang Yuan was held back by Qizai, he had been trying to find a way to escape. He was very familiar with southern border's terrain. The 5-boundary mountain range became his hope. Qizai wanted to expend Fang Yuan's immortal essence. This was what Fang Yuan wanted. He used sword escape immortal Gu and after some trouble, he flew for hundreds of thousands of li and finally arrived here. Qizai had not left his residence for a long time, and his attention was drawn by Fang Yuan. He did not think of this. He quickly made a move. He wanted to stop Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan had 2 rank 7 immortal Gu, and was already prepared. How could he let him succeed? Qizai looked at Fang Yuan with a grim expression as he entered the 5-boundary mountain range. He hesitated for a moment. He made up his mind, saying to Qi He who was beside him, "Sit here, I will let the Qi Grand Lion protect you, you will be fine. After I kill this person, I will come and find you." "Granduncle, be careful," Qi He quickly said. Qizai nodded, air currents surged around him as he chased after Fang Yuan, entering the 5-boundary mountain range. Once he entered the mountain range, Qizai felt a strong repulsive force that wanted to push him out. It turned out that this 5-boundary mountain range was created by Restriction Master Tao Zhu when he imitated the 5 regional walls. When a Gu immortal entered this place, it was like passing through the 5 regional walls. The mountain range that Fang Yuan chose was shining with golden white light. It was an imitation of Central Continent's Saint Regional Wall. Qizai was a southern border Gu immortal, he would naturally be pushed out. He knew Fang Yuan's plan, This crafty lad, his rank 6 cultivation level has become an advantage here. As a rank 7 Gu Immortal, the repulsive force here is much stronger than him. No way. This person is very suspicious. He is related to the thousands of years of bet that my Qi clan won. I need to kill him. Qi's eyes will was firm. He did not waver because of the difficulties in front of him. Both sides stopped flying. They started to trudge on the 5-boundary mountain range. Just as this pursuit began again, deep in central continent's earth abyss, a battle had already ended. Wuxia, Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan were surrounding an ancient soul beast's corpse, making use of their time to search for the soul core in the soul beast's body. In the soul beast's body there was a soul core. It was only the size of an egg, but it contained a large number of soul path Dao marks. It was a great Gu material. Other than that, the soul beast's corpse would dissipate with time. There was no use for it. Where is it? Tai Bai Yunxing was wholeheartedly searching for the soul core. He Lulan spoke, seemingly unintentionally praising. The Gu formation set up here is actually so powerful. In just a short while, even with immortal Gu soul howl, this ancient soul beast could only die. Wuxia did not speak. He frowned deeply. This is Providence's fault. It lured this ancient soul beast here. This time, even though I killed this soul beast, I also used the Gu formation. The more the Gu formation is used, the greater the danger of this place being exposed. After all, Central Continent's Celestial Court will definitely use all sorts of methods to search for me. At this time, sure news secretly transmitted to him. Wuxia analyzed. Not long ago, Land Spirit of Xianxia used Jewel Yellow Skies to transmit Dark Limit Immortal Gu to Fang Yuan? This Immortal Gu belonged to my Shadow Sect, but unfortunately, it was destroyed after Jianghu's death. Afterwards, Land Spirit of Xianxia created Xianxia Sect, and for the convenience of the sect's Gu Immortals, he refined Dark Limit Immortal Gu. This Gu can conceal its aura against Providence. That's right. I am being targeted by Providence. Fang Yuan's situation is definitely worse. He might even be chased by Gu Immortals. Wuxia made a casual guess, but he was right. However, Qizai's pursuit of Fang Yuan had no results. Both sides fought in the 5 regional mountain range. Fang Yuan was heavily injured, but because of his low cultivation level, he could move more freely and escaped from Qizai's pursuit. Qizai saw that Fang Yuan had escaped without a trace, and his condition was not good. He had no choice but to return. When he was about to leave the 5 regional mountain range, he saw Qi. 7th Grandpa, you are back. Granddaughter was very worried. Qi was pacing on the spot, quickly welcoming Qizai after seeing him. Qizai felt warmth in his heart, but his expression sank as he reprimanded, "Silly! I told you to stay with the Qi Grand Lion. Why didn't you listen and come here? This is a dangerous place." Qi's footsteps paused. She slowly walked towards Qizai and lowered her head, saying apologetically, Granddaughter was wrong." Qizai nodded. "That person was already heavily injured by 7th Grandpa. He was lucky to escape. But if I see him again in the future, I will not, ugh." Qizai suddenly gasped. He opened his eyes wide, staring at Qi. A dark flying sword pierced through his forehead, the sharp tip protruding from the back of his head. Qi returned to Fang Yuan's appearance, smiling lightly at Qizai. Shock, regret, fear and countless other emotions filled Qizai's heart. But it was too late. Bam. He fell to the ground with a soft thud. He was dead. Chapter 1050. 5 Regional Mountain Range. 5 rays of light shone into the sky all year round. The entire mountain range was divided into 5 distinct regions by the 5 colored lights. The purple-black light was the imitation of Southern Border's Miasma Regional Wall created by Restriction Master Tao Zhu. The green mountain range was the imitation of Northern Plains Licorice Regional Wall. The red part came from Western Desert's Raging Flame Regional Wall. The dark blue was Eastern Sea's Blue Water Regional Wall. As for the white gold mountain range, it was Central Continent's Sage Regional Wall. Rank 7 Qi Path Gu Immortal Qizai had died in the white gold region of the 5 regional mountain range. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air, taking out Flying Sword Immortal Gu that was stuck in his forehead. Flying Sword Immortal Gu was originally shining with silver light, but now it was dark and had no aura. This was Immortal Killer Move Dark Assassination. This move was extremely concealed. When activated, there was no aura of a rank 7 Immortal Killer move. No one could sense it. Once activated, the sword would be extremely fast like a thunderbolt. The only flaw was that the attack range was small. It had to be within 100 steps of the user. This distance was too short. Compared to ordinary Immortal Killer moves that had an attack range of 100 li or even 1000 li, it could not compare. Thus, Fang Yuan took a risk and used familiar face to disguise himself, getting close to Qi Zai. The closer he was, the higher the chance of killing Qi Zai. Thus, Fang Yuan even purposely fought with Qi Zai and got injured by him, to dispel Qi Zai's suspicions. Qi Zai's death from this move was not in vain, because what Fang Yuan used to deceive him was the famous familiar face. Even though it was not the original, it still used rank 8 attitude Gu as the core. This Gu was activated. It directly affected people's hearts, allowing them to sense Fang Yuan's attitude. It was hard to raise suspicions. Even though Qi Zai was vigilant, it was hard to find a flaw in him. But according to Fang Yuan's shrewdness, from the previous fight he could see Qi He's weakness. Using Qi He, Fang Yuan took a risk and killed a rank 7 expert with rank 6 cultivation level. This battle result was impressive. If it was an ordinary rank 6 Gu Immortal, they would want to know about it. However, at this moment, Fang Yuan only heaved a sigh of relief. He did not feel proud at all. After rebirth, he had experienced many things. He had seen Spectral Soul resist the Grand Tribulation. Killing a rank 7 Gu Immortal was a small matter in his eyes. If it weren't for your relentless pursuit, I wouldn't have taken the risk to assassinate you. Fine, let me see why you want to kill me to the end. Fang Yuan grabbed at the air, pulling Qi Zai's soul out of his corpse. Qi Zai cultivated Qi Path, hence his soul. It was just an ordinary Gu Immortal's soul, there was nothing special. His life lamp was extinguished, he was not some shadow sect, even though his soul was indignant and angry. He struggled with all his might, but he could only allow Fang Yuan to do whatever he wanted. Fang Yuan first checked the soul to make sure there was nothing wrong with it. He was stuffed into the 9-5 Sovereign Immortal Aperture. A large number of Soul Path Gu worms landed in the Immortal Aperture. They swarmed towards Qi Zai's soul. Soul search. While Fang Yuan searched the soul, he continued to use familiar face. It gradually turned into Qi Zai's appearance. He did not forget that there was still a rank 6 Gu Immortal, Qi He, outside. Killing her was definitely easier than killing Qi Zai, but to make things easier and to be safe, Fang Yuan decided to use the same method and assassinate Qi He as well. His familiar face was not the original version, it lacked change form Immortal Gu, he used thousands of mortal supplementary Gu to replace it. Thus, changing his appearance was not instantaneous, he spent a lot of effort. After he successfully transformed into Qi Zai's appearance, he stored Qi Zai's corpse and flew out of the 5 regional mountain range. In the end, when he found Qi He, she was already dead. The one who killed Qi He was none other than the desolate beast Qi Grand Lion she was riding on. This Qi Grand Lion was originally controlled and enslaved by Qi Zai. But with Qi Zai's death, the Qi Grand Lion regained its freedom. The Qi Grand Lion was spurred on by Qi Zai, it was already hungry. If Qi He cultivated other paths, she might have had a chance to live. But she was a Qi Path Gu Immortal, she had Qi Path Dao marks on her body, her aura was overflowing. To the Qi Grand Lion, she was an extremely tempting meal. But the Qi Grand Lion was hungry, after it left its control, it retaliated. Qi He had just advanced, how could she be the Qi Grand Lion's match? After a few rounds she was killed and swallowed by the Qi Grand Lion. It was a pity that she cultivated bitterly and became an immortal, but before she could enjoy the glory of the Gu Immortal world, she died in the mouth of a desolate beast. Fang Yuan caught up to the Qi Grand Lion and used Flying Sword Immortal Gu, piercing its head in a few moves. The silver Flying Sword Immortal Gu rampaged in the Qi Grand Lion's mind. The Qi Grand Lion fell to the ground from the sky in pain, it let out a pitiful cry before it stopped struggling and died. Such an achievement finally gave Fang Yuan some comfort in his heart. This was the true power of the rank 7 Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Against Gu Immortals or Qi Grand Lions, Flying Sword Immortal Gu would be able to deal huge damage to them if it hit their vital parts. It was not like the desolate beast mud monster. This opponent had no weaknesses, it made Fang Yuan feel quite stifled earlier. Other than feeling gratified, Fang Yuan felt even more heartache. This rank 7 Immortal Gu expended too much immortal essence. After killing the Qi Grand Lion, Fang Yuan's expenditure increased again. If he did not use Immortal Gu, he could use Mortal Killer moves to wear it down. However, this would take too long. To prevent any problems, Fang Yuan decided to end the battle quickly. After killing the Qi Grand Lion, Fang Yuan cut open its stomach and found Qi He's corpse. He looked through them, he wanted to find the crucial area below the stomach, that was where the Gu Immortal's immortal aperture was. Qi He's old body had already been chewed into pieces by the Qi Grand Lion, it fell into its stomach and was broken down by its stomach acid. Fang Yuan looked around for a while, suddenly his gaze shook as he picked out a piece. It was the same as Qi Zai's corpse. It was also placed into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. As mentioned earlier, after killing a Gu immortal, there were two ways to use it. The first was to place the immortal aperture in the 5 regions. To form a blessed land or grotto heaven, then attack the blessed land or grotto heaven, and obtain the cultivation resources inside. The second was to place the immortal aperture into one's own immortal aperture, causing the immortal aperture to self-destruct, but the Dao marks inside the immortal aperture would be left behind to benefit the victor. Fang Yuan was using the second method now. After this battle, the number of Qi Path Dao marks on me will increase greatly. It will definitely increase by a lot. From now on, if I use Qi Path Gu worms or killer moves, the amplification effect will surpass other paths. Unfortunately, I am not proficient in Qi Path. My Qi Path attainment level is also ordinary. But the immortal aperture will benefit, the environment will gradually change. In the future, I will have a lot of benefits in terms of Qi Path cultivation resources. Fang Yuan flew into the sky, concealing his traces. While flying in the clouds, he summarized his gains from this battle. There was no need to think about immortal Gu. Qi Zai's soul was a hidden fortune. He was still excavating it now. Fang Yuan could not estimate how many Qi Path Dao marks he could gain. But he knew that no matter how many Qi Path Dao marks he gained, it could not compare to his other gain. This was only a discovery. But it truly surpassed Fang Yuan's expectations. He was pleasantly surprised. He had many doubts and expectations. As it turned out, when he went deep into the 5 regional mountain range, he made a shocking discovery. His brand new body was not affected by the 5 boundary mountain range at all. According to common sense, Fang Yuan was a southern border Gu immortal. His southern border aura permeated everywhere. No matter which region of the 5 regional mountain range he entered, he would be affected. But after Fang Yuan entered, he could move freely without any obstruction. After discovering this, Fang Yuan was shocked before becoming overjoyed. A guess appeared in his mind uncontrollably. This 5 regional mountain range was created by Restriction Master Tao Zhu to imitate the 5 regional walls. I can move freely here without any obstruction. Could it be that I can move freely through the 5 regional walls? Next, he thought of the pursuers behind him. He quickly showed an expression of being obstructed and having difficulty moving forward. Right now, Fang Yuan killed Qi Zai and also dealt with the Qi Grand Lion and Qi He. Thinking about it, he felt that his guess was very likely. My brand new body is not an ordinary body. It has no parents, no roots and no source. It was formed from a rank 9 immortal Gu, sovereign immortal fetus. If I look at it as an immortal Gu, it is easy to understand why it can move freely through regional walls. The 5 regional walls were for Gu immortals, not immortal Gu. Back then, when Feng Jiuge went deep into northern plains to find the culprit of 88-point Xinyang Tower, when he sent his family letters, he used a rank 6 information path immortal Gu to travel between northern plains and central continent's regional walls with ease. If this guess is true, why would I need to refine fixed immortal travel? Fang Yuan flew rapidly towards the nearest regional wall. He was anxious to verify this guess in his mind. Firstly, he could not confirm that fixed immortal travel was really destroyed. But because it was specially set, the first immortal Gu to self-destruct was fixed immortal travel, it was most likely to be destroyed. When Fang Yuan asked Anai Xiang about Wuxia, he wanted to confirm Wuxia's condition. Secondly, if he wanted to refine fixed immortal travel, he would need to move through the regional walls and return to Langya Blessed Land. Firstly, Langya Blessed Land was safe. In the 500 years of his previous life, after Feng Jiuge died, the Celestial Court managed to take it down. Secondly, Langya Blessed Land had a lot of cultivation resources he could develop with peace of mind. But using jewel yellow skies to transport them was too costly. Finally, to refine fixed immortal travel, he needed the crucial immortal material, the light of the immemorial era. Even though Fang Yuan had some clues, he knew in the depths of his heart that there was little hope. And what he was most worried about was his own calamity and tribulation. There were less than 2 months left until the first calamity and tribulation. Fortune and disaster go hand in hand. His blessed land had such a deep foundation, and his aptitude far surpassed the 10 extreme existences. The might of his calamity and tribulation would definitely be extraordinary. If my guess is correct, I will give up on fixed immortal travel. I will go to Langya Blessed Land and make ample preparations to deal with the calamity and tribulation there. In less than 2 months. He was no longer an immortal zombie. His immortal aperture was extraordinary. The calamity and tribulation were like a sharp blade hanging above his head. Fang Yuan looked at the vast sea of clouds. A sense of urgency lingered in his heart. Chapter 1051. Central Continent, Earth Abyss. Wuxia looked at the collapse in front of him. his expression extremely ugly. Behind him were He Lulan Tai by Yunxing, and the rank 7 variant human Shirnu. The battle strength of 4 Gu immortals. Among them Shirnu was naturally the strongest, He Lulan second and Tai by Yunxing third. Wuxia was still an immortal zombie, he only had a few borrowed immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's remaining immortal Gu had not been retrieved yet, his current battle strength was the weakest. He Lulan had already been forced to surrender by Wuxia, breaking away from the alliance agreement with Fang Yuan and becoming Wuxia's helper. Shirnu was the most loyal to Wuxia. As for Tai by Yunxing, although he did not know about it, he had never suspected Wuxia. He Lulan and Wuxia had worked together to deceive him, causing him to be kept in the dark. What is going on? Tai by Yunxing looked in front of him, asking in confusion. Shirnu replied, Earth abyss is not calm, Earth strength surges from time to time, causing tremors. Tremors can sometimes cause super collapses like what we are seeing now. He Lulan's gaze was peculiar. This kind of collapse is too terrifying. Shirnu nodded. Yes, every collapse in Earth abyss covers hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, causing millions or even tens of millions of lives to die. After the collapse, millions of kilograms of soil and rocks would pile up, combining with the resentment, death aura, and blood essence of the dead, countless desolate level blood beasts, bone beasts, and even blood path and earth path immortal Gu would be born. Master, what should we do next? Wuxia stared ahead. After a long while, he slowly let out a breath of turbid air. He felt gloomy, thinking. This route was secretly operated by Shadow Sect. It is the safest and most secretive route to leave Earth Abyss. I was just about to leave Earth Abyss. Unexpectedly, at this critical juncture, the Earth Abyss unexpectedly collapsed. And coincidentally it happened here. It cut off our path forward. Hee. Wuxia sneered internally. This is Providence's doing. My main body is defying heaven and refining Gu to resist Providence. Providence was severely depleted. But from the looks of it now, I'm afraid Providence has mostly recovered. I still have the spring and autumn cicada with me. There is a lot of Providence in it. Therefore, in Providence's perception, it is like a torch in the darkness. If my investigative skills weren't good enough and I didn't deliberately slow down, I'm afraid I'd be trapped in the landslide now. If they were greedy for the wild immortal Gu that were about to form here and did not go, they might be discovered by other Gu immortals who came to investigate. Maybe I used the Gu formation earlier. The Celestial Court has long been suspicious of the commotion and has begun to search everywhere. Wuxia had received pointers from Red Lotus Demon Venerable's main body's will, so he had a deep understanding of Providence. Providence also had its limits and would be greatly depleted. But because its foundation was the 5 regions, Providence would not be completely destroyed, it could recover very quickly. Fang Yuan was still in the dark about Providence, he knew nothing about it, he could not compare to Wuxia. The reason why Providence is so hard to deal with is because of that bitch star constellation. My body is quite ordinary. I need to refine fixed immortal travel to travel through the 5 regions. After that, I can gather the remnants of Shadow Sect and form a considerable force. After that, I can try to save my main body. Thinking of this, Wuxia naturally thought of Fang Yuan. Deep hatred surged in his heart again. Back when I designed Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu's recipe, my main body had considered the 5 regional walls. Thus, not only can Fang Yuan cross the 5 regional walls and ignore them, he can even freely change his aura and become a Gu immortal of any region. But, don't think about having an easy time. Even though you are a complete otherworldly demon and Providence cannot influence your thoughts, Providence can influence other existences. It can make arrangements to get rid of you. Also, in the future, every time you undergo tribulation, it will be the best chance for Providence to get rid of you. I hope you can hold on until I get rid of you. Wuxia hated Fang Yuan to the core. But the most important thing now was to save his main body's remnant soul. Right now, his main body's remnant soul was trapped in a dream realm. Everyone knew that when a soul is trapped in a dream realm, it would slowly erode and erode it. Thus, Wuxia did not have much time left. Compared to saving his main body, dealing with Fang Yuan was a small matter. Thus, the most important thing for Wuxia and the rest was to refine fixed immortal travel and gather the remaining forces, before returning to southern border to break the blockade of the southern border Gu immortals around the giant dream realm and rescue spectral soul. Southern border. Immortal Gu sword escape activated. Whoosh. Fang Yuan's body was like a sharp sword, he pierced through the sky and left a long white cloud trail behind him. Just using sword escape Immortal Gu would not leave such an obvious cloud trail. The problem was Fang Yuan's injuries were severe. His wounds were deep to the bone, dense cloud path Dao marks were condensed on them, white cloud chi was flowing out of them. Fang Yuan's expression was pale as paper, his brows were tightly furrowed. And behind him, 10 li away, a large group of ancient cloud beasts were chasing after him. These immemorial cloud beasts were what caused Fang Yuan's injuries. Even though Fang Yuan had rank 7 flying sword Immortal Gu, he was helpless against these cloud beasts that were similar to mud monsters. It is said that back then Bo Qing created the immortal killer move Myriad Sword Tribulation. It used flying sword Immortal Gu as the core, turning one into 10,000, forming a rain of swords. After I return to Langya Blessed Land, I will definitely find a similar immortal killer move. I will not suffer like this again. Similar information had already appeared in Fang Yuan's mind countless times. As it turned out, after Fang Yuan discovered the secret of his new body, he decided to abandon his previous plan. He wanted to pass through the regional wall and return to Langya Blessed Land. But not long after, he fell into the attack range of a group of immemorial cloud beasts. Whether it was in southern border or the other 4 regions, this kind of cloud beast was rather rare. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were extinct. But Fang Yuan encountered a group of cloud beasts, and they were all ancient cloud beasts, each with rank 7 Gu immortal battle strength. When ancient cloud beasts did not move, they were like floating clouds, they were hard to detect. Even though Fang Yuan had been using investigative methods, he did not have the relevant immortal Gu, he only had mortal killer moves. Thus, he entered the alert range of the ancient cloud beasts. After an intense battle, he barely escaped, but the ancient cloud beasts did not intend to let Fang Yuan go, they chased after him relentlessly. In his vision, a purple-black color appeared in the mountain range. Southern border's miasma regional wall was already in sight. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. But his speed fell. He had stopped using sword escape immortal Gu. The cost of using this immortal Gu was too high. Right now, Fang Yuan had already used up all of his Langya sect contribution points. To save money, Fang Yuan could only activate sword escape immortal Gu intermittently, maintaining a safe distance from the cloud beasts behind him. Without sword escape immortal Gu's help, Fang Yuan used his mortal killer move. To speak the truth, this movement speed was very fast, but it could not compare to the ancient cloud beasts. After a while, the ancient cloud beasts had already closed the distance. They were less than a li away from Fang Yuan. Seeing that the cloud beasts were getting closer, Fang Yuan had no choice but to use sword escape immortal Gu again. Whoosh! His speed rose again, he quickly shook off the ancient cloud beasts. The purple-black miasma regional wall occupied most of his vision. Finally, Fang Yuan flew to southern border's regional wall. He entered it without hesitation. There was no obstruction. It was as if the miasma regional wall was just an illusion. Fang Yuan was overjoyed, he clenched his fists excitedly. As expected, my guess was right. This sovereign immortal fetus Gu is truly profound. From now on, even without fixed immortal travel, I can travel freely in the 5 regions. Of course, Fang Yuan was not just thinking about this. This can also help me in battle. The battle with Qizai earlier was a good example. From now on, I can lure Gu immortal enemies into the regional wall and kill them. But his excitement only lasted for a short while. Soon he frowned again. Because he found that the ancient cloud beasts behind him were also moving through the regional wall, they were still chasing him. His guess was verified. Fang Yuan could not help but sigh. As expected, I am so unlucky. Southern border's cloud beasts are extinct. Even if they exist, they are only 1 or 2 desolate level cloud beasts. These ancient cloud beasts that move in groups only appear in white heaven and black heaven. Looks like these ancient cloud beasts are as white as snow. They flew down from the white sky for the sake of breeding the next generation. Actually, cloud beasts were mystical creatures of the immemorial 9 heavens. The cloud beasts of the 5 regions also originated from the immemorial 9 heavens. Cloud beasts had a habit. Once in a while, they would fly down from the immemorial 9 heavens and land in the 5 regions, using the clouds in the sky to store their cloud essence. The clouds that were stored by the cloud essence would not dissipate as long as they were not attacked by external forces. After hundreds of years, these clouds would turn into cloud beasts. The newly born cloud beasts were all desolate beast level. Once they attacked, they would follow their instincts and fly into the sky. After passing through the heavenly wind chi wall, they would return to their origin, the immemorial 9 heavens. During this process, the cloud beasts would be blocked by the heavenly wind chi wall, they would be hunted by fierce beasts along the way, they would be harmed by all sorts of natural phenomena. Less than 1 in 100 cloud beasts could truly return to the immemorial 9 heavens. I am actually unlucky enough to meet a group of cloud beasts that are reproducing. This luck is really... Fang Yuan was speechless. Logically speaking, I have already connected my luck with many people with strong luck. Even if my body and soul are split in half, my luck should not be so bad. Could it be that obtaining the sovereign immortal fetus consumed a huge amount of luck, causing great fortune to befall misfortune? Fang Yuan flew rapidly in the miasma world wall. A group of ancient cloud beasts followed behind him. Fang Yuan had crashed into the place where the ancient cloud beasts stored their cloud essence. For the sake of their descendants, the ancient cloud beasts wanted to kill Fang Yuan. They would not let him go. As long as Fang Yuan's injuries were not healed, the cloud beasts could continue chasing. And these ancient cloud beasts could also move freely in the 5 regions' regional walls. Chapter 1052. Normally speaking, southern border, central continent, northern plains, eastern sea and western desert, these 5 regions' desolate beasts could not cross the regional walls and go to other regions. These desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and immemorial desolate beasts could match Gu immortals. They were the essence of a region. They could not leave the region they were raised in. The 5 regional walls were like shackles to them. In comparison, ordinary wild beasts, beast kings and mutated beasts had more freedom. They could enter and leave the regional walls. But the ancient cloud beasts chasing after Fang Yuan were not raised in southern border. They came from white heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens. The 5 regional walls did not discriminate between them. They treated all of them equally. There was no restriction or rejection. Or maybe it was because no matter which layer of the immemorial 9 heavens, they all covered the 5 regions. This characteristic was already known to everyone. Previously, when spectral soul defied heaven to refine Gu, celestial quartz Gu immortals could reach southern borders so quickly because they used heaven overseeing tower to travel through white heaven. And before that, Fang Yuan's Stargate Gu could use the starlight of immemorial black heaven as a guide to travel through the 5 regions. The essence of the two was the same as this group of ancient cloud beasts. They both used this characteristic of the immemorial 9 heavens. Fang Yuan rapidly traveled through the regional walls. Fang Yuan could not manage the ancient cloud beasts behind him. He could only let them follow behind him. These cloud beasts were stubborn. They targeted Fang Yuan. They would not stop until they reached their goal. At this time, Fang Yuan could not help but think of the benefits of fixed immortal travel. If he had fixed immortal travel, he would be able to get rid of these problems easily. Even if Fang Yuan was injured, there was a limit to how far the ancient cloud beasts could chase after Fang Yuan. Using fixed immortal travel, they could go beyond this limit. But Fang Yuan only had one movement immortal Gu, Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Activating Sword Escape Immortal Gu could increase the distance. But the price he had to pay was too high. Most importantly, Fang Yuan did not know the limit of the ancient cloud beast's tracking range. If this distance was too high, even if Fang Yuan expended his entire fortune, it would not be enough to activate Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Although the land spirit of Xianxia is simple and doesn't lie, he has always been scheming against me. When I was dealing with Qizai earlier, I was tricked by him. Lend me Dark Limit Immortal Gu. But it cost me a lot. If I'm in a hurry to escape the pursuit of the ancient cloud beasts, I'll be able to kill them. He might even take advantage of the situation. After all, Luopa Valley, Danghun Mountain, and Wisdom Gu are truly tempting. The boundary wall in front of him suddenly turned dark blue. It turned out that Fang Yuan had already passed through southern border's miasma barrier and officially entered eastern sea's blue water barrier. There was nothing more to say. Fang Yuan continued to fly. The journey was smooth and unimpeded. There were no living beings residing in the boundary wall, nor were there any other dangers. Because the boundary walls of the 5 regions were the greatest obstacle. He flew for a while more. Fang Yuan turned around to look. The ancient cloud beasts were still chasing after him. The cloud beasts did not have a fixed shape. When they flew, they moved like moving clouds. They were white like snow and had beautiful postures. But in Fang Yuan's eyes, they were truly detestable. At this point, Fang Yuan's Xianxia sect contribution points were completely used up. He was starting to owe the land spirit of Xianxia Immortal Yuan Stone. If not for these ancient cloud beasts, why would I end up like this? What's going on? While flying, Fang Yuan's expression changed. Bright light erupted in his eyes. He was surprised to find that in this blue water regional wall, his aura was undergoing a mystical change. The aura of the southern border Gu immortals was weakening, while the other aura belonged to the eastern sea Gu immortals. But it continued to strengthen. If Fang Yuan used familiar face now, he would not be so surprised. But most importantly, he did not use this killer move now. Don't tell me my brand new body can not only move freely through the 5 regional walls, It can also change aura and become a Gu Immortal of any region? Fang Yuan inwardly guessed. The moment he flew out of the Blue Water Regional Wall, his southern border Gu Immortal aura vanished completely. He turned into an Eastern Sea Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan was surprised and joyful. This sovereign immortal fetus Gu is truly mystical. I do not need familiar face to perfectly blend into the 5 regions now. I will not be rejected by the Gu Immortals of the region. But now, I'd better activate familiar face. Fang Yuan turned around to look at the ancient cloud beasts behind him. He sighed and activated familiar face, turning into an unfamiliar face. He had wanted to quietly pass through Eastern Sea and return to Northern Plains. But now that there was a group of ancient cloud beasts behind him, his original plan failed. Being so ostentatious was not what Fang Yuan wanted, but he had no choice. However, this place is not far from the turbulent flow sea area. Maybe I can take a detour and go to the turbulent flow sea area, using the terrain to get rid of these ancient cloud beasts? A thought suddenly appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Thanks to his 500 years of experience, Fang Yuan was very familiar with the terrain of the 5 regions. After thinking for a while, Fang Yuan chose to be cautious. He gave up on this idea. The turbulent flow sea area was like a maze. Once he got lost, he would not be able to control himself and get into trouble. According to rumors, the turbulent flow sea area was a battlefield where Gu Immortals fought to the death. After a bloody battle, many Gu Immortals died, leaving behind many inheritances. Many Eastern Sea Gu Immortals, as well as Central Continent, Northern Plains and Southern Border Gu Immortals, would often come to the turbulent flow sea area to explore and seek fortuitous encounters. Unfortunately, in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, he had never heard of anyone obtaining huge fortuitous encounters from there. Instead, he often heard, a certain Gu Immortal went missing in the turbulent flow sea area. Or a certain Gu Immortal might disappear for months or years, but after escaping they would reappear. The turbulent flow sea area was not dangerous, but because of the terrain, Gu Immortals were often trapped. They could not be free. Fang Yuan moved like an arrow, drawing a straight line in the sky. He did not choose the direction of the turbulent flow sea area. Instead, he flew towards the regional wall closest to Northern Plains. Sword Escape Immortal Gu activated, gradually getting rid of the ancient cloud beasts behind him. He had already asked about Land Spirit of Xianxia a long time ago. He asked about the ancient cloud beasts, but Land Spirit of Xianxia did not know much. Fang Yuan sent dozens of wills to search the jewel-yellow skies, trying to find the limit of the ancient cloud beast tracking range, but there was no good news. Without a choice, Fang Yuan could only try and see if he could get rid of the ancient cloud beasts. He hardened his heart. Fang Yuan continued to use Sword Escape Immortal Gu. He did not stop for even a moment. Finally, he got rid of the ancient cloud beast. Fang Yuan stopped Sword Escape Immortal Gu. He used a Mortal Killer move and continued to fly. His speed fell. After paying such a price, it would be great if I could get rid of them. Fang Yuan was secretly worried. He could not see the ancient cloud beasts, but that did not mean he had gotten rid of them. These rank 7 Gu Immortal level existences often did not rely on sight to track them. It all depended on the limit of their tracking distance. Just as Fang Yuan was looking back with worry, a blood light suddenly flew from the southeast direction. The blood light tore through the sky. After sensing Fang Yuan, it slowed down for a moment before approaching Fang Yuan rapidly. It is a rank 6 Blood Path Gu Immortal. He seemed to have gone through an intense battle. Fang Yuan sensed the aura of the newcomer and frowned. Regardless of the person's intentions, Fang Yuan did not want to get into any more trouble. He had enough trouble already. He did not know if he had gotten rid of the ancient cloud beasts behind him. There were less than 2 months before the tribulation arrived. Thus, he immediately changed his direction, getting away from the blood light that was approaching him. The Gu Immortal in the blood light sensed Fang Yuan's intentions. He quickly shouted, "Wait! I found a supreme fortuitous encounter in the turbulent flow sea area. As long as you can help me escape this tribulation, I am willing to use Blood Oath Immortal Gu and share this supreme fortuitous encounter with you." Turbulent flow sea area? Supreme fortuitous encounter? People have really obtained benefits from it? Fang Yuan was surprised. At this time, several Gu Immortals appeared from behind the blood light. They were approaching with strong auras and imposing auras. They seemed to have heard the words that the Blood Path Gu Immortal shouted at Fang Yuan. They scolded him one after another. Blood Path Demon harms the world. Everyone has the right to kill him. Anyone who colludes with this demon will be killed without mercy. Fellow Immortal Fang, if you manage to stop this demon, my Tang clan will definitely reward you. No need. This demon was hit by my Lu Qingyu's Immortal killer move, it definitely can't escape. Friend ahead, if you know what's good for you, get lost. At once, Fang Yuan was persuaded, warned, and scolded by these Eastern Sea Gu immortals. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He was not a person who was afraid of trouble, but his priority now was to get to Northern Plains Langya blessed land and deal with his immortal aperture's calamities and tribulations. Changing his direction, Fang Yuan directly retreated towards the Blood Path Gu immortal. The Blood Path Gu immortal was anxious, he had reached his limit, Fang Yuan was his only hope of survival. Once Fang Yuan retreated, he quickly changed his direction and moved towards Fang Yuan. If you help me, I am willing to give this fortuitous encounter to you, he shouted. Fang Yuan sneered, retreating without hesitation. Seeing this, someone among the Eastern Sea Gu immortals laughed. That's right. You know what's good for you, get lost. Someone else shouted, friend ahead, why don't you help us, we will reward you later. Fang Yuan's brows furrowed. He only wanted to return to Langya blessed land quietly, why did he encounter so many troublesome matters along the way? He did not want to get involved, but these troubles took the initiative to stick to him. Friend, this is the crucial information of the inheritance, if you obtain it, your cultivation level will rise rapidly, you will become an immortal above immortals. The Blood Path Gu immortal threw an information path Gu worm towards Fang Yuan, trying to entice him. Fang Yuan shouted coldly, get lost. With a wave of his hand, a strong wind blew the Gu worm apart. At the same time, his body suddenly flew into the sky. The Blood Path demonic cultivator could not plot against Fang Yuan, seeing this he felt despair. He suddenly shot out a mystical light towards Fang Yuan. I have already handed the key to the inheritance to this person. If you want the fortuitous encounter, killing me is useless. The Blood Path demonic cultivator shouted as he turned around and retreated in the opposite direction. The mystical light was extremely fast, approaching Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, he did not want to get involved in trouble, he shouted, I have something to do, don't provoke me. Saying so, he activated Sword Escape and Sword Light, these two rank 7 Immortal Gu. Sword Escape raised his speed, while Sword Light Immortal Gu directly slashed the mystical light, shattering it. Ah, 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu. Who is this person? Chapter 1053. Fang Yuan's aura was only that of a rank 6 Gu immortal, before he attacked, there was nothing special about him. Adding on the fact that he dodged twice, the Eastern Sea Gu immortals could not help but feel disdain towards him. However, when he suddenly made his move, everyone's hearts trembled. The Eastern Sea immortals were shocked, they stopped in their tracks and sized up Fang Yuan again. They saw that Fang Yuan was dressed in a white robe, his long hair fluttering in the wind. He was elegant and handsome, he had a unique aura. Right now, Fang Yuan's face was filled with anger, his killing intent was like ice, it was extremely stifling. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals had the advantage in numbers, but they were silent now. They turned their spears towards the Blood Path demonic immortal at the same time. This Blood Path demonic immortal wanted to escape, but his injuries seemed to be acting up, his speed fell, after a few rounds he was killed by the surrounding Gu immortals. Looking at this, he was truly at the end of his rope. No wonder he did not hesitate to give up his fortuitous encounter to beg for a chance of survival from Fang Yuan. After killing the Blood Path demonic immortal, the leader of the Eastern Sea Gu immortals, Lu Qinyu, had a change of expression as he said, the insignia is not on him. Another rank 7 Gu immortal reacted, he turned around and shouted at Fang Yuan, friend, please wait. Fang Yuan had 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu, it had already changed the immortal's impression of him, no one shouted like before. They looked at each other before flying together towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stopped in the air, smiling coldly. Friend. The rank 7 Gu immortal stopped. He was halfway through his words when he found it hard to speak. The insignia to activate the inheritance was extremely important, but it could not be found now. The biggest suspect was Fang Yuan. But if they wanted Fang Yuan to let them search his body, he would definitely not be willing. Not to mention, inspecting other people's immortal apertures was a taboo in itself. If Fang Yuan was an ordinary rank 6 Gu immortal, it would not matter if he said this because he had the advantage in numbers. But now, Fang Yuan had 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu, and this was just what he had shown. Jolie, what are you afraid of? The 3rd rank 7 Gu immortal waved his sleeves. He stepped forward. His face was grim. His gaze was sharp as he stared at Fang Yuan, saying, I am Eastern Sea's Tang Clan's Gu Immortal Tang Song, this matter will not end peacefully. However, I have a method. As long as you do as I say, you can prove your innocence. Ah! Fang Yuan burst into laughter. Prove my innocence? Why should I prove my innocence? Amid the laughter, his fighting spirit overflowed. It seems that everyone thinks that I'm a person who is afraid of battle. Fang Yuan's voice was low and unhurried. The expressions of the Eastern Sea Gu immortals changed slightly. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes. It's laughable that you were deceived right in front of your faces, yet you didn't know. Lu Qingyu, you personally killed that blood path demonic immortal and clearly obtained the inheritance mark. Yet you came to frame me. You are quite scheming. This? The immortal's auras faltered once more. Many people looked towards the rank 7 Gu immortal Lu Qingyu. Lu Qingyu looked at Fang Yuan with anger in his eyes, but he thought to himself, amazing. This person has sharp words. He is a rank 6 Gu immortal. But he has 2 rank 7 immortal Gu. Who is he? Since when did Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world have such a person? I don't even know about it. At the same time he shouted, everyone don't forget our agreement. What kind of person am I, Lu Qingyu? How can I deceive you all? Fang Yuan chuckled, what agreement? I only know that no matter what information path alliance agreement it is, information path methods can be used to get rid of it. What kind of person is he? I only know that people change in the face of great benefits. It is hard to judge a person's true nature. Fang Yuan's words were sharp. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals became even more hesitant. Lu Qingyu was furious. He pointed at Fang Yuan. I clearly saw him throw the inheritance mark to you. Everyone else saw it too. I personally destroyed the mark. Fang Yuan quickly replied. Lu Qingyu laughed sinisterly. There are too many tricks in the world. Who knows if you used some method to secretly receive the mark? Fang Yuan raised his head and sighed, saying in a melancholic tone, I have First Supreme Elder's mission. I did not want to cause trouble, but trouble came knocking on my door. Since that's the case, let's have a match. Hearing the words First Supreme Elder, many Gu immortals' pupils shrunk. They thought, so this person is not alone, he has a super force behind him. No wonder he has 2 rank 7 immortal Gu. At once, the wariness in their hearts deepened. Especially the lone cultivators among them. They were loners and did not have much influence. They naturally did not want to offend a huge force. Wait. At this time, Tang Song stood up again. I guarantee with Tang Clan's reputation, as long as you cooperate with our inspection, as long as we find that the inheritance mark is not on you, we will definitely let you go. We will not stop you. Tang Clan was an Eastern Sea super force. It was like one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Tang Clan? Fang Yuan snickered. He raised his eyebrows as flying sword immortal Gu flew around him. So what if it's amazing? Using Tang Clan, do you think my clan is afraid of you? In that case, let me test your Tang Clan's methods. Before he finished speaking, Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape, attacking the rank 7 Gu immortal Tang Song. Tang Song did not expect Fang Yuan to ignore him. He was caught off guard and was quickly attacked by Fang Yuan. He fell into a disadvantage. The other Eastern Sea Gu immortals dispersed, watching from the sidelines. This person is not afraid of Tang Clan. He definitely has a huge background. Even though Tang Clan is an overlord in Eastern Sea, they are also at odds with Shin Clan and Su Clan. Is this person from those 2 clans? Since he chose Tang Song, it is a good thing. I will stay out of this matter. I will watch their methods patiently. Even if I attack later, I will be prepared. These Eastern Sea Gu immortals were not united earlier. They were united because they wanted to capture the blood path demonic immortal. Fang Yuan understood the hearts of people deeply. With his words and actions, he split the immortals apart unknowingly. He was also very particular about the opponents he chose. If he chose a rank 6 Gu immortal, it would only make people think that he was bullying them with 2 rank 7 immortal Gu. Only by choosing a rank 7 Gu immortal would he be a threat. As for why he chose Tang Song, it was because Fang Yuan observed him and knew that he was the only Gu immortal with a huge force among the 3 rank 7 Gu immortals. Lone cultivator Gu immortals did not want to offend super forces. Super forces were also wary of lone immortals because they had huge businesses. Thus, when Tang Song was in the group, he would have many qualms about his actions and words. It was because he was not writing for himself, but also for the super force behind him, Tang Clan. Both sides fought back and forth, fighting endlessly. After more than 10 rounds, Tang Song was still at a disadvantage. He was breaking out in cold sweat from Fang Yuan's attacks. It turned out that Flying Sword Immortal Gu was really sharp. Tang Song was a Sound Path Gu Immortal. His defensive methods were lacking. He could not block Flying Sword Immortal Gu head-on, he could only dodge. He was shocked and furious. A grand rank 7 Gu Immortal was actually being suppressed by a rank 6. After being forced to this extent, he had lost all his face. Tang Song's expression was grim. He thought, to redeem my face I have to use that immortal killer move. As long as I capture this rank 6 Gu Immortal alive, my earlier display of weakness will be seen as a tactic to show weakness. But this immortal killer move was not easy to activate. It contained a total of 490 Gu worms. Tang Song had to deal with Fang Yuan's sharp attacks. He could only focus and activate the Gu worms in his immortal aperture. Next he slowly formed the killer move. This flying sword immortal Gu is useless against mud monsters and cloud beasts, but it is very useful against Gu immortals. Once it pierces Tang Song's head or heart, he will die on the spot. Back then, sword immortal Bo Qing swept through central continent. He was known as the #1 person under rank 9. This can be seen from this flying sword immortal Gu. Fang Yuan sighed internally. He had the upper hand. But he could not be careless. Tang Song was a rank 7 Gu immortal. His foundation was definitely deeper than Fang Yuan's. It was just that he lost the initiative and was attacked by Fang Yuan. The current situation was very dangerous. The longer it dragged on, the harder it would be for Fang Yuan to escape. Most importantly, he could not use dark assassination now. Because he had to maintain pressure on Tang Song at all times, Fang Yuan had the upper hand by attacking first, suppressing him. If he could catch his breath and use his methods, the situation would not be like this. Thus, Fang Yuan had to use Flying Sword Immortal Gu continuously. Flying Sword Immortal Gu was the core of Dark Assassination. It needed to be used together with Dark Limit Immortal Gu. After some time, it could be used together with other supplementary Mortal Gu to activate Dark Assassination. Immortal Gu are rare. If only I had a few more Immortal Gu. At this time, Fang Yuan sensed something. His movements slowed as he looked behind him. Those ancient cloud beasts were already at the edge of his vision. Seeing these ancient cloud beasts again, Fang Yuan did not feel any disgust. Instead, he was filled with joy. The variable that he had been waiting for had finally arrived. What is going on? What are these things? Their auras are so strong. Those are cloud beasts. Oh heavens, so many cloud beasts. These are ancient cloud beasts. Why are there so many of them? The Eastern Sea Gu Immortals also discovered the ancient cloud beasts. They were shocked and uncertain. Tang Song's attention was on Fang Yuan. Seeing that Fang Yuan's attacks had weakened, he was overjoyed. The immortal killer move that he was preparing in his immortal aperture sped up. A third of it was activated in a short period of time. So, after I use this move and capture you alive, I will deal with you then. Tang Song gritted his teeth. Fang Yuan shouted, "Humph! These ancient cloud beasts were lured down by me when I came to White Heaven. I cooperated with the clan's supreme elders to lure these ancient cloud beasts into a trap and hunt them down. You obstructed me and ruined my clan's plans. I will settle the score with you one by one. If you want to die now, follow me." Saying so, Fang Yuan left Tang Song and flew into the sky. The immortals were shocked, but soon they understood. Fang Yuan's injuries were clearly caused by the ancient cloud beasts. The ancient cloud beasts chased after Fang Yuan relentlessly. All of this seemed to prove Fang Yuan's words. After all, ordinary cloud beasts were very rare. This large group of ancient cloud beasts were most likely from White Heaven. Chapter 1054. To chase or not to chase. The Eastern Sea Immortals looked at each other. The first to react was rank 7 Gu Immortal Tang Song. Don't think of leaving. He moved like lightning, chasing after Fang Yuan as he shouted. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, "Insatiable scoundrel. Don't think I am afraid of you. If not for my mission, I would kill you right here." Tang Song heard this and became even more furious. Bullshit. He was about to activate his immortal killer move. He was about to regain his face, but at this time Fang Yuan ran away. He actually ran away. Tang Song did not want to let this go. He chased relentlessly. His actions attracted the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals who were lost. They also chased after him. Fang Yuan's heart sank, but he shouted on the surface, "Those who are not afraid of death, come over, ha." Tang Song shouted, "Those who are afraid of death are cowards. Chase, the inheritance imprint is in his hands. We cannot let him meet up with the other Gu Immortals. Only by capturing this person can we have a chance to split the great expert's inheritance." With such huge benefits in front of them, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals flew even faster. Fang Yuan muttered, "Not too stupid." He suddenly pointed behind him as Flying Sword Immortal Gu shot out like lightning towards Tang Song. Tang Song was shocked. He quickly dodged. With this distraction, the immortal killer move that was about to be activated was immediately destroyed. He would need to start again if he wanted to use it. Tang Song was so angry he wanted to stomp his feet. The rank 7 Gu Immortal Lu Qingyu passed him, chasing after Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took a glance. He tried to sow discord. Lu Qingyu, the inheritance imprint is clearly in your hands, but you came to kill me. Good acting. Lu Qingyu was furious. Don't run if you have guts. Against you, why would I need to run? I would be throwing away our clan's reputation. Fang Yuan shouted. Chase me if you have guts, I want to see who will be the unluckier one. Ah. Fang Yuan was fearless. He was still so arrogant despite being chased by a group of Eastern Sea Gu Immortals. In contrast, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals felt even more hesitant. Not to mention who had the inheritance mark. Fang Yuan's previous words were very credible. If that was the case, Fang Yuan's reinforcements were just ahead. Moreover, they had to hunt such a large group of ancient cloud beasts. It was likely that he had already set up an immortal battlefield killer move or even mobilized an immortal Gu house. If I fall into an immortal battlefield killer move, it will be difficult. Tang Song was a member of the Super Force Tang clan. He might not be afraid, but these Eastern Sea Gu Immortals were mostly lone cultivators. These loose Immortals weren't doing too well either. Otherwise, they wouldn't be heading to the turbulent current sea in search of fortuitous encounters. After all, a Gu Immortal's time was very precious. First, a Gu Immortal fell to the back of the group before gradually breaking away from the group. Soon after, more and more Gu Immortals followed suit. Gu Immortals were not stupid, they were astute. The lagging Gu Immortals were not willing to let Fang Yuan go, but they were also afraid of falling into an immortal battlefield killer move. He couldn't get away. Thus, they were planning to let the Gu Immortals in front lead the way. These guys won't be able to accomplish anything. Lu Qingyu, who was closest to Fang Yuan, sensed this situation. He cursed internally. His movements also showed some hesitation. He was a lone cultivator. He had an immortal opportunity in his early years, but even though he had immortal Gu, they were all rank 6. If he faced an immortal battlefield killer move from a super clan, it would not be easy to escape. Even Tang Song had some reservations. He had to reserve some strength and attention to deal with the enemy's reinforcements. Thus, a strange scene of a chase was formed. Fang Yuan flew ahead, cursing and shouting at times. He was at a disadvantage but had an arrogant attitude. And the large group of Eastern Sea Gu Immortals behind him had the advantage in numbers, but they were holding back. They were at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. Fang Yuan spent most of his time flying with mortal killer moves. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortals behind him also used mortal killer moves to chase after him. Fang Yuan was not as confident and calm as he looked. So troublesome. In this situation, I can only escape to the regional wall and use the terrain to shake off these pursuers. Lu Qingyu. Fang Yuan engraved this name in his mind. He had not received any inheritance imprints. He might have destroyed them, but it was also possible that the Blood Path demonic immortal had used a concealment method earlier. The true inheritance imprint was already in Lu Qingyu's hands. If that was the case, this Lu Qingyu's acting skills could match Fang Yuan's. He was an extremely shrewd opponent. In the sky above the clouds. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With Fang Yuan at the lead, a group of Eastern Sea Gu Immortals moved like lightning. They tore through the sky with great momentum. The immortal killer move that Tang Song had been preparing could be used now. He restrained his excitement as he sped up, passing Lu Qingyu and getting closer to Fang Yuan. This strange action immediately aroused Fang Yuan's vigilance. He quickly activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu. His speed increased as he left Tang Song behind. Damn it. Tang Song cursed. His rank 7 immortal killer move was more powerful the closer it was to him. Right now, with the distance between him and Fang Yuan, he could not capture him alive. Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu. His speed increased. The Gu Immortals behind him could not help but complain. The 3 rank 7 Gu Immortals were fine. They could use rank 6 Immortal Gu or Immortal Killer moves to maintain their distance. But those ordinary rank 6 Gu Immortals were at the bottom of the Gu Immortal world. They did not even have a single rank 6 Immortal Gu. They were quickly left behind. Seeing that Fang Yuan was getting further away, rank 7 Gu Immortal Zhou Li said anxiously, "I have a method that can bring the two of you along. It has great speed. But I am too focused, I cannot split my attention. I hope you two can restrain him." Lu Qingyu and Tang Song looked at each other. They nodded in agreement. Tang Song's reply was the most straightforward. These people had already reached an agreement and made an alliance, so there was a foundation of trust between them. Zhou Li let out a long roar. Suddenly, countless illusory waves surged around him. The illusory waves carried him and increased his speed. Immortal killer move. Fang Yuan's gaze focused. Lu Qingyu and Tang Song cheered. They took the initiative to step into the illusory waves. allowing the waves beneath their feet to carry them forward. The two had some free time. They started to attack. Fang Yuan fell into a dangerous situation. Earlier in the process of escaping, the Gu immortals behind them had also attacked. But firstly, Fang Yuan often used offensive immortal Gu to interfere, and secondly, he was agile and slippery. The Gu immortals behind them did not succeed. But now the situation was different. The two Gu immortals could use more exquisite methods. They were more threatening. Fang Yuan's pressure rose. A moment later he was injured. Good job, this person only has 2 rank 7 immortal Gu, his other methods are just mortal killer moves. The rest are all mortal killer moves. Zhou Li said. He was already injured, it was likely caused by those ancient cloud beasts. Lu Qingyu said darkly. Even though he has rank 7 immortal Gu, he is still a rank 6 Gu immortal. How much green grape immortal essence can he have? Tang Song said. Even he laughed. As long as this situation continued, they would definitely win. Their only worry was the non-existent clan force behind Fang Yuan and the ambush. Thus they held back and did not kill him. Fang Yuan was in a dangerous situation. If he allowed the situation to continue like this, he would probably die today. Gu immortals were full of intelligence and intelligence. They were much harder to deal with than the dumb ancient cloud beasts. If they fought head-on, these Eastern Sea Gu immortals were not the ancient cloud beasts' match. But the threat they posed to Fang Yuan was much greater than the ancient cloud beasts. Fang Yuan had never hoped for these two to fight. They would interfere with each other. The Gu immortals were not stupid, they had to consider the benefits before killing a cloud beast, not to mention this group of ancient cloud beasts. In that case I can only use the 5 regional walls. Even if I am exposed, there is no other way. Fang Yuan slightly changed his direction, flying towards the nearest regional wall. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals behind him followed. There were also those ancient cloud beasts. The regional wall appeared in Fang Yuan's vision. The regional wall was like a fence enclosing the whole of Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan came out of the regional wall, he was very close to the other regional walls. But back then he wanted to fly in a straight line for a short distance. If he followed the regional wall closely, he would have to take a long detour. But who could have expected that a disaster would befall him while he was traveling? Oh no, he wants to enter the regional wall. Lu Qingyu saw through Fang Yuan's intention, he shouted. Good plan. We are rank 7 Gu immortals, we will be more restricted than him when we enter the regional wall. Zhou Li said. Quickly attack, don't let him succeed. Tang Song was anxious. The two immortals' attacks were different. They attacked fiercely, Fang Yuan could not block them, his injuries became more severe, some wounds were so deep that his bones could be seen. But he laughed, you really dared to attack, very good Tang clan? If I die and ruin the clan's plan, my clan will not let you off. Tang Song's heart shook. You say you are from the clan, you are just trying to hide it. I am familiar with Eastern Sea's righteous path forces, how come I have never heard of you? Fang Yuan laughed again, he said with hatred, Tang Song, why are you trying to provoke me? I will not fall for your trick. My clan is doing this secretly, we are worried that others will ruin it, so we sent me to attack. Even if you kill me, I will not tell you my origin. I will even self-detonate my soul, you will not be able to soul search me. Fang Yuan's words made the 3 Gu immortals' hearts sink. What kind of enemy was the scariest? There were many different opinions on the answer to this question. But a large portion of people felt that enemies hiding in the dark were the scariest. The enemy was in the dark while you were out in the open, you did not know where the enemy was or what they would do to deal with you. This was what the 3 rank 7 Gu immortals were worried about. From start to finish, they did not suspect Fang Yuan's lies. Because ancient cloud beasts were too rare, why would he be chased by such a large group of ancient cloud beasts for no reason? There had to be a scheme. Since there was a scheme, the schemer must have the confidence and strength to take down this group of ancient cloud beasts. In Eastern Sea, what kind of organization could take down this group of ancient cloud beasts? Evidently, it could only be a super force like Song clan. Fang Yuan's words finally caused the 3 rank 7 Gu immortals to slow down, he had precious time to breathe. Chapter 1055. The phantom waves around Zhou Li that were carrying Tang Song and Lu Qingyu surged forward, engulfing Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt a sense of pressure. Even though the waves were phantom, he felt like he was facing a huge tsunami, he was helpless, he was like an ant about to be devoured by the waves. Such a powerful immortal killer move. Rank 7 Gu immortals are not easy to fool. In the face of danger, these 2 thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. Without the waves, the 3 immortals stopped. It is done. Zhou Li chuckled, his eyes shining with confidence. Tang Song and Lu Qingyu looked at each other, they had already guessed Zhou Li's plan. They could not help but look at him in a different light. It turned out that Zhou Li had been secretly collecting information on Fang Yuan. He gradually understood Fang Yuan's background, he knew each other's strengths and weaknesses, and what methods he had to use to restrain Fang Yuan's strengths. On the surface he was helping them fly, but he was using the chance when they were holding back Fang Yuan to create phantom waves below him. As they chased, these phantom waves grew in size. They gradually formed a large force. At this moment, Zhou Li made his move. He did not make a move, but once he made a move, it was like a tsunami. Heaven and earth were turned upside down. With a large force, it was faster than sword escape Immortal Gu. It could not be dodged or blocked. Fang Yuan had rank 7 flying sword Immortal Gu, but against the phantom waves, it was like dealing with the mud monsters and cloud beasts. It was not effective. He still had sword escape Immortal Gu, but the phantom waves were coming at him. They had already surrounded Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's space to dodge would only become smaller. Sword escape Immortal Gu could not escape the phantom waves' encirclement. It would not be effective. To think that this Zhou Li is so weak on the surface, but he has such a plan. I was yelling at him earlier, but he did not say anything. He actually didn't say anything. This person is even more shrewd than I am. Lu Qingyu was fearful of Zhou Li. Tang Song's expression was ugly. He had prepared his immortal killer move to regain his face, but he did not have a chance. In the end, Zhou Li gained the upper hand. Forget about rank 6 Gu Immortals, they could reach rank 7. Which one of them was simple? Zhou Li made his move. Fang Yuan was like a turtle in a jar. The outcome has been decided. The 3 rank 7 Gu Immortals had the same thought. Unexpectedly, Fang Yuan burst into laughter. "Aha, fellow immortals, why are you so unwise?" He actually rushed over to throw his life away. "In my opinion, those rank 6 Gu Immortals are much smarter than you." The 3 immortals looked over, only to see Fang Yuan standing there with his hands behind his back. He hovered in the air, calm and unruffled. The 3 immortals shuddered and cried out in their hearts, "Not good. He has nothing to fear." Could it be that this is the place for the ambush? Fang Yuan asked again, "What is the name of this move?" "It is actually a continuous transformation move, but can it break our clan's immortal battlefield killer move?" I don't think there's much hope. Clearly these illusory waves possessed outstanding offensive power that could take his life, but Fang Yuan actually turned a deaf ear to them, as if he wasn't facing fatal danger. It was like a warm spring breeze. He even dispelled the defensive killer move lion fur armor on his body in front of the 3 immortals. "Oh no. This move of mine expended almost all of my immortal Gu. It has strong offense but weak defense once the enemy attacks." Zhou Li's pupils shrunk. He had no time to think. He subconsciously moved the illusory waves back to defend himself. Raging waves. Originally there were many afterimages. It was a sure kill move, but Zhou Li moved most of them back. Only a small portion was left to deal with Fang Yuan. There was a weakness that Fang Yuan took advantage of. "I won't be sending you off." Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu as he flew into the sky, passing through the gap and entering the blue water regional wall in a flash of lightning. The 3 immortals were stunned before flying into a rage out of embarrassment. "This lad is so crafty, he is actually bluffing. He was already at the end of his rope earlier, but he concealed it so well. Let's chase." Tang Song and Lu Qingyu were furious. They chased after Fang Yuan again. Zhou Li's expression turned green and white. He was dazed for a moment before slapping himself before continuing to chase. But the good situation earlier was ruined by him. What chance would there be now? Fang Yuan narrowly escaped death. After entering the regional wall, he went deeper into the regional wall. The 3 immortals complained incessantly. The advantage of cultivation level had become a hindrance here. At this moment, the 3 immortals wished they could become rank 6 Gu Immortals. The deeper they went into the regional wall, the stronger the suction force they felt. Their speed fell sharply. Without a choice, the 3 immortals could only place their hopes on the rank 6 Gu Immortals who were chasing after them. But these rank 6 Gu Immortals were also greatly affected. Compared to Fang Yuan, who was unobstructed and could move freely, the difference was too great. Soon, the Gu Immortals were getting further away from Fang Yuan. What cultivation level is this person? He is actually so little affected in the regional wall? The Eastern Sea Gu Immortals were puzzled. But they did not know that this was the result of Fang Yuan purposely restraining himself. Fang Yuan did not want to expose this secret. He purposely lowered his speed and acted like he was having a hard time, to make people suspicious. Although they could not catch up to Fang Yuan, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals were not willing to give up. "I don't believe he is really hiding here and not coming out." He is a rank 6 Gu Immortal, he will expend a lot of Immortal essence to fly here. I want to see if a rank 6 Gu Immortals foundation can match a grand rank 7 like us. Even though the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals were unwilling, the truth was cruel. Fang Yuan was getting further and further away from them, even the ancient cloud beasts behind him were catching up. After some chaos, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals could only watch bitterly as the ancient cloud beasts overtook them and chased after Fang Yuan. These ancient cloud beasts came from White Heaven, the 5 regional walls had no effect on them. Gradually, Fang Yuan left the range of the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals. They could only chase after the ancient cloud beasts. The ancient cloud beasts were getting closer to Fang Yuan. Seeing that the time was ripe, Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu again. His speed rose as he left. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortals chased for a while, finally, someone could not endure it and gave up, escaping from the regional wall. So unlucky. We actually met such a person. Who is this person? We have no idea. Whether or not he has a super force supporting him is still a question mark. Tang Song and Zhou Li conversed, they felt that there was little hope. Only Lu Qingyu did not say a word, he continued to chase. Brother Lu, stop chasing. He is nowhere to be seen, this matter has become troublesome. Let's go out first. Let's discuss this. Tang Song and Zhou Li urged. Lu Qingyu said, I have my methods, I specialize in tracking. If I don't catch him, I will not rest. Wait a moment, I will try again, I will be right back. Saying so, he turned into a green rainbow, his speed rose by a large margin. He chased after the ancient cloud beasts. Tang Song looked at this light, saying in surprise, it seems that Brother Lu is anxious, he even used this move. This move required the Dao marks on his body to be used. It has a high price, it is his trump card, he rarely uses it. In the past, he had used it to escape from many strong enemies. What did you say? Zhou Li's expression changed. Tang Song was stunned, his expression also turned grim. The two immortals looked at each other, seeing the anger in each other's eyes. This Lu Qingyu was probably not chasing after Fang Yuan, he had secretly obtained the inheritance imprint. He was using this to escape from them. After all, everyone had seen Fang Yuan destroy the inheritance imprint of the Blood Path Demonic Immortal. And the person who killed the Blood Path Demonic Immortal was Lu Qingyu. Brother Lu, wait. This scoundrel is crafty, he might have a helper, we will lend you a hand, Brother Lu. Tang Song and Zhou Li quickly chased. Lu Qingyu heard this. He ran even faster, he did not even turn around as if he did not hear anything. Tang Song and Zhou Li were even more certain of their deductions, their expressions turned darker. They swore to themselves that they would not rest until they caught up to Lu Qingyu. Half a month later. A figure passed through the green licorice regional wall, entering Northern Plains. I'm finally in Northern Plains. The person was Fang Yuan, he had an exhausted expression, his body was covered in injuries. If he could heal himself, he would have already healed. But most of his injuries were caused by ancient cloud beasts, immortal Gu or even immortal killer moves. These injuries had Dao marks, he needed healing immortal Gu to heal them. Fang Yuan only had 3 immortal Gu, he could only stall for time. Land Spirit of Langya should have healing immortal Gu, as long as I return to Langya blessed land, I will be able to recover. Fang Yuan inwardly encouraged himself. Earlier, when he fought with the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals these last days to get away from the ancient cloud beasts, he had used Sword Escape Immortal Gu many times. Right now, he already owed a huge debt to Land Spirit of Langya. The crucial thing was the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals. Because of their pursuit, Fang Yuan had to travel through the regional wall. This way he took a long detour, he had to expend a lot of immortal essence. But this was not important. The important thing was the immortal aperture calamities and tribulations. Time was getting shorter, Fang Yuan's bad premonition was getting stronger. Turning around to look, the ancient cloud beasts' figures were already faintly discernible in the regional wall. Fang Yuan sighed, he used Sword Escape Immortal Gu again, flying towards the northeast direction. Fang Yuan did not know its exact location. Previously, Langya Blessed Land was in Northern Plains Crescent Lake, but because of Shadow Sect's attack, Langya Blessed Land was moved from Crescent Lake. After contacting the Land Spirit of Langya did not tell Fang Yuan the exact location of Langya Blessed Land, he only gave him a direction and said that a Gu Immortal would come to receive him. 3 days later, Fang Yuan arrived at the receiving location, but he did not see anyone. The ancient cloud beasts chased after him, he could only escape again. After contacting the Land Spirit of Langya, he learned that the Land Spirit of Langya had sent a hairy man Gu Immortal, but he encountered a human Gu Immortal and was killed on the spot. The land spirit of Xianxia could only send more people to receive him, but an accident occurred again. This hairy man Gu Immortal had mysteriously disappeared. He could not be contacted no matter what. In order to receive Fang Yuan, Xianxia sect actually lost 2 hairy man Gu Immortals. They could not even bring Fang Yuan back. The land spirit of Xianxia's heart was bleeding. He could not bear such a loss. He directly told the location to Fang Yuan. 7 days later, Fang Yuan arrived at Feng Bo Cliff. At the bottom of Feng Bo Cliff, he found the arrangement of the land spirit of Xianxia. This was an immortal Gu formation. Its effect was similar to Zombie Alliance's Green Crystal Hero's path. Fang Yuan used this to truly escape the pursuit of the ancient cloud beasts. He returned to Xianxia Blessed Land. After so many setbacks, he was finally safe. Chapter 1056. Xianxia Blessed Land, Black Hair Continent. Steel Thread City was the most majestic city in Black Hair Continent. Just in the city there were hundreds of thousands of hairy men. Not to mention the countless villages and towns that spread out from the periphery of the city. Xianxia Blessed Land could be said to be the largest hairy man paradise in the world. It was a paradise. There were 4 continents in the Blessed Land. 3 of them were on the sea. They were about the same size. The last one was the smallest, but it floated in the sky. It was called Cloud Cover Continent. It was the holy land that hairy men yearned for the most. Steel Thread City's trading market was bustling with noise. It was one of the most famous trading places in Black Hair Continent. Today, at the southeast corner of this trading market, a fat and muscular hairy man walked up the platform. Below the platform there was a circle of hairy men. They were all muscular and covered in hair. These hairy men's hair was mainly black and brown. This was the main hair color of hairy men in Black Hair Continent. The fat and muscular hairy man had just walked up the platform when the hairy men below started to clamor. One of them asked loudly, "Kang Ba, what good stuff did you bring this time?" The hairy man called Kang Ba was a slave merchant. He specialized in selling slaves. His business was not small and he had a certain reputation. Kang Ba heard this and laughed. He looked at everyone. "Don't worry everyone, I brought many yellow hair slaves this time. There are even some quasi-master Gu refinement experts among them. I am sure you will be satisfied." The surrounding hairy men's eyes shined. They started to discuss again. Ever since Cloud Cover Continent's Immortal issued a decree. Every 10 years they will choose immortal seats. After imparting the path of immortal ascension, our 3 continents started to fight. And how do we choose immortal seats? We will see who can enter the immortals' discerning eyes in the war between the 3 continents. This time, our Black Hair Continent and White Hair Continent joined hands to deal with Yellow Hair Continent. I heard we won several battles and captured many yellow hair slaves. An old man like me has no hope of becoming an immortal, but I want to take these yellow hair slaves and add labor to my Gu refinement workshop. These slaves are much better than hiring those Gu masters. Not only are they cheap, we can even control their life and death. Their descendants will be our slaves. Everyone. The hairy man Kang Ba raised his hands, causing the surrounding discussions to subside. We don't dare to waste everyone's time. Next, we will bring out the first slave to let everyone broaden their horizons. Someone came. Bring him up. Go. Behind the high platform, a black hairy man with a strong physique fiercely pulled the chain in his hand. At the end of the chain there was a man covered in scars. A slave whose flesh had been torn apart. It was Fangjing who had been tortured. Fangjing was no match for the black hairy man's strength. He was pulled by the chains and almost fell to the ground. But when he stood still, he stared at the black hairy man in front of him with a determined and stubborn expression. The black hairy man raised his whip. He slapped Fangjing's face hard. Fangjing felt his face go numb as if he was struck by lightning. Then an incomparably intense pain assaulted his heart. But he gritted his teeth, forcefully swallowing the screams that rose to his throat. "You are asking for a beating, leave." The black hairy man laughed sinisterly. He stretched out his arm that was thicker than Fangjing's thigh, grabbing his neck and lifting him up. Next, the black hairy man walked up the stairs and walked to the center of the high platform, throwing Fangjing onto the platform. Fangjing's neck was grabbed. He could not breathe. He was already feeling dizzy. He was thrown onto the sturdy platform again. He almost fainted on the spot. His vision was blurry. He felt dizzy. He sprawled on the platform, unable to stand up. "Be careful, you idiot," Kang Ba scolded. The black hairy man who escorted Fangjing up did not dare to provoke him. He quickly apologized. "Scram," Kang Ba shouted coldly. The black hairy man quickly flew down the platform. Kang Ba's expression changed as he wiped away the anger on his face, changing it into a smile. He pointed at Fang Jing and introduced him to the hairy men below the stage. This slave is a rare commodity. It wasn't easy for me, Kang Ba, to find him. These words attracted the audience's interest to a large extent. This slave's cultivation level is not weak, he actually has rank 5 cultivation level. Soon, someone sensed the weak Gu Master aura on Fang Jing and exclaimed, "Which city lord of Yellow Hair Continent is this? He was actually captured and almost all of his hair was shaved off, humiliating him like this?" Soon someone asked curiously, "In this sea of Black Hair Continent, Yellow Hair Continent, and White Hair Continent, the city lords had the highest authority, they usually had rank 5 cultivation level. And in the customs of hairy men, they were proud to have hair all over their body. Being shaved off was the most humiliating punishment for hairy men. In the hearts of most hairy men, it was crueler than death. For example, it was like in Earth's Chinese history, male prisoners were castrated." Kang Ba laughed. "Everyone is wrong, this slave is not a hairy man, he is the purest human." "What? Human? He is a human?" In Langya blessed land, hairy men were the majority, there were very few other races. Many of the hairy men present could not help but exclaim in surprise. This was the first time they had seen a legendary human. Fang Jing had already recovered. He felt extremely uncomfortable being sized up by these hairy men. "Get up, stand properly." Kang Ba hooked his finger. Fang Jing's body was restrained by a formless force, he was brought to stand on the platform. The hairy men below the platform could see it clearly, they whispered to each other, praising Fang Jing. Kang Ba smiled, he was very satisfied. He paid a huge price to buy this Fang Jing, it was to create a commotion. Now it seemed that he had achieved his goal. The hairy men below the platform continued to discuss, their voices were getting louder and louder. It was also getting noisier. "Look, there are human slaves being sold there." "Is that so? I want to take a look." "Go. Let's take a look." More and more hairy men noticed this place. They gathered from all directions of the market. Fang Jing stood on the platform looking at the sea of hairy men below. He opened his eyes wide. There were so many of these hairy men, this was the first time Fang Jing had seen them. He had seen hairy men in Crane Gate, they were slaves refining goo for Crane Gate. He knew the situation of the 5 regions, humans were the absolute rulers, variant humans were suppressed badly. They were struggling at death's door in a corner of the world. But now, it seemed that these hairy men were the rulers here, humans were very weak. Where is this place? The suspicions in Fang Jing's heart became deeper. He remembered that he was tortured, and from the jailer he learned that his brother had died, and who Immortal blessed land was destroyed. At first he did not believe it, but as he was tortured and tortured he became skeptical. But now he saw this scene. The suspicions in his heart deepened. "Kang Ba, how much are you selling this slave for?" Someone shouted. "Haha, this price." Kang Ba raised his 2 hands, spreading his fingers. The crowd went into an uproar. Many people shouted, "So expensive. Kang Ba, you are robbing us. You really want money, you are going crazy. Everyone. Gentlemen." Kang Ba raised his voice and shouted. "This is a rank 5 Gu Master after becoming your slave. He will become a rank 5 fighter. You might not encounter such an opportunity again in your life." But there were astute hairy men below the platform. "A rank 5 Gu Master, it will not be easy to make him a slave." "That's right, to enslave such a strong person one's cultivation must be at least rank 4, right? Also, this slave has clearly been tortured, he might be half dead already. He won't die the moment we buy him, right?" Kang Ba pretended to be angry. "What do you think I, Kang Ba, am doing? I, Kang Ba, value sincerity the most when doing business. Look at him, take a good look." With that said, Kang Ba walked in front of Fang Jing and pinched his chin. Fang Jing felt intense pain, he opened his mouth, showing his teeth and lips. "Look at his teeth. Come, look at his skin and flesh." Kang Ba stretched out his hand and tore off Fang Jing's tattered clothes. Fang Jing's body shook, he was completely naked, exposed in front of the hairy men. "Although he is injured, these are all flesh wounds, they can be healed. I, Kang Ba, can guarantee it will not be a problem." Fang Jing gritted his teeth, his eyes seemed to be spewing fire, intense anger and shame filled his heart, he wanted to kill all these hairy men. Kang Ba chuckled, holding a tree branch he picked up the thing between Fang Jing's legs. "Everyone take a look, this thing has complete functions. In the future, it can give birth to human descendants for you, there will be an endless supply of slaves." Haha, the hairy men laughed. Fang Jing's face was red, he was extremely embarrassed and angry, if not for Kang Ba's strength restraining him, he would have already committed suicide. If not for Kang Ba's strength restraining him, he would have definitely committed suicide. I will buy this slave. Suddenly, a voice could be heard from afar. Everyone followed the voice and saw a female hairy man. She was covered in black hair, looking at Fang Jing with a lustful gaze. Greetings to Lord City Lord. The hairy men knelt down, even Kang Ba was no exception. Ha ha ha. The female city lord with two muscular hairy men raised her head and laughed, ordering, Kang Ba, heal this slave, then wash him clean and send him to my city lord manor. I want to see him tonight. Understood, beautiful and powerful city lord. Kang Ba was overjoyed. He kowtowed and accepted the order. Fang Jing closed his eyes, his heart was dead. At this moment, with a loud boom, heaven and earth shook. A five-colored light shot up from cloud-covered continent, illuminating the entire Xianxia blessed land. What happened on cloud-covered continent? Heavens, this is the light of an immortal. This is a very auspicious sign. The hairy men's attention was attracted by this change in heaven and earth. They looked up, their eyes were filled with curiosity, worship, envy. As for Fang Jing, he was already thrown to the back of their minds. Chapter 1057. On this day, cloud-covered continent suddenly emitted a dazzling light that soared to the sky. The dazzling light was of all colors. It was like a heavenly pillar that soared to the 9 heavens. It was so dazzling that the hairy men of black hair, yellow hair, and white hair continents only needed to raise their heads to see it. This is the immortal world. The hairy men sighed. If it was in the past, news about Gu immortals in the 3 continents would only be groundless legends. But after the land spirit of Xianxia changed his personality, this situation underwent an earth-shattering change. The land spirit of Xianxia personally issued an immortal decree, imitating the imperial court contest, inciting a war between the 3 continents and selecting elite seeds to bring to cloud-covered continent to cultivate. The war between the 3 continents affected all the hairy men, and now the immortal world on cloud-covered continent aroused the passion of the hairy men again. Becoming an immortal. Black Hair Emperor gazed at the sky, his eyes shining with bright light that people could not look at directly. As the bright light faded, Black Hair Emperor suddenly made up his mind. Men, pass down my decree. The immortal world is an extremely auspicious omen. My country is holding a special martial competition in remembrance of it. I will open the treasury to the winners of the martial competition and let them choose their treasures. Yes. The guard immediately bowed and retreated. Black Hair Emperor's idea was not a sudden one, he had been thinking about it for a long time. The war between the 3 continents made Black Hair Emperor realize that he needed to abandon his narrow thinking of Gu refinement as the #1 priority. For the future war, he urgently needed powerful elites and Gu masters who were proficient in fighting. Black Hair Emperor gave the order. A huge storm quickly radiated from Royal City in all directions. The influence was getting greater. In a flash, half a month later, in Steel Thread City, an esteemed guest was welcomed by Steel Thread City Lord. This esteemed guest was personally received by the Steel Thread City Lord because he was also a city lord. Huafeng City Lord, what matter do you have for coming here? In the welcoming banquet, after 3 rounds of wine, Steel Thread City Lord asked. City Mistress Steel Thread, you're an understanding person. You already know why I'm here. City Lord Huafeng smiled. He pointed at the hairy Mangu masters standing behind him. Lord King is holding a martial competition, but each region can only send 3 people. We only have 2 cities in this area. Right now, these Gu masters behind me are the candidates I am sending to the competition. However, the number of people given by the king is limited. Let's have a few matches first and decide who will participate in the martial arts tournament. Ah, very good, that's what I was thinking too. The Steel Thread City Master laughed and clapped her hands. He summoned the hairy Mangu immortals behind the scenes. Both sides sent 1 person to the arena and the fight began. After a few rounds, Huafeng City won every battle. Steel Thread City, on the other hand, did not win a single match. Huafeng City Lord smiled and drank leisurely. Steel Thread City Lord's face was as dark as still water. His heart was heavy. To think that City Lord Huafeng came prepared, the Gu masters he chose are all elites. Oh no. If we do not win at all, the result of this battle will be widely spread. In the next few years, Huafeng City is going to suppress our Steel Thread City. Only the last match is left. City Lord Steel Thread, please deploy your troops. City Lord Huafeng raised his voice. Steel Thread City Lord snorted coldly, placing her gaze on the final hairy man. But this hairy Mangu master was sweating profusely. In this situation, he understood the heavy burden on his shoulders. But precisely because of this, he felt his confidence weakening. Not only was he lacking confidence, The higher-ups of Steel Thread City who were at the banquet were also lacking confidence. At this time, an elder of the city transmitted to Steel Thread City Lord, "City Lord, I have a candidate who can help us regain our reputation." Steel Thread City Lord was overjoyed. She quickly asked. This elder replied, "City Lord, have you forgotten that you recently took in a human slave? He has rank 5 cultivation level." Steel Thread City Lord was stunned. She had a bitter expression as she transmitted, "This is not appropriate. My confrontation with City Lord Hua Feng is perfectly justified and fair. If I send this human slave, not only will he lose, even if he wins, I will send him up to participate in the martial competition. If the Emperor sees that my Steel Thread City is sending a human instead of any hairy man, won't he blame me?" The elder smiled. He knew that this was Steel Thread City Lord's excuse. It was just that Steel Thread City Lord was reluctant. That slave called Fang Yuan, ever since he was bought by the City Lord, he had been visited by Steel Thread City Lord almost every night. This situation had already caused dissatisfaction among many higher-ups. Elder Yun continued, "Lord City Lord, don't worry. The current emperor is magnanimous and only cares about talent. He has many snowmen and feathermen among the assisting elders. If you send Fang Yuan to fight, if he loses, he will take responsibility. If he wins, our city's reputation will be preserved. If we send him up, the emperor will definitely look at you in a different light. He might even treat you as a close friend." The Steel Thread City mistress looked at this elder meaningfully and muttered in her heart, "This old bastard is really scheming. Isn't it because I've been neglecting the nephew you sent to me recently? You actually came up with such a vicious plan. If I win, I will send Fang Yuan up. If I lose, I will kill Fang Yuan and push the responsibility to him. Whether I win or lose, I will lose Fang Yuan." I forget it. Steel Thread City Lord sighed internally. How can I be a fool who will abandon my career for a beauty? Even though Steel Thread City Lord visited Fangjing every night and was infatuated with him, she was a cold-hearted hairy man with a strong sense of authority. In her heart, mere beauty was nothing. Thus, Steel Thread City Lord temporarily replaced the hairy man and called Fangjing over to instruct him. After learning the reason, Fangjing walked out of the arena. A rank 5 Gu Master. Hua Feng City Lord's heart jumped as he sensed Fangjing's rank 5 aura and became vigilant. He smiled and said, "Logically speaking, this match should be decided by our side. In the previous few battles we fought using martial arts, but how can we throw away the essence and tradition of us hairy men? This match. Let's use Gu refinement to determine the winner." The moment he said that, the Steel Thread City Lord almost cursed it out loud. The elders of Iron Thread City. They all looked at City Lord Hua Feng with disdain. However, City Lord Hua Feng had been the lord of a city for many years, and had long since developed a thick skin. He turned a blind eye to these gazes. The Steel Thread City mistress couldn't refute. After all, it was a rule that had been set beforehand. She could only wave her hand at Fangjing and say, "You can go down and compete. Make sure you give it your all. Remember one thing, there is only victory in this battle. If you lose, use your life to pay for your sins." Fangjing heard this but remained expressionless. He had been humiliated these last few days. The Steel Thread City mistress was very strong. She liked all kinds of positions. She did it 17 to 18 times a night, asking for it without restraint. She made Fangjing's life worse than death. Fangjing really wanted to die, but as a prisoner he was under the control of others. He couldn't die even if he wanted to. Steel Thread City mistress was using death to threaten him now. He felt a sense of freedom. In his mind a thought appeared, will I still be reluctant to part with this world? Why don't I just admit defeat and ask for death? But at this time, a voice resounded in his mind, "Fool! A man needs to know when to submit and when to stand tall. So what if they are humiliated?" If he had the guts, he would take revenge in the future. He would chop all the enemies who had humiliated him into mincemeat. That is what a hero should do. "Who is it?" Fangjing was shocked. He shouted in shock. On the other side, Hua Feng City's final hairy man Gu Master had just left the stage. He thought that Fangjing was asking him. Thus, he puffed up his chest and said loudly, "I am Mao Ba." Fangjing had no reaction. He had regained his freedom now. He even borrowed many Gu worms. That voice in his mind suddenly disappeared. No matter how he inspected himself, he could not find any traces. "Damn you, you dare to humiliate me?" Mao Ba was furious. He said his name but Fangjing did not respond. It was as if he did not want to tell him his name. Mao Ba was furious. Why is he angry? Fangjing was startled awake by Mao Ba's shout. He felt strange. Because of this misunderstanding, before the battle even started, The smell of gunpowder was already intense. Under everyone's gazes, the battle began. Mao Shiba was the strongest Gu master in Huafeng City. He was skilled in both the pen and the sword. Not only was he skilled in fighting, he was also skilled in Gu refinement. In contrast, even though Fang Jing had cultivated in Crane Gate for a period of time, he mainly cultivated enslavement path, he only dabbled in refinement path. The battle had just started, but Mao Shiba was already in the lead. By the middle of the battle, Mao Shiba was already far ahead of Fang Jing. He had a huge lead. At the final juncture, the spectating hairy men, be it Steel Thread City or Huafeng City, did not think that Fang Jing had a chance of winning. Even Fang Jing himself thought so. Am I going to lose? Forget it, death is a form of release. He sighed in his heart. Bullshit. At this time, the voice that had just appeared resounded again. Fang Jing was alarmed as his hands trembled. The half-finished product he had refined immediately failed. Ah! Huafeng City Lord laughed loudly. Steel Thread City's side had unsightly expressions. In Fang Jing's mind, that voice continued, as a man, what is a small setback? You are Fang Yuan. This time, Fang Jing finally recognized the voice. My main body died long ago. Only this will is left in your mind. As my younger brother, you live in this world but do not think about improving yourself, do not seek revenge, I cannot bear to watch this. Fang Yuan's will chided. Fang Jing snorted coldly, thinking, you are already dead, why are you still causing trouble? He had mastered Tenshuru's soul in the past to guide his cultivation. Now that he could converse with Fang Yuan's will, he felt a sense of familiarity. On the surface, the hairy men could not see anything strange. They thought that this expressionless Fang Jing was scared silly by this result. Fang Yuan's will felt Fang Jing's enmity, but he smiled nonchalantly. Since I am already dead, why do you still want to impersonate me? Fang Jing was silent. Fang Yuan's will continued, you were humiliated and tortured, unwilling to tell others your real name. This means that you still have shame, anger, and hatred in your heart. So why don't you work hard now and fight for this excellent opportunity? You know the reason, as long as you win this battle, you will be able to participate in the martial competition, leave your slave status and become a free person. I also want to win. Who doesn't want revenge? Who doesn't want freedom? But I have already lost this battle. Fang Jing said angrily. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan's will laughed loudly. You only need to follow my instructions and you can surpass Mao Shiba and turn defeat into victory. Fang Jing was stunned. He asked, what scheme do you have now? Fang Yuan's will snorted coldly. Even though I am dead, I am not resigned to this. I want revenge. All the hairy Mangu immortals who killed me cannot escape. And you are my hope of revenge. Didn't you impersonate me? Then take revenge for me. Why should I help a demon like you, who massacred your entire race to take revenge? Fang Jing said angrily. Fang Yuan's will said, if you continue to speak, there will be no time. Listen to my instructions, light up the fire and place the 3 metals in it. Remember, profound gold, ice gold, and tear gold need to be placed in the fire to be cooked. Fang Jing gritted his teeth, even though he was unwilling to listen to Fang Yuan's instructions. Fang Yuan's will's words gave him some hope of victory. This matter concerned his life. After hesitating for a while, he finally stretched out his hand. Refine Gu again. The surrounding hairy men saw this and sneered. But after a few minutes they could not laugh anymore. They looked at Fang Jing in shock. He raised his right hand, holding the Gu worm in his hand. He had refined it in front of everyone. I've won. He took a deep breath and announced loudly. In the hall no one spoke. Even his opponent, Mao Shiba, could not accept this fact. He had a dazed expression. The atmosphere was strange. The hairy men present did not want to admit that a human had defeated an expert hairy man Gu master in a Gu refinement competition. After a while, someone said, look, the 5-colored light on cloud cover continent is fading. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice. Dozens of gazes passed through the door of the hall. They saw that the 5-colored light on cloud cover continent was fading. From the dissipating 5-colored light, a figure walked out. It seems you have recovered. Land Spirit of Langya looked at this person and smiled. Yes. The person nodded. I have to thank First Supreme Elder for this. As they spoke, the 5-colored light faded, revealing the person's appearance. If Fang Jing saw this person he would be shocked. Was Fang Yuan. Land Spirit of Langya laughed loudly. Isn't it simple to thank me? Give me Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley or Wisdom Gu. Fang Yuan also smiled lightly. It is impossible to give it away. But we can make a transaction. I wonder what price the First Supreme Elder is willing to offer? Land spirit of Langya's laughter stopped. This? He hesitated, he had an awkward expression. Chapter 1058. Be it Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, or Wisdom Gu, they were all priceless treasures, unique and unparalleled in the world. Fang Yuan said they could be traded, but what could the land spirit of Langya take out to trade? Fang Yuan was not rejecting it, he was looking forward to it. Langya blessed land had a deep foundation, it was not an ordinary existence. It had experienced two venerables, it had existed since the medieval antiquity era. After imperial court blessed land was destroyed, it could be said to be the number one blessed land in the 5 regions. The land spirit's identity when he was alive was known as the number one refinement path expert in history. He had vaguely surpassed old eccentric Tian Nan and old immortal Kongju. How could such a person not take out something to trade? It was like trading immortal Gu. Every immortal Gu was unique and unparalleled in the world. Unparalleled items could naturally be exchanged with similarly unparalleled items. The value was measured by the two parties' evaluation of their own situation. Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, Wisdom Gu, these 3 in Fang Yuan's opinion, there was nothing he could not trade with as long as the benefits matched. The land spirit of Langya started to walk around. He frowned as he fell into deep thought. If it was the previous land spirit, there was no need to consider it, he would not trade with Fang Yuan. But after the change, this land spirit of Langya had different thoughts than the previous one. The white-haired land spirit was formed from his obsession with space escape Gu, so he was only interested in Gu refinement. He nurtured all of the hairy man Gu immortals into refinement path geniuses. But this black-haired land spirit wants to be the king of his own race, I can make use of this. Fang Yuan thought in his mind, looking at the land spirit of Langya walking around in front of him, he patiently waited for the other party's decision. Fang Yuan's heart was filled with confidence. He believed that the land spirit of Langya would not disappoint him. As expected, as Fang Yuan expected, the land spirit of Langya struggled for a while. He made up his mind to transact with Fang Yuan. First Supreme Elder, I do not doubt that you have the capital to transact with me, but transactions have to be consensual. If what you have in your hands can't move me, I'm afraid. Fang Yuan deliberately said. The land spirit of Langya widened its eyes. Don't worry. The treasures of my Langya sect are definitely not inferior to those 3 items of yours. Saying so, he handed an information path Gu worm to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand and received the Gu worm. This Gu worm was shaped like a silkworm chrysalis. Although it had a head, chest, and abdomen, its entire body was like a spindle and it was somewhat round and cute. It was pure white as if it was made of porcelain. The surface was like fine enamel. Fang Yuan held it in his hand and felt that it was smooth and very comfortable. This is a bookworm? Fang Yuan was slightly taken aback. He had seen the bookworm before, it was a rare rank 1 Gu. But what surprised him was that the bookworm in his hand was clearly emitting rank 3 aura. The land spirit of Langya snorted, saying, "This is something created by my previous master." He broke through the shackles of rank 1 bookworm and developed rank 2 and 3 Gu recipes. You said he was doing this. What is the use? If the enemies attack, can these bookworms resist? Although he said that, Fang Yuan could still sense the slight pride hidden in the land spirit of Langya's tone. Fang Yuan shook his head and did not speak anymore. He took out a trace of primeval essence from his immortal aperture and used it to activate the bookworm. At the same time, he injected a portion of his consciousness into it. The bookworm was not his. But the land spirit of Langya lent it to him. There was no obstruction when he activated it. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly. The contents of the bookworm made him excited. His blood and qi surged uncontrollably. As expected, Fang Yuan praised in his heart. The thoughts in his mind were fluctuating. Fang Yuan rushed back to Langya blessed land and spent a lot of time healing his injuries. At this moment, his immortal aperture's calamities and tribulations were right in front of him. Wuxia He Lulan, who immortal blessed land, fixed immortal travel, and others were all tossed aside. The biggest difficulty was how to survive this calamity. Once in a while, a calamity or tribulation would descend on a Gu immortal's immortal aperture. The deeper the immortal aperture's foundation, the stronger the calamities and tribulations. Fang Yuan's immortal aperture had not been developed yet, it was empty, but the space was terrifyingly huge, the time path resources were plentiful, and it was not restricted to the 5 regional walls. Such an immortal aperture already surpassed the total of the 10 extreme existences. It was easy to imagine the unprecedented dangers the calamities and tribulations would face. It could be said that this was a sharp blade hanging above Fang Yuan's neck. When he was healing earlier, Fang Yuan had been teaching Fang Jing while thinking about his current situation. There were only a few days left until this calamity. Fang Yuan had no confidence, he had no confidence. Most of his immortal goo were left in his body, many were self-destructed, some were left in Wuxia's hands. This caused Fang Yuan's strength to fall greatly. Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan were also missing, Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demonis were dead. The only place he could borrow strength from was Langya Blessed Land. And Langya Blessed Land had existed until now, it had definitely passed many calamities and tribulations, it was a model for immortal apertures to pass tribulations. There were definitely many things that Fang Yuan could learn from. How is it? Land Spirit of Langya smiled. He raised 3 fingers at Fang Yuan. My Langya sect has 3 foundations. First, the refinement path true inheritance left behind by my main body, it contains the essence of my entire life's cultivation. Second, the luck path true inheritance left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. Third, the theft path true inheritance of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. When my main body was alive, I refined goo for the 2 venerables. The compensation I requested was a true inheritance for each of them. Fang Yuan nodded. The contents recorded in the bookworm were regarding these 3 true inheritances. Regardless of which one, they were deep and profound. Fang Yuan only skimmed through some superficial information before he was deeply attracted. They could be said to have extraordinary value. Land Spirit of Langya continued, among these 3 true inheritances, Thieving Heaven's true inheritance is slightly inferior. That is because even though my main body refined space escape goo, he was unable to activate it, thus he returned a portion of the compensation. However, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's true inheritances are always in pairs. If you are lucky and obtain this true inheritance, and the corresponding true inheritance is not inherited, you can even obtain clues to a second Thieving Heaven true inheritance. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable left behind a total of 8 true inheritances, but only otherworldly demons can obtain them, only mine is an exception. Fang Yuan, you are an otherworldly demon, if you obtain another Thieving Heaven true inheritance, you can easily inherit it. Fang Yuan nodded. He had personally witnessed the power of formless hands. With theft path methods he could even steal other people's immortal goo and keep the greatest loot for each battle. And the unfamiliar face, vaguely familiar face, and familiar face that he relied on to survive were also Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's own immortal killer moves. The amazing use of theft. Fang Yuan was deeply aware of this. Obtaining this true inheritance would not disappoint him. After pausing for a while, Land Spirit of Langya continued, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had 8 true inheritances, but Giant Sun Immortal only left behind 3. My main body successfully refined the Immortal Goo House 88-point Jinyang Tower for him, so the value of this true inheritance is slightly higher than Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Giant Sun Immortal's 3 true inheritances contain all of his luck path methods. They are self-luck, all living being luck and heaven and earth luck. Among them, self-luck is the true inheritance. It is in my hands. All living being luck is hidden in Imperial Court Blessed Land. The legacy of the world's fate is in the Longevity Grotto Heaven. Fate of oneself, fate of all living beings, fate of heaven and earth. Connect luck immortal goo, break luck immortal goo, and divert disaster immortal goo were part of the all living beings luck true inheritance. After Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed by Fang Yuan, a portion of these immortal goo were left outside. As for the specific content of cultivation, it was already a mystery. Fang Yuan had interacted with Ma Hongyun before, he knew the power of luck path. Let's not talk about other things. If I have divert disaster immortal goo, then I can learn from Imperial Court Blessed Land and send the calamities and tribulations to the outside world. Fang Yuan knew that the Tao of luck would have a miraculous effect on his tribulation. Even in this true inheritance of self-luck, there was no existence of divert disaster immortal goo. The better Fang Yuan's luck was, the weaker the calamity he faced would be, and the easier it would be to deal with it. Fang Yuan, I suggest you choose the self-fate true inheritance, because your luck seems to be very bad. The Land Spirit of Langya said. This time you rushed back from the southern border. How many accidents and unforeseen events had occurred along the way? Even my side lost 2 hairy Mangu immortals. You might not even be able to guess the cause. Old ancestor Shui who wanted to refine fortune rivaling heaven goo. He ordered the demonic path goo immortals and snowy mountain blessed land to gather goo materials for him. In the end he lost the trust of the people, and when the matter reached a critical point, Snowy Mountain's goo immortals rebelled and stole one of the crucial goo materials. Old ancestor Shui who was furious, he sent Gu Immortals to capture all suspicious people. The hairy man Gu Immortal I sent to receive you was caught in the crossfire. As for the second Gu Immortal who mysteriously disappeared, I have not found out what happened to him even now. I believe that the truth will come to light one day. They will not sacrifice themselves for nothing. Fang Yuan consoled. The land spirit of Xianxia gritted his teeth. He did not dwell on this matter. He continued the previous topic. Actually, in my opinion, the most suitable thing for you is the first true inheritance. Refinement path has 2 paths. Do you know about it? I have heard of it. Fang Yuan answered. The land spirit of Xianxia said slowly, the 2 paths are the hairy man heaven and earth style and the human isolation style. We hairy men refine Gu differently from you humans. We can use the Tao marks of heaven and earth to create the most optimal environment for Gu refinement, thus increasing the success rate of the Gu refinement. Fang Yuan listened patiently. The land spirit of Xianxia definitely had his reasons for saying this. In the past, the reason why Giant Sun Immortal and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable sought help from my main body was because my main body cultivated the hairy man heaven and earth style Gu refinement method. The success rate of refining Immortal Gu was much higher than your human isolation style. My main body not only grasped the essence of the hairy man heaven and earth style, he even used old Immortal Kong Ju's true inheritance to transcend the shackles and reach a higher level. He created an immortal killer move called Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He was greatly interested. The land spirit of Xianxia had a proud and pleased expression as he continued to explain. It turned out that this immortal level tempering aperture killer move was a refinement path killer move that used several immortal Gu and over 100,000 mortal Gu to form. Its concept was extremely ingenious. It used the blessed land and grotto heaven as the refinement body. Through the killer move, it connected with the 5 regions outside the immortal aperture to influence calamities and tribulations, using the calamities and tribulations to temper the immortal aperture itself. The immortal aperture's calamities and tribulations are of all kinds. They are hard to deal with. But using this killer move, we can often restrict the type of calamities and tribulations. Do you know why Xianxia Blessed Land was placed at Crescent Lake previously? That is because Crescent Lake's surroundings are filled with dense water path Tao marks and refinement path Tao marks. My previous self used the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture to deal with calamities and tribulations. Normally they would form water path and refinement path calamities. After passing them, the immortal aperture would gain water path and refinement path Tao marks. 180,000 years ago, Xianxia Blessed Land did not have an ocean. But look at it now, there is an ocean. The vast land only has 3 continents left. This is the sign of an abundance of water path Tao marks. Fang Yuan heard this and thought of the scene where Spectral Soul used myriad tribulations to refine sovereign immortal aperture Gu. This immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move has the same effect as Spectral Soul's method. No, Shadow Sect had once placed spies in Xianxia Blessed Land. Maybe Spectral Soul's method originated from this killer move, Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture killer move? Fang Yuan guessed correctly. Spectral Soul's method was derived from Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture killer move. But his method was more refined. He used wisdom path to deduce what the calamities and tribulations were, and made preparations for them. It was not like this Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture killer move. It could only affect calamities and tribulations. There was a chance of failure. Xianxia Blessed Land's calamities and tribulations included fire path, lightning path, and others. They were not all water path or refinement path. Alright, you have Luopa Valley, Danghun Mountain, and Wisdom Gu. I also have 3 true inheritances. We can exchange them for one. How do you want to trade? Land Spirit of Xianxia asked. This time it was Fang Yuan's turn to think. Chapter 1059. Central Continent, Who Immortal Blessed Land. Oh dear. Fairy Myrtle slowly opened her eyes. She wore a beautiful purple robe, but her figure could not be concealed. Her eyes were like deep pools, her brows were shrouded in sorrow. Her skin was white as snow, her hair reached her waist, her body was brimming with rank 8 aura. Letting out a breath of turbid air, she stopped her wisdom path killer move and descended from the sky. Little Huang greets ancestor Zi Wei. On the ground, Feng Kim Hong had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Fairy Myrtle, he quickly knelt on the ground. Fairy Myrtle's lips curled up, showing a rare smile. Immediately, the sorrow on her brows faded. Her whole body seemed to be radiating with radiance. Her beauty could move one's soul. She spoke, Huang Air, get up, no need to be so polite. Speaking of which, your mother and I have some blood relation. It could be seen that she was very satisfied with this junior, Feng Kim Hong. Feng Kim Hong stood up, his expression was respectful and filled with admiration. This person in front of him was a rank 8 Gu Immortal. In Feng Kim Hong's mind, she did not dare to hope for rank 9 realm, but rank 8 was her life goal. This fairy Myrtle came from Spirit Affinity House. Her seniority in the sect was extremely high. She had lived for at least 1,600 years, cultivated wisdom path, and joined the celestial court. She was dignified and beautiful. It could be said that she had all the qualities that made Feng Kim Hong admire her. She was simply the reference for the latter's ideal goal. Ancestor Ziwei, after deducing for 3 months in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, did you gain anything? Feng Kim Hong asked curiously. Fairy Myrtle nodded slightly. At this moment she had already landed in front of Feng Kim Hong. But her feet did not touch the ground, she was floating in the air. There was still some distance between her and the ground. Her nature was like this, she had some mysophobia. There was no need to tell Feng Kim Hong about these things, but Fairy Myrtle still answered, after these few days of calculation I can be sure. The original owner of this Hu Immortal Blessed Land was Hu Immortal. He's a member of Defy. Defy. Feng Kim Hong's eyes narrowed in surprise. Although she was immortal, her parents were famous Gu Immortals, she knew many secrets of the world. She had heard of this organization Defy. It was a powerful force that some Central Continent Gu Immortals had formed in secret. The 10 great ancient sects of the Central Continent occupied the majority of resources and held great power, controlling or suppressing other factions or loose cultivators and fiend immortals. Where there was oppression there would be resistance. There were many organizations that joined forces to resist the top 10 sects of Jianghu state. However, these organizations usually didn't last long. The 10 great ancient sects would either attack or drive a wedge between them, causing them to collapse. However, Defy was the most well-hidden and had existed for the longest time. It wasn't that the 10 great ancient sects hadn't targeted them before, but the results weren't great. The crucial point was that this organization had truly hidden itself too deeply. Even the members of the organization. They didn't know each other's true identity, they only called each other by numbers. Right now, Feng Kim Hong suddenly heard that Hu Immortal was a member of Defy. This was truly out of her expectations. Hu Immortal is a lone immortal on the surface, but back then she obtained Danghun Mountain by chance. Now it seems that Defy was helping her from behind. Fairy Myrtle continued. Feng Kim Hong's gaze flashed, thinking of the scene of her crushing defeat at Feng Yuan's feet, she guessed. This means that Feng Yuan is also a member of Defy? No wonder he suddenly appeared back then, and it was such a coincidence. This time, Fairy Ziwei frowned slightly. The results of my deductions are not correct. They are not correct at the same time. But no matter what, Feng Yuan must have a deep connection with Defy. Xiao Huang, you kept Hu Immortal Land Spirit and didn't become the true owner of this blessed land? Is it because you still want to return this blessed land to Feng Yuan in the future? Ancestor Ziwei. Feng Kim Huang's forehead instantly broke out in cold sweat. Fairy Myrtle smiled faintly and comforted. We are family, you don't need to worry. I know that Feng Yuan undoubtedly saved Feng Jioga. Your father is a person with amazing talent, he is a first-rate person in history. What's rarer is that he clearly distinguishes between gratitude and hatred, and is loyal and affectionate. I can understand why he asked you to do this. Feng Kim Hong hurriedly said, Ancestor Ziwei is magnanimous. Fairy Myrtle waved her hand and stopped Feng Kim Huang's words. Her tone was slightly heavy as she continued. But you must remember, Feng Yuan is a wanted criminal in the Celestial Court, he is on the Demon Judgment Board. If you want to repay him for saving your life you must know when to stop. In the future, if you really return Hu Immortal Blessed Land to him, I will not stop you, I will even help you bear the responsibility. But this is my limit, my bottom line. I hope you two will not be so stubborn and make a huge mistake. Feng Kim Hong lowered his head. Huang Air will remember Ancestor's words. Fairy Myrtle nodded slightly, then her body fluttered as she flew up to the sky. She waved her hand and an opening appeared in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, connecting to the outside world. Then she turned into a purple flowing light and shot out like a meteor, instantly disappearing from Feng Kim Huang's sight. Fairy Myrtle flew all the way to the Celestial Court. In the Celestial Court there were many palaces, it was open and aboveboard. Fairy Myrtle's meteor form tore through the sky and landed in a hall. In the hall, Fairy Myrtle's main body was sitting cross-legged on a cushion, discussing matters with 2 other Celestial Court Gu Immortals. Purple light flickered and entered her hand. It turned into a consciousness, along with several immortal Gu and a few beads of immortal essence. It turned out that the fairy Myrtle that was left in Hu Immortal blessed land was almost like a real person, but her true identity was only a consciousness of fairy Myrtle. This consciousness carried the result of the deduction and went all the way up to fairy Myrtle's mind. Fairy Myrtle stored the immortal goo and immortal essence into her immortal aperture. She closed her eyes and received the result of the deduction. After a few breaths of time, she opened her deep and dark eyes, saying lightly, "I have already found clues to Fang Yuan." The old goo immortal sitting in front of her, known as Myriad Tidal Dragon, smiled and said, "Fairy Myrtle is indeed worthy of being a wisdom path expert on par with Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord in the Celestial Court." She actually used a consciousness to deduce the crucial clue. The more the consciousness thought, the more it was exhausted. Even the special will left behind by Giant Sun Immortal at 88-point Jianghu Tower. They had to choose to hibernate to prevent thinking from exhausting themselves. But Fairy Myrtle's methods were profound and profound. She actually used a will to deduce for her main body. Not only did she succeed, the expenditure of this consciousness was less than 20%. Such attainment, it was truly breathtaking. Fairy Myrtle's main body was frowning slightly. She did not comment on Myriad Tidal Dragon's compliment, continuing, "If not for Fang Yuan managing Hu Immortal blessed land for a period of time, I would not have deduced any clues. Fang Yuan has a close relationship with Defy. Even though I did not obtain Fang Yuan's location, I know that as long as we follow the clues and uproot Defy, we will be able to find Fang Yuan." Myriad Tidal Dragon nodded. "Fang Yuan has Spring Autumn Cicada and destroyed Imperial Court blessed land, inheriting some inheritances of Red Lotus Demon Venerable, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal. He is an otherworldly demon, but he survived the southern border battlefield. This kind of dangerous person must be eradicated. But to deal with him, we need to deal with Spring Autumn Cicada first. Don't worry about this. Ever since I woke up, I have been making preparations. A few days ago, I successfully activated the killer move. I have already sensed this Spring Autumn Cicada and sealed it. It cannot be used for the next 3 months." The third Goo Immortal said. His voice was hoarse. He had the appearance of a middle-aged man. His eye bags were deep and listless, giving off a feeling that he had expended too much energy and was extremely fatigued. But Fairy Myrtle and Myriad Tidal Dragon seemed to trust him a lot. The latter smiled. "Since Wei Lingyang made a move, there is no need to worry about Spring Autumn Cicada." Fairy Myrtle continued, "Then next we need to go to Mingtang Valley and capture Gong Sun Liang." At the same time, Central Continent, beside Pot River. Wuxia stood on the riverbank, looking at the green willows, the gentle breeze and the gentle river water, but he was feeling a little anxious. After avoiding the collapse of Earth Abyss, he led Tai by Yunxing, He Lulan and Xianxia for a while, using a goo formation to teleport to the eastern part of Central Continent. This was Wind Cloud Manor's territory. Wuxia was using Fang Yuan's body. He had already become a wanted criminal by the Celestial Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, but he still took the risk to stay here for 3 days. He was waiting for someone. Who was it that was worth him taking such a huge risk to wait for a meeting? A green figure flew over at a low altitude. Wuxia's heart shook. He went up to meet it. The green figure landed on the ground and stood still, but it was not a real person, it was a puppet. This puppet had a humanoid shape. It had 2 hands and 2 legs. Its body was robust. But its whole body seemed to be weaved from grass and vines. Its head, shoulders, and even its back were covered in grass. They were like daggers, pointing up vertically. The green grass puppet looked at the goo worm in Wuxia's hand and recognized him as the target. It spoke with an arrogant tone. "My master was invited to participate in Ancestor Kong Kong's treasure inspection convention. He cannot come. If you want to see him, wait for 3 more days." 3 more days? Wuxia's expression changed. "What? If you don't have the patience, you don't have to wait. I will bring the message back to master." The green grass puppet said coldly. "Wait." Wuxia quickly smiled. "I have already waited for 3 days, so what if I wait for another 3 days? But after 3 days it will be a whole 6 days. If I don't have the chance to see your master again, I can only give up on this transaction." The green grass puppet snorted, turning around and leaving. After a few steps, it lightly stepped on the ground and jumped into the air, turning into a lump of green shadow and flying away. After it left, Wuxia's expression turned gloomy, looking at the green grass puppet's back. His gaze flickered with uncertainty. When the green grass puppet flew out of Wuxia's vision, 3 goo immortal figures appeared from the surroundings, surrounding Wuxia. They were Tai by Yunxing, He Lulan, and Xianxia. That green grass puppet earlier, was it the rumored grass puppet deity? Tai Bai Yunxing asked curiously. That's right. Wuxia nodded. It was grass puppet deity formed from rank 6 grass puppet goo. It has rank 6 battle strength. When Feng Chanzi awakened his aperture, his grandfather Old Man Bei Feng gave the grass puppet immortal goo to his beloved grandson as a gift. Feng Chanzi is arrogant and egotistical. We waited for him for so long, but we didn't even get to see him? In the end he sent a grass puppet deity to dismiss us? He Lulan said in a dissatisfied tone. Shirnu sighed, saying helplessly, Sigh to refine fixed immortal travel, we need the light of the immemorial era, no goo recipe can bypass this hurdle. And this rare goo material, the light of the immemorial era, is one of the treasures of Wind Cloud Manor. We have a request, there is no other way. Wuxia snorted coldly, not speaking. He wanted to save his main body, he had to pass through the regional wall. But he was not like Fang Yuan, fixed immortal travel was a shortcut to pass through the regional wall, it was almost necessary and extremely important. Right now he could only endure it. He inwardly thought, Spring-autumn cicada has already been sealed, it seems the celestial court has already started searching for me. I cannot stay in Central Continent for long, with fixed immortal travel, I will go to Northern Plains and borrow luck from Longevity Heaven. Maybe I can even use it to get rid of Fang Yuan. No, looking at the time, tomorrow should be the day of Fang Yuan's tribulation. The calamities and tribulations of the sovereign immortal aperture are not so easy to pass. Although Providence cannot influence Fang Yuan, it can still make arrangements against him. So, what is scary is not just the calamities and tribulations of heaven and earth, there is also. Chapter 1060. Who would have thought that I would be here again? Fang Yuan sighed inwardly, he stopped flying and descended from the sky. In front of him was a vast expanse of whiteness. A world of ice and snow. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, cold wind whistled incessantly in his ears. The biting cold wind carried countless snowflakes and even tiny hailstones, rolling in all directions. Because of the snowstorm, Fang Yuan's vision was greatly restricted. Moreover, the temperature was very low. Fang Yuan had no choice but to use even more goo worms to maintain his body temperature and defend against the cold wind. This was still Northern Plains. The exact location was the northernmost part of Northern Plains, the famous Northern Icy Plain. This place was originally a grassland, but because of a world-destroying battle between experts, the natural landscape here was completely destroyed, turning into nothingness. After the battle, the victor, reckless savage demon Venerable, turned into the immemorial desolate beast Ice Phoenix and spat out extremely cold profound ice, freezing this place again. This formed the current landscape. Back then, He Lulan chose this place to pass the calamities and tribulations, advancing to Immortal. That was because this icy plain contained reckless savage demon Venerable's true meaning of strength path and transformation path. If a strength path or transformation path goo master advanced to Immortal here, they would form Dao Mark resonance, and the true meaning of strength path and transformation path would manifest with the help of the earthly calamity. When the person undergoing the tribulation defeats the earthly calamity, they would obtain the infusion of true meaning. It was equivalent to reckless savage demon Venerable's teachings. Scenes of memories flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. The vivid scenes seemed to have just happened yesterday. But at this moment things had changed. Fairy Li Shan, who had the highest cultivation level, was dead. He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing had probably defected. Only Fang Yuan was left behind. The current situation was also very different from before. Strength path and transformation path goo masters. There is only one chance to obtain the infusion of reckless savage demon Venerable's true meaning. That is the calamity and tribulation to advance to Immortal. But now, I have the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture, I might be able to repeat my previous success. Fang Yuan inwardly thought. He had not done this before, he was not very sure. However, after discussing with the land spirit of Xianxia, he felt that it was highly possible. He Lulan has the great strength true martial physique. When she underwent the Immortal Ascension Tribulation, the tribulation was huge and she lost her immortal goo. He barely made it through. My immortal aperture calamity is probably even more terrifying than her tribulation. Fang Yuan was under a lot of pressure. If he had no other choice, he didn't want to undergo the tribulation so quickly. Every once in a while, a tribulation would occur in his immortal aperture. But goo immortals had many ways to deal with it. The most commonly used were time path methods to slow down the flow of time in the immortal aperture and delay the arrival of calamities and tribulations. But in that case, the time Dao resources in his immortal aperture would be greatly reduced. But because of this, it decreased sharply. There were both pros and cons. it would depend on the Gu Immortal's situation. Xianxia Blessed Land had once used time path methods to modify the tributary of the River of Time in his immortal aperture. This caused the time in the celestial aperture to slow down greatly. However, this method was not mastered by the land spirit of Xianxia. But in the past, Long-Hair Ancestor requested the assistance of a Time Dao Almighty. My immortal aperture has too many Time Dao resources. 2 months in the outside world. In 2 months I will undergo a tribulation. Although my cultivation level grows quickly and the resources in my immortal aperture are many. But if I can't endure it and die in the tribulation, it would all be for naught. It seems that after this tribulation, I will need to search for time path methods to modify the tributary of the River of Time in my immortal aperture. This was all for later. The most important thing was this impending tribulation. Letting out a breath of turbid air, Fang Yuan's body shook slightly as a mysterious change occurred in his immortal aperture. Immortal aperture fall. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, his eyes shining with divine light. A loud sound seemed to resound in his ears as his vision changed. Looking carefully, he was already inside his immortal aperture. 5 regions and 9 heavens. It was empty inside, it was incomparably vast. There were no cultivation resources because Fang Yuan had yet to manage them. Only Gu worms of various sizes were stored inside. At this moment, these Gu worms were revolving around Fang Yuan. There were so many of them that they looked like a black cloud. Under normal circumstances, the immortal aperture was placed on the Gu Immortal's body. But now, the immortal aperture had fallen into the outside world, wrapping around the Gu Immortal's body instead. At this moment, Fang Yuan's body was like a land spirit. He was like a fish in water in the immortal aperture, but could not leave. And the immortal aperture itself could connect with the outside world's heaven and earth chi at any time to stabilize itself. When Gu Immortals undergo tribulation, they would normally place their immortal aperture in the 5 regions. Another situation was that the Gu Immortal's immortal aperture had too many resources, and the immortal aperture itself had too little heaven and earth chi, thus they had to place their immortal aperture and absorb the outside world's heaven and earth chi to replenish it. At Fang Yuan's original position, he had completely disappeared. The immortal aperture was on the ice surface, condensed into a point and was placed in the void, invisible. The raging icy wind was still blowing. There were no major changes, as if Fang Yuan had never been here. Everything was as usual. But at the next moment, when Fang Yuan opened the immortal aperture's entrance, everything changed. In an instant, heaven and earth rumbled, the glacier shook, countless heaven and earth chi surged towards the immortal aperture's entrance like a storm. Soon, large amounts of heaven and earth chi flooded this place. The icy wind and hailstones were all turned into heaven and earth chi. The immortal aperture's entrance was a passage that connected the outside world. As it opened, Fang Yuan's immortal aperture started to connect with the outside world, continuously drawing in heaven and earth chi. It was like a giant whale that had been hiding at the bottom of the sea, opening its mouth and absorbing oxygen. A vast amount of heaven and earth chi surged in, the entire immortal aperture shook slightly, but the shaking was extremely small, ordinary people could not detect it. At the same time, the tributary of the River of Time in the immortal aperture also started to fuse with the River of Time in the 5 regions. The immortal aperture's time flow started to slow down greatly. The immortal aperture that was placed in the world would have a much slower time flow, closer to the outside world of the 5 regions. Xianxia Blessed Land had been modified by a time path Gu Immortal, and could only be placed in the world of the 5 regions. The time flow inside was similar to the outside world of the 5 regions. Many Gu Immortals would choose to place their immortal apertures for the sake of their lifespan, hiding their bodies inside the immortal aperture. Unknowingly, there was a feeling that told Fang Yuan that calamities and tribulations were coming. But as the immortal aperture landed, time slowed down. Fang Yuan could clearly feel it. The speed of the calamities and tribulations slowed down. This situation was very normal. Every Gu Immortal would have this feeling when calamities and tribulations were coming. It was like when an earthquake was coming, livestock would roar and run amok. They all sensed the impending danger. Heaven and earth chi surged in, gradually slowing down. At first it was like a waterfall, but soon, it was like a flowing river. A while later, it was like a flowing stream. The immortal aperture's appetite had a limit. Fang Yuan had a calm expression. He had abundant experience seeing the heaven and earth chi like this. He started to arrange Gu worms in an orderly manner. Most of the Gu worms in the immortal aperture had already been arranged. The main ones were the outside world. A vast number of Gu worms flew out of the entrance like a swarm of bees. Fang Yuan could not leave this place. But Gu worms could be used. Next he controlled his goo worms and arranged them one by one. After about half a cup of tea's time, everything was ready. Fang Yuan did not hesitate, immediately pouring in immortal essence and activating his goo worms. Immortal goo rose up one after another. They floated in the air, shining with all kinds of colors. The lights intertwined. Next they resonated with the goo worms in the outside world. In the end it formed a huge dark green shadow. Not only did it fill the entire immortal aperture, it even spread to the outside world, covering 1,000 li of the icy plain. Immortal killer move, immortal tribulation tempering aperture. Large amounts of immortal essence were expended crazily. In the blink of an eye, it had reached 10,000. But this was just the beginning. The core immortal goo of this killer move were mostly rank 7, Fang Yuan's green grape immortal essence was expended very quickly. Thankfully, before coming he had already obtained a large amount of immortal yuan stone from the land spirit of Xianxia, and even borrowed the immortal goo treasure Imperial Lotus. 15 minutes later the killer move was successfully activated. Fang Yuan had expended more than 60% of his immortal essence. This expenditure has already far surpassed the number that the land spirit of Xianxia said. But he also said that the exact expenditure would vary according to the small world of the immortal aperture. Even before the tribulation, Fang Yuan had already expended more than half of his immortal essence. However, he had already discussed with the land spirit of Xianxia, to borrow the immortal yuan stone from him, he would be able to get it soon. During this tribulation, Xianxia blessed land could be said to be Fang Yuan's backup. But it was not appropriate to borrow it now, it would make the land spirit of Xianxia suspicious. He had already prepared methods like moving perspective cup goo. Even if he borrowed it during the tribulation, it would not be difficult. Moreover, he did not know what the tribulation was. He could sense that the tribulation was getting closer. Fang Yuan recalled his goo worms and closed the door, waiting quietly in the immortal aperture. Using this time he carefully inspected the goo worms in his hands. An hour later the tribulation finally arrived. The immortal aperture started to shake, countless amounts of heaven and earth chi surged out from all directions. This was the heaven and earth chi contained in the immortal aperture. In the blink of an eye heaven and earth chi collided, forming a boundless snowstorm. Snow flew everywhere, the wind blew, turning the entire immortal aperture into a world of ice and snow. Fang Yuan saw this and was slightly happy. Did immortal tribulation tempering aperture take effect? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The snowstorm wreaked havoc in the immortal aperture. Snow monsters formed one after another in the snowstorm. Snow monster calamity? Kill. Fang Yuan muttered, floating in the air. Goo worms flew around him, forming a defensive barrier. At the same time flying sword immortal goo shot out. Whoosh. Flying sword goo directly pierced through the snow monster's head, coming out from the back. Almost instantly, it flew back to Fang Yuan's side. The snow monster cried out, the wound on its head healed, it continued to charge at Fang Yuan. Snow monsters were similar to mud monsters and cloud beasts. Without destroying the snow core in their bodies, it was very difficult to kill them. They were very troublesome enemies. Pure flying sword goo was countered by them. But I am using a sword path killer move now. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. The snow monster ran for a few steps. When it suddenly roared, the snow core in its body was destroyed, as if its bones were extracted. Its body fell apart and turned into a pile of snow. Sword path killer move, sword marks targeting death. Chapter 1061. Fang Yuan was a person who learned from his mistakes. On the way to northern plains, he encountered mud monsters and cloud beasts. He suffered many losses. Now that he was undergoing tribulation, how could he not make up for this weakness? Speaking of the immortal killer move sword marks targeting death, there were some twists and turns. After Fang Yuan entered Xianxia blessed land, he healed himself while asking land spirit of Xianxia to reverse refine flying sword goo and other rank 7 immortal goo for him. He was a rank 6 goo immortal now, it was too taxing for him to use rank 7 immortal goo. Land spirit of Xianxia was simple. He felt that Fang Yuan had already joined Xianxia sect and became their external supreme elder. He was one of them, thus he gave him a suggestion. I can help you reverse refine immortal goo. Furthermore, it is much easier to reverse refine rank 7 to rank 6 than rank 6 to rank 7. But don't you feel it is a pity? Most importantly, reverse refinement is not something that can be done in one go. There is not much time left before the tribulation. If you start now you won't make it in time. You might as well use this killer move. Land spirit of Xianxia said this as he handed the killer move sword marks targeting death to Fang Yuan. You are really lucky, this killer move was bought by my previous self hundreds of years ago. It is suitable for many sword path immortal goo. Fang Yuan felt strange at that time. Long-hair ancestor was a pure refinement path Gu immortal. Why would Land Spirit of Langia buy a sword path killer move that he could not use for no reason? In the end he only looked at it briefly before understanding. It turned out that sword marks targeting death permanently expended the Dao marks of sword path Immortal Gu. It was engraved on the target's body. After the sword path Immortal Gu flew away, the sword path Dao marks would find the target's weakness and attack it. Like earlier, Fang Yuan used Flying Sword Immortal Gu as the core to activate sword marks targeting death. It pierced through the Desolate Beast Snow Monster. This attack was not fatal. The wound caused by the Immortal Gu quickly healed itself. But the sword path Dao marks that were engraved moved around the snow monster's body, destroying the snow core that was deeply hidden in the snow monster's body. Once the snow core was destroyed, the snow monster suffered a fatal blow and disintegrated. As such, Flying Sword Immortal Gu could kill targets like snow monsters. He would no longer have to work twice the effort for half the results, and the results would be minimal. But this killer move had a huge flaw. That was to permanently expend the Dao marks of the Immortal Gu. Immortal Gu could be seen as a fragment of the Great Dao, a collection of countless Dao marks. The higher the rank of the Immortal Gu, the larger the Great Dao fragment and the more Dao marks it had. The more sword marks targeting death was used, the fewer Dao marks the sword path Immortal Gu had. Unable to reply. This way, sword path Immortal Gu would become weaker and weaker. After a certain number of times, there would be a qualitative change. Rank 6 Immortal Gu would fall to rank 5 mortal level, or rank 7 Immortal Gu would fall to rank 6. This drawback was quite severe. Sword marks targeting death had a low value and was not very popular. The previous Land Spirit of Langia bought it at a low price. What he wanted was the killer move itself. In fact, every time he used the sword path killer move sword marks targeting death, he would not be able to use it. It was like a reverse refinement of an Immortal Gu. However, the effect of its reverse refinement was very small. Only after hundreds or thousands of times would there be an effect. After Fang Yuan understood this, he also understood why the Land Spirit of Langia bought this killer move back then. After all, the previous Land Spirit of Langia's greatest hobby was Gu refinement. Fang Yuan thought about it. He immediately accepted this sword path killer move. Undeniably, this killer move was too suitable for him now. Strong winds blew, snowflakes flew. A streak of sword light pierced into the snowstorm. The snowstorm could not cover the dazzling sword light, it easily pierced through. The sword light drew a beautiful arc in the air, hitting the desolate beast snow monster's chest. It then came out of its back, circling around and returning to Fang Yuan. Its injuries healed in the blink of an eye. The desolate beast snow monster roared proudly. It was about to step forward when its body suddenly broke apart, turning into a pile of snow. After a breath of time, dozens of small snow monsters came out of this pile of snow. But these small snow monsters were only a few meters tall. They were not a threat. Another sword marks targeting death. The effect of this move was excellent. Desolate beast-level snow monsters only needed one attack to defeat them. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. At this moment he finally saw the advantage of sword path. Gu master cultivation, nurture, use and refinement, these three aspects are extremely profound. It is still Flying Sword Immortal Gu, but I have changed my usage method and obtained a huge effect. Again. Fang Yuan used sword marks targeting death again. In the snowstorm, desolate beast snow monsters formed one after another, but were quickly killed by Fang Yuan. The strength of the snow monsters was related to their size. Rank 1 or 2 Gu masters could deal with a 6-meter-tall snow monster. 60-meter-tall snow monsters were desolate beasts. They had battle strength comparable to rank 6 Gu immortals. 60-meter-tall snow monsters could fight rank 7 Gu immortals. These 60-feet-tall snow monsters were killed by Fang Yuan one by one. It was like food being served to them. Fang Yuan's battle strength had risen greatly, thinking back to when he was in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, facing the desolate beast swamp crab in such a pathetic state. Now that he was facing the endless desolate beast snow monsters, he was able to control the situation calmly. Fang Yuan did not relax at all, he maintained his vigilance at all times. The reason why I am so relaxed is because of the rank 7 Flying Sword Gu, it can deal with desolate beasts, and also because sword marks targeting death is a powerful killer move that expends Dao marks. Back then, the swamp crab had the immortal Gu gruel mud, but these snow monsters do not. Fang Yuan's expression froze. He observed carefully. After the desolate beast snow monsters died, the small snow monsters that formed were slowly growing in size. The 10-meter ones became 20 meters, the 20-meter ones grew to 30 meters. The battle strength of these snow monsters was growing rapidly. If I let them grow, Will they become 60-meter-tall desolate beast snow monsters? Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. He stopped using flying sword Immortal Goo as he waved his hand. Countless dark spirals shot out. Bam bam bam, these black projectiles were densely packed. They rained down like a storm. The small snow monsters were immediately met with a calamity. At once there were heavy casualties. But soon, from the corpses of these small snow monsters, countless more of them stood up. Fang Yuan killed dozens of small snow monsters, but over 100 stood up. Fang Yuan saw this and frowned. He felt that it was a problem. But he observed carefully, even though the 100 or so small snow monsters had increased in number, they were smaller than before. Fang Yuan had a guess. He willed again. Immediately, hundreds and thousands of light green wind blades appeared. They appeared out of thin air beside him. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Wave after wave of wind blades interweaved in the air to form a dense net of firepower, covering the many snow monsters on the ground. The desolate beast snow monsters did not fall, but the small snow monsters were cut into countless pieces. At once, countless blade marks appeared on the ground. Snow flew everywhere. Fang Yuan activated his investigative goo, his eyes shining with bright light. He observed the entire battlefield. As expected, after 10 feet of snow monsters die, new snow monsters cannot be born. After confirming his guess, he relaxed slightly. Next, a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. Is it because of this blizzard? He split some of his attention. In a few breaths of time he activated over 100 mortal goo. A dark domain spread out from beneath his feet, and very quickly, a curtain of night spread out from it. It was Gu Immortal Hei Cheng's battlefield killer move, Night Veil. Normally, battlefield killer moves could not be set up in the Immortal Aperture. This was because battlefield killer moves were temporary Dao marks engraved. Modifying the environment would cause conflict and damage to the Immortal Aperture's Dao marks. But the battlefield killer move here was an Immortal level battlefield killer move. Fang Yuan's Night Veil was at mortal level. It was not a big deal. He even had Shui Songzi's mortal battlefield killer move, Snow Domain. It was not suitable for the current situation to amplify the snow monsters. As soon as the curtain of night fell, the power of the snowstorm within the range was greatly reduced. As expected, the small snow monsters that were shrouded in it grew much slower. But this was not a good situation. The snow seemed to be angered, intense winds howled, ice and snow rampaged, the edge of Night Veil was compressed. Soon, it shrunk to Fang Yuan's feet. With a loud sound, it was completely crushed. Of the 100 goo worms that made up Night Veil, less than 20% survived. Fang Yuan collected them. Desolate beast snow monsters appear one after another. More small snow monsters will be born from the corpse snow. The small snow monsters will grow together with the blizzard, growing at an unimaginable speed. But if I try to isolate the blizzard from its source, it will have the opposite effect. Currently, I can only kill small snow monsters while killing desolate beast snow monsters. Fang Yuan concluded in his mind. As expected, his senses were not wrong. This calamity was very strong. This was only the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's first calamity, but it far surpassed to Immortal Blessed Land's 5th, Blue Charm Lightning Shadow, 6th, Swamp Crab, and 7th, Blood Poison Herb, Earthly Calamity. The immortal essence in his hands was rapidly expending. His concentration was high, his mind was starting to get tired. However, Fang Yuan was getting more familiar with sword marks targeting death. Time passed. The heaven and earth chi in the Immortal Aperture was still moving, forming a vast blizzard. Initially, it only covered a few hundred li around Fang Yuan, but now, it had expanded to over 1,000 li. Fang Yuan's expression turned grim. He realized that this earthly calamity was not only unprecedented in scale, it would also last for a long time, far surpassing the 10 great catastrophes. As more and more desolate beast snow monsters appeared, Fang Yuan could not kill them in time with sword marks targeting death. As the number of small snow monsters increased, Fang Yuan had to use mortal killer moves to eliminate them. He could not deal with both sides at the same time. Thankfully, these snow monsters cannot fly. I occupy the sky. Even though I need to defend against the blizzard, I still have the initiative. This thought had just flashed in Fang Yuan's mind when a sharp eagle cry pierced Fang Yuan's eardrums. Fang Yuan raised his head and his expression immediately turned grim, thinking to himself, not good. In the blizzard, an iron crown eagle made of ice and snow had formed. The eagle flapped its wings and moved its body, charging towards Fang Yuan with a ferocious aura. Fang Yuan quickly turned his spear around and used sword marks targeting death to kill this eagle. However, in a short period of time, 3 more iron crown eagles took form and circled around him. The pressure increased, Danger was approaching. Chapter 1062. 3 Iron Crown Eagles charged at Fang Yuan. Sword marks targeting death. Fang Yuan called out in his mind, but at the crucial moment he failed. The killer move's activation failed, the backlash caused blood to flow out of his mouth. After all, he had only been in contact with this sword path killer move for a short period of time. In an urgent situation, if he was not focused, the chances of him making a mistake would increase. An eagle's cry pierced his eardrums. The Iron Crown Eagle on the left pounced first. Fang Yuan quickly dodged. A phantom image flickered on his back as light illusion bat wings appeared. He barely dodged the eagle's attack. But the flowing wind barrier around him was broken. It was torn apart by the Iron Crown Eagle's claws. Fang Yuan squinted. He decided to use sword marks targeting death again. This time he succeeded. The sword light was extremely sharp. It easily pierced the Iron Crown Eagle's back and continued forward. Suddenly, cold wind blew behind him. Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He had no time to think. He directly used sword escape Immortal Gu. Swoosh, his body shot out like an arrow with the momentum of piercing the sky. He flew up. The Iron Crown Eagle that was attacking him missed its target. After escaping danger, Fang Yuan stopped sword escape. Sword escape Immortal Gu flew in a straight line. It was extremely fast. Fang Yuan flew to the sky. He was more than 10 li away from the Iron Crown Eagle. Letting out a breath of air, Fang Yuan's heartbeat calmed down. After stabilizing himself, he willed to summon Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Earlier, he did not have time to recall the Flying Sword. This Immortal Gu had already flown far away after piercing the Iron Crown Eagle. It would take more than 10 breaths of time for it to return to Fang Yuan's hands. And that Iron Crown Eagle that was pierced cried out in pain. It fell towards the ground. Before it even hit the ground, its entire body had already turned into a large clump of ice and snow, sprinkling down in all directions. The remaining 2 Iron Crown Eagles flapped their wings, one on the left and one on the right. They flew with the momentum of wind and snow. They charged towards Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan did not want to fight head-on, so he used the sword escape technique to retreat. Even though his body was extremely strong now, it was not as tough as when he was an immortal zombie. The way of the sword was known for being strong in offense and weak in defense. Sword escape Immortal Gu allowed Fang Yuan to move like an arrow. He streaked across the sky and instantly pulled away from the pursuing iron-crowned eagles. The effect was immediate. Even Flying Sword Immortal Gu was not as fast as Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan flew around in the sky, finally meeting Flying Sword Immortal Gu and retrieving it. Fang Yuan held Flying Sword Immortal Gu in his hand. Injecting immortal essence, he silently mobilized the other Gu worms on him. After activating 100 supplementary Gu worms, a profound light appeared and entered Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Coincidentally, the 2 iron-crowned eagles were approaching, one in front and one behind. Fang Yuan opened his fingers and felt a tremor in his palm. The flying sword insect shot out and transformed into a dazzling sword light that seemed to have the power to pierce through the universe. Flying Sword Immortal Gu and Iron Crown Eagle flew towards each other, one going back and forth. In the blink of an eye, the distance was reduced to 0. After Flying Sword Immortal Gu pierced the first Iron Crown Eagle, its momentum did not decrease as it pierced the second one, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The Iron Crown Eagle in front flew for a while before its body broke apart. The one at the back was safe and sound. It continued to fly towards Fang Yuan, as if it had an irreconcilable grudge against it. Fang Yuan was about to retrieve Flying Sword Immortal Gu when his heart shook. Inexplicably, a wave of true meaning entered his mind. Fang Yuan's brows rose. He could not conceal his joy. This is the infusion of Reckless Savage's true meaning. It seems that my original plan did not fail. I succeeded. Fang Yuan purposely chose to undergo tribulation in the icy plain in the north. It was for Reckless Savage's true meaning. Because of historical reasons, if Strength Path or Transformation Path Gu Masters underwent tribulation in the icy plain, they would receive the infusion of Reckless Savage's true meaning and obtain a fortuitous encounter to raise their attainment levels. But this only happened when a Gu Master underwent heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations during immortal ascension. After a Gu Master becomes an immortal, they would experience calamities and tribulations. It happened in the immortal aperture. It would not trigger the infusion of true meaning. But after Fang Yuan learned about the immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move, he wondered if he could use this killer move to obtain the infusion of true meaning. Earlier, when he killed the desolate beast snow monsters and small snow monsters, he did not receive the infusion of true meaning. He thought he failed. When he killed the first Iron Crown Eagle earlier, there seemed to be an infusion of true meaning. But the situation was dangerous, he could not feel it clearly. Now he could clearly feel the infusion of true meaning. A sense of enlightenment appeared in his mind. He seemed to have turned into an iron crown eagle, from when he was young to now, from when he was born to when he first flew, to when he fought in the sky. He could feel the power of his wings hitting the atmosphere. He clenched his fists, his two eagle claws were like steel pincers. Looking around, he could see everything within 1,000 li. His strength path and transformation path attainment levels had risen greatly. His flying attainment level had also risen slightly. Receiving the infusion of true meaning was like receiving reckless savage demon venerable's unreserved teachings. Undeniably, the direct increase in attainment level brought about a huge and all-round benefit. If he followed the usual routine, the increase in attainment level could easily take decades or even centuries. Other than dream realms, perhaps only the infusion of reckless savage's true meaning here could directly raise his attainment level. Actually, dream realms themselves are the venting of emotions, the combination of obsession and desire. They are also the remnants of countless wills. Entering the dream realm and exploring it can raise one's attainment level, that is, one can get rid of the interference of emotions in the dream realm and not lose oneself. They can purify the true meaning from all kinds of distracting thoughts and raise one's attainment level. The true essence is the infusion of true meaning. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. The Iron Crown Eagle charged at him, but Fang Yuan easily dodged it. There was only one Iron Crown Eagle left. After Fang Yuan pulled some distance away, he used sword marks targeting death again and killed it without any hesitation. Checking his immortal essence, he still had a lot left. Although he had used several sword path killer moves and rank 7 immortal goo, Fang Yuan had made ample preparations. He was not in a tight spot like before. He had not borrowed from the land spirit of Xianxia. He had lost most of his immortal essence earlier because the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture had expended too much. There were no enemies in the sky. Fang Yuan looked at the ground. The snow monsters were standing on the ground, raising their heads as they roared at him. There are more of them. Fang Yuan frowned. In the next moment, countless sharp green wind blades and pitch-black dark vortexes appeared out of thin air and shot down violently. Like a raging river, the firepower was extremely fierce. It covered the sky, instantly drowning all the snow monsters on the ground. Bam bam bam, thunderous explosions could be heard endlessly. After more than 10 breaths of time, Fang Yuan stopped his attacks. The densely packed snow monsters suddenly decreased in number. More than half of the ice surface had been cleared. Only the desolate beast-level snow monsters were left standing. They were like dozens of huge pillars. That was just a mortal method, it was not a threat to them. Puff puff puff. A soft sound was heard, completely covered by the howling of the wind and snow. More little snow monsters emerged from the snowdrifts. It has only been a while, but these snow monsters are showing signs of being stubborn. Fang Yuan felt a headache. He could only continue to use sword marks targeting death to kill more desolate beast snow monsters. At the same time, he used mortal methods to kill the seemingly endless small snow monsters. What made him feel strange was that no matter how many snow monsters he killed, whether they were desolate beasts or not, he did not obtain any reckless savage true meaning. This earthly calamity is very strange, there are no records of it in history. But the current intensity has already far surpassed He Lolan's immortal ascension tribulation. At this time, the whirlpool formed by the wind and snow in the sky changed again. One by one, cranes flapped their wings and flew out of the whirlpool. These cranes had pure and simple feathers, their bodies were elegant and graceful, their cries were extraordinary, they were desolate beast 9 palace cranes. Fang Yuan licked his lips and with a bloodthirsty intent, he stood up straight. After killing one, there was indeed true meaning infusion. Fang Yuan could not help but become even more excited, his eyes almost shining brightly. Snow flew everywhere, strong winds howled, Fang Yuan and the group of 9 palace cranes engaged in an intense battle. His figure retreated and advanced, he moved left and right, up and down, agilely changing. At first, he fought alone, he was inevitably at a disadvantage, he was passive. After he killed a few 9 palace cranes, he fought for a wider space, he could advance and retreat more freely. As the results of the battle increased, he gradually grasped the initiative, he began to fight with ease. This time, 9 palace cranes appeared, more than double the number of Iron Crown Eagles, but they were still killed by Fang Yuan one by one, just that he spent a lot more time. The results were gratifying. Fang Yuan could feel that all aspects of his attainment levels had improved greatly. This feeling of clearly making people feel stronger was so intoxicating. However, when Fang Yuan saw the densely packed snow monsters on the ground, his heart instantly sank. Earlier, he had only faced 10 or so desolate beast snow monsters, but now there were 50 to 60 of them. And in the blizzard, more and more small snow monsters were growing. The desolate beast snow monsters were also getting closer to ancient rank. This situation was getting more intense. Fang Yuan was determined to stop it as soon as possible. In this situation, I can only use the third sword move. Immortal killer move, sword wave triple layered. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, more than 60% of his concentration was focused. He activated more than 500 mortal goo as well as more supplementary goo worms. This killer move's difficulty and preparation time were much higher than sword marks targeting death. Thus, it could not be used frequently. Finally, Fang Yuan released wave sword immortal goo. This immortal goo was like a blade. It expanded in the air, soon turning into a ring of blue water that surrounded Fang Yuan from all directions. Fang Yuan was about to attack the snow monsters on the ground, but at this time, a huge shadow loomed over him. Fang Yuan raised his head and sucked in a breath of cold air. He saw that a huge ruin bat had formed. It was flying in the sky, covering an area of 100 li. Oh no! Fang Yuan's heart jumped. This ruin bat was huge. It was an ancient desolate beast. It could battle rank 7 goo immortals. Chapter 1063. This is just the first earthly calamity. Not only are there so many desolate beast snow monsters, there is even an ancient ruin bat. Fang Yuan looked up with a bitter expression. The ancient ruin bat was huge. It cast a huge shadow that covered Fang Yuan and countless snow monsters. At once, the wind and snow weakened. The snow monsters also stopped roaring and howling. They looked up at this domineering beast in the sky. Before leaving Xianxia blessed land, I had already used a luck path killer move to increase my current luck. Since the tribulation, I have also been using dogshit luck immortal goo without stopping. Such luck should have reduced the power of the earthly calamity by a lot. Even so, this earthly calamity is still so difficult. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He forced himself to focus. The ancient ruin bat drew an elegant arc in the sky. Its huge body was like a mountain as it pressed down on Fang Yuan. At once, the pressure was unparalleled. Even the air was compressed. It was so heavy that it pressed down. Sword path killer move, sword wave triple layered. Fang Yuan had no way to retreat. He could only face it head on, using his third sword move. Swoosh! A loud sound echoed. The sword waves around him suddenly started to move, surging and surging, rolling up hundreds and thousands of waves. These ripples were bright silver in color. They were extremely sharp and had shocking killing power. The huge wave surged and moved in defiance of heaven, spreading out in the air, forming a wave that was several li long, crashing into the ancient ruin bat. The ruin bat did not make a sound. It actually shattered this wave. Fang Yuan pushed with his palms. With a swoosh, another huge wave was created. This wave was even bigger than the first wave. It stretched for more than 10 li. There were countless silver ripples at the tip of the wave. It was dazzling and gave off an intense feeling of danger. Wherever the sword wave went, it was pure. The wind and snow were instantly cleared. Even the air was cut apart. Evidently, this was a group attack killer move. With rank 7 wave sword immortal goo as the core. There were also several water path immortal goo supporting it. These water path immortal goo were naturally borrowed by Fang Yuan from the land spirit of Xianxia. The second sword wave collided with the ruin bat. The ruin bat's descent suddenly paused. At the same time, it let out a howl as if it was venting its pain. The sword wave didn't last long and quickly faded away. Fang Yuan saw that the ancient ruin bat's body was filled with deep sword scars. Under normal circumstances, ruin bats would seek luck and avoid calamity. When they felt that their lives were threatened, they would retreat on their own accord. Unfortunately, this ancient ruin bat was not made of flesh and blood. It was formed from an earth calamity, so it did not stop at all after being injured. It continued to dive down. He would not give up until he killed Fang Yuan. The ruin bat was a space path monster. Against it, Fang Yuan's sword escape immortal goo had little effect. Because of the space around Fang Yuan, they had all been affected by the ruin bat's power. It looked like a distance of 1 or 2 steps, but if one really walked, it would take hundreds or thousands of steps. Blindly dodging was the worst strategy. Although the ruin bat's flying speed was slow, the space path power also restricted Fang Yuan's speed. The only way was to resist, to attack and destroy the source. That was the best strategy. Thankfully, the sword wave was stacked 3 times. It could send out 3 sword wave waves, each wave stronger than the previous. The third wave. The sword wave rose to a height of 30 feet. It charged towards the ancient ruin bat like a tidal wave. The sound reverberated throughout heaven and earth. The waves emitted sharp sword light. It was dazzling. Even Fang Yuan, the culprit, felt his body tighten as a chill rose in his heart. Boom. The sword wave collided with the ruined bat. The ancient ruined bat's momentum stopped. It raised its head and opened its mouth, letting out a painful howl. The sword wave covered its abdomen. It continued to penetrate through the wound. It was expended rapidly. Eventually, there was only a trace of water left. It barely penetrated the ancient ruined bat's back. Bam! With a muffled sound, a large amount of flesh and blood fell from the ancient ruined bat's body. After being cut by the third sword wave, the ancient ruined bat slimmed down. Its huge body became very slim. The terrifying aura that was originally as majestic as a mountain had already dissipated. Fang Yuan felt his whole body relax and free. The invisible space path power that had affected the space around him completely disappeared. The heavily injured ancient ruined bat was like a kite with its string cut. After floating for a while, it smashed heavily into the ground. With a loud sound, snow flew into the air. Killed it? Fang Yuan was overjoyed, but his expression suddenly changed. A large amount of comprehension poured into his heart like a waterfall from the 9 heavens. This comprehension surpassed the sum of all the previous comprehension. In an instant, it destroyed Fang Yuan's self-awareness. Fang Yuan forgot himself. It was like he had truly become a ruined bat from birth to growth to death. He floated in the air, passed through the universe and traveled freely in the vast world. After being dazed for a while, Fang Yuan woke up. His dazed eyes shined with bright light again. It seems that I gained too much comprehension. I am like a snake swallowing a whale. I am in danger of dying from overeating. After realizing this, Fang Yuan's forehead was covered in sweat. Reckless Savage's true meaning was good. It was a supreme shortcut to raising one's attainment level. But in this world, one had to know when to stop. After overdoing it, good things would often cause harm to others. Too much Reckless Savage's true meaning would completely destroy the Gu Immortal's self-awareness. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had a Wisdom Path foundation. One of his defensive Immortal Gu was a Wisdom Path Immortal Gu borrowed from the land spirit of Xianxia. Otherwise, Fang Yuan's will would be destroyed by the true meaning. He might really think that he was a ruined bat and lose his consciousness, dying from the heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations. I don't have much immortal essence left. Thankfully, the ancient ruined bat was killed. Fang Yuan floated in the air, looking down at the ground. After the ruined bat's corpse landed on the ground, it turned into a pile of snow and dissipated. But there were already 100 desolate beast snow monsters on the ground. There were countless small snow monsters, and even ancient snow monsters that were 70 feet tall were starting to appear. Damn it, I only wasted some time. Seeing this, Fang Yuan felt unwell. The dense group of snow monsters made him feel increasingly helpless. To get rid of these snow monsters, it seems that I need to borrow an immortal Yuan stone from the land spirit of Xianxia. Fang Yuan was not willing. The previous transaction had already cleared his debt, but he had no choice now. He could only borrow again. The snowstorm that had weakened earlier, it started to get stronger again. Palm-sized snowflakes fluttered in the air. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. They wreaked havoc everywhere. 2 ancient ruined bats started to form in the wind and snow. Fang Yuan's body shook. His expression was ashen as he cursed internally. I might as well die. How is this an earthly calamity? Even a heavenly tribulation isn't this terrifying. Of course, this was just a simple complaint. After venting a little, Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and shot forward like an arrow. He took the initiative to attack. That ancient ruined bat had nearly taken his life. If 2 of them appeared at the same time and surrounded Fang Yuan, there was no way he could continue fighting. It seemed that the power of the earthly calamity was starting to weaken and was nearing its end. The 2 ancient ruined bats took form slowly, and were not as fast as the previous ones. Fang Yuan planned to take the initiative while the 2 ancient ruined bats were still forming. But at that moment, a snowstorm suddenly fell from the sky. There were several huge snowballs. Like a carriage, they came crashing down at high speed. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had quasi-grandmaster flying attainments. He dodged in time and was not hit. Fang Yuan took a closer look and saw that the culprits were the snow monsters on the ground. After being nurtured by the wind and snow, the number of ancient snow monsters increased exponentially. Previously there were only a few, but now there were 28 of them. These ancient snow monsters clenched their fists. They could form snowballs out of thin air. After roaring, they shook their arms. The carriage-sized snowballs moved like meteors. They flew into the air and attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. These 2 ancient ruined bats were not easy to deal with. Now that these snowballs were coming at him fiercely, they were obstructing his movements. If they delayed his battle plan and allowed the 2 ancient ruined bats to form, Fang Yuan's tribulation would end in failure. Just as Fang Yuan was undergoing tribulation in his immortal aperture and was in a dangerous situation, in the icy plane, someone was undergoing tribulation as well. This was a Gu Master's immortal ascension. He attracted heaven and earth chi, forming a tribulation. "Master, save me!" The Gu Master screamed, facing the frost lightning. He had no strength to retaliate, he could only watch as death descended upon him. Bam! A soft sound echoed. At the crucial moment, a figure blocked the tribulation Gu Master. To the Gu Master, the frost lightning was unstoppable, but in front of this figure, it was as fragile as paper. The frost lightning disappeared as quickly as it appeared. It returned without any effect, not even a corner of that figure's clothes were damaged. Master's cultivation level is so high. The Gu Master was filled with shock. Since the start of the tribulation he had been in awe and shock, he was already numb to it. This is just a flying frost-jumping lightning tribulation, it is not even one of the 10 great catastrophes. Gu Immortal Chu Du was expressionless, he looked at the remaining frost lightning in his hand as he said regretfully, "Master, from what you are saying, it seems like this tribulation is not strong enough?" The Gu Master said. Chu Du said frankly, "When a Gu Master ascends, heaven and earth chi will enter their body. During this process, they will come into contact with Providence. If the Gu Master asks any questions about cultivation, Providence will answer them. This is what people call natural inspiration. But in the northern icy plain, when a strength path Gu Master ascends, they will trigger Reckless Savage's true meaning. At that time, the Gu Master will not come into contact with Providence, but with Reckless Savage's true meaning, their strength path and transformation path attainment levels will rise rapidly. The stronger the tribulation, the more Reckless Savage's true meaning there will be. I am nurturing you disciples because of the Reckless Savage's true meaning that you will obtain when you ascend. By obtaining these true meanings, my strength path attainment level will rise rapidly. So that's it. The Gu Master realized, this is why Master said that he would need my help when he took me in as a disciple? Chu Du was about to speak when a loud sound echoed from 1,000 li away. Chu Du saw that 1,000 li away, space was torn apart like a broken mirror, showing the scene of Fang Yuan fighting the ancient ruined bat in his immortal aperture. Chapter 1064. Chu Du people called him Domination Immortal. He was a legend in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. He was born poor, he did not have a Huangjin bloodline, his starting point was very low, he only awakened his aperture by luck. Without a master or clan to guide him, he cultivated alone. He mainly cultivated strength path, but was not restricted by the predicament of strength path. Instead, he relied on his overflowing talent to forcefully create Jin strength Gu, strength of 10 Jin Gu, Jun strength Gu, strength of 10 Jun Gu, and so on with his own strength. Using these Gu worms, he grew step by step. Under the shocked gazes of the world, he finally shed his mortal body and became a Gu immortal. But this was not the end of his legend. Standing on the level of a Gu immortal, he organized and created the human Jun strength path. This small path gave the declining strength path an intense boost of strength. It was like life force was injected into a dead tree, causing strength path to blossom with a brand new aura. After the beast strength phantom path and chi heaven and earth path, the human Jun strength path was added to the strength path. It was recognized by the world. With his strength alone, he changed the structure of strength path. No one could deny his grand achievement. Up until now, most of the Gu masters in Northern Plains cultivated strength path. They walked on the human Jun strength path. Fate was a mysterious thing, normal people could not predict it. Be it Chu Du or Fang Yuan, they had never thought they would meet under such circumstances. Fang Yuan underwent tribulation because of the ancient ruined bat's power. A part of the aperture wall of his immortal aperture was destroyed, it connected to the outside world. Meanwhile, Chu Du was protecting his disciple, dealing with the immortal ascension tribulation and absorbing Reckless Savage's true meaning. The northern icy plain was huge, but the two of them chose to undergo tribulation at such a close distance. Even though they were separated by 1,000 li, their gazes met at the first moment. Chu Du had just destroyed his disciple's tribulation. He had one hand behind his back while the other held the frost lightning. He was calm and composed. Fang Yuan's white robe fluttered. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, he was covered in injuries, but his battle intent was overwhelming. It was as if he had turned into a peerless divine sword. The sharp aura made Chu Du frown slightly. Someone is undergoing immortal aperture tribulation here. What is going on? The ancient ruined bat inside was clearly the Reckless Savage's true intent, manifested through the world's calamities. This person has a peerless method that can replicate a Gu master's immortal ascension. using reckless barbarian's method to strengthen himself. Chudu was filled with shock and ecstasy. Domination immortal Chudu. Fang Yuan was also extremely shocked in his heart. This guy is protecting someone else's tribulation, he must be after the true meaning of reckless savage. Shit, if he sees my current situation, he'll definitely take the initiative to find trouble with me. The immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move that Fang Yuan obtained from the land spirit of Langia was extremely tempting to domination immortal Chudu. As long as I get his dermic formulation, why would I need to work so hard to train my disciple to become an immortal? I can trigger the true meaning of reckless savage during my tribulation transcendence. Furthermore, the calamities and tribulations were stronger, and there were more true meanings. The efficiency was superb. I have to get that magic. With that, Chudu shot toward Fang Yuan like a bolt of lightning. He was called Domination Immortal. Back when he advanced to rank 6, an experienced lone immortal came to find trouble with him, but was beaten half to death by him. The lone immortal called for reinforcements, but 3 lone immortals were killed by the newly ascended Chudu. He chased them for hundreds of thousands of li, killing the 3 immortals one after another. 100 years later, Chudu and Lu tribe's Gu immortals had conflicts. They fought for more than 10 rounds. Lu tribe's Gu immortals could not beat them. They begged for mercy. Chudu did not hesitate and killed them. Next, Lu tribe sent out several Gu immortals. Chudu could not fight them with 2 fists. He concealed himself for decades. When he appeared again, he had rank 7 cultivation level. He caused trouble everywhere, destroying 18 of Lu tribe's resource points in 3 days. Lu tribe's 3 immortals chased after him, but he did not retreat. Not only did he kill them, he almost entered Lu tribe's headquarters. Chudu surrounded Lu tribe's blessed land, not leaving. Lu tribe's first supreme elder returned in anger. Chudu fought with him for 300 rounds. Lu tribe's first supreme elder was an experienced rank 7, but he could not do anything to Chudu. He could only let him leave in the end. This battle caused Chudu's reputation to soar. The Gu immortal world learned of his domineering style. Not a single Gu immortal dared to look down on him anymore. If they wanted to find trouble with him, they would have to think twice before acting. But after this battle, Chudu concealed his traces. He mainly cultivated in seclusion and rarely showed himself. Recently, he only appeared in front of Northern Plains immortals when he participated in the Northern Plains auction. It turned out that back then Chudu's strength rose sharply and he defeated Lu tribe because of Reckless Savage's true meaning. He nurtured several Gu masters and protected them in their immortal ascension, allowing his strength path attainment level to reach Grandmaster. He created his own immortal killer move. When the time was ripe, he used the chance when Lu tribe was weak to attack them. Not only did he take revenge, he also established his reputation. These last years he had been hiding in the northern icy plain, diligently excavating the huge treasure of Reckless Savage's true meaning. When Chudu saw Fang Yuan, he not only coveted Fang Yuan's method to draw out Reckless Savage's true meaning, he was also furious that his treasure was discovered and stolen. Thus, he did not think much. He attacked directly. He wanted to capture Fang Yuan and interrogate him about the method to draw out Reckless Savage's true meaning. 1,000 li was nothing to Gu immortals. The distance between the two was rapidly shrinking. Chudu slowly stretched out his right palm, aiming at Fang Yuan, who was in the quasi-immortal aperture, but a sword light had already shot towards him. His reaction was fast, but Fang Yuan's reaction was even faster. Almost at the first moment, Fang Yuan activated sword marks targeting death, shooting out the immortal Gu flying sword. The flying sword tore through the sky. The bright silver sword light made Chudu feel like he could not look at it directly. Chudu chuckled. He stretched out his right palm and grabbed at the flying sword. Boom! With a loud explosion, the air exploded. A huge strength path phantom, it was clearly in the shape of Chudu's right palm, compressed the air like a small mountain. It seemed slow but was actually fast, grabbing flying sword immortal Gu. Shock flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. Chudu's strength path phantom giant hand was actually very similar to his giant hand. But evidently, his strength path giant hand was not only stronger than Fang Yuan's giant hand, it was also more agile. Chudu's strength path giant hand moved at the same time as his right palm. After grabbing flying sword immortal Gu, Chudu grabbed it heavily, sealing flying sword immortal Gu. Fang Yuan immediately felt that the connection between him and flying sword immortal Gu had become minuscule. Chudu's brows suddenly furrowed imperceptibly. He opened his right palm and found that at the center of his palm, there was a trace of blood on it. It was the damage of the killer move sword marks targeting death. Interesting, he commented faintly. As soon as he said that, the trace of blood on his palm had already healed. Hand over the method and I will spare your life. Chu Du raised his head after sending out the warning. His expression changed again. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan actually cut off his lower body, using a blood path killer move to refine his lower body into a thick pool of blood. The blood rushed to the immortal aperture's hole, and in the blink of an eye, the space path hole was quickly repaired. Chu Du quickly activated his strength path giant hand and pounced. However, the slightest mistake could lead to a great error. He lost the golden opportunity and the giant hand missed. Like a meteor falling from the sky, it smashed into the ground, directly smashing out a huge pit that was 10 feet deep. Chu Du flew to the place where Fang Yuan had placed his immortal aperture. His expression was dark. He did not have a method to enter the blessed land of the immortal aperture. Damn it! Why did I encounter the domination immortal? Inside the immortal aperture, Fang Yuan only had his upper body left. He was flying in the air. His injuries were severe, everything below his abdomen had already been refined by the blood. The intense pain was absorbed by the goo worms on his body. Fang Yuan was not affected. He was calm as ice against the two ancient ruined bats. I need to kill these two ruined bats as soon as possible. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He had a ruthless expression. Sword wave triple layered. He activated this killer move continuously. The sword wave surged as it collided with the ancient ruined bats. Intense. Fang Yuan bled from his 7 orifices. He felt dizzy. He was on the verge of fainting. He had a splitting headache. Wave sword triple layered was a killer move that involved many goo worms. The activation process was not simple. In order to mobilize those goo worms, Fang Yuan's thoughts were completely expended. His mind was in an extremely dry state. Furthermore, to protect the aperture walls and prevent the ancient ruined bat's power from destroying them again, Fang Yuan could only block each of the ancient ruined bat's attacks with all his might. Seconds felt like years. Every time he blocked an ancient ruined bat's attack, Fang Yuan's vision would turn dark. He had no confidence in blocking it again. He could not think of anything else. The moment his thoughts formed, Fang Yuan would expend them to mobilize the countless goo worms in his body. Both sides were like death warriors who had met on a narrow road. Their bodies were bare and their bayonets were stabbing into each other's bodies. It was a matter of who would be the first to give up and fall. After a long time, a gust of wind blew. Fang Yuan's dazed eyes regained some clarity. Did I succeed? He looked at the falling ancient ruined bat in the sky, muttering subconsciously. Soon the thoughts in his mind became more abundant, allowing him to think even more. One ancient ruined bat was finally killed by him. But there was one left. Fang Yuan licked his dry lips. A twisted expression appeared on his pale face as he continued to attack the ancient ruined bat. What happened next was much easier. Fighting an ancient ruined bat alone, Fang Yuan's pressure was greatly reduced. More thoughts appeared in his mind. He could think more. He could deal with the ruined bat's attacks calmly and wisely. But he did not dare to relax at all. It would be terrible if another ancient ruined bat was condensed. Even worse was domination immortal Chu Du, who was outside. If he entered, Fang Yuan's outcome would be dire. It would be worse than dying in the calamity and tribulation. But eventually the heaven and earth chi calmed down. Fang Yuan killed the third ancient ruined bat. But no more ruined bats appeared. Chu Du was nowhere to be seen. The calamity and tribulation have stopped. This calamity and tribulation is over. Fang Yuan looked down helplessly. This place had turned into a land of ice and snow. Countless desolate beast snow monsters were roaring. They were still looking at him fiercely. Thankfully, my immortal aperture is big enough. I don't have many resources. I will leave these snow monsters here for now. They alone cannot break through the aperture walls. Fang Yuan flew up to a layer of heaven. His injuries were severe. He needed to recuperate. While healing, he needed to prepare for battle. Chapter 1065. 3 days later, inside the sovereign immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal aperture was extremely huge. It was divided into 5 regions and 9 heavens. After Fang Yuan passed the tribulation, he had been healing his injuries in the first layer of heaven. At this moment, the healing process had reached a critical juncture. In a blood lake that was 100 li in circumference, Fang Yuan was submerged at the bottom of the lake that was hundreds of meters deep. His injuries were extremely severe. It was so tragic that it made people feel a chill in their hearts. His entire lower body was cut off. Only his upper body was left floating in the blood lake. The dense life force in the blood lake continued to pour into his huge wound. After 3 days of preparation, a lump of blood-colored light could be vaguely seen, forming the shape of his buttocks, legs, and feet. Suddenly, Fang Yuan opened his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot. The moment he opened his eyes, Lightning seemed to flash at the bottom of the dark blood lake. Blood path body refinement, return my immortal body. Fang Yuan shouted in his mind, countless thoughts flashed in his mind. Tens of thousands of mortal goo that were mobilized by his thoughts shone with a bright light that could not be ignored. These mortal goo had already been placed in every corner of the blood lake. Now that they were connected, the entire dark and gloomy blood lake was illuminated in red light. Gradually, the light of these mortal goo merged into one. A rank 6 immortal goo flew out of Fang Yuan's body and slowly rose. This goo was round like a pearl, it was the size of a goose egg, there were countless markings on the pearl, they were constantly changing like a myriad of lotuses in full bloom or like moving clouds. Blood path immortal goo blood asset. This immortal goo was not in Fang Yuan's knowledge. This was a goo created by the previous land spirit of Xianxia by combining some blood path goo recipes in jewel yellow skies. Immortal goo blood asset's use was to protect a portion of the immortal materials or goo worms during the goo refinement process. If the goo refinement failed, these immortal materials or goo worms could be restored using blood asset immortal goo after the refinement. Ever since he obtained this immortal goo, the previous land spirit of Xianxia had saved a lot of resources. This immortal goo was very precious to the previous land spirit of Xianxia. Could be said that no amount of gold could buy it. But after the land spirit of Xianxia changed its nature, it only wanted to revive the hairy man race, it had no interest in goo refinement. When transacting with Fang Yuan, blood asset immortal goo fell into Fang Yuan's demonic claws. Although Fang Yuan did not show it on his face, he was extremely happy in his heart. This goo could only be used in refinement path in the hands of ordinary goo immortals. But in the hands of a blood path grandmaster like Fang Yuan, not only did it make the best use of everything, but it could also be used extraordinarily and had a wide range of uses. Just like now. Once blood asset immortal goo appeared, the entire blood lake started to boil intensely, it was like an erupting volcano, the bottom of the blood lake was erupting. Boom. A large number of bubbles appeared on the surface of the lake. Waves of life force poured into blood asset immortal goo like swallows returning to their nest. Blood asset immortal goo floated above Fang Yuan's head, rotating rapidly. Like an endless black hole, it absorbed all the vitality in the blood lake. Next it was purified. A concentrated life force that could be seen with the naked eye poured into Fang Yuan's body like a translucent stream of water. Crack crack crack. Fang Yuan's bones made crisp sounds, it was joyful. His dried flesh and blood instantly filled up, like a balloon being blown up. The scars on his skin had all disappeared. His long hair grew longer, it was black and shiny, like a layer of oil had been smeared over it. Most importantly, there was a huge wound on Fang Yuan's body. It was originally a translucent blood shadow's lower body. But under the nourishment of an immense amount of life force from the inside out, turning phantom into reality. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan's injuries were healed. His body was completely healed, it was completely intact. Bam! Fang Yuan shot out of the blood lake like an arrow, appearing in the sky. His divine sense scanned his body, he nodded in satisfaction. This body created by the sovereign immortal fetus is truly mystical. Its Dao marks are of countless paths, but they do not interfere with each other. Because of this, no matter what paths healing methods I use, they are all effective. If not for this, how could I heal this terrifying injury in just 3 days? Fang Yuan waved his hand, blood asset immortal goo shot out of the blood lake like a meteor, flying into his hand in the blink of an eye. Holding this immortal goo in front of him, after looking at it for a while, Fang Yuan was filled with emotions as he placed it on his chest. Blood asset immortal goo was residing in Fang Yuan's body, on Fang Yuan's chest, it turned into the image of a red bead. This method of parasitizing was not safe. If Fang Yuan's body was destroyed, blood asset immortal goo would also be destroyed. Immortal goo were extremely fragile, even a few months old infant could crush a rank 9 immortal goo. Keeping it in the immortal aperture was the safest. But Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was still on the ground. He could only do this for now, it was not a problem to be careful. In the 500 years of my previous life, I searched for a blood path immortal goo to no avail, I could only refine spring autumn cicada in the end. If I had such a blood path immortal goo back then, I would have made a name for myself already, even if the 10 great ancient sects encircled me, I would have the confidence to fight them. Fang Yuan was not boasting, he was not exaggerating at all. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had peak rank 6 battle strength, he fought against ordinary rank 7 goo immortals twice and won both times. Even though there were external factors like timing and location, defeating a rank 7 as a rank 6 was already very dazzling. Of course, compared to people like Bo Qing and Feng Jiuge, this battle result was very ordinary. But don't forget, when Fang Yuan defeated this rank 7 Gu Immortal, he did not even have a single Immortal Gu. He had used Blood Path Mortal Gu and a Mortal Killer move to defeat the enemy. In the 500 years of his previous life, Fang Yuan used Blood Path to become an Immortal. Not only did he create his own Blood Path Mortal Gu, he also designed many Blood Path Killer moves. Some were powerful, some were sinister and dark, some were filled with killing intent. Fang Yuan's Blood Path attainment level was at Grandmaster. He did not lack anything but a Blood Path Immortal Gu. As long as he had this Immortal Gu, he could rapidly modify Mortal Killer moves and form countless Immortal Killer moves, causing his battle strength to rise explosively. In the 500 years of his previous life, even after rebirth, Fang Yuan did not have a chance to obtain a Blood Path Immortal Gu. After rebirth, he wandered around the world, moving through many obstacles, walking on the crest of the waves. Because of various reasons, he did not obtain any Blood Path Immortal Gu. In fact, it was due to Providence's secret influence. Until recently, he finally obtained Blood Asset Immortal Gu from Land Spirit of Xianxia. Actually, Fang Yuan did not want to do it so early. He wanted to cultivate Blood Path. Any Blood Path Gu Immortal would be detected by the Celestial Court. Their names would be listed on the Demon Judgment Board. Blood Path was very dangerous. Even the Demonic Path did not like it. Everyone wanted to get rid of it. When Fang Yuan obtained Blood Asset Immortal Gu, he thought, it is best not to use it if possible, it is best not to use it. But things did not go as he wished. During the tribulation, he encountered Domination Immortal Chu Du at the moment of life and death. He had no choice but to use Blood Asset Immortal Gu to create a Blood Path Killer move and seal the Aperture Wall. When healing his injuries earlier, Fang Yuan also used a Blood Path Immortal Killer move. Only this healing killer move could heal his injuries quickly and guard against the huge threat that was Chu Du. Fang Yuan did not want to ask for help from Land Spirit of Xianxia. The more he asked for help, the more he would expose himself. Fang Yuan still had some reservations about Land Spirit of Xianxia. At least, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was a huge secret. He was concealing it. Fang Yuan was a Blood Path Grandmaster. With 500 years of accumulation in his previous life, he modified Mortal Killer moves into Immortal Killer moves. It was a natural thing to push the boat along with the current. It was not like He Lulan, who had difficulty raising Self-Strength Phantom to Immortal level. In fact, he had created many Blood Path Immortal Gu recipes in his previous life, but unfortunately his Refinement Path and Wisdom Path attainment were too low. The Immortal Gu recipes that he obtained could not be deduced, they were very incomplete. Putting away Blood Asset Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan started to think about his situation. 3 days have passed, Chu Du has not attacked yet. It seems that he does not have any methods to break the Immortal Aperture Wall. 3 days ago, Fang Yuan resolutely paid the price of heavy injuries to seal the Aperture Wall's hole. Chu Du's efforts were in vain. If Chu Du had any methods, he would have used them. But 3 days had passed. Even if some methods needed time to prepare, they would not take 3 days. Thus, Fang Yuan deduced that Chu Du was at his wit's end. This was not strange. The Immortal Aperture landed on the ground and formed a blessed land. As long as the entrance was not opened, the Immortal Aperture would shrink to a point in space. It would not be visible, outsiders would not be able to enter. Back then, in order to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Crane Gate had to use their bloodline and Fangjing, using the unorthodox method of Blood Path to sense it. Chu Du was a Strength Path Gu Immortal, but piercing the Immortal Aperture Wall clearly involved Space Path. Fang Yuan guessed correctly, but he did not relax because of this. Even though Chu Du could not enter the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, he would definitely stay here and guard this place. This was obvious. Putting himself in his shoes, Strength Path Gu Immortal Chu Du, who wanted to absorb Reckless Savage's true meaning wholeheartedly, how could he give up on this huge fortuitous opportunity? Back then, against the Super Force Lu tribe, Chu Du did not leave. He guarded Lu tribe's blessed land until Lu tribe's first Supreme Elder arrived and fought with him. Fang Yuan was alone. How could he match Lu tribe? Even with Xianxia blessed land, he could not match Lu tribe. The battle strength of those hairy man Gu Immortals could not be counted on. Furthermore, even if Chu Du could not break the Aperture Wall, he could find other helpers. It seems that I am trapped here for now. If I return the Immortal Aperture to my body, can I use Sword Escape to escape from Chu Du's pursuit? Fang Yuan shook his head. Sword Escape Immortal Gu might be fast, but it flies in a straight line. If I want to change directions, I need to stop. This is a weakness. It is effective against ordinary Gu Immortals, but against Domination Immortal, it is not enough. I need at least an immortal killer move to have any hope. While thinking, Fang Yuan flew down the first layer of heaven. Just as he was in the sky of the tribulation, the snow monsters on the ground sensed Fang Yuan's traces. They roared at him. Many ancient snow monsters raised their arms and threw snowballs at Fang Yuan. Sighing, Fang Yuan flew away helplessly. The earthly calamity is over, but these snow monsters are still here. I can only ignore them for now. There is nothing in this immortal aperture that they can destroy. I have sword escape immortal goo, but my sword path attainment level is too low. I have more hope in blood path. Next, I need to modify mortal killer moves and create immortal level blood path killer moves, using blood asset immortal goo as the core for movement. Chapter 1066. Western Desert on a certain trade route. Kill these bastards, the wealth will be ours. Rob them. Defend, if these goods are lost, the master will not let us off. Deafening battle cries resounded. Around a low sand dune, a bloody battle between the bandits and the caravan was unfolding. This bandit group had been committing crimes in the desert all year round. The members were all human goo masters. They were fierce and brave, they were experienced on the battlefield and had great skills. But in the caravan there were few humans, the feathermen were the majority. These featherman goo masters stood on the ground, guarding the goods, while some flew in the air, fighting with the bandits. Fireballs shot out, heat waves surged and there were wind blades mixed in. They flew in the air and smashed into the enemy's formation, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Western Desert was filled with fire path and wind path goo worms. These two paths were the most common among goo masters. After a while, the bandits had the upper hand. They did not suffer many losses. But in the caravan there were many casualties. Han Li was among the goods. His body was covered in blood, his face was charred black. In the fierce battle just now, he was unfortunately hit by an invisible wind blade, leaving a long and deep wound on his chest. Even now he was still bleeding profusely. And the charred black on his face was caused by a fireball that landed beside him. The hot sand flew everywhere, most of it landed on his face. Damn it! Could it be that I'm going to lose my life here today? The scene of the battlefield caused Han Li to feel despair. He had stepped onto the path of cultivation with much difficulty, becoming a goo master by luck. But he was chased out and could only roam around. To make ends meet, he applied to be a member of this caravan, but to think such a large caravan would be robbed by bandits. Run. This caravan is finished. I will not die with them. Follow me if you are smart. These feathermen are finished. Even if you return alive, the master will kill you. Even if you return alive, you will be executed by the master. The defeat was decided. Deserters started to appear in the caravan. They were all human goo masters who were hired as guards. These fellows. Forget about them. Save your true essence. Even if we die, we will die in battle. The featherman goo masters gritted their teeth in anger. How can you do this? Han Li was stunned. He was still young and had just entered the world. He was very naive as he looked at these escaping human goo masters. He didn't know how to react. Why aren't you escaping? A featherman goo master walked over and saw Han Li. Han Li gasped. He did not know what to do. He knew this featherman goo master. He was the leader of this caravan. Even though your cultivation base is a little inferior, you're far superior to your brethren in some aspects. The leader of the feathermen sighed as he patted Han Li's shoulder. His palm flashed with light, and he patted Han Li's shoulder 3 times, instantly healing his injuries. Amazing. Is this the power of a rank 4 goo master? Han Li was shocked. He opened his mouth to express his gratitude, but the leader of the feathermen had already stepped past him and ran towards the front lines. The front line was already in a critical situation. The leader of the feathermen had no choice but to participate in the battle. Once the rank 4 goo master made a move, the bandits were in a complete mess. They suffered huge casualties. Among the bandits there were rank 4 experts, but they were guarding at the back, watching coldly with a cold smile on their faces. The featherman leader quickly dominated this battlefield, slaughtering everyone. Han Li's blood boiled as he watched. The other feathermen also cheered. But the leader of the feathermen had a heavy heart. He knew. The enemy was cruel. They were using these cannon fodder to wear down his primeval essence. When the experts among the bandits joined the battle, he did not have as much primeval essence as the enemy. He would definitely be at a disadvantage. Whoosh. Right at this time, intense wind sounds could be heard from the sky. The wind was huge. It was like the roar of a desolate beast. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound. Someone exclaimed, "Oh no! It's a golden thread tornado." Western Desert's tornadoes were divided into golden threads, silver threads, iron threads, copper threads, and others. They all had different strengths. Golden thread tornadoes were very powerful. Even rank 4 Gu masters would die if they got caught in them. The feathermen panicked. The bandits were also in a mess. Like gunpowder exploding, they roared as they charged towards the caravan with ruthless expressions. They wanted to take down this caravan before the golden thread tornado engulfed this place, then leave with the precious goods. Hold on. The featherman leader shouted. Even though the tornado was terrifying, feathermen would die if they got caught in it. But they were born with the ability to fly. They were in a much better situation than human Gu masters. This fierce battle had entered a white-hot stage. Almost every second, someone was losing their lives. Han Li hid among the goods and defended himself. His cultivation level was low. He was not eye-catching. The bandits felt that he was not a threat. Han Li was indeed not a threat. His primeval essence was already expended. He was no different from an ordinary person. The fireballs and wind blades on the battlefield rarely affected Han Li. Because of the goods around Han Li, both sides chose to hold back. The tornado was extremely fast. It was still at the edge of the sky earlier, but it soon arrived near the battlefield. Winds blew, sand flew in the sky, landing on Han Li's body. It was numbing and painful. Retreat. Although the bandit leader was very unwilling, the wise leader still yelled and chose to retreat. The bandits were like a gust of wind. They were covered in injuries and had bloodshot eyes. They came and left quickly. Quick! Move these goods away. The featherman leader's injuries were terrifying, but at this crucial moment he placed the goods first. The feathermen were busy saving the goods. No one cared about Han Li. The tornado attacked. Han Li was sucked into it uncontrollably. Many feathermen and a large number of goods were in the same situation as him. Han Li was swept into the wind. The world was spinning around him. He could not tell which direction he was in. His body was like a willow dancing in the wind. He was in danger. Bang! He did not know if he crashed into a rock or the goods. He fainted immediately. After a long time he woke up. "Young man, you are finally awake." An old man sat in front of him. He said weakly, Who are you?" Han Li was still in a daze. He looked around. He was lying on the sand. There were rocks, corpses, and scattered goods around him. The tornado stopped? I actually survived. Han Li was stunned before becoming overjoyed. "Without me, how could you have survived?" The old man smiled. "Han Li, thank you for saving my life." Han Li quickly bowed, expressing his gratitude sincerely. The old man nodded. "Back then, before I became an immortal, I was in the same situation as you. Today you were swept into the tornado because of me. I lost the duel with Tianjin in the end. Before I die, I will pass on my life's true inheritance to you." Central Continent. Inside Broken Sword Valley. Where did the sword Chigu go? Chase it. This sword Chigu is mine. Don't even think of taking it away. A group of Gu masters shouted. They formed a group of people as they charged out of the valley. Let make way. Those who block the way will die. Hong Yi had just arrived at the entrance of Broken Sword Valley when he saw a large group of Gu masters acting like madmen. They charged over. Among them were rank 3 and 4 experts. Hong Yi's expression turned pale. He quickly escaped and made way. The group of Gu masters stirred up a cloud of dust. They charged past Hong Yi. What is going on?" Hong Yi mumbled. His heart was pounding. The conversations of the passers-by helped him resolve his doubts. "I heard that is a rank 4 sword Chigu. No wonder so many people are fighting over it. Let's go in, maybe we can find a rank 4 sword Chigu." Wishful thinking. How long has this Broken Sword Valley been formed? There might only be one rank 4 sword Chigu. Don't think too much. Sword Chigu, rank 4. Hong Yi's heart shook. His gaze was filled with envy. He quickly ran into the valley. He had explored this valley long ago, but previously, it was not like this. It turned out that before the Battle of Yitian Mountain, when immortal zombie Bo Qing appeared, he came from the bottom of falling heavenly river's source. Countless sword lights shot out. A ray of sword light landed here and split the mountain range into two, forming the landscape of the valley. This was the origin of Broken Sword Valley. At first, people did not pay much attention to it, but soon, Central Continent's Gu masters discovered that wild sword path Gu worms were appearing in this valley. As it turned out, the sword lights back then were not ordinary. Each sword light contained sword path Dao marks. After the sword lights landed here, the sword path Dao marks were carved in the valley, creating a special environment that nurtured more and more wild sword path Gu worms. Paper could not contain fire. More and more Gu masters came here to search for treasures. The scene earlier was the rank 4 sword Qi Gu being discovered by someone, causing a commotion as it escaped. Rank 4 wild Gu worms are extremely rare. Even if I find one, I might not be able to capture it, it is too dangerous. Hong Yi thought as he carefully searched the valley. He gradually moved away from the crowd. At an inconspicuous corner, he saw a shocking scene. An ordinary caterpillar was molting. But the amazing thing was, the caterpillar's hard shell was shining with light. Hong Yi was dazed for a moment before recognizing this scene. He was overjoyed. Good luck, path. I actually encountered the moment when a worm is evolving into a Gu. The aura that was being emitted was so strong. I wonder if it is rank 4 or rank 5 Gu. Hong Yi did not wait for the caterpillar to finish molting. He quickly went forward and caught it. He immediately moved to a safer place, activating his primeval essence and refining it. A moment later he succeeded and obtained a strange rank 5 sword path Gu worm. It was black and palm-sized like a miniature sword sheath. Rank 5 sword sheath Gu. What is the use of this Gu? Even though I obtained a rank 5 Gu, my primeval essence cannot keep up, I cannot use it. Hong Yi was sighing inwardly, when suddenly, a wild sword path Gu worm came out from the grass, flying towards him and entering the sword sheath Gu in his hand. Hong Yi was stunned, he could not speak for a moment. Southern border, a nameless mountain. The night sky was shrouded in heavy rain. Xianxia, you will die here today. A short and muscular man walked towards the peak of the mountain with his arms behind his back. Over there, 3 Gu masters were defending the perilous area. 1 man and 2 women. One of the female Gu masters was heavily injured. She was Xianxia's servant Little Lan. The other female Gu master had smooth black hair, her skin was white as snow, she was extremely beautiful, it was Xianxia. Looking at the person, Xianxia smiled bitterly. Shang Baishi. To think it was really you, why must we fight among ourselves? Shang Baishi laughed loudly. Father is dead, big brother is dead, Chao Feng is also dead. As long as I kill you, my 8th brother will become Shang clan leader. Thus you must die tonight. Xianxia heard this and felt like she was hit by a formless force. Her body shook and she almost fell to the ground. Her tone was extremely mournful. Just for the position of clan leader, Shang Pu Lao is so cold-blooded and heartless? Shang Baishi sneered. Yes, you saved my 8th brother's life, but so what? You want him to repay your kindness and hand over the position of clan leader to you? The position of Shang clan leader is an authority above everyone else. You are too soft-hearted, how can you compete with my 8th brother? Xianxia shook her head. When I saved him, I did not think about the position of clan leader. Precisely so, you ended up like this. Ah. Shang Baishi continued. Lady Xianxia, why bother talking to such a despicable person? Yi Fan's brows furrowed, his tone was filled with disgust towards Shang Baishi. Young Master Yi, leave. He only wants my life, I will give it to him. You are an outsider, there is no need to get involved. Leave quickly. Shang Xnci pushed Yi Fan's back, urging him to leave. I'm not leaving. Yi Fan shouted, Lady Xnci, you saved me, a drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water, how can I leave like this? If you make it sound so good. But even if you want to leave, you cannot. Today all 3 of you will die without a doubt. Shang Xnci, you are still so naive. If I do not kill all 3 of you, will the survivors slander my 8th brother's reputation in the future? Shang Baishi said as he walked closer. Yi Fan gritted his teeth, even though he was heavily injured and could not even stand properly, he had to block in front of Shang Xnci. Mema man. Shang Baishi evaluated indifferently, before waving his hand and knocking Yi Fan to the ground. If you were at your peak condition, I would still be wary of you. But your primeval essence is already exhausted, you are no threat at all. Ah. Shang Baishi laughed loudly, walking closer to Shang Xnci. Shang Xnci slowly closed her eyes, giving up on pointless resistance. Before dying, a man's figure suddenly appeared in the deepest part of her heart. A thought appeared uncontrollably, how good would it be if she could see him one last time before she died. But after waiting for a while, Shang Baishi did not attack. Shang Xnci opened her eyes in confusion, seeing Shang Baishi standing motionlessly in front of her, just a few steps away from her. However, he was as stiff as a stone statue, and his terrified expression was frozen. For some power and wealth you disregard family, you are the scum of our Shang clan. A female immortal appeared. You are? Shang Xnci was shocked. The female immortal looked at Shang Xnci in admiration, consoling warmly, Don't be afraid, I am your Shang clan's ancestor, Shang Qing Qing. I have decided from this moment onwards, you will succeed as Shang clan leader. Chapter 1067. Pot River was like a long jade belt. It was carved in the eastern part of central continent. The water of Pot River was always flowing like this. It was like a beautiful song. The melody was soft and melodious. Wuxia stood at the embankment of Pot River, waiting for Feng Chanzi. He Lulan, Shirnu, Tai Bai Yunxing and the rest were hiding nearby, protecting Wuxia. The river water flowed. There were 2 dragonflies on the river, sometimes flying, sometimes perching on the tip of the pot grass. There were many pot grasses growing in Pot River. These grasses were rooted in the mud at the bottom of the river, absorbing nutrients. The stems were long and flexible. They propped up the tip of the grass sticking out of the river. On the tip of the pot grass there was a brown fruit. This fruit was only the size of a fist. It had not matured yet. The fruit was hollow. It was not tightly sealed. There was a huge opening at the top. Coincidentally, a dragonfly followed the fragrance inside the fruit and flew into it recklessly. It struggled for a while but was knocked unconscious by the fragrance. It could not fly out anymore. Wuxia watched the scene unfold quietly. He knew, after a few months the fruit would grow bigger, it would attract more flying insects, water worms and even small fish and prawns. As it grew, the fruit's opening would close. After it matured, the pot grass would look like a brown jar. It would be completely sealed. Then Pot River would welcome its annual flood season. During the flood season, Pot River would change from its gentle appearance. The water would surge rapidly, washing away the pot grasses growing in the river. The brown pot fruits would be carried away by the water, leaving the stalks. Following the flow. On both sides of Pot River, Gu masters would take action. They would fish the pot grasses' fruits. They would break them and get fish worms. There were also the seeds of the pot grass. There was also a chance that the pot grass would produce gu worms. These gu worms would fall into hibernation in the pot grass. They could be easily refined by people. The super force of the 10 great ancient sects, Wind Cloud Manor, controlled Pot River. During this time they would organize a Pot River ceremony. It would attract countless gu masters, men and women, young and old. Not just Wind Cloud Manor's disciples. There were also surrounding forces of all sizes. It was very lively. Wuxia looked at the pot of grass on the river, but his eyes wandered. In order to obtain the immemorial light, he had stayed near the Qin River for some time. On the surface he appeared to be carefree and calm like water, but in reality, there was a lot of anxiety accumulated in his heart. Moreover, this anxiety and uneasiness grew stronger as time passed. I have the spring and autumn cicada on me, but it has already been sealed. It could not be used. Before my rebirth, Providence will always be watching over me. Not only would Providence silently and stealthily affect my thoughts, it would also set up a trap for me. Influence other existences to encircle me. I couldn't stay in one place and give Providence time to make its plans. It couldn't be too long. If this time Feng Chanzi didn't show up again, I can only give up on this line. Wuxia made up his mind. At this moment, a green figure appeared. Flying close to the wide surface of the Pot River, he quickly approached Wuxia. It's that rank 6 grass god. Be vigilant and prevent any accidents. The Shadow Sect Immortals transmitted secretly as they became alert. When the grass god saw Wuxia again, he had an arrogant attitude as he raised his head. The immemorial light is in my hands, but Master said that we can exchange for it, but not at the previous price. You have to raise the price by 30%. What? He actually wants to raise the price by 30%? This is an exorbitant price. Feng Chanzi actually dared to mention it. The price was already very high. It is not worth it to raise it by 30%. Shirnu and Tai Bai Yunxing discussed secretly. Wuxia was actually quite angry, but he had no choice. He needed the immemorial light too much. To refine fixed immortal travel, he needed the immemorial light. This was a hurdle that could not be avoided. After a moment of silence, Wuxia nodded. I agree. The grass god snorted coldly. Then let's begin the transaction. Wuxia had already made ample preparations. The two quickly completed the transaction. After the grass god counted the items, he showed a satisfied expression. Wuxia had suffered heavy losses. He had paid a high price, but he had been waiting for so long and finally obtained the immemorial light. He was quite happy. He smiled at the grass god. Everyone enjoyed this transaction. We can work together again if there is a chance in the future. The grass god, work together again? That will depend on my master's mood. Actually, this time master did not intend to trade with you, but not long ago he lost a bet with prodigal son Chiu. He wanted to recoup his losses. That's why he sent me here. You must remember, This immemorial light was not given to you by my master. I understand. Actually, your clan has a lot of assets and wealth, it can be said to be as vast as the sea. So what if you lose a small piece of immemorial light? No one will notice it at all. Wuxia flattered. Alright, this matter is settled, you should leave now, you cannot stay here for too long. The grass god said one last thing before leaving. Actually, even without its reminder, Wuxia had already decided to leave. After concealing themselves and flying for over 100,000 li, Shadow Sect's group landed in a nameless forest and rested for a short while. Even though we obtained the immemorial light this time, Feng Chanzi's price was too high, we paid too much. To refine fixed immortal travel, we need to find other supplementary immortal materials. Xianxia said. Thankfully we obtained the immemorial light, the rest will be much easier. After all, we can make use of Defy. Tai by Yunxing suggested. The important thing is, how many portions of the immemorial light do we have, how many times can we refine it? Heilolan's words hit the nail on the head. To refine an immortal goo immortals could not just prepare one portion of immortal materials. Not counting the hairy man heaven and earth style, just using the human isolation style refinement method, the success rate of refining a rank 6 immortal goo was less than 1%. In theory, Wuxia's group needed to prepare at least 100 portions of immortal materials. But from experience the truth was even crueler. Because the success rate could not be raised just by the quantity of immortal materials. Most of the time. Even if there were more than 100 portions of immortal materials, the goo refinement would still fail. There is a lot of the immemorial light. I can attempt 9 refinements. Wuxia said this and paused. He secretly activated an immortal goo in his body. Rank 6 immortal goo luck inspection. This immortal goo. It was originally with Qin Bai Sheng. By chance, because he needed it, it was sent to Xianxia and lent to him. After the Battle of Etian Mountain, Shadow Sect failed. This luck inspection immortal goo ended up in Wuxia's hands. This was an investigative goo worm, it was used to observe the luck of other existences. Wuxia's eyes shined as he looked above his head. In his vision the scene was completely different. A luck path chi pillar. It was like a dream in Wuxia's eyes. Wuxia was slightly surprised. Why did my luck suddenly improve so much? He had checked his family's luck a long time ago, and it was not ideal. And because of spring-autumn cicada's weakness, his luck was still declining. The current situation was much better than what he had expected. Don't tell me? A thought flashed in Wuxia's mind. He thought of Feng Yuan. He also thought of the self-luck true inheritance in land spirit of Langya's hands. Last time my shadow sect attacked Langya blessed land. We snatched a portion of the refinement cauldron and even implicated dog shit luck immortal goo, unintentionally destroying it. Land spirit of Langya had been preparing to refine dog shit luck immortal goo. Recently he had succeeded. I'm afraid he lent his dog shit luck to Feng Yuan. Wuxia immediately thought of the biggest possibility. A few days ago. He knew that Feng Yuan had passed the tribulation successfully. Because there was still a hairy man goo immortal spy in Shadow Sect's side, he was in Langya blessed land. I'm afraid that is the case. Originally, Feng Yuan and the others had connected their luck. Their luck was split evenly. After the Battle of Etian Mountain, my body was Feng Yuan's. But he kept his soul, the two are still connected. He is using dogshit luck immortal goo over there. To increase his own luck. But the amplification of luck is like water flowing down from above, pouring into Yifan, Hongyi, Hanli, and He Lulan. These 4 people's luck is connected to my body, so I gained a huge advantage. No wonder I waited for so long without any results, my hopes were slim. This time, Feng Chanzi suddenly lost a bet to Lang Ziqiu. He needed capital urgently, so he made a transaction with me and obtained the light of the immemorial era. After thinking about it, Wuxia realized that Feng Yuan had great value. His immortal aperture goes through a tribulation every 2 months. Before the tribulation he needs to use dogshit luck to amplify his luck and weaken the power of the earthly calamity. That way I can benefit from it. I don't even need to go to northern plains and borrow luck from longevity heaven. Even if he knows he is helping the enemy, he has no choice but to do so. Because the sovereign immortal aperture's calamities and tribulations are terrifying beyond logic, he needs to do everything he can to pass the crisis of life and death. However, it was a wise decision for him to undergo tribulation in the northern icy plain. If Providence wants to deal with him and use all methods to eliminate him, it will need the help of the earthly calamity. But undergoing tribulation in the northern icy plain, reckless savage's true meaning replaces a portion of Providence. greatly reducing the danger. I hope you can survive. I will take back this body of yours sooner or later." After staying by the nameless lake for a while, Wuxia saw that no one was following them. He led the three immortals on their journey again. Wuxia was in a hurry. He needed to make use of his time. Not only because his main body's remnant soul was trapped in the dream realm, being tortured day and night. Furthermore, he needed to refine fixed immortal travel while his luck was good. This would greatly increase his chances of success. Northern Plains, Northern Icy Plain. "Master, how long do we have to stay here?" The newly advanced Strength Path Rank 6 Gu Immortal asked weakly. Domination Immortal Chu Du stood on the icy plain, looking at the palm-shaped crater on the ground. He sighed. He did not answer his disciple, instead falling into regret. "I was too rash before. How could I have acted without thinking?" Since he knows the method to extract reckless savage's true meaning, be it an immortal killer move or an immortal Gu house, it will not be easy for me to obtain it. Even if I kill him, I need to guard against his soul self-detonation. Otherwise, it will be a waste of my efforts. I will lose this huge opportunity to seek the Tao. I should have been more cautious. At least I should have tried peaceful means before resorting to violence. Now that the other party has fixed the loophole, he is inside the immortal aperture. It is easy to defend and hard to attack. I have no way to break through. It is not too late to make up for it. Maybe I can discuss with him? Right, I still have his sword path Immortal Gu. That is a bargaining chip. Chapter 1068. Northern Plains. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, first layer of heaven. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Bright light flashed in them. After several days of deductions, I will use its original name, Blood Torrent. Thinking of this, the Gu worms around Fang Yuan moved according to his will, flying around. Hundreds of mortal Gu were flying around him, resembling a huge ring. Blood Asset Immortal Gu was residing in his chest. The red insignia started to shine with bright light, emitting intense heat. Suddenly, a dazzling blood light blossomed from Fang Yuan's chest. The blood light shot into the sky, turning into a surging blood spring in the blink of an eye. The blood spring carried Fang Yuan flying into the sky. After flying into the sky with a loud sound, a long red trail was created in the sky. A blood light river flew in the first layer of heaven. Everywhere it went, there was a thick stench of blood. It was nauseating. In the blood light river, Fang Yuan's entire body was wrapped in it. He was nowhere to be seen. This was good. It had the effect of camouflage. Even if the enemy attacked, they would not know which part of the blood light river to attack. After flying for a while, Fang Yuan stopped. The blood light river vanished. Fang Yuan's lonely figure appeared in the sky. This blood light river's speed can be increased. I just need to add more mortal Gu. Fang Yuan analyzed it. He concluded his gains and losses. But no matter how many mortal Gu I have, the straight line speed cannot compare to Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Sword Escape Immortal Gu was a rank 7 Immortal Gu. This blood-torn Immortal Killer move only used one Immortal Gu, the rank 6 Blood Asset Immortal Gu. It was normal that its speed could not compare to Sword Escape. Unless Fang Yuan raised Blood Asset Immortal Gu's rank. To rank 7, this Blood Torrent could surpass Sword Escape in terms of straight line speed. But that way. Fang Yuan was only a rank 6 Gu Immortal. He could only use rank 7 Immortal Gu. He would encounter the awkward situation again. It was not worth it. Straight line speed cannot compare to Sword Escape. That is within my expectations, no problem. I deduced this Immortal Killer move to make up for the weakness of Sword Escape in terms of turning. I can use Blood Torrent and Sword Escape Immortal Gu alternately. In this way, it should be enough to deal with Chu Du. Fang Yuan had already thought this through. Blood Torrent was a Blood Path Killer move. Sword Escape Immortal Gu was a Sword Path Immortal Gu. There was no connection between the two. If other Gu Immortals tried to do both, they would not benefit from either. But Fang Yuan was a special case. His body was very special. It was formed from sovereign immortal fetus Gu. His Tao marks were of all kinds, including many schools. What was even more amazing was that they didn't interfere with each other. Fang Yuan could use Blood Torrent and Sword Escape Immortal Gu alternately without losing any of their original power. Sword Escape Immortal Gu allowed one to fly in a straight line. Although it was extremely fast, it could only fly in a straight line. It was really too stupid. It was extremely easy to target him. If he stopped to adjust his direction, the Domination Immortal would be able to take advantage of this momentary opening. However, by alternating Sword Escape and Blood Torrent, he was able to complement each other's weaknesses, and he could almost face the Domination Immortal with ease. Chu Du was a Strength Path Gu Immortal. Strength Path was specialized in attack and recovery. It had the strongest endurance in battle, but it was usually lacking in speed. Of course, this was only Fang Yuan's estimation. Whether it was effective or not, he had to test it with practice. After all, the last time domination Immortal Chu Du made a big move was 100 years ago. Ever since his battle with Lu tribe's first supreme elder. Ever since then there were few traces of him, he had been cultivating in seclusion. These last days, Fang Yuan had not only deduced blood path killer moves, he was also trying to gather information on Chu Du, but most of the information was from 100 years ago, it was outdated. At this time, Fang Yuan started to miss Fairy Li Shan. This aunt of He Lulan had mountain pledge Immortal Gu, she had a wide network of people, she had many dealings with the demonic path, righteous path, and lone cultivators. If she was still alive, he would definitely be able to gather more information on Chu Du. Even though Langya sect is powerful, it has been in seclusion for many years, it has only recently started to actively enter the world. In terms of information, it cannot compare to Fairy Li Shan. Information path, this is my weakness, I need to make up for it in the future. Fang Yuan's thoughts wandered for a moment. He thought about the Battle of Rising Heaven Mountain. That was a huge trap. Fang Yuan recalled it now, his heart was still pounding. He was able to survive because of the fight between two giants, he, an ant, gained a huge advantage in the end. There was a lot of luck involved in the narrow escape from death. Speaking of which, it was because his information path attainment was not high enough, and he did not have enough information. If Fang Yuan had known about this, he would have changed his plans. But even if I have Fairy Li Shan's information path methods, I am afraid I cannot obtain any crucial information. Yitian Mountain's waters are too deep. In the 500 years of my previous life, it was not this big. Fang Yuan collected his scattered thoughts. Undeniably, he had regained his life, he could think of problems with ease. It was not something his immortal zombie body could compare to. Adding on his wisdom path grandmaster attainment, with the help of many wisdom path methods, his thoughts were even more meticulous and agile than in the 500 years of his previous life. In this aspect he had already surpassed his own level in history. Even though he deduced blood torrent, he still had to practice it, and during the process he had to modify it. Creating an immortal killer move did not mean he did not care about it. The Gu Immortal still needed to modify it, refine it, or even modify it. Back then, when Dongfang Naganori created Hataru, he refined it countless times and modified it 3 to 4 times. Even so, he was not satisfied with it. For some immortal killer moves, not only would the creator spend his or her entire life modifying them, even the inheritors of the immortal killer moves would participate in the modification. For example, Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. This immortal killer move had been modified many times by the generations of Heaven's Envy Manor's Gu Immortals. Precisely because of this immortal killer move became Heaven's Envy Manor's signature move. It was famous in Central Continent and intimidated everyone. Fang Yuan's blood path immortal killer moves were still newly created, they were far from reaching the level of Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. In the next few days, Fang Yuan practiced Blood Torrent and Sword Escape Immortal Gu. The continuous practice deepened his experience, he had a deeper understanding of the usage of Blood Torrent and Sword Escape. During the practice he continued to make adjustments. Eventually he did not continue to add Mortal Gu to Blood Torrent, instead he reduced a portion of it from the original foundation. I need Blood Torrent to work with Sword Escape because I need it to twist and turn. The moment the Sword Escape stopped, I was about to activate Blood Torrent. This time is too short, so it is troublesome to have too many Mortal Gu. Not only does it waste precious time and increase the difficulty in activating it, even if I increase the speed by a little, the effect is minimal. It's about time I should try to store my immortal aperture and escape. Let's see if I can escape from Chu Du. Even though Fang Yuan could continue to deduce more blood path killer moves, there was no need for that. Ever since he obtained Blood Asset Immortal Gu, he had used this Immortal Gu as the core. Using his 500 years of accumulation of mortal killer moves, he successfully deduced life-risking Blood Seal, Blood Healing Lake, and Blood Torrent, these 3 blood path killer moves. Doing this much was enough. After all, he only had one Blood Asset Immortal Gu. After using this blood path killer move, he could not use other blood path killer moves at the same time. In other aspects, Fang Yuan could use other Immortal Gu instead. Ever since the Battle of Yitian Mountain, he had lost almost all of his Gu worm accumulations. Right now his Gu worms were of many paths, they were chaotic and not systematic. But he had no choice now, he could only use them for now. But if I am given another chance, I will still choose Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Regarding this, Fang Yuan had no hesitation. Even though Fang Yuan was guarding the Sovereign Immortal Aperture now, it was easy to defend and hard to attack. He had to guard against Chu Du asking for help, or setting up immortal battlefield killer moves in the icy plain. All in all, the longer he stayed here, the more disadvantageous it would be. After making up his mind, Fang Yuan did not hesitate anymore. With a thought, the entire immortal aperture world started to tremble. The tremors became larger. After a while, the immortal aperture world started to shrink. It was shrinking at an extremely fast speed. It was like a flash of lightning. In an instant, when Fang Yuan opened his eyes again, he was already in the outside world, in the northern icy plain. There was no wind or snow. The pale sunlight shone on this flat and vast ice continent. It was still very cold. Fang Yuan focused his attention. Divine light shined in his eyes as he looked around and saw Chu Du domination immortal Chu Du. Just like Fang Yuan expected, he had been staying here, he did not leave. But out of Fang Yuan's expectations, Chu Du's attitude was different. Fellow immortal, wait. Chu Du did not attack, he smiled as he looked at Fang Yuan. His voice was very gentle, there was no killing intent in it. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Sir, are you going to resort to violence first? I am ashamed. Chu Du actually admitted his mistake, he said in an apologetic tone. I was too rash earlier. Because seeing the scene of your tribulation, it had a huge impact on my future cultivation. Thus, at that moment, my mind was shaken and I attacked rashly. After thinking about it, it was too late for regrets. On one side, Fang Yuan stared at Chu Du, keeping his guard up. On the other side, he was using many methods to investigate the surrounding environment. Seeing that Fang Yuan was silent, Chu Du suggested, Friend, I have no intention of being enemies with you, I only care about the trick you used to activate Reckless Savage's true meaning. I want to make a deal with you. Deal. Fang Yuan's eyes shined, he said in a careful tone, It is not impossible as long as the price you offer can move my heart. Chu Du's face shone with joy. But immediately after, Fang Yuan said, But before we make a deal, you purposely interfered with my tribulation, we need to settle the score first. My compensation will definitely satisfy you, fellow Celestial. Chu Du immediately followed up with a very sincere attitude. Even Fang Yuan was a little surprised, was this still the domination immortal? But thinking about it, Fang Yuan became even more wary of Chu Du. This person was flexible, he was a man of character. Anyone who looked down on him because of this would be an idiot. Chapter 1069. Hearing that Fang Yuan wanted Flying Sword Immortal Gu back, Chu Du smiled, replying, As long as we make a deal, I will not only give Flying Sword Immortal Gu to you, I will also give you something else, you will definitely be satisfied. What a joke, this Flying Sword Immortal Gu was naturally in his hands, it was the best bargaining chip to threaten the other party. How could Chu Du give it back so easily? Even though Chu Du was polite and gentle, he was calm and clear-headed. Fang Yuan chuckled, he did not show any disappointment. When he asked this question, he already knew the answer, his expression turned cold. Chu Du, you are not sincere at all. Let's not talk about this. Saying so, he activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu, his body shot out like a sword, piercing through heaven and earth, arriving far away in the blink of an eye. Wait. Chu Du's expression changed, he quickly chased. Fang Yuan flew straight towards the sky. After flying for a while, Chu Du appeared several li behind him. Immortal Killer Move Ha! Fang Yuan turned around, he sensed that Chu Du's Gu Worm aura was very complex. It was a Strength Path Movement Killer Move, and it was rank 7, it was even faster than Sword Escape Immortal Gu's straight line speed. Fang Yuan's heart sank, this was not good for him. To speak the truth, he had placed most of his hopes on Sword Escape Immortal Gu. After all, this speed was already very fast, even ancient cloud beasts could not catch up to it. To think that Domination Immortal Chu Du had an immortal killer move, its speed was even faster than Sword Escape Immortal Gu. I'm afraid this Chu Du has nurtured Gu masters to immortal ascension. He is not the only one. There are others too. Over the last 100 years, he must have secretly absorbed a lot of Reckless Savage's true meaning. His Strength Path attainment level is unfathomable, he was able to create such a Strength Path killer move. Since Sword Escape Immortal Gu does not work, let's try Blood Torrent. Fang Yuan had a thought, he stopped Sword Escape. His body was still flying due to inertia, but his speed had slowed down. Next, blood-red light shone on his body, enveloping him as he turned into a surging blood river. The blood river tore through the sky like a slithering blood python, the smell of blood spread in the air. Immortal Killer Move, Blood Torrent. Activation successful. Fang Yuan immediately made a turn and flew to the left. The connection was perfect, even Fang Yuan felt satisfied. I reduced the number of Mortal Gu, that was the right decision. In this way, the chances of failure in activating Blood Torrent would be lower, and the activation would be faster. Of course, I practiced so many times in the Immortal Aperture, that was also a huge contribution. The thought only flashed through his mind. His main focus had always been firmly on domination Immortal Chudu's body. Fang Yuan suddenly changed his direction. Chudu's response was undoubtedly the most important. If Chudu can catch up. In that case, I can only stop and negotiate with him about the deal. Fang Yuan was preparing for the worst. Then they saw domination Immortal Chudu explode with boundless might. It flew straight out of his sight. Fang Yuan's expression froze. His gaze followed Chudu and saw that the latter was like a train on earth. Along the way, Xiao Chen's speed was extremely fast, and his strength was even greater. As he flew, boundless shockwaves rose up along the way. After flying for over 10 li, Chudu's speed slowed down until he stopped. Next, he turned around and started to increase his speed, charging towards Fang Yuan. His speed was getting faster and faster. He soon reached his previous speed. He was even faster than Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Bright light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He immediately activated Blood Torrent and changed his direction. Thus, he saw the previous scene again. Domination Immortal Chudu was extremely flashy, or perhaps it could be said that he was extremely reckless. He flew past him with a rumbling sound. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He was worried that Sword Escape Immortal Gu could only fly in a straight line. He used Blood Torrent to make up for this weakness. To think that Domination Immortal Chudu's weakness was even worse than his. The situation changed instantly. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved quickly. He decided not to leave. It was easy for him to escape now and shake off Chudu as long as he was careful. He would be invincible. Interesting. Fang Yuan muttered to himself. He decided to continue discussing with Chudu. Chudu saw that Fang Yuan had stopped flying in the sky. He was overjoyed. So close, it seems that my flying sword Immortal Gu is quite useful. He is still unwilling to part with me. Fang Yuan waited for Chudu to fly over. When he reached a certain distance, he raised his palm. Stop, we can talk at this distance. Fang Yuan was vigilant. Even though he had the advantage in movement, it was better to maintain a certain distance. Chudu immediately stopped and smiled. His face was covered in dirt and grime. Fang Yuan shifted his gaze. Brother Chu's elegance is astonishing. It has truly broadened my horizons. What is the name of this killer move? It is so powerful, even my Sword Escape Immortal Gu cannot compare to it. This killer move is called Practice by Strength. I created it after meticulous research. It uses the strength path down marks of my immortal body to increase my speed. But there is a huge flaw. I can only move forward in a straight line. I cannot change my direction during flight. I cannot even retreat. I have not practiced it enough. In this urgent situation, I have to embarrass myself. Chudu actually admitted his shortcomings. He had a heroic attitude. His demeanor was truly admirable. Fang Yuan nodded, showing a serious expression. Brother Chu is truly amazing. Even if you fight normally in the huge northern plains, who can force you to use this move to retreat? Thank you for your praise. Northern Plains Gu Immortal World is unfathomable. I, Chudu, only have some reputation. The more I cultivate, the more I realize how insignificant I am. In Northern Plains, there are definitely not just the 5 rank 8 Gu Immortals on the surface. Among rank 7s there are also experts that I am wary of. You are one of them. I'm ashamed to say this, but I don't know your name or background at all. Chudu's smile carried a trace of bitterness. He was not being polite, he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Fang Yuan did not understand Domination Immortal Chudu. Chudu did not understand Fang Yuan either. Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu. The speed was so fast that Chudu was shocked. After all, in terms of straight line speed, Sword Escape Immortal Gu could compare to Chi Escape of the same rank. Chudu was an experienced rank 7 Gu Immortal. He had many movement methods. But compared to Sword Escape Immortal Gu, most of them were inferior. Only the final immortal killer move, Practice by Body Practice, could compare. Fang Yuan guessed correctly. This Practice by Strength immortal killer move was created by Chudu. It was specially used for retreat. But in the current northern plains, few could force Chudu to retreat. Furthermore, Chudu had been concealing his identity and secretly nurturing Gu masters to advance to immortal. He rarely took action. This immortal killer move was not because he did not practice it well, but because it contained too many Gu worms. It was very troublesome to use. When Chudu met Fang Yuan for the first time, Fang Yuan was undergoing tribulation in his immortal aperture. Chudu made a move, but Fang Yuan was faster and more decisive than him. Fang Yuan was searching for Chudu's information, but Chudu was not idle these days. He was also thinking of ways to search for information on Fang Yuan. Chudu had no results. In his opinion, Fang Yuan, it was like he had suddenly jumped out of a rock. Since when did Northern Plains Gu Immortal World have such a person? Ignoring everything else, his aura was very strange. When he first saw him in the Immortal Aperture, it was rank 6 aura. This time he had rank 7 aura. But he should be a Northern Plains Gu Immortal. This aura should not be wrong. It was just that he did not know what blood path he cultivated. Or sword path. Chudu was very curious about this question. These two paths, they did not match at all. If you said he cultivated soul path and enslavement path, or rule path and restriction path, or wisdom path and emotion path, it was understandable. Sword path and blood path? Were you not afraid of these two restricting each other? But Fang Yuan not only had a sword path rank 7 immortal Gu, his blood path killer moves were so outstanding that Chudu was shocked. Also, forget about you cultivating sword path and blood path. It has nothing to do with me, but you actually had a way to draw out Reckless Savage's true meaning. I racked my brains and tried countless times, but I failed every time. I could only choose this stupid method of nurturing a disciple. What method did you use? Reckless Savage's true meaning definitely required wisdom path attainment. Don't tell me your wisdom path attainment is not low? In this chase, the entire process was very short, but Chudu could not catch up to Fang Yuan. Seeing that Fang Yuan did not fly away, but stopped instead, Chudu felt his heart pounding, excitement and joy filled his chest. Strength triumphed over everything, thus Chudu had already treated Fang Yuan as an equal. Fang Yuan was silent for a while before speaking in a measured tone. Actually, it is not impossible for us to make a deal. Chudu did not speak, he listened attentively. The fervor in his eyes was like a blazing flame that burned fiercely. But after waiting for a long time, Fang Yuan did not speak, he seemed to be in deep thought. Chudu could not hold it in anymore, he spoke. I believe that with my wealth, I can definitely satisfy you. Fang Yuan looked at him and asked, didn't Sir participate in a Northern Plains auction? Chudu's expression froze, he probed. So Sir also participated in that auction? That's right. Fang Yuan admitted, during the auction I even made use of you. Of course, Fang Yuan only muttered the second half of the sentence to himself. What do you want, just say it? Chudu asked. It is hard to say. Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh, he frowned deeply, showing a troubled expression. Chudu was vexed. If it were anyone else he would have slapped them already. There is nothing to hide, even if I do not have it now, I will try my best to get it for you. Chudu continued. He had already decided, no matter the cost, he had to get this method. Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh again. The reason why it is hard to say is because I have not thought of what I want to trade with you. Chudu's nose almost turned crooked from anger. After all this time, you have such a troubled expression. It is because you have not thought of it yet? Chudu frowned, his tone turning deep. Did Sir purposely stop to make fun of me? Brother Chu, don't be angry, of course not. Fang Yuan immediately said, all Gu immortals face calamities and tribulations, they have countless needs. It is just that I have not thought of how to make the transaction that will be of the greatest help to my cultivation. How about this? Let me think for a while, after I think about it I will give you an answer. Chapter 1070. Looking at Fang Yuan's figure that was already far away in the horizon, Chudu was still looking at him, staying on the spot. Letting him go like this, was it right or wrong of me? Chudu's gaze flickered. But soon he smiled bitterly, thinking, even if I do not want to let him go, what can I do? I can't catch him at all with my abilities, nor can I catch up to him. If I use force, this person has a mysterious background, he is not easy to deal with. If he ends up in my hands and explodes his soul, where can I get that method? However, looking at his attitude, he should be sincere in his transaction. Otherwise he could have left already. Why would he stay and negotiate with me? Chudu recalled the conversation he had with Fang Yuan earlier. He thought about it for a long time, feeling that Fang Yuan was very sincere. Even though Fang Yuan did not mention anything important, his words were all half-hearted. But it was precisely because of this that Chudu felt that this was far more sincere than saying all kinds of flowery words and carelessly guaranteeing anything. Of course, what gave him the most confidence was not Fang Yuan's attitude, but the flying sword Immortal Gu that he was holding. This is a rank 7 Immortal Gu. Even a legendary person like Chudu did not have many rank 7 Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan flew without encountering any accidents. Land Spirit of Langya had already arranged for Hairy Man Gu Immortals to coordinate with him, setting up an Immortal Battlefield Killer move and a Teleportation Immortal Gu formation. But getting away from Chudu was very easy. It was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Thus, the immortal battlefield killer move to intercept Chu Du was no longer necessary. After picking up the battlefield killer move, Fang Yuan used the immortal Gu formation and returned to Langya Blessed Land. You clearly have dog shit luck immortal Gu to protect you. You actually met Chu Du. This does not make sense. Did you fall into someone else's scheme? Langya Land Spirit's first sentence was very direct when he saw Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan frowned. Actually, he had been thinking about this problem for a long time. With the protection of dog shit luck immortal Gu, my luck should not be bad. Could it be that my earthly disaster was too violent, so all the luck I gained was used to reduce the earthly disaster? Fang Yuan had this speculation in his mind. But he could not tell the land spirit of Langya. He was a human Gu immortal after all. Although he had joined the Langya sect. However, there was still a gap between the two races. Just like earlier, when Fang Yuan rushed back to northern plains from southern border, the land spirit of Langya took the chance to fish for benefits from him. If that's the case, then the earthly calamity that I have to face has actually been greatly reduced by luck. In that case, how powerful would a true earthly disaster be? Thinking of this, a chill immediately rose in Fang Yuan's heart. His tribulation this time was simply a narrow escape from death. Life and death hung by a thread, and it was extremely dangerous. It could be said that this had completely surpassed the level of an earthly disaster. Even the 10 catastrophes couldn't compare to Fang Yuan's catastrophe. Don't forget, I even transported many people. My dog shit luck might have been distributed evenly, that's why the effect is not good. Fang Yuan thought to himself but said, First Supreme Elder is right. This is not a problem of bad luck, someone might really be plotting against me. Fang Yuan's identity had already been completely exposed in the Battle of Yitian Mountain. Be it the otherworldly demon, spring-autumn cicada, or the secret of destroying 88-point Jinyang Tower, they were all known to everyone. Whether it was the Celestial Court, or the Shadow Sect, or the Huangjin tribes of Northern Plains, they were all likely to be plotting against Fang Yuan. The land spirit of Langya sighed. Worry was shrouding his brows as his tone turned heavy. Maybe they might not be plotting against you. Don't forget, you are already a member of my Langya sect. And my Langya blessed land has already been exposed. We have been attacked more than once. Some time ago we even lost 2 Gu immortals in our sect. The value inside is enough to tempt countless experts and forces. Fang Yuan was slightly happy. The land spirit of Langya could think this way, it was more beneficial to him. The land spirit of Langya's gaze was bright. He quickly changed the topic. But if we can use wisdom Gu as the core to construct the immortal Gu house secluded residence, not only can we protect ourselves, we can also defend against the schemes of almost everyone in the world. Fang Yuan laughed. It turned out that the land spirit of Langya wanted to say this. It seemed that he was still reluctant to part with wisdom Gu. Unfortunately, in the previous transaction, Fang Yuan did not sell wisdom Gu to him. This tribulation was all thanks to First Supreme Elder's Gu worms. Now, I will return them to you. These Gu worms were a great help to me. Fang Yuan said as a large group of Gu worms flew out of his immortal aperture with his will. Of course. With their help, a mere earthly calamity will be a piece of cake. The land spirit of Langya said with a proud expression. Fang Yuan did not reveal the truth, but he could not lie. He could only choose his words. Especially the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. It was really effective. But Chu Du appeared in the end. It was quite shocking. Fortunately, my ability to teleport happens to be better than his. As they spoke, the land spirit of Langya collected the Gu worms one by one. After inspecting them, he asked with slight regret, Your Danghun Mountain and Wisdom Gu, are you really not going to sell them to me? In the previous transaction, the land spirit of Langya wanted to use 3 true inheritances to exchange for Fang Yuan's Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and Wisdom Gu. But after Fang Yuan thought about it, he felt that refinement path, luck path, and theft path were good, but his attainment levels in these 3 aspects were just passable. They did not match his future path. If he exchanged all of them, it would not be worth it. However, the refinement path killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture, the luck path true inheritances dog shit luck Immortal Gu, and so on could provide great help to Fang Yuan's tribulation. Thus, Fang Yuan thought about it. After deciding on his words, he persuaded the land spirit of Langya. Are you really going to give me all 3 of your true inheritances? There are many immortal Gu in each true inheritance. If I obtain them, will Langya sect not need them in the future? The land spirit of Langya was reluctant to part with them. For example, dog shit luck Immortal Gu many years ago, after Giant Sun Immortal died, Long Hair Ancestor had refined it immediately. After that, dog shit luck Immortal Gu had been guarding Langya Blessed Land. it was of great help to the previous land spirit of Langya in Gu refinement. At the same time, it protected Langya blessed land and avoided calamities many times. It was a daunting experience without any mishaps. However, if the land spirit of Langya did not take out these immortal Gu, then these true inheritances would be too insignificant. How could they be exchanged for the three things that Fang Yuan wanted? Thus, Fang Yuan persuaded again, "First Supreme Elder, since you and I are both reluctant, why don't we each take what we need? We will trade a portion and I will borrow a portion." "Tell me the details." The land spirit of Langya said his intentions. Fang Yuan said his intentions, but was rejected by the land spirit of Langya. No. You are exchanging for the essence of three true inheritances, but you are only paying Luopa Valley. This is a huge loss for me, this won't do. Definitely not. Fang Yuan smiled, continuing to negotiate with the land spirit of Langya. The land spirit of Langya was not good at negotiations, he had a bottom line. Fang Yuan easily probed it in a short period of time. In this situation the land spirit was pure and stubborn, it was much easier to deal with than Gu immortals. Finally, Fang Yuan and the land spirit of Langya reached an agreement. Fang Yuan officially sold Luopa Valley to the land spirit of Langya, and obtained Dogshit Luck Immortal Gu, Blood Asset Immortal Gu, and Dark Limit Immortal Gu, these three rank 6 Immortal Gu, clearing all of his debts to Langya sect. At the same time he borrowed large numbers of Mortal Gu and Immortal Gu to make up for his weakness and strength. The main point was to use them to form the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture and Sword Wave Triple Layered. The facts proved that Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture and Sword Wave Triple Layered were a huge help to Fang Yuan during the process of tribulation. Although this transaction had been reached long ago, the land spirit of Langya still did not want to give up on Danghun Mountain and Wisdom Gu. This time the land spirit revealed its intention to purchase Fang Yuan. But how could Fang Yuan agree to it? But he could not reject the land spirit of Langya too mercilessly. His thoughts changed as he said tactfully, "I do not intend to sell these two items for now. However, if there are any difficulties in cultivation in the future and the situation dictates, I will naturally use these two items to trade with you, First Supreme Elder." The land spirit of Langya opened its mouth, wanting to speak. Fang Yuan waved his hand, saying, "First, I will store these two items in Langya blessed land, I will not take them away. It is like lending them to the sect as per our agreement. First Supreme Elder, don't worry. By lending Wisdom Gu to Langya sect, the land spirit of Langya would be in charge of feeding it. It would solve a huge problem for Fang Yuan. As for Danghun Mountain, it was better for Fang Yuan not to keep it in his immortal aperture. Famous mountains and rivers had a huge burden on heaven and earth chi. And this secluded domain of heaven and earth was even more so. And most importantly, Shadow Sect knew about Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley. If they used fixed immortal travel to teleport to Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, it would be terrible. The land spirit of Langya was unwilling, it wanted to continue this topic, but what kind of person was Fang Yuan? He had refined his verbal skills for over 500 years. How could a pure land spirit of Langya be his match? After a round of discussion, Fang Yuan took back many of his cultivation resources from the land spirit of Langya. For example, eerie fire dragon pythons, regretful spiders, dragonfish, arrow bamboo forest, and others. They came from Hu immortal and star form blessed lands. They were the main source of income after Guts Gu. From start to finish, Fang Yuan did not mention to the land spirit of Langya that he had any intention of selling the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. Chudu? It was just a backup plan for Fang Yuan. Even though the two exchanged information path Gu worms and could communicate with each other. But Fang Yuan was already free, there were no information path restrictions. Wouldn't the future transactions depend on Fang Yuan? As for the rank 7 flying sword Immortal Gu. It was just a rank 7 Immortal Gu, so what if he could not get it back? Ordinary Gu immortals treasured rank 7 Immortal Gu, but Fang Yuan even had a rank 9 Immortal Gu like Wisdom Gu. He naturally did not care about it. Especially when he had lost almost all of his Immortal Gu in Wuxia's hands. A rank 7 flying sword Immortal Gu paled in comparison to those Immortal Gu. Chu Du did not know about Fang Yuan's background. He had underestimated Fang Yuan's tolerance. All in all, the possibility of Fang Yuan and Chu Du making a transaction was very low. Reckless Savage's true meaning was far more important to Fang Yuan than a rank 7 Immortal Gu. The reason for that is because the path that I will be taking is the Tao of transformation. Fang Yuan had been thinking deeply these last days, he was very clear about it. Transformation Path. Chapter 1071. Why did Fang Yuan choose Transformation Path? After the Battle of Etian Mountain, Fang Yuan obtained a new life. The question that he had been thinking about the most was which path he should take in his future cultivation. In his previous life he chose blood path because blood path could be cultivated quickly and had great power, it could be used to nurture battles, it had little need for cultivation resources. Moreover, he only had one fortuitous encounter in his previous life. To him, blood path had the greatest future prospects. After rebirth, he abandoned blood path and chose strength path because this was not the 5 regions chaotic war, everything was orderly and orderly, blood path had no chance of making a name for itself. The other reason was his circumstances. Fang Yuan searched through his memories, finding fortuitous encounters that suited his current situation and could be used. And these fortuitous encounters were all related to strength path. Actually, be it blood path or strength path, they both had flaws. Blood path's situation was not good, everyone wanted to kill it. Be it Gu Masters or Gu Immortals, if they chose to cultivate blood path, once they were discovered, they would be ostracized by the entire world. Strength path was also declining, even though Domination Immortal Chu Du added Human Jun Strength Path to Strength Path, it could not hide the awkwardness of Strength Path's decline. To speak the truth, these two paths were not the best choice. Fang Yuan himself concluded. After rebirth, he had obtained many fortuitous encounters. Wisdom path, luck path, theft path. Some of these fortuitous encounters were extremely outstanding. For example, Dongfang Naginori's Wisdom Path Inheritance, or Star-Lord Wanxiang's Star Path Inheritance. Star Path and Wisdom Path, these two paths were undoubtedly much better than Blood Path and Strength Path. Moreover, having an inheritance and not having an inheritance were two completely different things. The former was cultivation. One could use the wisdom of predecessors to advance step by step. One could advance bravely and have a promising future. The latter was like a blind man groping an elephant. One would be at a loss and without a clue, they would struggle and grope their way forward. If Fang Yuan had obtained these two true inheritances in the 500 years of his previous life, then as long as the situation allowed, he would definitely choose Dongfang Naginori's Wisdom Path Inheritance as the main one, while Star-Lord Wanxiang's Star Path Inheritance and one of Blood Sea Ancestors' true inheritances were supplementary. He would become a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. Because in terms of potential and future, Dongfang Naginori's Wisdom Path Inheritance was the most outstanding. There were few Wisdom Path Gu Immortals. In the Gu Immortal world it was very precious, it was welcomed and also feared. He had both the inside and the face. However, in order to truly choose a path, one could not just look at the future. One had to look at the present as well. Dongfang Naginori's Wisdom Path Inheritance came from a rank 8 Gu Immortal of the Celestial Court. It had been perfected by many generations of inheritors, it had great prospects. However, if one cultivated this legacy they would be able to do so. One of his weaknesses was that he wasn't good at fighting. The most obvious advantage of this true inheritance was that it was proficient in divination. To make up for this weakness, Dongfang Naginori created the immortal killer move Hataru. He had finally made up for some of his shortcomings. Dongfang Naginori's route was not suitable for Fang Yuan, because the current situation could be said to be filled with danger. In Wuxia, the remaining forces of the Shadow Sect, the Celestial Court, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, Northern Plains Huangjin clans and so on. Fang Yuan had many enemies. Especially during the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Fang Yuan's secrets were exposed. Be it Spring-Autumn Cicada, Otherworldly Demon or the culprit of Imperial Court Blessed Land, he was almost completely exposed. Thus, Fang Yuan not only needed prospects, he also needed the present situation. In a way, the present situation was more important than prospects. Without the present situation, no matter how broad the prospects were, it was just a castle in the air, it was useless even if it looked good. To deal with the present situation, Fang Yuan needed a path with extremely high battle strength. Metal path, fire path, lightning path, sword path, blood path, these 5 paths were publicly recognized as the 5 paths with the strongest battle strength. The first 3 paths were new and were the mainstream paths. The latter 2, be it sword path or blood path, had a short history, they were different paths. Sword path had Bo Qing, blood path had Blood Sea Ancestor, but other than these 2 there were few outstanding people. Thus, the foundation of these 2 paths could not compare to the first 3 paths. As far as Fang Yuan was concerned, be it metal path, fire path or lightning path, his attainment level was ordinary, he did not have any relevant inheritances. On the contrary, his blood path attainment level was Grandmaster, and although his sword path attainment level was also ordinary, he did not have any inheritance, but he stole many of Bo Qing's immortal Gu. The attainment level of each path was also an important factor. Without an inheritance, If one's attainment level was high, they could draw on a blank piece of paper and create something new. But compared to having an inheritance, it was much more difficult. It required more inspiration and talent. Fang Yuan's strength path, blood path, wisdom path, and star path attainment levels were all at grandmaster level. Blood path was the accumulation of his previous life, strength path was the accumulation of his previous life and current life. Wisdom path and star path were the result of coincidences. Through dream realms, they advanced rapidly and rapidly. Refinement path was quasi-grandmaster. It was quite impressive among Gu immortals. Enslavement path was master. It was not outstanding among Gu immortals. Luck path was quasi-grandmaster. The other paths were ordinary, like sword path, light path, dark path and others, or even blank, like phantom path. From the perspective of attainment level, the path of the 4 grandmaster attainment levels was naturally the best. But blood path was not worth mentioning, strength path was on the decline, wisdom path and star path were not known for their battle strength, even though they had their own inheritances. Regrettably, Fang Yuan had lost almost all of his immortal Gu. If these immortal Gu and the inheritances had not been refined yet, Fang Yuan might be able to refine them one by one during his cultivation. But these immortal Gu were kept in Wuxia's hands. Fang Yuan did not know which one existed and which one was destroyed. This situation was an extremely bad hindrance to his future cultivation. Even if he was willing to take the risk and pay a huge price to refine immortal Gu because immortal Gu were unique, he might not succeed. All in all, Fang Yuan's situation could be said to be quite awkward. After the Battle of Yitian Mountain, when Fang Yuan thought about his path, he was also at a loss. Only when he gradually discovered the profundity of this new body, did the layers of darkness and fog shrouding his mind start to dissipate. Bright and warm sunlight appeared. He found that he had more than 1,000 Dao marks in his body, from all the major paths. This was not surprising. When Gu immortals passed tribulation after tribulation, their immortal apertures would also produce different Dao marks because of the calamities and tribulations. It was just that there was a clear difference in priority. The most important thing was that these Dao marks did not interfere with each other, they did not hinder each other. This was simply too amazing. When Fang Yuan first discovered it, firstly, he did not dare to believe that there was such a good thing in the world. Because of this, it had already broken the common sense of cultivation. If he said it, others would think that it was a fantasy or a rumor. But thinking about it, Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was a rank 9 Immortal Gu, the essence of spectral soul and shadow sex accumulation for 100,000 years. Thinking about it, breaking common sense was very reasonable. Next, Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Because such a good thing did not happen to others, it happened to him. Just based on this point, he could cultivate all the paths. Long ago, Fang Yuan had imagined cultivating 2 immortal apertures at the same time, one cultivating time path while the other cultivating strength path. But the sovereign immortal aperture was even more ridiculous. It could cultivate all the paths at the same time, from ancient times until now, all the Gu immortal paths in one go. This was simply a dream come true. Throughout history, even immortal venerables and demon venerables, most of them cultivated one path while cultivating another. Even if some Gu immortals cultivated multiple paths, they would end up biting off more than they could chew, they would lose sight of other paths. The outcome would be tragic. Because the Dao marks in their bodies would hinder each other, the more they would cultivate. The more internal friction there would be, the more losses they would suffer. But Fang Yuan did not have this obstacle. He could cultivate all the paths, there would be zero internal friction. His future would be bright, he would surpass all the immortal venerables and demon venerables in history by countless times. Fang Yuan soon calmed down. Daydreams were always beautiful, getting rid of all the paths at once was only a beautiful idea. Even though it could be implemented, it required resources, time, energy and most importantly, a peaceful cultivation environment. And Fang Yuan did not have any of these. He had limited energy, time and resources. His enemies were all over the 5 regions, including the Northern Plains Gu Immortals who were most skilled in battle, the #1 Gu Immortal organization in history, the Celestial Court, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, and countless people who wanted to obtain the luck path true inheritance from him. His future was limitless, but his current situation was dangerous. There was no need to even think about creating a path. Fang Yuan did not have such a foundation yet. He could only choose one path from the current ones. At most, he could cultivate one path at the most. Any more than that, the current situation would not allow him to do so. His energy would be wasted, he would be seeking his own death. Among the current paths, which one had outstanding battle strength that could allow Fang Yuan to survive the current situation, while also allowing him to display his own specialty, and also taking into account attainment level, inheritances and other factors? After thinking about it, there was only one path left in Fang Yuan's mind. That was transformation path. Transformation path was known as using one path to reflect countless paths. Gu immortals who cultivated transformation path could transform into metal path, lightning path, sword path, light path, and all other paths. But transformation path had a flaw that existed since ancient times, that was, when transformation path Gu immortals transformed into different forms, they needed to clear their Dao marks to prevent the Dao marks from interfering with each other or obstructing each other. This flaw did not exist for Fang Yuan. Because of sovereign immortal fetus Gu, his Dao marks did not interfere with each other. When Qi Zai chased after him, he thought that Fang Yuan had grasped the peerless secret of reckless savage demon venerable's ability to transform at will. One could say that transformation path could display Fang Yuan's advantage the most. It could also be said that Fang Yuan was currently, throughout history, the only two people who were suitable to cultivate transformation path. And even more amazing was that once he cultivated transformation path, the secret of Fang Yuan's Dao marks not interfering with each other would be perfectly concealed. Fang Yuan could openly use immortal Gu of all paths after transformation without arousing suspicion. And after transformation he could use the immortal Gu of the corresponding path to increase his power. For example, transforming into a sword path beast, adding countless sword path Dao marks to his body and using sword path immortal Gu, his power would be amplified even more. Even though Fang Yuan's transformation path attainment level was not high, it did not matter, he had reckless savage's true meaning. Even though Fang Yuan did not have a transformation path inheritance, it was not a big issue. Why? Because transformation path killer moves were easy to obtain, transforming into a complete form was a transformation path killer move. As for transformation path's corresponding immortal Gu, it was the easiest Gu worm among all the paths to refine for commoners. For Fang Yuan he could quickly accumulate them and start anew. Furthermore, Fang Yuan had other considerations. For example, Xianxia blessed land. This generation's land spirit of Xianxia acknowledged his hairy man identity. If Fang Yuan cultivated it well, he could transform into a hairy man Gu immortal and gain his trust and support. If he was chased in the future he could transform into other things or people and escape. If his current identity was exposed and he could not move freely in this vast world, he could disguise himself and continue to roam the world. From now on, I am a transformation path Gu immortal. Chapter 1072. Xianxia blessed land a few days later. This is interior rain. Land spirit of Xianxia said as he handed a basin of water to Fang Yuan, letting Fang Yuan take a good look. Fang Yuan stretched out his hands to receive it. Be careful. Land spirit of Xianxia instructed. This rank 6 immortal material is very special, it is slightly heavy. In Xianxia land spirit's words he placed emphasis on the word heavy. Fang Yuan nodded. Don't worry, I have heard of this immortal material before. Saying so, Fang Yuan received this immortal material. Immediately he felt his heart sink. Looking carefully, the water in the basin was so clear that one could see the bottom, it also had traces of refreshing green color. Fang Yuan was clearly holding it steadily, but there were ripples on the water surface, it was like a spring rain falling on the surface of the water. This was the rank 6 immortal material interior rain. This type of rain was very special, it contained Dao marks, it was not heavy by itself, but it would put a burden on the minds of living beings that came into contact with it. The heavy, that land spirit of Xianxia emphasized was not the heaviness of the weight, but the heaviness of the soul. Have you really decided to use your third and final chance to let me refine Gu? But not to refine fixed immortal travel, but to refine change form immortal Gu? While Fang Yuan was inspecting the immortal material in the basin, land spirit of Xianxia asked again. I have already confirmed it, I will not change it. Fang Yuan nodded, answering without hesitation. Fang Yuan had already made up his mind to cultivate transformation path from now on. Fixed immortal travel was good. But it lacked the most crucial immortal material, the light of the immemorial era. Secondly, Fang Yuan was not completely sure that it was already destroyed. Thirdly, it was far less important to Fang Yuan than change form immortal Gu. Thus, Fang Yuan changed his mind resolutely, he did not hesitate to use his final opportunity. He was going to make a courageous attempt to refine change form immortal Gu. Immortal Gu were unique, change form immortal Gu was the essence of transformation path. This immortal Gu was famous in history, it had once been used by reckless savage demon venerable and refined to rank 9. But after reckless savage demon venerable died, the rank 9 change form Immortal Gu was also destroyed. If the future generations wanted to refine it again, they would have to start from rank 6. In terms of foundation, Transformation Dao was much deeper than Sword Dao and Blood Dao. After Reckless Savage Demon Ancestor, Transformation Path also produced many Gu Immortal experts. These people were like stars in the sky, shining brightly in the long river of history. They were dazzling and brilliant, and their legendary experiences caused future generations to reminisce, revere, and yearn for them. Change form Immortal Gu was one of the most important characters among them. It rose and fell along with these experts. In history, change form Immortal Gu had been destroyed dozens of times. Then it was refined many times by others. Most of the time it was rank 6. Rank 7 change form Immortal Gu rarely appeared in history. 8 transformation Immortal Gu were even rarer, they could be counted on one hand. Because the higher the rank of the Immortal Gu, the harder it was to refine. Not to mention the low success rate, the immortal materials needed to refine it were also rarer and more expensive. Thinking about the current old ancestor Shui who, in order to refine rank 8 Immortal Gu fortune rivaling heaven, he spent almost all of his fortune to prepare immortal materials. He even ordered snowy mountain blessed lands demonic path Gu immortals to search for immortal materials for him. From this one could see the terrifying price of refining a rank 8 Immortal Gu. Fortunately, Fang Yuan only wanted to refine the rank 6 change form Immortal Gu. He had the Immortal Gu recipe, and the possibility of change form Immortal Gu being refined was very small. The immortal materials were also almost ready. This was mainly because of Langya Blessed Land's abundant immortal material reserves, and Fang Yuan did not have to pay a single cent for these immortal materials. Because of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Long Hair Ancestors Agreement, Land Spirit of Langya would refine Gu for Fang Yuan 3 times for free. Mortal Gu could guarantee success but Immortal Gu could not. This was the 3rd time. And the last time. It is a pity. Back then, you had invincible Dao marks. It was almost certain that you would succeed in refining change form Immortal Gu. Why did you rebirth at the most crucial moment of the Gu refinement? Land Spirit of Langya felt it was a pity as he recalled it. Fang Yuan had told Land Spirit of Langya about many things. After all, his secrets were already exposed. Even if Land Spirit of Langya did not know, he would find out from the outside world. I was used by Spectral Soul during my rebirth, but now that I think about it, there are still many suspicious points. Fang Yuan frowned. Land Spirit of Langya shook his head. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Even though we do not have invincible Dao marks, I inherited my main body and have the hairy man's unique natural Gu refinement method. This method can use the Dao marks of heaven and earth to assist in the Gu refinement. Even though there are calamities and tribulations, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. Moreover, all these years my Langya Blessed Land has used the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture to pass countless calamities and tribulations, gaining a vast number of refinement path Dao marks. Together with the effect of Refinement Cauldron, there is a high chance of successfully refining change form Immortal Gu on the first try. However, to be safe, Fang Yuan, you will need to participate in this Gu refinement. You are the owner of Dogshit Luck Immortal Gu now, you can use your strong luck to increase the success rate of the Gu refinement. Looking at the refinement process, the interior rain is the first hurdle. Over the next few days, use this basin of interior rain to practice. Luck path assisted Gu refinement, there were often miraculous effects. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal and Long Hair Ancestor worked together to forcefully refine an 88-point Jinyang Tower. Among them, Luck path assisted them. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Long Hair Ancestor worked together to refine a space escape Immortal Gu, but they could not use it yet. Looking at the whole picture, it was clear that Theft Path was not as helpful as Luck Path in Gu refinement. Next, the Land Spirit of Langya taught Fang Yuan some of the profundities of the Hairy Man Nature Gu refinement method, as well as some precious Gu refinement methods, and even many mortal killer moves for Gu refinement. Of course, these things were not free, they were deducted from Fang Yuan's sect contribution points. Even so, Fang Yuan accepted them happily. This generation's Land Spirit of Langya was inferior to the previous one in terms of Gu refinement, but he was still Long Hair Ancestor's obsession. His Gu refinement attainment was much higher than Fang Yuan's. Fang Yuan could be said to have met a great teacher. Many of his refinement path doubts and problems were cleared. Those precious Gu refinement methods and killer moves that had been lost for a long time. Fang Yuan benefited greatly from them. The Hairy Man Nature Gu refinement method was an eye-opener for Fang Yuan. He felt that if he mastered this method, it would be far superior to the isolation Gu refinement method of humans. Interestingly enough, while Fang Yuan was pondering refinement path, he was not able to do so. His younger brother was also studying refinement path in Black Hair Continent, which was under Cloud Cover Continent. Fangjing was sitting cross-legged in a courtyard of Black Hair Continent's imperial capital, fiddling with the three-colored flame in his hand. Fang Yuan's fake will in his mind emphasized, "In tomorrow's competition the enemy is very strong. Fangjing, although you have rank 5 cultivation level, you lack usable goo worms. You are also a pure human goo master. You are being ostracized in Black Hair Continent. You can only refine goo yourself. Tonight you must refine the rank 5 river-swallowing toad. Only then can you restrain the enemy's water path methods." "I know, can you shut up?" Fangjing snorted coldly in his heart. Fang Yuan's fake will stopped speaking, but soon the three-colored flame in Fangjing's hand collapsed. Fangjing coughed out a mouthful of blood. The goo refinement failure caused him to suffer internal injuries. Fang Yuan's fake will laughed coldly, "My foolish brother. You are still as useless as before. This is only the start of the goo refinement, but you have already failed at the third step." Fangjing's expression was very ugly, but the truth was in front of him. He could not refute it. He could only remain silent and sit cross-legged again, silently activating his goo worms to heal his injuries. Fang Yuan's fake will said again, "Being useless is not a big deal. Everyone starts from being weak and useless, they grow up and become strong. But the point is, if you don't admit your weakness, if you don't realize your own incompetence, then there is no saving you. The goo materials you prepared can only attempt the goo refinement 3 times at most. This time you have just started and you have already failed. Without my help, how can you refine the river-swallowing toad? Tomorrow's battle. Regardless of life or death, even if you beg for mercy, the other party will not let you off. You are indeed hopeless." Fangjing flew into a rage out of humiliation, shouting in his heart, "My death is my problem, you are too noisy, shut up." Fang Yuan's fake will said eerily, "What do you have to do with what I say? You think I care about you, about your life? Little brother, you are still as naive and ignorant as before. I only want revenge, you are only a tool for me to take revenge. I can become anyone's tool, but I will never become yours." Fangjing's reply was resolute. Fang Yuan's fake will laughed loudly, "You have no choice, even if you are not willing, what can you do? Ever since you joined the martial competition you have been advancing and killing many hairy Mangu masters. It is all for my revenge. Tonight you need to listen to my guidance to succeed in the goo refinement. You also need to listen to my guidance, otherwise you will die tomorrow." Fangjing's expression was ashen, but he did not retort. He clenched his fists, falling into a deathly silence. 2 hours later he started to refine the goo again. Fang Yuan slowly gave pointers. Fangjing did not say a word, but followed Fang Yuan's instructions without going against them. Finally, when the night sky brightened, Fangjing succeeded in refining the river-swallowing toad. Cloud Cover Continent. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. The interior rain in front of him was finally processed by him. It seemed to have frozen, turning into an almost transparent green jade. But the truth was, processing the immortal material to this state was not as simple as freezing. There were more than 50 steps involved, over 20 goo refinement methods and 13 mortal refinement path killer moves were used. Moreover, the goo refinement goo immortal had to complete it within 5 minutes. After Fang Yuan wasted 3 pots, he finally had some success with the 4th basin of interior rain. At this time, a fake will flew in front of him. Fang Yuan's gaze swept over it. After confirming it was harmless, he kept the fake will in his mind. Soon, the corners of his mouth curled up into an almost imperceptible smile. In order to survive, Fangjing can only act according to my will. Even though he hates me to the core, he can only do this to survive. Every time he relies on my guidance to survive, he feels humiliated and angry. But as long as this happens the first time, the rest will follow naturally. As the number of times increases, he will gradually become numb, and even get used to my existence, relying on my help. At that time, it will be the best time to refine Blood Deity. But his current state of mind is far from being qualified. He needs more training. Chapter 1073. Blood Deity was only one of Fang Yuan's long-term plans. Fangjing was the second part of this plan. The first part of this plan was to refine Blood Deity Immortal Goo. This Immortal Goo was something that Fang Yuan wanted to refine in his previous life. In order to obtain the Immortal Goo remnant recipe, he even went to find trouble with Vicious Lightning Fiend. Only after refining Blood Deity Immortal Goo could he kill his kin and refine a Blood Deity. But now, even though Fang Yuan had the Blood Deity Immortal Goo recipe, it was only 70% of the remnant recipe. When he was an immortal zombie, he did not have the resources and energy to complete this immortal goo recipe. But now, after Fang Yuan revived, wisdom goo could not use the light of wisdom anymore. Even if I do not use the light of wisdom with my blood path and wisdom path grandmaster attainment level, I can deduce the blood deity immortal goo recipe. But the time and energy I have to waste is not as efficient as using the light of wisdom. Even if I refine the blood deity immortal goo recipe, to kill Fangjing and refine a blood deity, I will need to teach him a lesson and make him not hate me anymore. Because the blood deity refined from hatred will turn on the master, it is like a double-edged sword, it can hurt others, but it can also hurt oneself if one is not careful. Actually, there were many ways to influence a person's feelings or feelings towards another person in the world of goo masters. Wisdom path had countless methods and emotion path was the best at this. Fang Yuan had many of these methods. As long as he was willing, he only needed to use one of them to make Fangjing submit and be loyal to him. But this way Fangjing would only be influenced by external forces and his true intentions would be obscured. And when he was killed, when refining a blood deity, using these wisdom path methods would erase all the wisdom path Dao marks on his body. Only the purest blood path Dao marks would be left. This way Fangjing's true intentions would recover. Fang Yuan could only teach it slowly. Only by completely changing Fangjing's heart and mind would he be able to refine a blood god that met his standards. Obviously Fangjing's training was a long process. Blood deity's immortal goo recipe was still far from completion, at least Fang Yuan had no time to care about it now. Not to mention, after perfecting the blood deity immortal goo recipe, he would need to prepare immortal materials to refine blood deity. However, the last point was much easier than the other sections. Blood path goo worms had a characteristic: the cost of refining them was very low. These factors determined that the refinement of the blood god's son could only be a long-term goal. But no matter how long it took, as long as he approached step by step and didn't give up, persevering, there would come a time when he would complete it. What Fang Yuan was doing now was taking advantage of his busy schedule. He took the time to train Fang Yuan and approached his goal step by step. You can't travel 1,000 miles without taking a few steps, and you can't form a river without accumulating water droplets. After understanding Fangjing's situation, Fang Yuan activated the goo worm again. A fake will was produced and flew away from him. This fake will would even fly into Fangjing's mind to replenish the wear and tear of the fake will from before. Several days passed. Fang Yuan's handling of the interior rain had reached the acme of perfection. Land Spirit of Langia gave him another set of immortal materials. It allowed him to familiarize and train his goo refinement methods. This was Fang Yuan's main focus. He placed it here in preparation for refining the immortal goo change form. When he had free time, he would pay attention to the sovereign immortal aperture, observing the changes and managing the immortal aperture. At the goo master cultivation stage, they needed to nurture their aperture and produce primeval essence to activate goo worms. But be it goo worms, goo materials, or yuan stone, these cultivation resources of goo masters all depended on the outside world. At the goo immortal cultivation stage, the immortal aperture could not only produce immortal essence, it could also produce countless resources, and it was very safe and reliable. It was not like the outside world's resources, which needed goo immortals to guard and prevent others from stealing them. The immortal aperture was the safest production base for goo immortals. If they managed it well, it would be a huge help to the goo immortal. It was their main source of support. Because the Dao marks were the same, it could produce the most suitable cultivation resources for the goo immortal. It could help the goo immortal feed goo. Foreign trade could help the goo immortal earn more immortal yuan stone. It could even create new wild immortal goo in the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan inspected his immortal aperture. His immortal aperture was divided into 10 layers. It had the layout of the 5 regions and 9 heavens. Why was there such a layout? Was it created by spectral soul, or was it formed naturally? Fang Yuan did not know. After all, sovereign immortal fetus goo was not created by him. He was only a lucky person who obtained the final results. Fang Yuan could not be bothered to name the parts. He directly copied the names of the 5 regions and 9 heavens, only adding a small word in front. For example, Kokitahara, Mini Eastern Sea, and so on. After observing for a while, Fang Yuan gradually discovered some small secrets of the sovereign immortal aperture. He found that the sovereign immortal aperture's 5 regions and 9 heavens were not only similar to the outside world in terms of structure, the environment was also very similar. For example, Kokitahara was a flat grassland. There were more wind path Dao marks in the immortal aperture. Or Mini Western Desert, most of the fire path Dao marks were in this area. Southern border had more earth path Dao marks. there were also a portion of poison path Dao marks. After discovering this, Fang Yuan distributed the cultivation resources that he had accumulated earlier. He placed the eerie fire dragon pythons in mini western desert. He placed the dragonfish in mini eastern sea. The regretful spiders were placed in mini southern border. The arrow bamboo forest, star fragment grass, and others were placed in mini blue heaven. As for Kokitahara, there were a large number of snow monsters. These were left behind from the first earthly calamity. There were a large number of desolate beast snow monsters, and even ancient desolate beast level snow monsters. Fang Yuan did not have the time to deal with these snow monsters. He put them aside for now. After all, Kokitahara was empty, there were no other precious resources. He let these snow monsters move around for now. Kokitahara was huge, the snow monsters could not penetrate aperture walls like ruined bats. Air bubble fish, shark fin wolf, literature carps, desolate beast giant horned sheep, dead eggs of worldly sand gull, a small amount of oil water, rockmen, a small blood G forest, a small area of mirror willows and so on were all arranged properly. While Fang Yuan was tempering his Gu refinement technique, he also spent some of his energy. He took care of these resources. The arrow bamboo forest, star fragment grass, and others were moved into mini blue heaven. But the production of Gu worms was falling sharply. And the eerie fire dragon pythons and dragonfish were also falling slightly. Only the daily production of regretful spiders was at the same level as before. There was no helping it. Even though the sovereign immortal aperture had great prospects and unlimited potential, it had only gone through one earthly calamity currently. It had Dao marks of all paths, but most of them only had around 100 Dao marks. Regretful spiders relied on wisdom path Dao marks, dragonfish relied on food path and water path Dao marks, and eerie fire dragon pythons relied on fire path Dao marks in their environment. Arrow bamboo forest and star fragment grass had star path mortal Gu production. Star path Dao marks. Earlier, these resources were placed in Hu immortal blessed land and star form blessed land. The former had gone through 5 or 6 earthly calamities. It had a lot of Dao marks, fire path and water path Dao marks surpassed the current sovereign immortal aperture. Star form blessed land itself focused on star path. The sovereign immortal aperture could not compare to it in this aspect. But in the sovereign immortal aperture, not all paths only had around 100 Dao marks. Chi path Dao marks were a level higher. This was because Fang Yuan was in southern borders 5 regional mountain range. He killed the Chi path Gu immortal Chi Zai and obtained his Chi path Dao marks. But Chi path Dao marks were not the highest, most were ice and snow path Dao marks. Fang Yuan had gone through his first earthly calamity not long ago. It was not accurate to call it an earthly calamity. All in all, it had terrifying power. It surpassed even the 10 great catastrophes. Calamities and tribulations had to go hand in hand with fortune and disaster. Calamities and tribulations were powerful. After passing them, the Gu immortal would gain more benefits. The benefits here were the Dao marks. Fang Yuan obtained a large number of Dao marks from his first earthly calamity. He obtained a large number of Dao marks. Among them, ice and snow path Dao marks were the most, followed by strength path and transformation path Dao marks. The latter 2 Dao marks. They were inferior to Chi path Dao marks. After all, Chi path Dao marks were accumulated by rank 7 Gu immortal Chi Zai's entire life, while strength path and transformation path Dao marks were obtained by Fang Yuan's first earthly calamity. These Dao marks had already started to affect Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. The other 4 regions were not affected yet, but in Kokitahara, a huge snowfield had already formed, and the edges of the snowfield were still spreading. This environment was enough for Fang Yuan to transplant many cold-resistant plants. It was enough for them to grow. Like in the past, after several earthly calamities, Hu immortal blessed land's environment was improved. Hu immortal could transplant blue degree grass, horseshoe grass, 6 divine grass, milk tea flower, and others. One of the main methods of managing an immortal aperture was to adapt to the local conditions. To refine change form immortal Gu, Fang Yuan was actively making preparations. Meanwhile, in central continent, Wuxia and the rest were not idle. They had already obtained the light of the immemorial era. According to the immortal Gu recipe, they started to gather other immortal materials. They used their own treasures to settle a small portion, but there were still many that needed to be traded with the outside world. Wuxia inherited the remnant forces of Central Continent's Shadow Sect. He was also the leader of Defy, so his priority was to exchange resources internally with Defy. They negotiated and haggled before making transactions one after another. Gu immortals chased after benefits. Defy structure was loose. the transactions of immortal materials were not smooth. Because of this, Wuxia and He Lulan were almost at their wits' end. Xianxia and Tai Bai Yunxing were not suitable for haggling. After putting in a lot of effort, Wuxia finally gathered 3 complete sets of goo refinement materials. Yumu Chun is already dead. I can only give up on the hairy man natural style and use the human isolation style to refine fixed immortal travel. The success rate of this method is very low. 3 sets of immortal materials are not enough. It is not safe. Wuxia did not stop buying to refine goo. He and the other 3 immortals took a risk and returned to Earth Abyss. The super goo formation that Shadow Sect set up in Earth Abyss was very helpful for goo refinement. When Wuxia gathered 6 complete sets of immortal materials through Defy, an accident occurred. One of Defy's members, the demonic path goo immortal Gong Sun Liang, who was hiding in Mingtang Valley, was ambushed and captured by Celestial Court's goo immortals. Gong Sun Liang asked for help from Defy, and Defy immediately fell into a huge commotion. Gong Sun Liang had hidden himself very well, but he was actually captured. And most importantly, Celestial Court personally made a move. This was shocking. Most of Defy's members were oppressed and ostracized by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. They had secretly formed an alliance to survive. And the 10 great ancient sects were only subordinate sects of Celestial Court. Facing the colossus that was Celestial Court, Defy's members were in danger. They were afraid that Gong Sun Liang would expose clues and implicate them. Damned Celestial Court. Wuxia could only curse at this. Because of this, Defy's other members went into hiding. They did not dare to communicate with him, let alone trade immortal materials. Wuxia knew that they were not only afraid of Celestial Court, they were also suspicious of him, the boss. After all, some time ago Gong Sun Liang had lent his immortal goo to Wuxia. Now that he was killed, the immortal goo was still in Wuxia's hands. Was it because he was greedy for immortal goo, so the boss purposely did not save him? This question was a huge blow to the boss' reputation. Gong Sun Liang's capture directly cut off Wuxia's best way to gather immortal materials. Without a choice, they could only use Jewel Yellow Skies. This was the largest trading market in the 5 regions. But the fees were very high and it was not confidential. It was easy for people to investigate. In short, there were many risks. If not for the fact that they had no other choice, Wuxia and the rest would not use this route. Gong Sun Liang was captured. Celestial Court will find this place sooner or later. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord is dead, but Fairy Myrtle has woken up. I need to refine fixed immortal travel as soon as possible. Wuxia was feeling increasingly anxious. His situation was also getting more and more difficult. In order to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo, Shadow Sect had expended almost all of their inventory. Even Zombie Alliance was used as a material to be refined in the 10 Extreme formation. Although Xianxia was rank 7, his immortal aperture was not managed well. He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing had just ascended to immortal. Their savings were limited. Inside Jewel Yellow Skies, although there were many immortal materials, Wuxia was lacking in money. He could only split $1 into 2. This way he would haggle over every penny, who would be willing to transact immortal materials with him. Eventually, when Wuxia used Jewel Yellow Skies to gather 10 sets of goo refinement materials, he almost shed tears of bitterness. His eyes were filled with desolation. When a tiger falls, it will be bullied by dogs. If it was before the Battle of Etion Mountain, to gather the immortal materials for a rank 6 immortal goo, they would only need to take a corner of the treasury to gather 10 or 20 sets of immortal materials. Even if the treasury did not have them, with just an order, Zombie Alliance in the 5 regions would mobilize a large number of immortal zombies. It would be easy to gather immortal materials. How could it be like this? In order to gather immortal materials, Wuxia and the rest had almost used up all of their inventory. They had nothing to do. This time I must succeed in refining fixed immortal travel. I must succeed. Wuxia was determined. He was in a difficult situation, but Fang Yuan's side was very comfortable. Fang Yuan had already discussed with Land Spirit of Langia, even if the first refinement failed, they would continue. As for the immortal materials after the second and third refinement, Fang Yuan would bear all of them. He had ample funds, or rather, extremely ample funds. Even though the production of these main resources had decreased, Fang Yuan's income had increased by several times. The reason? Because Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had abundant time path resources. The flow of time was 60 times faster than the outside world. What did this mean? A day in the outside world was 2 months in the sovereign immortal aperture. As time passed, the resources would increase, completely making up for the small disadvantage of the decrease in production. but only a portion of these resources were sold by Fang Yuan. When discussing with Land Spirit of Langia, Fang Yuan had purposely pawned Danghun Mountain. Anyway, Fang Yuan could pay it back. But this made Land Spirit of Langia extremely motivated. Land Spirit of Langia was a little worried that the first Gu refinement would succeed. If that happened, wouldn't he not be able to obtain Danghun Mountain? Chapter 1074. Several days later, in the depths of Central Continent's Earth Abyss, Shirnu returned from outside reporting to Wuxia, "Master, old slave has already investigated. Because of the super collapse, there was a huge commotion. Ancient Soul Sect sent 3 Gu Immortals to investigate. According to your instructions, old slave has already lured several ancient desolate beasts and 5 groups of desolate beasts to the collapsed area. Adding on the appearance of wild immortal Gu, these 3 Gu Immortals from Ancient Soul Sect will definitely be very busy." Shirnu was a rockman. This kind of variant human had Earth Path Dao marks to begin with. With Shirnu's Earth Path cultivation level, he was like a fish in water in Earth Abyss. Wuxia nodded, "You did well in this matter. But Providence is everywhere, we cannot be careless. Maybe when I refine Gu, Providence will affect these Gu Immortals and make them come here, spoiling Shadow Sect's plans." Shirnu thought about it. "Master is right. But in this direction we have already arranged 3 groups of desolate beasts to obstruct them. Even if they break through the obstruction of the beast groups and come here, we will have enough time to react." Wuxia shook his head. "You have not seen the true power of Providence. It does not only affect Gu Immortals, it can also affect desolate beasts and desolate plants. At that crucial moment, these desolate beast groups might also attack." Shirnu's expression changed. "If the desolate beast groups attack, what should we do?" The implication was that his previous preparations to lure in the beast groups, wasn't that just shooting himself in the foot? "No matter. My reliance is not on these desolate beast groups or ancient desolate beasts, but on this Super Gu formation." "It is this Super Gu formation," Wuxia said as light of wisdom flashed in his eyes. "This could be said to be the safest place in Central Continent at the moment. This Super Gu formation covered all aspects. Not only could it conceal Providence and defend against Wisdom Path Gu Immortals' deductions, it also had extremely powerful offensive and defensive abilities, as well as the miraculous effect of Gu refinement. Spectral Soul continued to devour souls in the door of life and death. He took the cultivation memories and experiences of countless Gu Immortals as his own. He was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable when he was alive, his aptitude and aptitude were at the peak. A lot of Formation Path and Refinement Path experiences were absorbed by Spectral Soul. It saved him a lot of time and energy, allowing him to push his Formation Path, Refinement Path, and many other paths to the level of a great Grandmaster. And this Super Gu formation was personally designed by Spectral Soul in the door of life and death. One could imagine how powerful it was. Wuxia was using this Super Gu formation to refine Gu. It was a wise move. Even if desolate beast groups or ancient desolate beasts attacked, he could use the Super Gu formation to kill these desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, using their souls to attack the Super Gu formation and temporarily increase the power of the Gu formation. Therefore, there wouldn't be anything like shooting oneself in the foot. Shirnu's worries were superfluous, because although he had lived here for a long time, he did not know about this Gu formation's marvelous use and battle ability. "I did not destroy the spring-autumn cicada, this Gu has Providence residing in it." Thus, the location of the Super Gu formation was already known by Providence. "But it doesn't matter, even if the rank 8 Gu Immortals of the Celestial Court come to attack, I have the confidence to defend this place for some time. Moreover, Heaven Overseeing Tower is already destroyed even with Fate Gu, the possibility of the Celestial Court finding this place is too small." Wuxia did not give up on Spring-Autumn Cicada after careful consideration. Fang Yuan could use Spring-Autumn Cicada to destroy Shadow Sect's 100,000-year plan. Then why couldn't he, Wuxia, use Spring-Autumn Cicada as his final trump card? Providence was vast and mighty. It cared about balance and did not hold grudges. Whoever threatened heaven and earth or threatened the survival of other life forms, Providence would target them. Right now, Providence's main target was Fang Yuan, but not Wuxia. Thus, even Spring-Autumn Cicada, which contained Providence, was of great help to Wuxia. Moreover, in Wuxia's plan, he intended to refine Spring-Autumn Cicada and get rid of the Providence inside, truly making this legendary immortal Gu his. However, these were all part of his later plans. Right now, all of Wuxia's thoughts were placed on refining fixed immortal travel. This immortal Gu was the key to breaking out of his predicament. With this immortal Gu, he would be like a dragon returning to the sea or a tiger returning to the mountains. There is no time to lose, we will start refining spring-autumn cicada now. Xianxia, don't resist, I will activate the goo formation and move you to the formation core, you will assist me in refining the goo. Wuxia ordered. Yes, master, old slave will do her best, I will not regret it even if I die. Xianxia quickly accepted the order. After arranging Xianxia, Wuxia also entered the most central formation core. As for He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing, they had already been placed in the other two formation cores. Although it was only rank 6 fixed immortal travel, this goo refinement not only concerned the future of Shadow Sect, it even faintly affected the situation of the 5 regions, it had great significance. The goo refinement began. Half a month later, Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. Change form immortal goo also began its first attempt at refinement. Fang Yuan stood on Cloud Cover Continent, waiting with a solemn expression as he looked up at the land spirit of Langya. The land spirit of Langya was no longer as sage-like as before, it was mighty and majestic, its muscles bulged and its body was covered in black hair, it floated in the sky with its head raised like a demon god. It opened its mouth and roared, the roar shook heaven and earth, even the clouds could be seen. Traces of light seemed to have been lit up by the roar, spreading over a range of tens of li. Most of these Dao marks are refinement path Dao marks, they are excellent for assisting in goo refinement. The land spirit of Langya opened its mouth and introduced proudly. It roared again. Along with the roar, lumps of light appeared in the sky, each shining with dazzling colors that dazzled people's eyes. What is happening in the sky? Look, the immortals have appeared again. Not long ago, it was the 7-colored heavenly pillar, this time, it is the sky full of colorful stars, what a magnificent sight. For a time, the black hair, yellow hair and white hair continents on the surface of the sea were filled with excited voices. From the beggars to the nobles, all of them raised their heads and looked at the starlight in the sky with burning and yearning gazes. Every star is emitting dense immortal goo aura, it seems that these are components of the immortal goo house refinement cauldron? Fang Yuan spoke, asking in a guessing tone. The land spirit of Langya nodded, saying regretfully, you guessed correctly. It is a pity that many of the core immortal goo are lost now. If refinement cauldron was complete, the possibility of refining change form immortal goo would be 60%. But so what if it is lost? I do not intend to repair refinement cauldron, so what if it is complete? True strength does not lie in immortal goo. It lies in the goo immortal themselves. Pay attention, I am going to start. At this moment, the Dao marks in the surrounding 100 li were all lit up, the stars in the sky were shining with colorful lights. The land spirit of Langya was hovering in the sky. Countless goo worms flew around him, large numbers of mortal goo materials were refined by him in an instant. The speed was so fast that Fang Yuan felt dazzled just by looking at it. After a while, the land spirit of Langya growled, it is your turn. In an instant, Fang Yuan's vision changed, he replaced the land spirit of Langya's position, floating in the sky. And the land spirit of Langya was standing at the place where he had just stood, looking up at him. It turned out that in this goo refinement, the land spirit of Langya had used a dual immortal goo refinement method according to the situation. The land spirit of Langya was in charge of the hairy man goo refinement method, while Fang Yuan was in charge of several important immortal materials in the process. There was no clear difference in priority between the two, they were both equally important. Fang Yuan was not surprised, he had already made sufficient mental preparations. While in the sky, he immediately waved his hands, taking out a large basin of interior rain and started to refine it. The land spirit of Langya watched for a while before nodding in satisfaction. Fang Yuan was calm in the face of danger, his foundation was solid, there was a trace of indescribable profundity in his skillful methods. This lad is worthy of being reborn. With his previous life's experience, his refinement path attainment is about to reach Grandmaster level. But it will not be easy to take this step. The land spirit of Langya evaluated in his mind. The goo refinement proceeded smoothly. All the steps were done in an orderly manner. Even if there were some accidents, they were small and not worth worrying about. Fang Yuan and the land spirit of Langya had made sufficient preparations. Moreover, there were people like Fang Yuan and the land spirit of Langya. They could not be considered weak refinement path experts, they could be said to be experts working together. Thus, it was not strange for them to have such progress. After 3 days and 3 nights, the land spirit of Langya and Fang Yuan did not sleep or rest. All their efforts turned into an incomplete immortal goo. The land spirit of Langya was overjoyed. It seems that the first goo refinement is likely to succeed. As long as there are no mistakes in the last few steps. He had not finished his words. There was a loud rumble in the sky, thunder rumbled like a drum, resounding everywhere. The immortal Gu was about to be formed, the tribulation was about to descend. Fang Yuan's expression changed, but his hands were still as steady as before, controlling a special ice flame to roast the incomplete immortal Gu. Don't worry, it is merely a rank 6 immortal Gu's tribulation. It is nothing. What? The land spirit of Langya's tone suddenly became high-pitched, like a rooster whose throat was being grabbed. His eyes were wide open, looking at the rumbling tribulation lightning in the sky in shock. The tribulation had not erupted yet, but its might and aura had already surpassed the rank 6 standard in the memories of the land spirit of Langya. In fact, even the standard of a rank 7 immortal Gu could not compare to this tribulation lightning. How can this be? The land spirit of Langya could not understand. He shouted angrily. First Supreme Elder, take charge of the Gu refinement. I will deal with this immortal tribulation. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and said, No. Most importantly, you cannot leave. Your dogshit luck path can protect the immortal Gu. Let me deal with this tribulation. Boys, form the ancient battle formation with me. The land spirit of Langya shouted. As he shouted, close to 10 hairy man Gu immortals flew to his side. Silver light flashed, a tall and arrogant silver giant appeared. The number 2 ancient battle formation in the world, heavenly giant solar. Central continent, earth abyss. Huff huff huff. Wuxia breathed roughly, his eyes were bloodshot. He was like a pitiful gambler who was about to lose everything and wanted to win back his losses. Half a month ago he had tried to refine fixed immortal travel. Up until now he had already failed 8 times. Damn it, I only have 2 more chances. I have the Gu formation's help, but I still failed 8 times. The success rate of the human isolation style Gu refinement method is not as high as the hairy man heaven and earth style. However, even if Mu Chun reappears, I will not use the hairy man heaven and earth style. Providence also wants to get rid of me. Once I give Providence a chance, it will use the tribulation to show its might. If a random tribulation happens to counter the Super Gu formation, it will be troublesome. Chapter 1075. Boom, boom, boom. Loud sounds continued to resounding in the sky of cloud-covered continent. It was deafening. This is heavenly drum thunder tribulation. Within the silver giant formed by the ancient battle formation, heavenly giant solar, land spirit of Langya shouted. His face was filled with shock and confusion. This heavenly drum thunder tribulation, every time thunder rumbles, formless lightning will form. It will directly affect the Gu immortal's body and destroy their internal organs. It has the power to split mountains and shatter rocks. It is also sound path and lightning path compatible. Ordinary Gu immortals cannot defend against it. They will most likely die if they encounter this tribulation. But Fang Yuan, don't be afraid. Our world is covered in refinement path Dao marks. It is the best defense. Furthermore, I have my own methods to counter it. As long as I, heavenly giant solar, am around, you will be safe. In a hurry, land spirit of Langya transmitted to Fang Yuan. He was afraid that Fang Yuan would be distracted by the tribulation and fail the Gu refinement. Even though land spirit of Langya wanted Danghun Mountain, if Fang Yuan failed the Gu refinement, it would be a huge problem. But land spirit of Langya was a man of his word. This Gu refinement was the agreement between thieving heaven demon venerable and long-hair ancestor. He had to help Fang Yuan with all his strength. He did not have any ulterior motives. Fang Yuan floated in the air, turning a deaf ear to the rumbling thunder outside. His expression was calm, his mind was also as calm as ice. Land spirit of Langya's worries were unnecessary. Fang Yuan had been through countless battles. He had been through the 5 regions chaotic war and the battle of Etian Mountain. He was immune to these disturbances. He was not flustered, his fingers moved like flowers blooming. He advanced the Gu refinement steadily. Boom boom boom. With every rumble of thunder, the silver giant heavenly giant solar's body shook slightly. The hairy man Gu immortals in the battle formation were all frustrated. All of them felt irritated and irritable, and all the hair on their bodies stood on end. They felt like the apocalypse was coming. Land spirit of Langya snorted coldly. I have a move that counters sound path. Look at my immortal killer move, silence of heaven and earth. The silver giant suddenly burst forth with boundless radiance. The silvery white light was very dazzling, like a fragment of the sun. Fang Yuan closed his eyes in time. He had already activated several defensive killer moves. A silver light suddenly appeared, then rotated to style_txt and disappeared without a trace. The world was silent. There was no more sound of thunder. Dark clouds covered the sky, and countless bolts of lightning flickered in the clouds. But every time, the thunder that accompanied the lightning would disappear completely. After a long while, the sound of thunder gradually grew louder and louder. Even if your heavenly drum thunder tribulation scale is increased by more than 10 times, it cannot interfere with this gu refinement. The land spirit of Xianxia had just spoken with a smug tone when the dark clouds in the sky rapidly changed. Countless blue balls of light shot out of the dark clouds. Each ball of light was a blue charm shadow. This was a lightning fairy with battle strength comparable to a rank 6 gu immortal. Back when Immortal Fox underwent her tribulation, he was killed by a blue charm shadow. Right now, Fang Yuan was facing 20 blue charm shadows. The land spirit of Xianxia's eyes were wide open as he shouted, "What's going on? Why is there a second blue charm shadow tribulation? And the scale has increased by 20 times. Even though the land spirit of Xianxia had lived for a long time and was very knowledgeable, he could not help but be moved. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. This scene was so similar to his tribulation not long ago. My first earthly calamity. Calamities and tribulations are so terrifying that they surpass heavenly tribulations. This time, change form immortal gu is the same. 20 blue charm shadows appeared at once. If I had encountered this during the earthly calamity, I would have died without a doubt. Fang Yuan's first earthly calamity. Heaven and earth chi formed into several iron crown eagles, and 2 or 3 ancient ruined bats. He even encountered many ancient snow monsters, desolate beast snow monsters and others. In terms of scale, his first earthly calamity was naturally stronger. Fang Yuan barely passed it. But if the earthly calamity he encountered was these 20 blue charm shadows, he would have no chance of survival. When he was undergoing the earthly calamity, the ancient ruined bats had not formed for long. Fang Yuan did not hesitate. He used his full strength to destroy these earthly calamities. Fang Yuan was strong in offense and weak in defense. He was making full use of his strengths. But against 20 blue charm shadows, it was a different story. The blue charm shadows were extremely fast. Their battle strength was comparable to rank 6 gu immortals. Even if Fang Yuan used 3 layers of sword wave, he might not be able to hit them. Fang Yuan had many rank 7 and 8 immortal gu, but they were not defensive immortal gu. Fang Yuan's offense was strong, but his defensive methods were too weak. He was countered by the blue charm shadows. In the end, I developed too quickly. My foundation is not stable. I have many shortcomings. Fang Yuan had this thought. Actually, he had already discovered this problem. But after the Battle of Yitian Mountain, time was too tight. He had no time to make up for these shortcomings. 20 blue charm shadows shot towards Fang Yuan at lightning speed. They were fast like lightning. They only left behind several blue marks in Fang Yuan's eyes before they got close. Land spirit of Xianxia shouted anxiously, using an immortal killer move. The silver giant's body shined with light. Within the pure white light, the silver giant's body expanded. In the blink of an eye, it grew to more than 10 times its original size. The silver giant's body was huge to begin with. After this transformation, it turned into a heavenly pillar that stood on cloud-covered continent and had an immortal aperture above its head. The silver giant's mountain-like body shook. It used an immortal killer move again. The blue charm shadows had already gotten close to Fang Yuan, but suddenly, a huge wall of light appeared in front of it. It crashed into it and was repelled. After getting out of trouble, the silver giant stretched out its hands. Its 10 fingers formed a ball, wrapping Fang Yuan in its palms. The space between its hands was huge. It covered several li of space around Fang Yuan. The situation is bad. Even though my killer move can defend against the blue charm shadows, it will obstruct your gu refinement. You need to be careful. There might be intense fluctuations coming towards you. If you cannot stabilize yourself, the gu refinement will fail miserably. Land spirit of Xianxia transmitted again. Fang Yuan nodded. He did not speak. He had a solemn expression. He was refining gu now. There were countless refinement path Dao marks around him. There was also refinement cauldron in the sky. But the battle between the silver giant and the blue charm shadows. It would interfere with the Dao marks and cause countless tremors. This was very disadvantageous to Fang Yuan. It was extremely disadvantageous to him. If he made any mistakes, all his efforts would be wasted. Boom boom boom. A series of booming sounds could be heard. They entered Fang Yuan's ears. The blue charm shadows were like a swarm of blue bees, surrounding the silver giant and attacking the giant's hands. They were very fast, but the silver giant was very clumsy. You fools! Land spirit of Xianxia scolded. He had to protect Fang Yuan. He had to keep his hands stable at all times. He could not be distracted. Thus, the matter of resisting the blue charm shadows could only be left to the other hairy man-gu immortals. But these hairy man-gu immortals had low battle strength. They could not control the giant well. Even though they tried their best, many of their immortal killer moves failed. Even if they succeeded, it would be reflected to the outside world with a huge commotion, but the results would be minimal. After fighting for a long time, only one of the blue charm shadows dissipated. This was the luck of a blind cat running into a dead mouse. Land Spirit of Xianxia did not even have the energy to curse anymore. This time it might not be good. He was filled with worry. The silver giant was formed from heavenly giant solar. It had expanded by more than 10 times, its defense was not as good as before. It could only take a beating, the blue charm shadows were bombarding it. It was getting thinner, it was almost transparent. And even though Fang Yuan stabilized the situation, because of the outside world's interference, his speed fell. Xianxia Land Spirit estimated based on his speed. The silver giant would not be able to last until then. He could not spare any attention now. While Fang Yuan was completely focused on the Gu refinement, he could not leave to fight. Without any external interference. It could be said that his defeat was already set. Thankfully this is my first attempt. Even if I fail, I still have the capital. Fang Yuan had a good attitude. His attitude was also very proper. When refining immortal Gu, who would dare to hope to succeed on the first try? Fang Yuan could accept failure, but in Central Continent's Earth Abyss, Wuxia was already at the end of his rope. This is the last time, this is the final immortal material, I cannot fail again. Wuxia was sweating profusely, he gritted his teeth. He was like a lone wolf that was forced to the edge of a cliff. Once he failed, it would be very difficult for him to gather more immortal materials. In this situation, I can only use my trump card. Even if there are repercussions, I need to get through this first. Wuxia made up his mind, he activated an immortal killer move. Boundless pain assaulted the depths of his soul. Under the effect of the immortal killer move, his entire soul started to turn into fuel, rapidly being expended. At the same time, his luck started to rise rapidly. My main body had once explored 88-point Jianghu Tower and created this killer move. Thankfully, I obtained rank 7 Soul Hal Gu not long ago. I can use it after modifying some mortal Gu. A resolute look flashed in Wuxia's eyes. He staked it all on this, he wanted to use a huge amount of luck to help him refine fixed immortal travel. I can definitely succeed this time. He screamed in his heart. Inside Xianxia Blessed Land it was already in danger. The silver giant was extremely weak, it was on the verge of collapsing. The hairy man Gu immortals inside the giant were even more injured, some of their heart meridians were broken, they were coughing out blood, some had already fainted, some were trembling intensely, foaming at the mouth. They formed the ancient battle formation, the damage to the ancient battle formation was reflected on them. There were 11 blue charm lightning shadows left. Be it Fang Yuan or Land Spirit of Xianxia, they were already in despair. For the second Gu refinement, I will not use the hairy man heaven and earth style anymore. Fang Yuan swore in his heart, he now felt that the human isolation style was very amiable. We are actually going to fail this time, we are ruining the reputation of Xianxia Blessed Land, it is all because the calamities and tribulations increased so much for no reason. Land Spirit of Xianxia was also furious. Alright, it is time to stop. Gu Immortal Sixth Hair thought to himself. He was the spy that Shadow Sect placed in Xianxia Blessed Land, there were 3 of them originally but now he was the only one left. He was the one who contacted Wuxia secretly, leaking information about the Blessed Land and Fang Yuan to the latter. In this battle against the Blue Charm Lightning Shadows, he had put in a lot of effort, it was naturally all destruction. From the perspective of Shadow Sect, he naturally did not want to see Fang Yuan refine change form Immortal Gu. For the final attack, I will use the killer move Warrior's Arm. Sixth Hair thought as he almost laughed out loud. Although this move was very powerful, it would greatly weaken the Silver Giant's body. Right now, the Silver Giant was on the verge of collapse, Warrior's Arm would definitely break apart. If I use this move, the ancient battle formation will collapse. Not only will Fang Yuan's Gu refinement fail, the backlash of the battle formation will also take the lives of many hairy man Gu immortals. If I survive, I will be entrusted with more responsibility. This is amazing, amazing. A cold light flashed in his eyes, the traitor Sixth Hair decisively used Warrior's Arm. One of the Silver Giant's arms separated from its body as it fell down, it shined with a bright light. Oh no! Which idiot? Land Spirit of Xianxia was shocked, he was about to curse. Suddenly, this broken arm was hit by another immortal killer move, the explosive force was completely absorbed and sent far away. Boom. With a loud sound, an earth-shattering explosion happened. It also affected the surrounding blue charm lightning shadows. These blue charm shadows were flying in all directions. Coincidentally, Most of them had gathered together at that moment. They had been hit by the explosion and were all destroyed in an instant. An astonishing result. Fang Yuan stared blankly. Sixth Hair was dumbfounded. This works? Land Spirit of Langya was also dumbfounded. After a while, he shouted, "Good job." After this change, the silver giant broke apart. The hairy Mangu immortals were all injured. But there were only 3 blue charm lightning shadows left. The situation changed drastically. But Land Spirit of Langya alone was enough to defend against these blue charm lightning shadows. Sixth Hair was filled with regret. He wanted to make a move, but Land Spirit of Langya ordered him to take care of the other hairy Mangu immortals. An hour later, Fang Yuan held on to change form immortal goo that was still warm from the refinement. He could not believe it himself. He succeeded on his first try? Central Continent, Earth Abyss. Jiuch. Wuxia coughed out blood. He fell backwards. His expression was pale as paper. He fainted. The final refinement of fixed immortal travel failed again. Chapter 1076. The butterfly fluttered its wings, flying high and low. Its exquisite and graceful butterfly tail sprinkled specks of emerald green light in the air. Eventually, it landed on Fairy Myrtle's white and slender index finger. Fairy Myrtle looked at this jade butterfly with a deep gaze. She smiled and said softly, "This is fixed immortal travel?" "That's right." An old goo immortal beside her replied expressionlessly. This old granny had a hunched back. She had yellow hair that resembled straw. Her face was full of wrinkles and her eyes were blurry. She wore an earthy yellow robe. There was a ring of fine yellow sand around her waist. Fairy Myrtle turned around and thanked sincerely. "This is just a rank 6 immortal goo. It actually troubled a refinement path great grandmaster like Granny Xia to make it. It is its honor." This old goo immortal was a member of Celestial Court. She had just woken up. Her cultivation level was rank 8. She was thousands of years old. The details could not be verified. Celestial Court had many such old antiques, but a refinement path great grandmaster was very rare. Fairy Myrtle knew more. She was a wisdom path goo immortal. She could deduce many secrets from small clues. She knew that this Granny Xia in front of her did not have much lifespan left. She had to hibernate in Celestial Court to delay her death. But she and Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord were from the same generation. They had feelings for each other when they were young. During the Battle of Etion Mountain, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord sacrificed himself. This news finally alerted Granny Xia. She ended her hibernation and woke up. Granny Xia looked at fixed immortal travel in Fairy Myrtle's hands. She sighed deeply. "I am an old woman whose body is lying in a coffin. What honor is there to talk about? Can I really help you capture that Fang Yuan by refining fixed immortal travel?" Refining fixed immortal travel required the crucial immortal material, the light of the immemorial era. By now, ordinary goo immortals could not gather it, but Celestial Court was an exception. This was the #1 goo immortal organization in the world. Since its establishment in the primordial era, it had always firmly occupied the top position, overlooking the river of history and looking down on the heroes of the 5 regions. The Wind Cloud Manor was just one of the 10 lower sects of the Celestial Court. There was primeval light in the treasury. Naturally, the Celestial Court had even more in its own storehouse. Thus, Granny Xia directly rushed to refine fixed immortal travel, not worrying about a shortage of immortal materials. This was the foundation of the Celestial Court, which had stood for more than 3 million years since ancient times. Facing Granny Xia's question, Fairy Myrtle smiled and answered, "This is the result of my divination. I'm 60% sure." A peculiar light flashed in Granny Xia's eyes. "You and that heaven supervising ghost are wisdom path goo immortals on par with each other. With 60% certainty, there is a need to try." Fairy Myrtle nodded lightly. "Speaking of which, I was lucky to be able to deduce it. I recently received a few crucial clues. It was no secret that Fang Yuan possessed fixed immortal travel, spring autumn cicada and other goo. Not long ago we captured a demonic path goo immortal, Gong Sun Liang. We found out that the boss of the organization had borrowed goo from him. Later we deduced that Fang Yuan could appear in several places. Pot River was one of them. Coincidentally, Wind Cloud Manor's goo immortal, Feng Chanzi, secretly sold the light of the immemorial era to outsiders from the sect's treasury. So, you deduced that Fang Yuan's fixed immortal travel has been destroyed, right? Granny Xia asked. It is only a possibility, but from the results, it should be true. Fairy Myrtle answered. That Fang Yuan has many immortal goo. Spring-autumn cicada is sealed, and fixed immortal travel is in our hands. This way it will be much easier to capture him. Granny Xia said. Fairy Myrtle shook her head, sighing. Actually, fixed immortal travel is not a problem. It is just a rank 6 immortal goo, there are too many ways to deal with it. That's right. Granny Xia agreed. It is almost impossible to advance fixed immortal travel to rank 7 or 8, because it uses too much light of the immemorial era. Even if we take all the light of the immemorial era from the Celestial Court's treasury, we can only try 3 times. We can only try to advance to rank 7 3 times. Rank 8 fixed immortal travel is already extinct. The light of the immemorial era could be obtained as much as one wanted in the immemorial antiquity era, but now, it was an extinct immortal material. And fixed immortal travel needed the light of the immemorial era. Rank 6 fixed immortal travel could not carry rank 7 goo immortals, not to mention rank 8 goo immortals. These goo immortals had abundant Dao marks on them. Fixed immortal travel needed to carry them, it was like a baby carrying an elephant. Unless they were space path goo immortals or used special immortal killer moves. But such situations were rare. In conclusion, fixed immortal travel was limited to rank 6. Even though it was powerful, it had little use on rank 7 and 8 goo immortals. Granny Xia continued, actually in the history of the Celestial Court, they had possessed fixed immortal travel several times. Most of the time they were given to lower sects to use, but they lost it due to tribulations or other reasons. Once, fixed immortal travel was in the hands of a goo immortal from the Celestial Court, Liang, and even advanced to rank 7. This person also cultivated Space Path, but back then when the immemorial desolate beast Calamity Space rampaged, he died in battle and his rank 7 fixed immortal travel was destroyed. Rank 6 fixed immortal travel was treasured by Feng Yuan, but in the eyes of the Celestial Court's goo immortals, it was nothing. It could not be used, it was not convenient. Thus, most of the time the Celestial Court gave it to lower sects to suppress Central Continent. But who could have thought that Feng Yuan relied on fixed immortal travel to create such a huge commotion? In the end it was still the same sentence. There was no strongest goo worm, only the strongest goo master, goo immortal. The effect of a goo worm did not depend on the goo worm itself, but more on the goo master. Fairy Myrtle continued, refining fixed immortal travel and sealing spring-autumn cicada is only to cut off Feng Yuan's wings. The true difficulty is to deduce where he is hiding. Next, I will use all my strength to deduce and find him in Central Continent. Granny Xia, I will have to trouble you to refine immortal goo and help the Celestial Court rebuild Heaven Overseeing Tower. Granny Xia nodded, her tone was slightly melancholic. Heaven Overseeing Old Ghost is dead, I cannot save him. But I can rebuild Heaven Overseeing Tower. I am sure that if his soul returns to the door of life and death, he will be glad to know this. Goodbye. Granny Xia left. Fairy Myrtle summoned another goo immortal, Myriad Tidal Dragon. Feng Chanzi used public resources for personal gain, he almost made a huge mistake. It seems that Central Continent has been peaceful for too long, the Celestial Court has become overstaffed. How can such a profligate person be allowed to tarnish the reputation of our Celestial Court? He will be punished to guard Hidden Dragon Cave in Zhangxing for 20 years. During this period, if that evil dragon makes a comeback, it will be due to his negligence, he will be punished with his life. Fairy Myrtle said, her eyes shining with cold light. Myriad Tidal Dragon nodded, frowning slightly. What about Old Man Bei Feng? Feng Chanzi was Old Man Bei Feng's grandson, he was doted on by the latter. Most importantly, according to Old Man Bei Feng's accumulated contributions and battle strength potential, he could already be promoted to the Celestial Court and become a member of the Celestial Court. Among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, not all rank 8 goo immortals could be promoted to the Celestial Court and become a member of the Celestial Court. They had to be the cream of the crop. Fairy Myrtle smiled, if Old Man Bei Feng wants to be promoted to the Celestial Court, I will personally welcome him. But right now, his beloved grandson is guarding Hidden Dragon Cave. Feng Chanzi's rank 6 cultivation level is not enough. Coincidentally, no one in the Celestial Court is willing to take over this mess. Let Old Man Bei Feng take over. After pausing for a while, Fairy Myrtle continued, I called you here because I have deduced the identities of many of Defice members. I will have to trouble you to capture a few of them for me so that I can obtain more clues. Understood. Myriad Tidal Dragon accepted the order and left. Right now, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was dead. As the only remaining Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, Fairy Myrtle naturally became the leader of the Celestial Court. Wisdom Path goo immortals were most suited for this job. Of course, being the leader of the Celestial Court was only temporary. The Celestial Court's goo immortals had equal status. It was not a place where rank 8 goo immortals could make decisions alone. everything had to be discussed. Unless an immortal venerable was in charge, that was a different matter. Granny Shah rebuild heaven overseeing tower. Myriad tidal dragon, kill and capture defice members outside. Wei Ling investigate the internal affairs of the Celestial Court at the same time, modify the Celestial Court's inspection method. We can't let any spies infiltrate the Celestial Court. Next, I will use all my strength to deduce Fang Yuan's location. This matter should be done as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Fairy Myrtle frowned slightly. Her recent deductions showed that the more she attacked Fang Yuan, the closer Fang Yuan would cooperate with the Shadow Sect. For the Celestial Court, Spectral Soul was their main target. They had to kill him to be at ease. But now, Spectral Soul's main body was trapped in Southern Border's giant dream realm. The Celestial Court did not need to make a move, and could not make a move. They could watch as Spectral Soul died in the dream realm. Thus, the Celestial Court's target was Fang Yuan and the Shadow Sect's remaining forces. They wanted to prevent one or both of them from coming to save Spectral Soul. As for the Shadow Sect's remaining forces like Zombie Alliance, Fairy Myrtle had already arranged for people to kill them. Fang Yuan was her current focus. Fixed immortal travel was not a problem, but Spring-Autumn Cicada was different. If Fang Yuan were to be reborn and change the facts, what would happen then? Central continent, deep in Earth abyss. Wuxia slowly woke up. What happened? Wuxia was dazed for a while before his eyes regained clarity. He remembered everything. Damn it, I failed to refine fixed immortal travel. I used my trump card and greatly increased my luck, but I still could not succeed? I did not succeed now, and my soul's injuries are severe. Wuxia's expression was pale. He clenched his fists. He was annoyed but also at a loss. He did not know what to do next. Suddenly heaven and earth shook. The super goo formation that Wuxia was in started to activate rapidly. Oh no. A wisdom path great expert is deducing me. The super goo formation's defense is triggered. Wuxia shouted in his mind. His pale face turned even paler without a trace of blood. Chapter 1077. In Central Continent, who could deduce Wuxia? The first thing that popped up in Wuxia's mind was Celestial Court. A novel. The number one goo immortal force in the world since the remote antiquity era. The Celestial Court that 3 demon venerables could not take down. The Celestial Court that had been ruled by 3 immortal venerables. Even when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was invincible in the world, he did not want to attack Celestial Court. The Supreme Celestial Court. The Super Goo formation continued to work, resisting the wisdom path deductions of the mysterious great expert. The entire goo formation was emitting eerie black light. It was emitting creaking noises due to the heavy load. In such a short period of time, who can make this super goo formation so overwhelmed? It can only be the rank 8 wisdom path great expert of Celestial Court. Wuxia's expression was pale. He was already sweating profusely. Shadow Sect was created after Spectral Soul Demon Venerable died. His soul returned to the door of life and death. After 100,000 years of development, because of their brilliant strategy they reached their peak. But after the Battle of Etion Mountain, they suffered terrible losses. Only some remnant forces were left. Right now, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was trapped in the dream realm. Wuxia was their only hope. Wuxia knew how heavy the responsibility on his shoulders was. If he was deduced and did not have fixed immortal travel's teleportation method, he would definitely be chased by the relentless Celestial Court goo immortals. He would die. It doesn't matter if I die, the problem is that my main body will fall into a hopeless situation. I, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, will truly die. I will become a record in the river of history. I am not resigned to this. Wuxia shouted. He struggled to sit up. He injected his mind and immortal essence. He started to control the super goo formation. The goo formation quickly stabilized. Eerie light flowed like water, flowing in the formation. The creaking noises that were unable to bear the heavy load gradually weakened. Whether there was a goo immortal controlling it. The power displayed by the goo formation was completely different. Earlier, without Wuxia controlling it, this super goo formation could still defend against Fairy Myrtle's deductions. But now, with Wuxia controlling it, its power increased by more than 10 times, stabilizing the situation. On the other hand, Wuxia's situation was getting worse and worse. He had just woken up from his coma, and his condition was not right. Because the goo refinement failed, he had to use his trump card killer move. In order to increase his own luck, his soul was severely damaged. After waking up, he was busy maintaining the super goo formation. He did not even have time to heal his injuries. After controlling the super goo formation for a while, Wuxia felt dizzy, he saw stars and his body was shaking, he almost fainted again. I can't. This super goo formation was hard to control, it also had to resist wisdom path deductions. It consumes a large amount of my essence, energy and spirit. I can no longer persevere. Wuxia's heart sank. Xianxia. Hey Lulan. He transmitted, he had no choice but to tell them the secret of the super goo formation, handing it over to the other party to use. Not long after he couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. Master. Xianxia was loyal and devoted. After being able to control the super goo formation, he found that Wuxia was in a bad state. He immediately activated the goo formation and healed Wuxia. He Lulan was in charge of defending against Fairy Myrtle's deductions. The situation gradually stabilized. Wuxia finally woke up. His condition was much better. Once he woke up, he asked, "How long have I been unconscious?" Xianxia replied, 2 days and 3 nights, master. Did the other party stop deducing? Wuxia asked again. No. This time it was He Lulan who transmitted. Wuxia's expression was grim, his heart had sunk to rock bottom. They actually deduced for 2 days and 3 nights without stopping. It seems that the other party is most likely a wisdom path great expert of Celestial Court. Their wisdom path foundation is comparable to Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. Celestial Court. Celestial Court's waters were too deep. After 3 generations of immortal venerables, countless rank 8 goo immortals had entered it. Shadow Sect had developed for 100,000 years, it could be said to be a huge force, but compared to Celestial Court, its foundation was still very shallow. Shadow Sect had researched for tens of thousands of years, relying on a fortuitous opportunity and paying a huge price, they succeeded in planting a spy in Celestial Court, Lian Jiusheng. But after Lian Jiusheng entered Celestial Court, he did not obtain much information. Celestial Court's goo immortals were mostly in hibernation, they rarely moved out. However, this little information showed a portion of Celestial Court's strength, it also made Shadow Sect quite apprehensive. First and foremost was the rank 9 Fate Goo that Celestial Court possessed. Even Red Lotus Demon Venerable had only damaged this immortal goo in the past, he did not completely destroy it. With rank 9 Fate Goo as the core, the rank 9 Immortal Goo House Heaven Overseeing Tower was even more powerful, it could monitor the entire world. The investigation range of the person who defied fate included the whole 5 regions, White Heaven and Black Heaven, it was shockingly huge. Secondly, Celestial Court's Grotto Heaven had always been free of calamities and tribulations. It seemed to be because it had annexed a large number of fragments of the immemorial 7 heavens. Finally, Celestial Court's Goo Immortal's research on immortal apertures had reached an unfathomable level. In this aspect, even Spectral Soul felt that he could not compare to him. The first thing rank 8 Goo Immortals who joined Celestial Court had to do was to offer their Grotto Heaven and merge it into Celestial Court's Grotto Heaven. When they went out of Celestial Court, they would obtain a special phantom aperture. It was used to store immortal essence and goo worms. This method involved the deepest secret of Celestial Court, it seemed to be the work of primordial origin Immortal Venerable. After rank 8 Goo Immortals merged their immortal apertures into Celestial Court's Grotto Heaven, they would be free from calamities and tribulations, they would be able to sleep and delay the loss of their lifespan. Celestial Court had been established since the remote antiquity era, 3 million years ago. During this period, 3 Immortal Venerables Grotto Heavens and countless rank 8 Goo Immortals Grotto Heavens were merged into Celestial Court. Thus, Celestial Court's Grotto Heaven was extremely vast, the immortal materials and resources inside were unparalleled. With just these resources, Celestial Court's Grotto Heaven could be completely self-sufficient, it did not need to obtain anything from the outside world of the 5 regions. Even most Celestial Court's members did not know how many rank 8 Goo Immortals were sleeping in Celestial Court. But just by thinking about it, one could understand how vast and terrifying the Celestial Court's hidden power was. However, since ancient times, lifespan goo was the orthodox method of increasing lifespan. Celestial Court's Goo Immortals could sleep to extend their lifespan, there had to be some drawbacks. It was just that Lian Jiusheng had not been able to find out what this drawback was. This was one of Spectral Soul's greatest regrets. Compared to Celestial Court, Shadow Sect, which had only existed for over 100,000 years, was simply too weak. Shadow Sect was like an iceberg, while Zombie Alliance, which was spread across the 5 regions, was the exposed part of the iceberg. Old Man Inkstone, Bo Qing, Zishan Makoto, and the rest were the part of the iceberg under the sea. And Celestial Court was the sea with the iceberg. The sea was unfathomably deep, there were icebergs floating on the surface. What was hidden in the depths of the sea? Maybe there were countless dragon pythons and immortal warriors, or maybe the Gu immortals were all dead. No one knew the truth, it might never be known. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, Lian Jiusheng by Qin Tian, Fairy Myrtle, and Granny Sha were only the rank 8 Gu immortals who had joined Celestial Court in the last few thousand years. They had not sunk into the depths of the sea, they could be considered huge waves on the surface. Master, what should we do now? Xianxia asked. Wuxia fell into deep silence. He racked his brains for a solution. Right now, Fairy Myrtle's deductions were like a spear, forcing Wuxia and the rest to raise their shields and defend, to control the Super Gu formation. Although the Super Gu formation was powerful and could block Fairy Myrtle's deductions, this way the Super Gu formation needed Gu immortals to control it. It was like restricting Wuxia and the rest. Moreover, if they simply defended, they would be too passive, they would definitely lose if they defended for too long. It was not a wise move. Celestial Court attacked me. I'm afraid it was not just against my shadow sect, it was also trying to kill Fang Yuan. My body is Fang Yuan's to a certain extent, I am helping Fang Yuan block his calamity. It is very strange that fixed immortal travel's refinement failed this time. 10 chances, along with the sudden surge of luck at the end, even if it was because of the luck connection that my luck was thinned, the chances of success were still quite high. Fang Yuan succeeded in that situation. My situation was far better than his, but I still failed. It is likely that fixed immortal travel was refined by someone else. If that is the case, it is likely to be Celestial Court. At this time, over at Langya Blessed Land, the traitor Sixth Heir had already sent a letter to Wuxia asking for forgiveness. Thus, Wuxia knew about Fang Yuan's situation. It seems that I can only sacrifice myself to save myself. Wuxia had a resolute expression. He decided to sacrifice his subordinates in exchange for his own life. With the Super Gu formation's ability, it could conceal his aura for some time. Fairy Z-Wei's deduction ability would be restricted to the Gu formation. This way, Wuxia would be able to escape and cross the 5 regional walls, leaving Central Continent. Central Continent was a dangerous place. Shadow Sect's remaining forces were too few. Leaving this place and going to any of the other 4 regions would be a whole new world for Wuxia. I failed to refine fixed immortal travel, but my cultivation level is only at the bottom of rank 6. It is not as difficult to cross regional walls as rank 7 or 8. Now, I can only work harder and move around the 4 regions to gather all the remaining forces. And even if Celestial Court has rank 6 fixed immortal travel, those rank 8 Gu immortals cannot use it. Heaven Overseeing Tower is also destroyed. I am not afraid of its investigation. I can only abandon this camp. And the people controlling the Gu formation are at least 2 rank 6s or 1 rank 7. Wuxia thought about it and decided to abandon Xianxia, leaving with Tai by Yunxing and He Lulan. He could be assured of their loyalty, especially He Lulan, followed by Xianxia and Tai by Yunxing. The most important reason was that he would need to cross regional walls many times. When crossing regional walls, the lower one's cultivation level was, the more advantageous it would be. The rank 7 Xianxia would be a burden instead. Wuxia made his decision and immediately carried it out. Xianxia had no objections, his loyalty was as clear as the sun and moon. He even handed over all of his Gu worms and the Rockman tribe in his immortal aperture to Wuxia. Wuxia's immortal aperture was a dead land. He stored his Gu worms and sent the Rockman tribe into He Lulan's immortal aperture to be nurtured. Chapter 1078. Boom boom boom. Thunder boomed, dirt and rocks flew everywhere. Is identical to nets greater than over equal to. Amidst the rising dust, Wuxia suddenly opened his mouth and roared towards the sky. His roar could not be heard by physical ears, but the 3 attacking Central Continent Gu immortals shook intensely, their souls shook intensely. Not good. This is a soul path immortal killer move. The 3 Central Continent Gu immortals quickly defended themselves. Retreat. Wuxia shouted and led Tai by Yunxing and He Lulan to leave. By the time the Central Continent Gu immortals regained their senses, the 3 immortals were nowhere to be seen. What soul path killer move is this? How powerful. At that moment I felt like my soul was about to scatter. These 3 Gu immortals, according to their auras, are from Northern Plains. So secretive and secretive. Who exactly are they? They actually appeared in the earth abyss of my ancient soul sect. Could it be that the previous landslide had something to do with them? The 3 Central Continent Gu immortals had grim expressions. They conversed while healing their injuries. I've already reported this information to the sect. The sect is currently mobilizing reinforcements. Chase them. The 3 of them were hit by my immortal killer move. I can sense it, they cannot escape. The three central continent Gu immortals stabilized their injuries and set off in pursuit. Net == After tracking for a while, the connection suddenly disappeared. The leading central continent Gu immortal was perplexed. Strange. My immortal killer move was only created a few years ago, it has a tracking effect, very few people know about it. How did he do it? There are many types of immortal Gu, and killer moves can be formed by combining them. Gu immortals had uncountable methods. Maybe he has a method against Fangjing that counters your immortal killer move. That might be possible but not likely. In my opinion, it might not have been lifted. Perhaps it was only temporarily suppressed. Or perhaps they used some kind of method to block it. The leader of the three immortals pondered for a while before saying, "We chased until here, but the connection to the immortal killer move suddenly broke. There must be something amiss. Did they enter someone else's immortal aperture?" The immortal aperture was a small world. They were different from the 5 regions and 9 heavens. Fate-defying people stayed in blessed lands or grotto heavens, they could avoid heaven overseeing towers detection. If Wuxia entered someone else's immortal aperture, the three immortals' tracking methods would not work. But the matter of entering other people's immortal apertures. It was very rare in the Gu immortal world. Firstly, the Gu immortal's immortal aperture was of utmost importance. Very few would let others enter their immortal aperture. Secondly, this move had its drawbacks. Gu immortals' immortal apertures contained Dao marks. The Gu immortal entered someone else's immortal aperture. The Dao marks of both sides would interfere with each other, impede each other, and even repel and deplete each other. The specific consumption would depend on the specific situation. Generally speaking, it was more stable to use the big to wrap the small and the big to wrap the small. Even if the immortal aperture was large, as long as the gap between the two sides was not too big, the immortal aperture could be used to store Gu immortals. Greater than over equal to 4 all? The net, however, will more or less suffer losses in various aspects. If the immortal aperture was placed in the outside world, it could connect to the heaven and earth chi of the outside world, it would be akin to attaching itself to the 5 regions. It would be much more stable than the immortal aperture inside the Gu immortal's body. It could include more Gu immortals with higher cultivation level. If the Gu immortal entering the immortal aperture had too high a cultivation level and too many Dao marks, the immortal aperture might even explode. Just like the immemorial 9 heavens fragment world, only those with a certain cultivation level were allowed to participate in the exploration. Gu immortals with high cultivation level could not enter. Forcefully entering would only cause the fragment world to explode. There was also a special situation, that was the immortal aperture of an immortal zombie. Everyone knew that an immortal zombie's immortal aperture was a land of death. Time was synchronized with the outside world. The internal space continued to disintegrate, it could be seen as the Dao marks in the immortal aperture scattering and returning to the Gu immortal's body. Thus, even if an immortal zombie's dead aperture entered a Gu immortal's body, it would be useless. It would not cause Dao marks to be consumed, at most the immortal aperture's dead land would disintegrate, and the speed at which the immortal aperture's Dao marks would return to the body. Leader 3 immortals had already calculated this situation, thus Wuxia, Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan were all hit by his immortal killer move. Thus, no matter who entered whose immortal aperture, there would still be one person left. He sensed them. While the 3 immortals were thinking, a guess suddenly appeared in their minds. Don't tell me someone placed their immortal aperture and hid themselves and the other 2 Gu immortals inside? But it is easy for Gu immortals to store their immortal aperture, but placing it requires time, it would cause the world to shake. How could they place their immortal aperture so quickly and silently? But Gu immortals have countless methods, there are all sorts of strange things, there is always someone stronger, maybe the other party has a method to quickly place their immortal aperture? This central continent Gu immortal thought about it but could not come up with anything. But this did not hinder him from dealing with it. Greater than over equal to 4 all 4 all 4 all 4 all 4 all 4 all. My connection was suddenly cut off here. Rather than chasing aimlessly, why don't we stay here and investigate? We can preserve the scene and wait for our wisdom path Gu immortals to deduce. The central continent Gu immortal said. His suggestion made the other 2 nod their heads repeatedly. No one raised any objections. They are not leaving, it seems they want to stay here. Inside the Super Gu formation, Tai Bai Yunxing observed as he sighed. These 3 Gu immortals are the 3 rank 7 Gu immortals that Ancient Soul Sect sent to investigate the super collapse. Master, it is fortunate that you were able to escape. Please heal your injuries quickly. Shirnu urged. He Lulan was silent. Wuxia's expression was extremely ugly, his voice was hoarse. To think that these 3 Gu immortals were waiting for me here. He had already decided to sacrifice himself, but to think that not long after he left, these 3 Gu immortals from Ancient Soul Sect would find him. After an intense battle, Wuxia's group was not their match. They could only retreat to the Super Gu formation. With the concealment of the Super Gu formation, the immortal killer moves that He Lulan and the rest were temporarily ineffective. The 3 rank 7 Gu immortals from Ancient Soul Sect were flying above the Super Gu formation. But the Super Gu formation was extraordinary. Not only could it conceal itself and not reveal any signs, it was also in a phantom state without a solid body. The 3 Central Continent immortals could not detect anything. What should I do next? He Lulan thought as she looked at Wuxia with a questioning gaze. Wuxia turned his face away, his eyes flickering. After thinking for a moment, he seemed to have made up his mind. Gritting his teeth, he said, "We're in a desperate situation. This is the only way." A moment later, Jewel Yellow Skies v. A beam of treasure light soared into the sky. It was thick and large, and as soon as it appeared, it attracted the attention of countless people in the Jewel Yellow Skies. What kind of treasure can produce such a magnificent treasure light? Immortal Gu. It is actually an immortal Gu. Someone wants to use Jewel Yellow Skies to transport immortal Gu? How extravagant. Countless wills. The Gu immortals who were paying attention were conversing. The familiar scene in front of them reminded them of the land spirit of Xianxia that had passed through Jewel Yellow Skies not long ago. The situation of sending Sword Path Immortal Gu to Fang Yuan. But soon there was a commotion in the crowd. The Guardian Immortal Gus had announced. This Immortal Gu was to be sold. Anyone could buy it, but they had to exchange Gu for Gu. Or if they gathered the immortal materials on the list, they could exchange them directly. The Gu immortals were all shaken. Exchanging Immortal Gu for Immortal Gu was the norm in the Gu immortal world. It was also the only way to exchange Immortal Gu. But to think that this Immortal Gu could be exchanged with immortal materials? This was both a pleasant surprise and a pleasant surprise. At once, the whole of Jewel Yellow Skies was in an uproar. Central Continent, Eastern Sea, Western Desert, Southern Border, Northern Plains, Gu immortals from all over the world showed great interest towards this Immortal Gu. Especially when they found out that the immortal materials on the list were not ridiculous. As long as they could gather them, they would definitely make a profit by exchanging for this Immortal Gu. Time flowed. A sudden Immortal Gu transaction caused a commotion. It had spread to the whole of Jewel Yellow Skies. More and more Gu immortals learned of the situation here. They looked over with concerned gazes and came to inquire. The price was very fair. Countless Gu immortals were moved. Wuxia sneered at this scene. The person selling the Immortal Gu was none other than himself. Immortal Gu were normally not sold. Because Gu refinement was difficult. Immortal Gu were unique. Even 100 sets of immortal materials might not be able to refine them. But Wuxia was forced into a corner. He had no other choice. He had no choice but to sell the Immortal Gu. He had immortal killer moves and Immortal Gu recipes in his mind. They were all given to him by the Demon Venerable's will in the Red Lotus in the River of Time. Because Spring-Autumn Cicada's will was limited, these things were carefully selected. Only then did Wuxia remember them. They were all very precious and had great value. But he could not sell these things. They were very useful for saving the Demon Venerable's main body. Selling them would be exposing his secrets to others. He could not sell them. These things could not be sold. His cultivation resources had been exchanged for immortal materials. They were used up when refining fixed immortal travel. Then Wuxia only had one way, that was to sell Immortal Gu. He had many Immortal Gu. Most of them were obtained from Fang Yuan. What he was selling now was the Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu that Fang Yuan once possessed. In the current Gu immortal world, even though there were few Strength Path Gu immortals, this Immortal Gu caused a huge commotion. Because the price was not high, many rank 6 Gu immortals without Immortal Gu could afford it. As I expected, I will first sell this Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu to cause a commotion, then I will sell other Immortal Gu. I will be able to get a higher price. Wuxia sneered in his heart. Central Continent, Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle, do you know about Jewel Yellow Skies being born in Central Continent? Granny Sha used a Gu worm to transmit. Fairy Myrtle received it. Fairy Myrtle had been trying her best to deduce the location of Fang Yuan. But she did not know that Fang Yuan's soul and body had been separated. Most of her deductions were focused on Wuxia, who was closest to her. As for Fang Yuan, he was hiding in Xianxia Blessed Land, and they were separated by 2 regional walls. Her deductions were almost useless. After getting Granny Sha's reminder, Fairy Myrtle smiled, stopping her deductions. Selling Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Goo in Jewel Yellow Skies? And using fixed Immortal Travel and other Space Path Immortal Goo to exchange for it? It seems that Feng Yuan has been forced into a corner by me. He has no choice but to use this method. It is a pity. If it were anyone else, Jewel Yellow Skies would not be able to interfere. But my celestial court is an exception. Men, open the treasury. I want to make a transaction with the heavenly spirit of Jewel Yellow Skies. The heavenly spirit of Jewel Yellow Skies was extremely arrogant. It rarely appeared. Even the celestial court did not care. When a venerable threatened it, the heavenly spirit would rather die than submit. The venerables were helpless. In the huge celestial court, it was impossible to force Jewel Yellow Skies to expel Wuxia. Chapter 1079. Southern Border. Xianxia Mountain. The sun hung high in the sky, its radiance dazzling. There was a sea of people on Xianxia Mountain, and it was bustling with noise. The rank 4 peak stage Gu Master Shang Buli appeared on the peak, attracting everyone's attention. Even though Shang Buli was experienced at this moment, he felt a little uneasy. Because right now was Shang clan's grand ceremony, it was extremely important. There were representatives from the Tai clan, Yi clan, Wu clan, Ho clan, and other super forces of the southern border. There were also famous experts and heroes from the evil Dao and rogue cultivators. It could be said to be the gathering of the elites of southern borders Gu Master world. The difference between Shang clan and other super forces was in Shang clan's martial stage policy. The battle stage of other righteous path super forces were targeted at their clans, but Shang clan's battle stage could take in demonic path and lone cultivator Gu Masters. Shang clan was based on business, and their main base was Xianxia Mountain. Everything was negotiable, and it was the biggest hub of the righteous path, demonic path, and lone cultivators. This did not only apply to the Gu Master world, it also applied to the Gu Immortal world. Shang clan's Gu Immortals were often the middlemen of the righteous path and demonic path. Seeing Shang Bu Li, countless Gu Masters on Xianxia Mountain realized that Shang clan's ceremony was about to begin. The entire Xianxia Mountain became silent. This made Shang Bu Li feel even more pressure. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He raised his head and chanted, "Shang clan leader enthronement ceremony begin." In the next moment, magnificent and beautiful music resounded. Countless colorful birds fluttered in the air, and golden flowers fell from the sky, creating a beautiful and splendid scene. From the inside of Xianxia Mountain, a long path of white rainbow light extended outwards. A woman, dressed in splendid attire, walked step by step on the path of white light, appearing in everyone's vision. Her black hair draped over her shoulders, and her eyebrows were like light willow smoke. Her eyes were as clear as the moon. Her skin was as white as snow, and her hair was tied up in a high bun. She was dressed in splendid attire as she slowly made her appearance. It was Xianxia. All of a sudden, countless Gu Masters on the mountain subconsciously held their breaths. So beautiful. This is the next clan leader of Shang clan? This woman is so gentle and beautiful. She's practically a female immortal. Where did she come from? Everyone discussed animatedly, and a buzzing sound filled the air. However, these noises were all drowned out by the magnificent and resonant ceremonial music. As for the various VIP seats on the mountain peak, they were occupied by the various superpowers. The experts of the Devil Dao and itinerant cultivators were also watching Xianxia's appearance and secretly communicating with each other. This woman is Shang Yanfei's illegitimate daughter. He was not famous, his talent was not good, and his cultivation was weak. To think that in the end she was the one who became Shang clan leader. Fate makes fools of people. What a pity. Countless heroes died in the Battle of Yitian Mountain. All the forces in the southern border are in turmoil. Shuffle the cards again. And that battlefield remains of Yitian Mountain has already become the greatest mystery of the southern border. Step by step, Xianxia walked on the light path of the white rainbow. Under everyone's gazes, her clothes fluttered about as she leisurely ascended. She left Xianxia Mountain summit and headed straight for the sky. Auspicious clouds gathered in the sky. Tens of thousands of multicolored lights gathered to form a throne. Everyone raised their heads and looked up at Xianxia. Today's southern border Gu Master world. You are the only protagonist. Shang Qingqing muttered. As a senior female immortal of Shang clan, she was the one who supported Xianxia, allowing her to become Shang clan leader. Xianxia became Shang clan leader. Shang Qingqing had already concealed herself to prevent anyone from causing trouble. She was secretly suppressing the situation. After the Battle of Yitian Mountain, southern border has fallen into the most chaotic situation in the last few hundred years. Can this woman really lead Shang clan and gain a foothold or even expand our territory? Shang Tanimo asked. He had the appearance of a young man. He was dressed in a blue robe and had a thin body. Right now, he looked at Xianxia with deep suspicion and probing. Shang Qingqing laughed. Generations of clan leaders have gone through trials and tribulations. Furthermore, what I value the most about Xianxia is not her ability, but her heart and breadth of mind. These traits give her an indescribable charisma. She is truly unique in the current mortal world. Look at the mountain peak her subordinates are tearing up. They are so loyal and passionate towards Xianxia. But the truth is, these subordinates of hers have complicated backgrounds, but now they are all loyal to her. Oh. Shang Tanimo heard this and was moved. Only now did he realize that Shang Qingqing did not choose this woman to be Shang clan leader just because of her character, but after careful consideration. He followed Shang Qingqing's finger and looked down. To think that Missy would become Shang clan leader one day. Sob sob sob, Missy, we have finally made it. Xiao Dai cried tears of joy. She was Shang Xanxi's trusted servant, and was inseparable from Shang Xanci in Zhang clan. She followed the caravan all the way to Shang clan city, and went through thick and thin together. She was extremely loyal. Master, if you knew this in the door of life and death, you would be very happy. Missy is completely different from Master's other children. She will definitely bring a different future to Shang clan. Servant Xiaolan's eyes were red. She was an orphan, adopted by Shang Yanfei when she was young. Because of her ability, Shang Yanfei assigned her to Shang Xanci. Now that Shang Yanfei died on Yitian Mountain, her loyalty to Shang Yanfei was completely transferred to Shang Xanci. Zhou Quan was silent. He was the clan leader of Zhou clan. He was arrogant and virtuous. After Zhou clan was destroyed, he was forced to live outside, managing a shop in Shang clan inner city for a living. Later, he was forced by Fang Yuan to become Shang Xanci's subordinate. Seeing Shang Xanci slowly sit on the cloud throne, Zhou Quan's gaze was dazed. At this moment, he suddenly thought of Fang Yuan. His lips curled into a complicated smile. Black and white demons, should I thank you? Now that Missy has become Shang clan leader, there is hope for my Zhou clan. But immediately Zhou Quan thought again. No, the matter of reviving the clan has to be put aside. Missy might be the clan leader, but her situation is not good due to internal and external troubles. How can I leave her at this time, when she needs the assistance of her subordinates the most? Zhou Quan did not get carried away by the grand scene around him. He first looked at Shang Buli and Wan Shan. When Shang Yanfei was Shang clan leader, he had 5 capable subordinates. They were called the 5 great generals of Shang clan. After the battle of Yitian Mountain, of the 5 great generals, only 2 were left. They were Shang Buli and Wan Shan. The former controlled Shang clan's slave trade. The latter was in charge of the resource development of Shang clan's mountains. Mines, medicine, hunting and so on. One was Shang, he was the representative of Shang clan. The other was Wan, he was an external elder, he represented the external Gu masters of Shang clan. With these 2 experts, Missy's situation in Shang clan is like this. Missy's situation in Shang clan was truly a powerful subordinate and weak master. If things go wrong, these 2 might work together and make her a puppet clan leader. After all, Missy's identity cannot gain the support of all Shang clansmen. She is the illegitimate daughter of the previous clan leader. The internal situation is worrying. Outside, there are many undercurrents and dangers lurking. In the Battle of Yitian Mountain, too many leaders and heroes died. Everything is being reshuffled. The ownerless resources need to be fought over again. The manpower and material resources available to the young miss were simply too little. They couldn't be compared to the other brothers and sisters. Not to mention dealing with external matters. And at this time, Lady Wei is going to leave her. Thinking of this, Zhou Quan looked angrily at the mature Gu master Wei de Xen beside him, feeling very unhappy. He was Shang Xanci's chief steward. He knew a lot of information. Wei de Xen was the wife of Wei clan leader. She had the ability to train guards. She was pregnant and wanted to protect her husband's only bloodline. Thus, Fang Yuan targeted her weakness and threatened her, eventually making her submit to Shang Xanci, helping Shang Xanci to nurture a group of elite guards. At the same time, she became the leader of Shang Xanci's guards. Right now, she had already given birth to a son, successfully continuing her husband's bloodline. Because she often showed her face in public. Her news was known to her younger brother, Wei Xinjian. Not long ago, Wei Xinjian sent a letter, asking Wei de Xian to join him and work for Wu clan. Wei de Xian was moved. After all, when she submitted to Xianxia, it was Fang Yuan who used both soft and hard tactics, mostly threatening her. But Zhou Quan did not know that while he was worrying about the situation, Wei de Xian was also worried. Zhou Quan was once a clan leader, he could see the big picture. Wei de Xian was the same. She was the clan leader's wife, she could see more than Xiao Lan and Xiao Dai. Shang Yanfei is dead, my enmity with Shang clan has faded. Even though I was forced by He Sha to work for young Miss. But after interacting with her, I gradually understood young Miss's character. Young Miss is a good person. There are too few good people in this world after all. Little brother, big sister is sorry, I cannot go to your side to help you. You are a hidden elder in Wu clan, even though you are ostracized, at least your life is not in danger. But young Miss's side is filled with danger. Wei de Xian sighed in her heart. No matter what, as the steward of young Miss, I need to consider everything for her. Now is the time to use people, Xiong Tu, Xiong Hua, and Xiong Feng, these three demonic path brothers, we must keep them here, we cannot let them go. Zhou Quan looked at the three people in the crowd as his eyes shone brightly. No matter what, as the leader of young Mrs. Guards, I need to plan for her. Shang Yanfei is dead, Shang clan only has two capable people left. To prevent them from taking over, we need to quickly promote new people. Xiao Yin, he was a very good candidate. Not only does he have outstanding battle strength, he also worships Wei Yang. Because of the black and white twin demons, Wei Yang had a good relationship with young Miss when he was alive. Xiao Yan is also closer to her. Wei de Xian looked at Xiao Yan in the crowd as she quickly calculated. In the sky, Xianxia spoke for the first time. It was short but the meaning was deep, making people think deeply. This was not her idea, it was Wei de Xian and Zhou Quan's plan. After she finished speaking, the crowd erupted in cheers as Xianxia's figure gradually faded. But the ascension ceremony was not over yet. There would be a day and night of celebration, good food and wine, singing and dancing to celebrate peace, sweeping away the sorrow and dejection of the clan's elite sacrifice. After disappearing from the sky, Xianxia directly appeared in the inner city lord's residence. So tired. Without anyone's attention, she relaxed, feeling a deep exhaustion in her body and mind. But she knew now was not the time for her to rest. She started to use goo worms to call her trusted aides. Xiao Dai, Xiao Lan, Wei de Xian, Zhou Quan, Xiong Tu, Xiong Hua, and Xiong Feng. Xianxia had things to do. Yi Fan walked on the road with bright light in his eyes, he walked with a majestic gait. Ever since he refused to retreat and protected Xianxia, he obtained Shang Qingqing's recognition. She gave him a great inheritance and a large number of goo worms. Yi Fan had no direction in his cultivation. After obtaining this inheritance, his future was clear, he no longer lacked goo worms, his future was bright. He could be said to be Xianxia's benefactor. He could freely enter the city lord's residence without anyone stopping him. To think that Lady Xianxia actually became Shang clan leader? But it is not easy to be a clan leader, not to mention Shang clan's leader. How can I, Yi Fan, watch without doing anything? Thinking of Xianxia, Yi Fan's heart pounded. He was developing feelings for Xianxia, but he did not know how Xianxia felt about him. He knew that Xianxia was in the city lord's residence, thus he came uninvited. Closer, even closer. The final door was right in front of him. He would be able to see Lady Xianxia soon. Yi Fan's footsteps could not help but speed up. He stood at the door, straightening his back and tidying his clothes, about to knock on the door. But he heard Xianxia's voice from inside. Everyone listen to me first. After becoming clan leader, I want to do something. This matter has been bothering me for a long time. I want to use Shang clan's power to cancel Brother Black Demon Fangjing's arrest warrant. Of course, there is also Sister White Demon. Yi Fan was stunned, his finger that was about to knock on the door froze in the air. Xianxia was discussing with her subordinates, while Shang Qingqing and the other Gu Immortals were in Living Treasure Blessed Land planning for southern borders matters. Living Treasure Blessed Land was Shang clan's public blessed land, it was their headquarters, it was located in southern border at all times, it was very stable and could allow Gu Immortals to enter and leave. This blessed land's door was the Living Treasure door, it liked to dig its nose randomly. After the Battle of Tian Mountain ends, southern borders Gu Immortal world will be in chaos for the next few decades. Shang clan's first supreme elder spoke slowly. He looked around as he continued, there are three major matters in our clan now. First, all the region's zombie alliance have disappeared mysteriously, Southern Border's Zombie Alliance branch is no exception. They occupy a lot of resources, our Shang clan can use them. Second, Etion Mountain is surrounded by a giant dream realm. Our Righteous Path forces need to unite and encircle this place. We need to research it and prevent any demonic path or lone immortals from entering. Third, Etion Mountain's unprecedented gamble ended without any results, but there is an enormous amount of cultivation resources left in Jewel Yellow Skies. And the Gu Immortal Gua Lao, who participated in this gamble and is still alive, is the only candidate to inherit this resource. We must control him in our hands. Shang clan's Gu Immortals nodded. The three major matters that First Supreme Elder mentioned were also major matters in Southern Border's Gu Immortal world. They affected countless people's hearts. I have been paying attention to Jewel Yellow Skies. I will not hide it from everyone. Shang Qingqing had just spoken when her expression changed. She cried out, "What is going on?" Jewel Yellow Skies actually closed. Chapter 1080. Jewel Yellow Skies originated from Taoist Duo Bao. This person was a Gu Immortal from the medieval antiquity era. He had rank 8 cultivation level. He obtained a yellow heaven fragment and fused it into his immortal aperture's grotto heaven, creating treasure yellow heaven. Once a Gu Immortal's immortal aperture devours a fragment of the immemorial 9 heavens, it would be placed in the 5 regions and could not be moved. Jewel Yellow Skies was the same. It had remained in the same place for over 300,000 years after it first appeared. But where was the exact location of Jewel Yellow Skies? This was a huge mystery that nobody knew. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals had tried to deduce it but did not obtain an accurate answer. The original owner of Jewel Yellow Skies was Taoist Duo Bao. Since then there had never been a successor. Even the generations of Immortal Venerables and Demon Venerables could not find the exact location of Jewel Yellow Skies. Jewel Yellow Skies has existed for so long, it has already become the #1 trading market in the 5 regions Gu Immortal world. Why did it suddenly close? Shang clan's Gu Immortals were uncertain. Ever since Taoist Duo Bao created Jewel Yellow Skies, it had been open for over 300,000 years. It had unknowingly become the main support for Gu Immortals' cultivation, occupying an important position in their hearts. Since a long time ago, Gu Immortals were already used to the existence of Jewel Yellow Skies. Now that Jewel Yellow Skies suddenly closed, many Gu Immortals were caught unprepared. Why do you think Jewel Yellow Skies suddenly closed? Oh no, we want the gambling capital for the Battle of Etion Mountain. Now that it is closed, that huge gambling capital is still in Jewel Yellow Skies. Don't tell me the heavenly spirit of Jewel Yellow Skies also wants to embezzle this huge sum of money? Shang clan's First Supreme Elder shook his head, denying, the heavenly spirit of Jewel Yellow Skies does not care about this gambling capital. If it embezzled, Jewel Yellow Skies would not have its current reputation and status. There were no records of Jewel Yellow Skies being greedy in history. However, there are several records of the closure of Jewel Yellow Skies. Is that so? We would like to hear the details. Shang Qingqing hurriedly asked. Shang clan's First Supreme Elder said slowly. He revealed a secret. It turned out that the closure of the Jewel Yellow Skies in history was all related to the same thing. This was a fragment of the primordial yellow heaven. The immemorial 9 heavens were red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, white and black. Now only black sky and white sky remained. The yellow sky had long since shattered. Back then, Taoist Duo Bao knew that he could not transcend the tribulation and took the initiative to use his immortal aperture. After swallowing a fragment of the immemorial yellow skies, it became the Jewel Yellow Skies. Although he was trapped in the Jewel Yellow Skies for the rest of his life and lost his freedom, there were no disasters or tribulations after that. Jewel Yellow Skies had devoured the primeval Yellow Skies fragment. From then on, it could only devour Yellow Skies fragments in order to expand itself. In the historical records there were several transactions. There were various people who went to the heavenly spirit of Jewel Yellow Skies. They sold the primeval Yellow Skies fragment world. After obtaining it, the heavenly spirit took the initiative to close the Jewel Yellow Skies and wholeheartedly devoured the Yellow Skies fragment to expand itself. This time, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be the same situation. Finally, the First Supreme Elder of the Shang clan guessed. His guess was not wrong at all. The only thing in the world that could move the heavenly spirit of Jewel Yellow Skies was probably the Yellow Skies fragment. The primeval 9 heavens had been shattered for a long time, and the Yellow Skies fragment had long gone extinct. Only those with great luck and fortuitous encounters would have a chance of obtaining it. However, the Celestial Court had a long history. The treasury was unimaginably rich. They could also take out the primeval yellow skies fragment, and the scale was not small. If the scale was small, the heavenly spirit of jewel yellow skies did not need to close the jewel yellow skies. They could devour it with just a portion of their strength. Right now, the closure of jewel yellow skies was definitely because the yellow skies fragment was too huge. The heavenly spirit had no choice but to devour it wholeheartedly. Jewel yellow skies had always remained neutral, aloof from worldly affairs. Its location was extremely mysterious. Even the celestial court could not do anything to it. If the celestial court forcefully requested the heavenly spirit to ostracize Wuxia, the heavenly spirit would not care about it. Moreover, the other 4 regions Gu immortals. They would not have many concerns. The 5 regional walls were still around, the celestial court's influence and control. It was only limited to central continent. But the celestial court was extremely rich. It directly sold a huge yellow skies fragment. As a result, Wuxia's plan to save himself was completely destroyed. Damn it, the celestial court actually did this. Wuxia had a ruthless expression. He clenched his fists tightly, veins popped out. He gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked. He was furious, but the celestial court was pressuring him with their power. He could not resist it. He could only let them do as they wished. He was helpless. Suddenly, Wuxia's anger attacked his heart. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He directly fell down. Hatred and anger filled his heart. Other than that, there was also a bone-chilling coldness. The celestial court directly sold the yellow skies fragment, paying such a huge price to get rid of Wuxia. It could be seen that the other party was determined not to give up until they achieved their goal. Desperate situation. The celestial court's action was equivalent to blocking Wuxia's final path of retreat. It was too ruthless. Without jewel yellow skies, even if Wuxia wanted to sell the immortal materials, he could not do anything. They could only rot in his hands. What made him feel even more disgusted was that his immortal Gu Iron Crown Eagle strength was trapped inside. Without the immortal materials, how could he continue refining Gu? Without immortal Gu, even the cleverest housewife cannot cook a meal without rice. How could he break the current stalemate? Jewel yellow skies closed on its own. The heavenly spirit absorbed the yellow skies fragment. This was not something that could be done in a day. According to historical records, the shortest time was more than 2 months. There was no other way out. It seemed like he could only let the celestial court make deductions. Wuxia and the rest could only defend passively and stall for time. Eventually, the enemies that they could not resist would come to them. Langya blessed land. Fang Yuan's appearance had changed. He had become an immortal zombie again. He had once modified Nirvana Fire and created a Strength Path Immortal killer move that could switch between life and death. At times, he would become a living Gu immortal. At other times, he would become a dead immortal zombie. But right now, he was not using this method. He had lost all of his Strength Path Immortal Gu. He could not use that Strength Path killer move. Fang Yuan's method was simple. His soul flew out of his body and entered a Strength Path Immortal zombie corpse. These Strength Path Immortal zombie corpses came from Blazing Heaven Demoness. After Fang Yuan reborn, to be safe, he made sufficient preparations for his life and death immortal aperture. He obtained many Strength Path Immortal zombie corpses from Blazing Heaven Demoness. These corpses were placed in star form blessed land. After Etion Mountain, they returned to him from land spirit of Langya. Other than these immortal zombie corpses, there were also a large number of precious immortal materials. Many quasi-rank 9 immortal materials were obtained by Fang Yuan from the Gu Formation in Earth Trench. Most of the rank 7 and 8 immortal materials were obtained from Falling Heavenly River. He had benefited from immortal zombie Bo Qing's awakening and Central Continent's dominance. Fang Yuan did not have much immortal essence and immortal Yuan stone, but he did not lack Gu refinement immortal materials. It was just that these immortal materials were too high in quality. They were not suitable for the current situation. The immortal materials were not important. The important thing was wisdom Gu. Fang Yuan stared at wisdom Gu for a long time, but it did not move at all, not to mention the light of wisdom. I used other immortal zombie corpses to replace myself, but it was ineffective. I still cannot draw out the light of wisdom. Fang Yuan was not surprised at this result. Actually, he had already done a similar experiment in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Wisdom Gu had never been refined by Fang Yuan. It was only because of the winds of assimilation that it made an agreement with Fang Yuan to survive. Survival was the instinct of all living beings. But Wisdom Gu seemed to recognize Fang Yuan as a whole. Both the body and the soul were indispensable, only then could it draw out the light of wisdom. If one was missing, be it the body or the soul, they would not work. This means the most direct method is to take back my body? Fang Yuan pondered. His original body was still an immortal zombie. It did not need to be modified, it was the most suitable body to bathe in the light of wisdom. But this method, although direct, was not practical. Wuxia has already gone missing. He might have spring-autumn cicada, fixed immortal travel, and other immortal goo. Other than that, there is also He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing. They might be helping him. Earlier, Fang Yuan had no time to care about them because of the calamities and tribulations. Now, every time he thought of the troublesome Wuxia, Fang Yuan would feel a headache. That is why I need to refine Fang Jing into a blood deity. Fang Yuan's current body was created from sovereign immortal fetus goo. He had no parents, there was no bloodline connection between him and all living beings in the world. But Fang Yuan still wanted to refine Fang Jing into a blood deity. Using Fang Jing to refine a blood deity could counter Fang Yuan's body. Even if he could not take back his original immortal zombie body, Fang Yuan could use this Fang Jing blood deity as a foundation and modify it. Maybe by combining it with his own soul, he could regain wisdom goo's recognition. Of course, this was just Fang Yuan's intuition. But intuition was not to be underestimated, especially when Fang Yuan's blood path attainment level was already at Grandmaster level. When Fang Yuan tested wisdom goo, Land Spirit of Langya was observing from the side. After seeing the result, he sighed faintly, feeling very regretful. Fang Yuan looked at Land Spirit of Langya. I wonder if First Supreme Elder has any method to use wisdom goo? Land Spirit of Langya stared at Fang Yuan, saying unhappily, there is a simple method. That is to raise your cultivation level to rank 9 and directly refine this wisdom goo. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. I know of this method. What I want to ask is, are there any other methods? Sai, there is a method that is not a method. That is, I will feed it lifespan goo. If I feed it enough, I might be able to obtain wisdom goo's recognition. If this method succeeds, wisdom goo will belong to me. By then, you will have to give it to me even if you don't want to. Land Spirit of Langya thought of this and chuckled. Fang Yuan's eyelids drooped. Is it really okay for you to be so direct? Chapter 1081. Fang Yuan shook his head, sighing. The price of feeding wisdom goo was too high. It was the Land Spirit of Langya that was willing to pay the price. Fang Yuan used sovereign immortal fetus goo to revive. He was now 16 years old. The average lifespan of humans in this world was 100 years. Subtracting 16 from 100, Fang Yuan had about 84 years of lifespan left. It was quite long. But even so, Fang Yuan knew that if he obtained lifespan goo, he would use them on himself. Even if he did not use them now, he would store them for emergencies. Lifespan goo was only immortal goo. However, lifespan goo was the strongest currency in goo immortal transactions. Almost nothing could compare to it. Goo immortal cultivation had two major obstacles: calamities and tribulations and lifespan. Even the strong immortal venerables and demon venerables were restricted by these two obstacles. In fact, back then, when Giant Sun Immortal set up 88-point Jianghu Tower, the most important goal was to search for lifespan goo in northern plains to extend his lifespan. As for feeding wisdom goo, that was secondary. In Giant Sun Immortal's later years, wisdom goo was in a hungry state for a long time. It had to hibernate and could not be used. Later, when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable explored 88-point Jianghu Tower, he found wisdom goo inside. Unfortunately, he could not use it. He could not afford to raise it. Lifespan goo were hard to find. He did not even have enough for himself. However, with his soul path attainment level, he had already comprehended many things. He did not need wisdom goo much. When Spectral Soul Demon Venerable died, a great era that belonged to him came to an end. After that, lifespan goo started to appear in the world again. After that, it started to flourish again. Another earth-shattering expert appeared. That was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He wanted to extend his lifespan. In his later years, he searched for lifespan goo, but the number of lifespan goo was not enough. Gradually, they became rare and went extinct. After Paradise Earth died, the world went on a cycle. He recuperated, lifespan goo appeared again. 88-point Jianghu Tower held an imperial court contest every 10 years. They searched for lifespan goo in northern plains. Wisdom goo was gradually fed and recovered. Until Fang Yuan destroyed imperial court blessed land. Next, under the urge of survival, wisdom goo and Fang Yuan arrived at Hu Immortal blessed land. After a series of events, he ended up in Langya blessed land. When I was in Three Kings blessed land, I used 2 lifespan goo in an attempt to refine second aperture goo. But that could not be helped. In my previous life, I obtained a lifespan goo from Blazing Heaven Demoness. After rebirth, he did not have this opportunity. He did not even have a single lifespan goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness gave me a lifespan goo. She should have more than one lifespan goo in her accumulation. She eventually died in the 10 extreme formation. What a pity, the lifespan goo in her hands was also destroyed. Something's not right. Fang Yuan's thoughts wandered. Suddenly an idea came to him. Lifespan goo are hard to find. Even the immortal venerables and demon venerables coveted it and needed it. Blazing Heaven Demonist died because of Spectral Soul's scheme. All of her accumulations were destroyed. They were all taken away by Spectral Soul. Even though Spectral Soul's plan failed, the remnant forces of Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance are still there. Their wealth is still very shocking. As for the land spirit of Langya's hands, they also had quite a sizable amount of lifespan goo. Almost all of these lifespan goo came from Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land had a long history, over 300,000 years. It had 2 generations of venerables. Langya Blessed Land was originally Langya Grotto Heaven. It had a huge space inside. Later it was purposely turned into a blessed land, but Refinement Cauldron was fused into the Immortal Aperture World, causing Langya Blessed Land space to increase instead. It was bigger than many Grotto Heavens. A vast number of hairy men lived here, forming 3 nations. Countless living beings lived here, generation after generation. Lifespan goo originated from life. As long as there was life, it was possible for wild lifespan goo to be born. The space was huge, there were countless people, it had a long history, along with land spirit of Langya's complete control over the blessed land. Once a lifespan goo was produced, it could be harvested immediately. All these factors combined caused land spirit of Langya to accumulate more and more lifespan goo. Even though Fang Yuan did not know the exact amount, he could easily guess that it was not a small number. After all, ordinary goo immortals had lifespan goo. But land spirit of Langya did not need it. Using wisdom goo requires the goo immortal's lifespan. But raising wisdom goo requires lifespan goo. For now, it is better to let land spirit of Langya feed it. Fang Yuan did not need to probe the land spirit of Langya's scheme, he could vaguely guess it. There was no helping it, Fang Yuan did not have lifespan goo, he could not feed it. Moreover, he could not even protect himself. Goo immortal's tribulations got harder each time, the calamities and tribulations got stronger each time. Fang Yuan was worried about the next earthly calamity, he had no time to care about wisdom goo. Ever since wisdom goo was brought out, Fang Yuan had not fed it even once. Speaking of which, land spirit of Langya could be said to have helped Fang Yuan. Taking a step back, even if wisdom goo joins land spirit of Langya, it is a good thing. I can also use my current identity and borrow land spirit of Langya's methods to use wisdom goo. At most I will have to pay some sect contribution points. All goo worms were tools. All of his hard work was towards that illusory goal. For this goal, Fang Yuan had given up too much, there was nothing he could not give up. This experiment on wisdom goo ended in failure. But Fang Yuan was not disappointed. Before leaving, he asked for something from land spirit of Langya. It was an information path mortal goo, inside it was the scene of him refining change form immortal goo. The goo refinement this time was extremely strange, the calamities and tribulations suddenly became so strong. It was a fluke that I could succeed. Fang Yuan, you have to tell me what you research. Land spirit of Langya instructed Fang Yuan before they parted. First Supreme Elder, even you did not research anything, it is even more impossible for me. I will try my best. Fang Yuan replied. He vaguely felt that the strange increase in the calamities and tribulations was related to sovereign immortal fetus goo. But he would not tell land spirit of Langya about this even if he was beaten to death. Other than researching the calamities and tribulations, Fang Yuan had another goal. He wanted to investigate Langya sect and see if there were any traitors. All along, Fang Yuan had this knot in his heart. Shadow sect had planted 2 traitors in Langya Blessed Land. They were both hairy man goo immortals. When Shadow sect attacked Langya Blessed Land, these 2 hairy man goo immortals played a crucial role. But other than these 2, are there any other traitors in Langya sect? The answer to this question was very important to Fang Yuan. After all, he had already joined Langya sect. For a long time in the future, he would need to rely on land spirit of Langya to help him pass tribulations and cultivate. He had just started his investigation. He did not have the time or energy before. After flying for some time, Fang Yuan's residence was already in sight. This was a tall and majestic city. Pure white city walls stood tall and majestic. The tall towers had flags flying in the wind. This was a cloud city. On Cloud Cover Continent there were 12 cloud cities. Each city was a mortal goo house. When activated at the same time, they could form the 12-wave cloud confusion formation. It could cover the whole of Cloud Cover Continent. These 12 cloud cities had been upgraded from the former 12 cloud pavilions. The current land spirit of Langia liked extravagance. He was completely different from the previous one. This cloud city in Fang Yuan's vision was allocated to him by the land spirit of Langia. It was his residence. The rest of the hairy man Gu immortals, including the land spirit of Langia himself, each occupied a cloud city. There were very few residents in the city, but in the future there would be more and more. Because the land spirit of Langia's plan was to start a war between the 3 continents and choose outstanding hairy man Gu masters, moving them to Cloud Cover Continent and nurturing them. Fang Yuan flew to the sky of the cloud city and slowly descended. Several hairy man Gu masters came out to welcome him. They were elites among the hairy man Gu masters. They were chosen by the land spirit of Langia and were arranged to stay by Fang Yuan's side. On one hand, it was to take care of the miscellaneous matters in Fang Yuan's life. On the other hand, it was to let Fang Yuan guide their cultivation. Fang Yuan naturally did not care about these hairy men. But the leading hairy man Gu master respectfully reported to Fang Yuan that the 6th city lord had come to visit Fang Yuan. He had already been sitting in the guest hall of the city for a long time. The 6th city lord was Gu Immortal's 6th hair. He was guarding the 6th cloud city. Why is he here? Fang Yuan was puzzled. He came to the guest hall and saw this Gu Immortal 6th hair. I am 6th hair, greetings to the 2nd city lord. I am here to ask for guidance on battle. Gu Immortal's 6th hair greeted as he spoke of his purpose. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, but his gaze became extremely cold. It turned out that although 6th hair said this, he secretly transmitted to Fang Yuan, it was a different story. Fang Yuan, I am representing Lord Wuxia to make a transaction with you. Wuxia. Shadow sect. 6th hair was the traitor. In an instant, many thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind like lightning. Sure. We are all from the same sect. I can't ask for guidance, we can spar. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He had a passionate expression. He dismissed his attendants and asked 6th hair to sit down. He walked to the main seat and sat down. These few steps were not far. But in Fang Yuan's mind, there were many thoughts. 6th hair is the traitor. Is he the only traitor in Langia Blessed Land? He is representing Wuxia to make a transaction with me. What does he want to do? What is the situation with Wuxia? Why is he suddenly making a transaction with me? Is he sincere? Or is it a trap for me? Or is it a probe from the land spirit of Langia? After all, I joined Langia sect because of the Information Path Alliance agreement. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan sat down. Chapter 1082. 6th hair looked at Fang Yuan and laughed. He was not afraid at all. Plus or minus, if he wanted to interrogate him, Fang Yuan would have already made his move the moment 6th hair transmitted. But Fang Yuan did not do so. He sat down before uttering empty threats. As for the reason, 6th hair knew it well. He said, I am in charge of supervising the 12 cloud cities. Before you came, I had already set up an immortal Gu formation here. Not only can it disguise itself and not be discovered by the land spirit of Langia, it can also suppress the alliance agreement. You can give it a try. Fang Yuan had already joined Langia sect. He was bound by the alliance agreement. He could not do as he pleased. Especially when he talked to 6th hair, a traitor of Langia sect. It was a violation of the alliance agreement. But hearing 6th hair's words, Fang Yuan tried it out as expected. He did not suffer any backlash from breaking the alliance agreement. Fang Yuan's gaze was deep. He said after a while, it seems you are really a traitor of Langia sect. What deal do you want with me? 6th hair relaxed a little. He was afraid that Fang Yuan would capture him without asking any questions. Now it seemed that he had passed the first round. But he could not be careless. Fang Yuan was shameless and despicable. He was crafty and had no bottom line. And he had taken the risk to come here and expose his identity. He was still in danger. But there was no helping it. Wuxia was at his wit's end. He could only use this method. Making a deal with Fang Yuan was like asking a tiger for its skin. It was too dangerous. Only after the deal was made would there be evidence he could turn around and bite him at any time. Drag him down with him. At that time, 6th hair would be completely safe. But how could he ensure that he could achieve his goal? He would not lose too many benefits. 6th hair felt troubled because he was in a weak position. Wuxia and I have deep enmity. Now he suddenly came to me, even exposing himself as a traitor. He needs my help. Interesting. I want to see what he has up his sleeves. Fang Yuan had many thoughts in his mind. To tell you the truth, Lord Wuxia's side is already at the end of the line, and he's in imminent danger. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken the initiative to appear and trade with you, 6th hair suddenly said. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows and sized him up again. Sixth Hair was so honest, Fang Yuan was inwardly surprised. There was no such thing as before the trade negotiations. Expose your own shortcomings first? Fang Yuan's eyes flashed as he immediately realized that Sixth Hair was deliberately doing the opposite. Even if Sixth Hair didn't say it, Fang Yuan could guess it. Now that he said it, it seemed like he wanted to cut off all means of retreat and put himself in a hopeless situation. Looks like I've been with the land spirit of Xianxia for a long time, so I've let down my guard. Although he's a hairy man, he's a traitor of the Shadow Sect. How can he be as easy to bully as the land spirit? Fang Yuan raised his guard. After thinking for a while, Fang Yuan said. He said slowly, Wuxia has my body and the accumulation of goo worms, he also has the help of He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing, how could he have fallen to such a state? I don't believe it. Sixth Hair shook his head. Fang Yuan, there's no need for you to continue probing. You planted it deliberately. The self-destruction of the goo worms caught Lord Wuxia off guard. He tried his best to preserve only 30% of the goo worms. As soon as he said that, Fang Yuan was finally convinced that the Sixth Hair in front of him was really a spy from the Shadow Sect and Xianxia Sect. Fang Yuan's mind raced. Just now he had also lied to Sixth Hair. This allowed Fang Yuan to immediately obtain a lot of valuable information. I didn't expect Wuxia to really control black and white. He Lulan was a formidable person, she was not easy to control, but with the death of her aunts, the difficulty of controlling her was much lower. She has the great strength true martial physique, if used well she would be a great pawn. And Tai Bai Yunxing is a good person even though he is indecisive, he has two-time path immortal goo that can help him a lot. But they were both controlled by Wuxia, what a pity. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Fate was truly mysterious. After the Battle of Yitian Mountain, he and Wuxia had swapped positions. He obtained sovereign immortal fetus goo, while Wuxia inherited most of his accumulations. He could use He Lulan to control Tai Bai Yunxing. Wuxia was one of spectral souls, split souls, he had extraordinary methods to control these two. Wuxia obtained my immortal goo and the help of black and white. This time he took the initiative to make a deal with me, I will make him pay a terrible price. Fang Yuan swore internally. But next, after Sixth Hair exposed his weakness, he changed the topic. Before the deal, let me express my sincerity. Take it as me giving you a piece of information for free. This information is extremely precious, it concerns your future cultivation, Fang Yuan, or more accurately, it concerns your life and death. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, saying with an unfriendly expression, whether information is precious or not depends on your bragging. I want to know the content and evaluate it myself. Fang Yuan, do you know what providence is? Sixth Hair asked. Providence? Fang Yuan was puzzled. Sixth Hair observed his expression and nodded, saying, you have indeed forgotten a lot, Fang Yuan. What do you mean? Fang Yuan frowned slightly. Sixth Hair said, you once relied on Providence's guidance to swap souls with Lord Wuxia, disguising yourself as a pure dream reality seeker physique body and snatching sovereign immortal fetus goo. But you do not know that this 11th extreme physique was developed by Old Man Inkstone, it has a huge flaw. Any soul that enters the pure dream reality seeker physique body will fall into deep sleep and lose all their memories. Later, even though Old Man Inkstone tried to fix the flaw, he could only eliminate the flaw of deep sleep. The soul in the pure dream reality seeker physique body would still lose its memories. The longer time passes, the more they will forget. Precisely because of this, Lord Wuxia lost his memories and could only remember the immortal killer move lead soul into dream. Saying so, Sixth Hair took out an information path mortal goo. He rubbed the goo worm with his finger, sighing internally. This goo worm did not have much value to him. But to Fang Yuan it was extremely valuable. If not for the situation, why would he give this goo worm to Fang Yuan? In Wuxia's original plan, he wanted to use this flaw of Fang Yuan's to deal with Fang Yuan. But to think that there would be a moment where they would take the initiative to fix this flaw of Fang Yuan's. This letter goo records the entire battle of Yitian Mountain, take a look. Sixth Hair said as he tossed the goo worm to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan received it and inspected it, there was no problem, he activated the goo worm and the scenes of Yitian Mountain appeared in his mind. He found that he was missing many crucial memories. No wonder I felt something amiss but could not find anything. So I lost my memories. This was true amnesia. If one lost their memories completely, they would not be able to sense it if they were alone. If they felt like they had forgotten something, it was not complete, they could still recall it. However, the information path mortal goo gave Fang Yuan a feeling of déjà vu, but he could not eliminate the possibility that the other party was lying. After inspecting it 3 times, Fang Yuan had a calm expression. his gaze was deep as he said, I seem to have lost my memories, but how do I know if what is recorded here is real or fake? Sixth Hair gritted his teeth. He knew that this was the difficult part of this transaction. Fang Yuan and Wuxia had deep hatred towards each other. They were mortal enemies who could not live under the same sky. They could not be trusted. How to express their sincerity and make the other party trust them was the most difficult part. If this problem was solved, then this transaction would be easy to complete. Sixth Hair's thoughts moved rapidly. Thoughts flashed in his mind. He was considering his words. He had to be careful. Fang Yuan could kill without batting an eyelid. If he said the wrong thing he might die, but Wuxia had the heavy responsibility of saving his main body. He could not afford to fail. After a long while, Sixth Hair spoke. Fang Yuan, you have spring-autumn cicada, you have been reborn, everyone knows this. But the truth is, you have even more secrets that outsiders like us know about. Providence is vast and omnipresent. It covers the 5 regions and 9 heavens, past, present, and future. The heavenly Tao takes away surpluses to replenish deficiencies. Human Tao takes away surpluses to replenish deficiencies. The two are opposites, they contradict each other. Thus, all the past venerables, all the legends, are targets of Providence's suppression. Calamities and tribulations, lifespan Gu, they are Providence's 2 trump cards. Fang Yuan, you have undergone 2 tribulations. Once was the earthly calamity, once was the immortal Gu's tribulation. The power of the 2 calamities and tribulations is beyond common sense. It is because you used sovereign immortal fetus Gu to revive. Your new body and immortal aperture have endless potential. Once you grow up, you will definitely surpass the past venerables. Thus, Providence is very wary of you. It is trying to restrict you and kill you in advance. Fang Yuan's heart shook. Ever since the tribulation he had been thinking about this question. But now, Sixth Hair suddenly provided him with an answer. Providence? Fang Yuan muttered, pondering over this word. Sixth Hair sighed deeply, continuing, my main body, spectral soul, created Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance, and refined the sovereign immortal fetus. I planned for 100,000 years, but I failed in the end. This was also the work of Providence. Not only were there grand tribulations and myriad tribulations, there were also people who surrounded me. The celestial court led by Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was one of them. And you, Fang Yuan, were the hidden killer of the human tribulation. What do you mean? Fang Yuan squinted, bright light flashed in his eyes. His interest was piqued. He could acutely sense that Sixth Hair's following words would bring about an earth-shattering change to him. Sixth Hair hesitated. He knew. Once he said what he was going to say, the huge flaw of Fang Yuan not knowing about Providence would be completely fixed. In fact, it might even cause Fang Yuan's unstoppable rise in power. Fang Yuan was currently like a python trapped in a quagmire. This python's eyes were covered by a black cloth. It did not know what was going on. It could only roll around in the quagmire. But if he told this to Fang Yuan, it would be the same as removing the black cloth covering the python's eyes. The python's eyes would brighten. It would see the vast world. It would see the quagmire that trapped it. It was very shallow and small. With a clear direction and understanding of its situation, this python would raise its head towards the sky. It would summon the wind and rain. It would become a dragon and roam the world. Chapter 1083. Sixth Hair did not want to tell this secret to Fang Yuan, but he had no other choice. Wuxia's situation forced him to do it. Breathing in deeply, Sixth Hair said slowly, Fang Yuan, you were able to snatch sovereign immortal fetus Gu at the most crucial moment. It was not just because of your own strength, but because you received guidance from Providence, right? In fact, the reason why you obtained spring-autumn cicada's revival was also because of Providence's scheme. It arranged for you to return to the past and stop my shadow sect from achieving greatness. Fang Yuan heard this and was greatly shaken. The first half was fine, but the crucial part was the latter half. Even with his years of mental fortitude, he could not control himself at this moment. Boom. Right at this moment, there was a loud sound in the outside world. What is going on? In just a short moment, Fang Yuan stabilized his emotions. He sat up straight and activated his Gu worm. His eyes shined with bright light, his gaze pierced through the clouds and looked at the vast sky. There was an indescribable sound of thunder. There were also flashes of lightning. A bolt from the blue. Sixth Hair sneered, but he felt desolate. Fang Yuan, you have just undergone tribulation. There is still a lot of Providence left in Langya blessed land. My words earlier exposed Providence's scheme. It caused the heavenly Tao to be furious. But any blessed land or grotto heaven is a small world different from the 5 regions. Providence cannot control this place. Now that the tribulation is over, no matter how furious Providence is, it is useless. Fang Yuan did not deny it. He looked at Sixth Hair expressionlessly. Continue. Sixth Hair was hesitant at first, but now that he had said it, he felt much better. His words became smoother as he continued. Fang Yuan, your spring-autumn cicada also contains providence. This has already been proven by Lord Wuxia. This is the best proof, Fang Yuan, that every time you revive, there is providence's influence. Spring-autumn cicada is the sacrifice of the Gu Immortal's entire body. Only a portion of the Gu Immortal's will is left. This will was carried by the spring-autumn cicada and entered the river of time, going against the flow and returning to his past body. To achieve the effect of rebirth. Fang Yuan, you should have used it several times, so you should be very clear about it. Fang Yuan was still expressionless, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Sixth Hair continued, the spring and autumn cicada contains the power of providence. Fang Yuan, every time you activate the spring and autumn cicada, the power of providence will increase. This is the perfect time for providence to exert its influence on you. Because at that time, all that was left of you was a remnant will. Without the assistance of a physical body, his attention would be focused on the river of time, and he wouldn't be able to foresee any internal schemes. After you've been reborn, you naturally have to scheme. He thought about how to use the advantages of his rebirth to better cultivate. It was precisely because of this that he fell into Providence's trap. The things that you experienced before your rebirth, the opportunities that you knew, are really only as much as what you know now. Those so-called opportunities are just bait that Providence deliberately left behind, letting you, a chess piece, walk on Providence's chess path step by step, and finally arrive at Etion Mountain, ruining our Shadow Sect's grand plan. According to our speculations, the future before your rebirth. Our Shadow Sect's plan should have already been realized. But Providence doesn't want my main body to ascend to the position of venerable again. The reason why Sword Immortal Bo Qing failed back then was because his essence was one of the main body's split souls. Moreover, the main body obtained the sovereign immortal fetus and was reborn. After growing up, he would definitely surpass the previous venerables. In the future, I'm afraid that Providence will no longer be able to eradicate the main body. Because of this, Providence thought of ways to arrange a scheme to send you back and borrow your hand. To change the past and reshape the future. Fang Yuan said, wait, I don't understand, why did Providence only choose me? Because you're an otherworldly demon. Only otherworldly demons can change the past. As long as it was not an otherworldly demon, even a venerable would be powerless. Red Lotus Demon Venerable worked hard his entire life, but he could only destroy Fate Gu, he could not destroy it. Not to mention any harm to Providence. Of course, you're not the only otherworldly devil. Maybe you were in that period. Regardless of whether it's in terms of vision or circumstances, he's most suited to be a chess piece, Sixth Hair replied. Fang Yuan remained silent. It was a brand new and shocking perspective. Sixth Hair's words made Fang Yuan realize that there seemed to be a huge conspiracy around him. Bertrand, he thought back to the 500 years of his previous life. He had been a vagrant for hundreds of years. Could Providence suppress him? Was it the will of the heavens that he wanted to refine the blood god? The process of obtaining spring-autumn cicada's immortal Gu recipe was indeed quite easy. Not long after he refined the spring and autumn cicada, he was immediately surrounded by the forces of the 10 great ancient sections. Sixth Hair observed Fang Yuan's expression and saw that Fang Yuan was moved, but did not show any clear expression. He cursed internally and said, your spring-autumn cicada is only rank 6, there is a high chance of failure. Why does it succeed every time it revives? That's not true, it failed the last time. Fang Yuan said, but suddenly he was stunned. This point was precisely the irrefutable proof of heaven's will. His amnesia was not related to this. He remembered that the last time he used spring-autumn cicada to revive, it was because he was hit by Heaven Overseeing Tower's attack, he could not dodge it and had to choose to revive. But before that, the great strength true martial immortal zombie was also smashed into smithereens by Heaven Overseeing Tower. According to Sixth Hair's explanation, it could be said that the great strength true martial immortal zombie was destroyed, the 10 extreme lifeless formation was damaged, it could not refine Gu. Shadow Sect's plan failed, the only variable was Hei Lulan, but she was not at Etion Mountain at that time. Thus, Providence no longer needed the pawn Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's activation of spring-autumn cicada failed. Instead, Shadow Sect did not want to admit their failure. Providence gave up on Fang Yuan, but Shadow Sect used the power of the Red Lotus True Inheritance to help Fang Yuan revive and change the past, allowing Shadow Sect's plan to take another step forward. What? You don't know about my last activation failure? Fang Yuan looked at Sixth Hair. Sixth Hair blinked, his palms were covered in cold sweat. Of course he did not know about this. Firstly, he was a split soul, he did not even participate in the Battle of Etian Mountain, he was confined in Langya Blessed Land. Secondly, he only had Wuxia left, most of the information he obtained came from Wuxia. But he knew about Wuxia's activation of Spring-Autumn Cicada. Originally, Wuxia had been schemed against by Fang Yuan, he had no way to turn the situation around, but because of Spring-Autumn Cicada, he managed to turn the situation around and reach this point. Sixth Hair was considering whether he should tell this secret to Fang Yuan. The more he thought about it, the more nervous he became. He was not sure how Fang Yuan would react if he told Fang Yuan about this. But at this moment, Fang Yuan waved his hand and said, "It's nothing, continue." Sixth Hair heaved a sigh of relief, took the opportunity to organize his emotions and continued, "Providence's arrangement of you as a pawn, Fang Yuan, is really brilliant. We all subconsciously thought that the otherworldly demons would not have anything to do with Providence. Thus, even my main body was deceived. Actually, as early as after the inheritance of the three kings, one of the main body's split souls, Elder Inkstone, discovered that you have the Spring-Autumn Cicada and are a person who has been reborn. But firstly, you had already gone to Immortal Blessed Land. Secondly, Shadow Sect's 100,000-year plan was right in front of them, they did not want to complicate matters so they plotted against you in secret. Thus, Elder Inkstone concealed your deductions and instead lured the Central Continent Gu Immortal Feng Jioga's group to Luopa Valley. In that battle, even though the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie escaped, he fell into old ancestor Shuehu's hands. The Celestial Court and Northern Plains people were all secretly influenced by Providence, they were a part of my main body's human tribulation. Fang Yuan, after you regained your life you went from southern border to Northern Plains, you encountered many accidents, right? These were all part of Providence's arrangements to eliminate you. Similarly, Lord Wuxia is in a desperate situation now, part of the reason is because he inherited your body, he attracted many strong enemies for you and blocked the calamity for you. Fang Yuan, your name is on the Demon Judgment Board, you are wanted by the 10 great ancient sects and are even being pursued by the Celestial Court. Lord Wuxia's present is your future. Do you think you can hide in the other 4 regions and not go to Central Continent? When my main body refined Gu, the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals could chase after me. The 5 regional walls are not an obstacle to some Gu Immortals, the reason why Gu Immortals do not attack is mainly because of calamities and tribulations. Once they attack, the outcome is hard to predict, if the tribulation is affected, they will be the ones suffering the calamity. Furthermore, the immortal apertures of the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals belong to the Celestial Court Grotto Heavens, there are no calamities or tribulations there. Outside, they only use phantom apertures, they also have hibernation methods to extend their lifespan. Fang Yuan, let me ask you, if I did not tell you today, would you have known about Providence's existence? The schemes that you have? You and I have deep hatred, that is true, but there is also a deep connection between us. Lord Wuxia is in danger, if he falls into the hands of the Celestial Court, your relationship with him as well as your current information will be leaked. The Celestial Court will definitely send people to kill you. Because the Celestial Court is a group of lackeys that protect Providence. Earlier, Feng Jioga and the other Central Continent Gu Immortals entered Northern Plains to investigate, later, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's group attacked Northern Plains and destroyed it. Fang Yuan, you and Lord Wuxia are bound together, if Lord Wuxia dies, your good days will also come to an end. Sixth Hair's eloquence was unrestrained, he spoke with fervor and assurance. Moreover, he had a clear hierarchy of reasons and evidence. He understood the other party's emotions and moved them with reason. Fang Yuan was moved, he blurted out, "You are right, this is true insight. I think, we can make a deal." Sixth Hair was overjoyed, he thought, this matter is a success. At this moment, his eyes were brimming with tears. Recently he had been under a lot of pressure. Because of him, Fang Yuan was able to pass the tribulation and refine change form Immortal Gu instead. No matter what he did or what his motive was, the result was clear. He had sinned. His heart was filled with guilt and regret. Thus he had to make amends for his sins. This time he exposed his identity and took a huge risk to persuade Fang Yuan, it was Wuxia's intention, and it was also what he, Sixth Hair, was willing to do. Now it seemed that everything was worth it. Fang Yuan was Wuxia's only way out. Sixth Hair used his own strength to pave this path of survival for Wuxia. Chapter 1084. Then how do we transact? What do you need? Fang Yuan asked with a pleasant expression. I want to see. Fang Yuan, we know you have a lot of immortal materials. The immortal materials you picked up from Earth Trench have problems, they are filled with providence. We do not need them. But in Falling Heavenly River, you obtained a lot of immortal materials, you can use them for this transaction. This is the list, take a look. Sixth Hair tossed out an information path mortal goo. Fang Yuan received it and checked that there were no mistakes. His mind entered and nodded as he browsed. After a while, Fang Yuan said to Sixth Hair, I have most of these immortal materials, but as a member of Langya sect, can't you get them from Langya sect's treasury? Sixth Hair smiled bitterly, times are different now, the new land spirit of Langya is different. In Langya sect contribution points are the biggest rule. If I want to get the treasury, I will need to use my sect contribution points. But my contribution points are far from meeting Lord Wuxia's minimum requirements. You are right. Fang Yuan nodded, asking, I can pay for these immortal materials, but how are you going to deliver them to Wuxia? Jewel Yellow Skies is already closed. Wuxia selling immortal goo caused such a huge commotion, Fang Yuan naturally knew about it. Sixth Hair said, without Jewel Yellow Skies, it is indeed troublesome, but there is a way to deliver them to Lord Wuxia. Zombie Alliance is a subordinate of Shadow Sect. Before the Battle of Etion Mountain, because old ancestor Shui who stole the immortal zombie body, Zombie Alliance ordered the other branches to set up super goo formations to connect the 5 regions. In the future, even if someone attacks the branches, they can use these super goo formations to transport the immortal zombie body to Zombie Alliance. I thought this was just an excuse to frame all the immortal zombies, to think it was true? Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. Sixth Hair smiled bitterly, this is true. Sacrificing Zombie Alliance to refine sovereign immortal fetus goo was not our Shadow Sect's plan. During the Battle of Etion Mountain he had no choice but to do so. In fact, there were more benefits in keeping the Zombie Alliance. I will not sacrifice them. Fang Yuan nodded. He suddenly thought of his previous life 500 years ago. At that time, the 5 Regions Zombie Alliance still existed until the 5 Regions Chaotic War and before Fang Yuan was reborn. They still played an extremely important role in the general trend of the world. But it was different now. You must watch the 5 Regions Zombie Alliance had become an empty shell. Most of the immortal zombies were used as immortal materials and refined in the 10 Extreme Lifeless formation. Now the 5 regions were in turmoil because of this. After all, when the 5 Regions Zombie Alliance was still around, they controlled a lot of resources. These resources were ownerless. This caused the goo immortal experts and super forces of various regions to compete with each other, creating a bloodbath. Looks like the Shadow Sect really succeeded in my previous life. The existence of the Zombie Alliance proved this point. Also, the Celestial Court attacked Langya Blessed Land, Feng Joga died in Langya Blessed Land, this is also suspicious. The Shadow Sect planted traitors in the Celestial Court, who knows, Spectral Soul might have revived and controlled the Celestial Court for his own use. Fang Yuan's thoughts scattered for a while. He immediately felt that many of the things in his memories had other possibilities, there was more to it than meets the eye. The waters of this world are really too deep. Legends are emerging one after another. Countless experts are competing and scheming against each other, they are like the stars in the night sky, dazzling and dazzling. Even though I am a top-notch person, I am nothing compared to these geniuses. Hee, this is the reason why it is so interesting. Isn't that so? Ah. Fang Yuan thought of this and his mood became better. On his face, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. Sixth Hair was somewhat baffled. He thought, what is he smiling at? Also, why is there a bad feeling lingering around the bottom of my heart? Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, he looked at Sixth Hair with a bright gaze, the smile on his face became even more obvious. Then what can I get by paying the immortal materials? Immortal goo. Sixth Hair answered calmly. Interesting, very interesting. Very interesting. Fang Yuan rubbed his palms and laughed lightly. What else could Wuxia sell immortal goo? It was definitely Fang Yuan's own immortal goo. Selling Fang Yuan's own immortal goo to Fang Yuan, Wuxia's plan was extremely meticulous. But even Fang Yuan himself felt that Wuxia's idea was quite brilliant. Let's ask, who else in this world wanted to obtain these immortal goo more than Fang Yuan? In this world, who wanted to obtain these immortal goo more than Fang Yuji? To other goo immortals, these immortal goo were unfamiliar, they needed to be familiar with them. But Fang Yuan himself was very familiar with these goo, he had mature methods to use them. But Fang Yuan himself was very familiar with these goo, he had mature methods to use them. The value of these immortal goo in Fang Yuan's heart was often higher than that of others. Moreover, many immortal goo needed suitable goo immortals to be sold. For example, strength path immortal goo were not very interested in other paths. Because the paths were not compatible, not only would the Dao marks clash, the effect would be reduced, it was also not good for raising them. Unless they were supplementary goo worms for immortal killer moves. But such situations were very rare. One could say Fang Yuan was the most suitable buyer. Not only did he need these immortal goo, more importantly, he had the capital to buy them. As for how to exchange for the immortal goo, it would be the super goo formations of Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan continued to smile. How many immortal goo do I have left? Not only do I want to buy them, I am also interested in He Lolan's self-strength immortal goo and Tai by Yunxing's man as before and landscape as before. I want to include these 3 immortal goo in the transaction. Sixth Hair thought about it and nodded. I can make the decision on this, I can agree to it. With Wuxia's control over Tai by Yunxing and He Lulan, he could definitely make them hand over the immortal goo. The most important thing now was to get out of danger and escape. Other matters could be put aside for now. Fang Yuan continued, money and goods, you bring me the immortal goo, I will give you the immortal materials. At this time, Sixth Hair showed a difficult expression. To tell you the truth, Fang Yuan, you will need some time to see the immortal goo. You are definitely aware of the situation in the 5 regions. All the Zombie Alliance divisions are being coveted. If Northern Plains Dark Flow Giant City had not sunk into Earth Trench, it would have been visited countless times already. The Super Goo formation is set up in Dark Flow Giant City. I will need some time to get the immortal goo. But before that, I hope you can provide some immortal materials in advance. Because these immortal materials need to be used to refine goo, the earlier the better. I don't know how long Lord Wuxia can last. Fang Yuan heard this. He laughed coldly in his heart. Sixth Hair's words are a mix of truth and falsehood. Earlier he said that Wuxia was in imminent danger, and now he says that he can still hold on for a while. On the surface, Fang Yuan kept a straight face. He flatly refused. No, that's impossible. I need to pay the immortal materials first. If you don't sell me your immortal goo, wouldn't I be a fool? Don't worry, Fang Yuan. I have already prepared an information path immortal killer move. Bind both sides and not allow either side to go back on their word. Sixth Hair said sincerely. Fang Yuan chuckled and waved his hand and said, don't mention whatever information path means to me, I don't believe in that. Since you were able to subdue He Lulan, you must have removed the information path alliance pact from her, right? As for me, I'm not an information path expert. Wouldn't I be a fool to form an alliance with you guys? Sixth Hair fell silent. He understood Fang Yuan's thoughts. If it were him, he would not form an alliance pact with Shadow Sect either. How about this? Sixth Hair quickly thought of a good idea. I will use the information to exchange for some immortal materials. How about that? These information and secrets are extremely valuable to you, Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, don't you want to know the limits of Providence? Our Shadow Sect's precious experience in dealing with Providence? And the information on otherworldly demons and even Langya Blessed Land, don't you want to know? Fang Yuan's heart palpitated with eagerness. Providence. After understanding Providence's scheme, how could Fang Yuan not pay attention to Providence? And in this world, who had more authority than Shadow Sect in dealing with Providence? If not for Shadow Sect taking the initiative to trade, Fang Yuan would still be kept in the dark for a long time. As for otherworldly demons, Fang Yuan had always been curious about them. Why did they transmigrate to this place? Who were the otherworldly demons? Did they come from the same place as him? Why could otherworldly demons change the past? And the information on Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land had existed for over 300,000 years. What else was hidden in it? To Fang Yuan, who borrowed the power of the land spirit of Langya, and also wanted Langya Blessed Land, this was extremely important information. Undeniably, this information was extremely valuable. It was a huge help to Fang Yuan. At this moment, the hall became quiet. Both sides were silent. Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. Sixth Hair waited for Fang Yuan to agree. He was very confident that Fang Yuan would definitely agree. It was all because the temptation of this information was too great for him. Of course, if not for the situation. Sixth Hair would rather die than let Fang Yuan know these secrets. Fang Yuan spoke but changed the topic. I still have something I don't understand. Since there is a Super Goo formation, why did Wuxia and the rest not use the Super Goo formation to escape? Sixth Hair explained honestly, the Super Goo formation can only transport immortal materials. Immortal zombie bodies can also be considered immortal materials, but they must not contain an immortal aperture. It is too difficult for Gu immortals to teleport across regions. There are a few methods that cannot be replicated. Fixed immortal travel is one example, but immortal Gu are unique. Not everyone can enter an immortal aperture. Stargate Gu is another example, but it has greater limitations. Shadow Sect knew about Stargate Gu. Fang Yuan had used it many times, and even gave the Gu recipe to the land spirit of Xianxia. It was not strange for Shadow Sect to know about it. Be it fixed immortal travel or Stargate Gu, they had high requirements for the Gu immortal being transported. The Gu immortal had to have very few Dao marks to be transported. Especially Stargate Gu, it was only immortal Gu, even though it borrowed the power of Black Heaven. Only bottom-tier rank 6 Gu immortals or rank 6 Gu immortals who had passed several calamities and tribulations could use it. Of course, the things in the Gu immortal's immortal aperture were not counted because they were in another world. Thus, back then when Fang Yuan stored rank 9 Wisdom Gu in his dead aperture, he could use Stargate Gu to move between regions. Using low-level Gu immortals or immortal zombies as boats, using fixed immortal travel and Stargate Gu to transport them across regions? This method was very feasible. But it could not be popularized. There was only one fixed immortal travel, and the Stargate Gu was only in the hands of a few people. Moreover, rank 8 Gu immortals had too many high-rank immortal materials and immortal Gu. It was a huge burden on their immortal aperture. A living immortal aperture would burst, a dead immortal aperture would collapse. It could not be transported many times. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan placed all the high-rank immortal materials he obtained in Hu Immortal Blessed Land or Star Form Blessed Land. Blessed lands that were located in the outside world were very stable. Rank 8 Gu immortals had their own method to travel between regions. It was through White Heaven and Black Heaven. Like earlier, when Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord led a group of people to attack southern border and spoil Shadow Sect's plan, they traveled in White Heaven. Chapter 1085. There had never been a good method to transport Gu immortals across regions. I want you to take me to read a book. W less than W. Because Gu immortals had little need in this aspect. When Gu masters become immortals because of the different heaven and earth chi of the 5 regions, they would become Gu immortals of each region. For example, Northern Plains Gu immortals, Central Continents Gu immortals and so on. Gu immortals had a strong sense of region. Foreign Gu immortals were easily ostracized. Towards the end of the Battle of Tian Mountain, He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing were chased by southern border Gu immortals. This could be seen. In this regard, East Ocean was relatively open-minded. The concept of region was not important. The most important thing was that the Gu immortal's immortal aperture would land in the outside world once in a while and absorb the heaven and earth chi to stabilize itself. At this time, there were strict requirements for the chi of heaven and earth. If Northern Plains Gu immortals placed their immortal apertures in Central Continent's world and absorbed Central Continent's heaven and earth chi, it would be detrimental. The third reason was the calamity. Gu immortals faced calamities and tribulations constantly. Who would have the time to run around? What was he doing in the outer realms? Unless it was an extremely important matter like a great immortal opportunity with a clear clue, or an important mission like Feng Jioga's exploration of Northern Plains. There was one thing that needed to be distinguished. Gu immortals traveling across regions had little demand, but immortal Gu and immortal materials were different. The demand in this area was still very high. However, jewel yellow skies had already greatly satisfied these needs. All sorts of reasons led to very few people researching the transportation of Gu immortals across regions. In history there were no outstanding research achievements. The super Gu formations that Zombie Alliance set up in the various divisions were only used to transport immortal materials. Who would want to research something that was not very useful and thankless? Gu immortals also faced great pressure to survive. Although it had the word immortal in it, it wasn't exactly carefree and easy. Managing the immortal aperture, raising immortal Gu, and dealing with heavenly tribulations were enough to make almost all Gu immortals exhausted. Thus, from ancient times until now, the transportation of Gu immortals across regions was very primitive. It developed very slowly. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent sent Gu immortals to Northern Plains to investigate, but they had to forcefully barge through the regional walls of 2 regions. 400 to 500 years later, there would be no need to research the transportation of Gu immortals across regions. Because the 5 regional walls were slowly disappearing. The entire 5 regions would become one. This was a story to be told later, so let's not talk about it for now. In the hall, Fang Yuan suddenly let out a burst of hearty laughter. After probing for so long, he finally had a comprehensive understanding of this transaction. To have a clearer understanding of the book I want to read. Fang Yuan, what are you laughing at? Sixth Hair had a bad feeling about this. Because I'm happy. Even though the super goo formation could only transport immortal materials, it was enough. As for intelligence, he would put it aside for now. The condition I want is my original physical body. Give him to me first, Fang Yuan said quickly. Sixth Hair's expression changed. He knew about wisdom goo. If Fang Yuan regained his fleshly body, he would be able to fuse it with his soul. By activating the light of wisdom, he would be able to borrow a trace of wisdom goo's power. What did that mean? He was like a tiger that had grown wings and soared to the sky in one go. In the past, Fang Yuan had a flaw. He did not have lifespan goo to feed wisdom goo. But now, Land Spirit of Xianxia had a large number of lifespan goo. He was handing them over. Fang Yuan already knew about providence. If he had wisdom goo's help, how could he resist it? He would be like an eagle flying in the sky or a dragon swimming in the sea. And with the sovereign immortal aperture. Oh my God! Sixth Hair sighed in his heart. Just these few factors alone were enough to shake heaven and earth. Shocking the world. If they were used together, the power that would erupt would be unimaginable. How could they let the others live? This won't do. Sixth Hair quickly shook his head. Without a physical body, how can Lord Wuxia escape from this predicament? He has a physical body. Fang Yuan laughed. I have plenty of strength path immortal zombies here. We can trade one for one. I guarantee you won't lose out. In fact, the strength path immortal zombies will have more Dao marks than my physical body. You will be making a profit. Make a profit, my ass. Sixth Hair scolded Fang Yuan for being shameless. His expression turned ugly as he stared at Fang Yuan and sneered. I won't beat around the bush, Fang Yuan. How can I not know what you are planning? Oh, it seems you already know about wisdom goo. Fang Yuan rubbed his chin. I can sell immortal goo and information, but the physical body cannot. Sixth Hair rejected sternly. His tone was as tough as steel. But who knew that Fang Yuan's expression changed faster than him? Then there is no room for discussion. I won't be sending you off. Fang Yuan stood up and waved his hand, chasing Sixth Hair away. Sixth Hair was dumbfounded. He was stunned on the spot, not moving at all. Why do you want to read this book, W? Seeing that he was not moving, Fang Yuan sneered inwardly. He flicked his sleeves and left. He was about to enter the back hall. Sixth Hair came to his senses. He said, Fang Yuan, wait. You agreed? Fang Yuan did not turn around, he only turned his head. I won't sell the physical body, but we can discuss the rest. Sixth Hair insisted. Fang Yuan snorted. He quickly turned around and was about to leave Sixth Hair's sight through the side door. Sixth Hair quickly followed. A transaction requires both parties to be willing. Fang Yuan, why are you forcing me? If I am harmed, you will be harmed as well. Fang Yuan stopped, but this time he did not even turn around. He directly faced Sixth Hair with the back of his head. It was very rude. Sixth Hair only heard Fang Yuan say, You are right. But so what if I am harmed? At most I will just die. Sixth Hair walked a few steps, catching up to Fang Yuan. He urged, Fang Yuan, why are you saying this? Who would believe you if you are deceiving yourself? Are you willing to die? With our shadow sect outside, how much hostility and attacks would we attract? Without us, how long can you live freely? Do you think you can deal with providence? Even my main body had planned for 100,000 years, but it failed. Right now, we are facing a great enemy. Why are you doing this? Noisy. A sword wave suddenly appeared around Fang Yuan. Rank 7 sword wave immortal goo. Sixth Hair was forced back. He quickly said, Careful, careful. Don't touch the immortal goo, you will destroy my arrangements. If the Land Spirit of Xianxia finds out, neither of us will have a good ending. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, taking a step forward. The physical body is my condition. If it cannot be met, there is no point in talking. I will give you 3 days. Go back and discuss with your Lord Wuxia. Sixth Hair stomped his feet. 3 days? Fang Yuan, you know that Lord Wuxia is in danger. We need to make full use of every second. Fang Yuan moved further away. His voice could be heard. It is good that you are aware of this. Agree quickly. After the transaction, you will need some time to refine goo with immortal materials, right? Sixth Hair had a ruthless expression. He gritted his teeth. He pointed at Fang Yuan, killing intent surging. Fang Yuan, don't push your luck. So what if I push my luck? I was not the one who died first. With Xianxia blessed land, I can still live freely for some time. But what about you? Without Wuxia, the demon venerable's main body is trapped in a super dream realm. Hehe, the great spectral soul demon venerable actually died earlier than me? Ah. Fang Yuan laughed. He passed through the door, his figure vanishing from Sixth Hair's sight. Sixth Hair's eyes were wide open, they were bloodshot. Fang Yuan's shamelessness dealt a heavy blow to him. However, in less than half a day, Sixth Hair found Fang Yuan again. Lord Wuxia agreed. Sixth Hair stared at Fang Yuan, he wanted to skin him alive. A bright light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes for a moment. Sixth Hair agreed so quickly, looking at it from another perspective. Wuxia's situation was not optimistic. This was a good and bad thing. Fang Yuan wanted to obtain the greatest benefits from this transaction, but he also wanted Wuxia to stay outside and attract the firepower for him. Letting the Celestial Court and Shadow Sect's remnant forces fight each other was a good idea for Fang Yuan. Let's exchange immortal zombie bodies first, 1 for 1, then we can talk about the next transaction. After Fang Yuan said that, he added, if I see you doing anything to my body, I will not be able to kill you. Don't blame me for falling out. You know, I am someone who has been reborn, some of my methods come from the future. That is impossible. The transaction will be completed in one go. Sixth Hair was not easy to fool. But Fang Yuan was harder to deal with than him. A moment later, Sixth Hair was defeated. He raised 3 fingers and gritted his teeth. Alright, the first transaction is the immortal zombie body. But there are only 2 more transactions. This transaction can only be divided into 3 transactions, and will end in 3 transactions. 3 days later in Langya Blessed Land, both sides completed the transaction. Alright, next is the immortal goo. I want all of my immortal goo. Including self-strength, man as before, landscape as before, and so on. Fang Yuan said. Sixth Hair had a strange gaze. So many immortal goo, do Fang Yuan have enough immortal materials to buy them? Fang Yuan smiled, of course I have enough. A few minutes later. This is your of course I have enough? You actually casually changed the price we agreed on? The immortal materials you paid can't even buy 30% of the immortal goo. Sixth Hair shouted in anger. The price we agreed on can naturally be discussed. What do you mean casually changing it? I'm not casually changing it, I am very sincere. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Sincere your ass. Sixth Hair scolded. Fang Yuan's expression turned stiff. So you don't want to trade? Saying so, he flicked his sleeves and left. Sixth Hair was even more furious. You are leaving just because we can't come to an agreement? You are doing this again? I don't care, I won't be the one to die first anyway. Fang Yuan shrugged, knowing that Sixth Hair was going to die. Sixth Hair's expression froze, he felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. He felt that he was really stupid, why did he expose his weakness? However, with Fang Yuan's ability, even if he did not say it, he would be able to sense it. The second transaction was a long tug-of-war. Fang Yuan's asking price was too ruthless, Shadow Sect was not one to be trampled on. In just a few days, after dozens of difficult negotiations, both sides finally came to an agreement. Fang Yuan gave in slightly but still obtained a great victory. Sixth Hair's face was filled with defeat, his tall and straight body was now hunched. Fortunately, there is still one last time, the third transaction. What? We agreed on 3 transactions, why did you extend it to 10? Fang Yuan, you shameless bastard, you animal with no bottom line. Don't you have any sense of the big picture? Die, at most we will all die together. Sixth Hair shouted until his throat was hoarse, blood was flowing out of his nostrils. But Fang Yuan only said one sentence and retorted, I won't be the one to die first anyway. If Wuxia dies, the demon venerable's main body will probably die as well. After all, such a huge dream realm consumes the soul very quickly. Very quickly, quickly, Fang Yuan's words lingered in Sixth Hair's mind. Then he fainted on the spot. Chapter 1086. A pool of soul water was dark and gloomy, there were countless ripples on its surface. Wuxia's eyes were wide open, ghost fire burned in his eyes as he observed the surface of the soul water. In his vision there was a scene that others could not see. Sixth Hair's figure appeared in the soul water, he was half kneeling on the ground, his face was filled with regret and shame. Lord, I have committed a grave sin. During Fang Yuan's tribulation, if I had not used it, I said this is not your fault. Speaking of which, I used my trump card to increase my luck, allowing Fang Yuan to take advantage of me. Wuxia's voice was transmitted to Sixth Hair's mind. This was the method that Sixth Hair and Wuxia used to communicate, it was a soul path power, but it had the effect of information path, it was extremely powerful. Both sides were in Central Continent and Northern Plains, separated by 2 regional walls, as well as Langya blessed land. Not only could they communicate in real time, they could also block the senses of land spirit of Langya. Right now, Wuxia was no longer in Fang Yuan's appearance. He had already changed to another strength path immortal zombie body. But because this body was old, its immortal aperture was already destroyed, Wuxia only obtained a pure physical body. It was not like the previous Fang Yuan body, which had an aperture and an immortal aperture. This way it was not convenient for Wuxia to use Gu. Be it immortal Gu or mortal Gu, they could only live in his skin, blood, flesh, bones and other parts. Not only would their aura leak, enemies could easily detect them, it was also very unsafe. When the physical body was attacked, Gu worms would also suffer. Gu worms were very fragile. Wuxia's transaction with Fang Yuan could be said to be a huge loss, but right now his expression was calm. Instead he encouraged Sixth Hair, "You did a good job this time. Throughout the transaction you showed weakness to Fang Yuan very good. Especially the fainting at the end, if not for your efforts, I would not have obtained the immortal material I wanted." Sixth Hair sighed, "I purposely fainted to probe Fang Yuan, but unfortunately Fang Yuan did not attack me. Since he knows our background he will naturally be very cautious. Moreover we have already transacted many times. Both sides have something on us and he's also afraid that we'll report him to the land spirit of Langya," Wuxia said. This time he was in a hopeless situation. After thinking it over, he realized that Fang Yuan was the only way out. There was no other way. Before he decided to trade with Fang Yuan, he had already prepared himself mentally. The list of immortal materials that he gave to Fang Yuan was exaggerated in content, and the number was expanded, hiding the immortal materials that he truly wanted. Anyway, he had achieved his goal. He struggled in a hopeless situation and found a slim chance of survival. As long as he could overcome this obstacle, he would have a bright future ahead of him. Forget about the other immortal Gu, the crucial thing is that not only did Fang Yuan regain his body, he even obtained the spring-autumn cicada. Isn't his current foundation too great? Sixth Hair was still very worried. Wuxia snorted coldly, even if Fang Yuan got his body, would he dare to use it? The spring and autumn cicada did not have to worry about it either. It had already been sealed and was about to starve to death. Even if Fang Yuan got rid of this problem, spring and autumn cicada itself has a chance of failure. It also contains providence, he will not be able to use it for a long time. Furthermore, the attention of the celestial court's Gu immortals will also be drawn there. Sixth Hair's expression shook, the worry on his face lessened by a lot. He nodded repeatedly, "Lord is right." Wuxia heaved a long sigh. "Next you still need to monitor Fang Yuan. You have already been exposed but Fang Yuan will not touch you. If he cannot be restrained then so be it, it doesn't matter. He obtained so many immortal Gu this time, it is definitely a huge burden. Moreover, the calamities and tribulations have taken away his main focus. I will let him develop. When I gather my strength and save my main body, I will settle the score with him." He had learned from his mistakes, he had experienced many things. Wuxia was maturing rapidly. He learned to give and take and even more he learned to endure. He was after all one of Spectral Soul's split souls, he had the huge aptitude to become an expert. Torture and setbacks were wealth in life, he was maturing rapidly. Northern Plains, Langya blessed land. It had been some time since the transaction with Wuxia ended. Fang Yuan looked at the immortal zombie body in front of him. He heaved a sigh. "I don't dare to use it." Fang Yuan rubbed his chin, feeling troubled. After obtaining it, he had used almost all the methods he could currently use to inspect this immortal zombie body thoroughly, but he did not find any problems. But what was Wuxia's origin? What was the origin of Shadow Sect? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He was the creator of Soul Path, one of the few Gu venerables, he had once ruled the world and ruled over all living beings. Could Wuxia, one of his split souls, possess some sort of soul Dao technique and set up this body as a sinister trap? It was highly possible. Fang Yuan and Wuxia's transaction was not restricted by information path from start to finish, because they did not trust each other. And Fang Yuan's information path methods were definitely inferior to the other parties. If he used information path methods to restrict himself, the other party might secretly undo it, this was even more disadvantageous to Fang Yuan. Thus, he could not guarantee the safety of this body. Fang Yuan wanted this body mainly to obtain wisdom Gu's recognition and draw the light of wisdom. Thus, he wanted to send his soul into this immortal zombie body. This was very dangerous. Shadow Sect was most proficient in matters involving the soul. Although Fang Yuan did not find any problems, maybe Wuxia did not do anything, it was more likely that this immortal zombie body was hiding a huge problem, but Fang Yuan did not have the ability to discover it. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the ancestor of Soul Path. Fang Yuan was simply displaying his slight skill in front of an expert by using Soul Path in front of him. It seems that I need to inspect this body again. I cannot be too careless. If I am not careful, I might fall into Shadow Sect's trap. Fang Yuan warned himself. Only when he was absolutely sure of his safety would Fang Yuan use this body. Or if he had no other choice, Fang Yuan would choose to take the risk. Although I cannot use Wisdom Gu, regaining this body in Spring-Autumn Cicada is already an excellent result. Spring-Autumn Cicada had always been Fang Yuan's greatest trump card since rebirth. Now that Fang Yuan wanted a body as his vital Gu, it was fixed in the first aperture, it naturally came along. During the negotiation, when Fang Yuan had just mentioned asking for Spring-Autumn Cicada, he was firmly denied by Sixth Hair. He refused to admit that Wuxia had Spring-Autumn Cicada. Because they were not restricted by information path, no matter what he said, Fang Yuan could not tell the truth. Lying casually had no consequences. But Fang Yuan was even more unreasonable. He said, "Impossible. If you really don't have it, then refine it. I don't care about anything else, you must return my Spring-Autumn Cicada." Fang Yuan played with it without any bottom line. His attitude was extremely firm. Even when Sixth Hair swore and swore with all his might, Fang Yuan's attitude did not change. After a lot of trouble, Fang Yuan regained his body in Spring-Autumn Cicada. But there was a problem with Spring-Autumn Cicada. It was sealed by the Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals using a strange method. It was isolated from the River of Time and was currently in a starving state. Moreover, Fang Yuan also knew that Spring-Autumn Cicada had providence. This was the greatest internal threat. The immortal zombie body and Spring-Autumn Cicada both had hidden dangers that could not be used. But even so, Fang Yuan was very happy. Even if I can't use it, as long as it is in my hands, it will be a huge victory. Especially Spring-Autumn Cicada, it is a great killing weapon. After getting Spring-Autumn Cicada and the body, Fang Yuan asked for fixed immortal travel the second time. But how could Sixth Hair take it out? No matter how forcefully Fang Yuan forced it, it was useless. Moreover, he had guessed that fixed immortal travel was probably destroyed. If he had fixed immortal travel, he could have already used it to escape. Why would he take the initiative to come here and be extorted by Fang Yuan? Of course, Fang Yuan and Sixth Hair had already made a deal. As long as they made the deal, they would be betraying Xianxia sect. Sixth Hair had Fang Yuan's weakness, and the land spirit was pure and stubborn. If this was exposed, no matter how Fang Yuan tried to explain, it would be useless. Thus, Fang Yuan gave up on fixed immortal travel. Although he did not get fixed immortal travel, Fang Yuan still obtained a large number of immortal Gu from this transaction. A large number. Among them were Heilolan Strength Chi Immortal Gu, Self Strength Immortal Gu, and Flying Bear Strength Immortal Gu. There were also Tai by Yunxing's Man as before and Landscape as before. Fang Yuan's own Pulling Mountain Immortal Gu, Pulling Water Immortal Gu, Star Eyes Immortal Gu, and Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu. Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Gu and Connect Luck Immortal Gu were put into Jewel Yellow Skies and sold. This time, when Jewel Yellow Skies closed, these two Immortal Gu were trapped in Jewel Yellow Skies. As for each Strength Immortal Gu, Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu, Fixed Immortal Travel, Star Shoot, Star Mark, and Starlight, they were all destroyed by Fang Yuan's special will. Wuxia could not save them in time. Of course, the above situation might not be the truth. Fang Yuan and Sixth Hair's transaction was not restricted by information path. Both sides had probed each other's bottom line. Maybe Wuxia had secretly kept some immortal Gu. But Fang Yuan had already tried his best, he could not make Wuxia spit them out. After all, every time Fang Yuan made a transaction he would be betraying Xianxia sect once, his dominance would decrease by a little. As for Shadow sect, they would obtain a portion of the immortal materials, their weakness would decrease by a little. Of course, from start to finish, Fang Yuan had the upper hand. After all, Wuxia's situation was not good. But Fang Yuan did not want Wuxia to die so quickly. If he died, as long as he left behind some clues to the Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals, Fang Yuan would be in deep trouble. It was good to have him attracting the firepower. Celestial Court and Shadow Sect could weaken each other. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan watched from the sidelines. Even though Fang Yuan knew that Shadow Sect would definitely try to kill him after he obtained Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. But this was also the reason why Shadow Sect protected him secretly. Ma Hongyun's example was right in front of him. Fang Yuan knew that he was the Ma Hongyun in Shadow Sect's eyes. Shadow Sect definitely wanted to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. It was just that the current situation did not allow them to do so. Since Wuxia took the initiative to make a transaction with Fang Yuan, it meant that he was truly at his wit's end. Fang Yuan had to give him some hope. If he really forced him into a corner and made him give up in despair, Fang Yuan would also be in trouble, he might even be finished. Chapter 1087. A few days later, Xianxia blessed land. Two figures tore through the sky and landed suddenly. This place is very barren, it is suitable for us to spar. The first figure looked around and said leisurely. What Brother Fang said is absolutely correct. The second figure was a hairy man Gu Immortal. He was called 12th Hair, he spoke in a friendly manner and had a cheerful expression. Compared to the other hairy man Gu Immortals in Xianxia sect, 12th Hair was somewhat special. Because he cultivated refinement path as well as enslavement path. He cultivated refinement path and enslavement path together. Gu Immortals dual cultivating was not easy, because almost all Gu Immortals only had one immortal aperture. When they undergo immortal ascension, they would use a Gu worm to detonate their immortal aperture, and their main path would be fixed at that moment. After that, when they undergo tribulations, the Dao marks gained would mostly be of their main path. But in this world there were many Gu Immortals who dual cultivated rank 6 or 7. They cultivated one path while cultivating another path. Such Gu Immortals often had fortuitous encounters and had immortal Gu that were suitable for dual cultivation. For example, Fang Yuan's Eat Strength Immortal Gu could devour Strength Path immortal materials to gain Strength Path Dao marks. Gu Immortals of other paths could cultivate Strength Path after obtaining it. 12th Hair was no exception. When he was refining Gu in his early years because of an accident, he obtained a new incomplete Gu from failure. After his immortal ascension, he raised this Gu to rank 6 and named it Immortal Slave. This Gu could add enslavement path Dao marks to his body. This way he was quite special among all the hairy man Gu Immortals. The previous land spirit of Xianxia had taken care of him. Even though refinement path and enslavement path had little relation to each other, he encouraged 12th Hair to continue cultivating them. Because 12th Hair had enslavement path Dao marks, it would be very helpful in refining enslavement path immortal Gu in the future. The current land spirit of Xianxia looked at him in a new light. But what was important was his battle strength. 12th Hair had enslavement path cultivation, this was a good foundation. The land spirit of Xianxia gave him beast enslavement immortal Gu, intending to nurture him into an enslavement path battle strength expert among the hairy man Gu Immortals. A new ruler brought his own subordinates, but 12th Hair was even more popular, he was the favorite of the current land spirit of Xianxia. Fang Yuan said to these hairy men. It wasn't clear at first. However, after the secret trade with Wuxia, he had obtained quite a lot of information regarding Xianxia blessed land. Although this information was not very valuable, it was still very valuable to Fang Yuan. However, it was of great help to him, allowing him to have a comprehensive understanding of the Xianxia sect. Fang Yuan and 12th Hair both landed on the ground. The ground of cloud cover continent was formed from condensed cloud soil and was pure white. When Xianxia stepped on it, it felt somewhat soft. It felt quite different from ordinary soil. Brother 12th, please? Fang Yuan gestured with his hand. Haha, Brother Fang, then I won't stand on ceremony. Come out, chestnut yak. 12th Hair laughed loudly. He did a somersault in the air and then knelt on the ground. He slammed his palms on the ground. This posture was like performing a juggling act before suddenly kneeling down and kowtowing to Fang Yuan. Gu Immortals paid attention to their demeanor. Human Gu Immortals would definitely think of ways to avoid such a shameful thing. But hairy man Gu Immortals were different. These hairy man Gu Immortals had been nurtured by the previous land spirit of Xianxia. They were all very pure and had extremely low battle strength. Fang Yuan had already gotten used to this. 12th Hair knelt down towards Fang Yuan with an excited expression. Suddenly he froze. He raised his head looking at Fang Yuan. I'm sorry I failed. No problem. Fang Yuan smiled warmly. Immortal killer moves, failure is unavoidable. Try again. Yes. 12th Hair nodded, he somersaulted again and with a loud sound both his knees and hands touched the ground. There was no movement. After a few breaths of time, 12th Hair stuck out his tongue licking his lips. Oh my, I failed again. Let me try again. He somersaulted. Slap. He knelt down towards Fang Yuan. After a few breaths of time there was no movement. Let me try again. I don't believe it. 12th Hair was ruthless. He somersaulted. Slap. He knelt down towards Fang Yuan. After a few breaths of time there was no movement. I'm sorry, please wait a while. 12th Hair greeted Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled warmly. I can understand. Take a look. 12th Hare nodded gratefully and tried again. He somersaulted. Slap. He knelt down towards Fang Yuan. After a few breaths of time there was no movement. After more than 10 attempts 12th Hare did not succeed even once. Fang Yuan had yet to make a move, but 12th Hare had already vomited several mouthfuls of blood. Blood was also flowing out of his ears and his face was turning paler. If the activation of an immortal killer move failed, the Gu Immortal would suffer a backlash. Even Fang Yuan could not watch it anymore. He reminded, I have observed it many times, Brother 12th, your somersaulting seems to be useless against immortal killer moves, why don't you give it up? Somersaulting? 12th Hare scratched his head, showing an innocent expression. This is a movement I meticulously designed. Don't you think somersaulting first will make me look imposing? Fang Yuan's expression was almost black lines. He could not help but think, your action of proactively kneeling to the enemy is indeed very imposing. However, 12th Hare was an obedient child who knew his mistakes. Since Brother Fang thinks it is inappropriate, I will change it. Thereupon 12th Hare no longer somersaulted. Instead he knelt down towards Fang Yuan. After a few breaths of time, he stood up and spat out a mouthful of blood, saying unwillingly, let me try again. After a few attempts, a blue gem light suddenly shone from 12th Hare's hands. The light quickly spread, and the ground was dyed into a blue lake. The lake water gushed out, and a bull-shaped desolate beast stepped on a huge wave, charging towards Fang Yuan. Swoosh! The blue lake water washed to the shore, and the giant bull stepped on solid ground, raising its head and roaring. The formless sound wave squeezed the air and created a whirlwind out of nowhere. The giant bull's entire body was greenish-black. Its head was heavy and big and its mouth was square and thick. A pair of horns stabbed diagonally into the sky from both sides, and the distance between them was very large. The cow's chest was very wide, and its abdomen was also very large, but it gradually became slimmer at the back of the waist. His body was big at the front and small at the back. The bottom of the body and the forelegs. They were all covered with a thick layer of long hair, almost reaching the ground. The tail behind his buttocks was thick and big like a brown broom. Without a doubt, this giant bull was majestic and mighty, and the effect of its entrance was excellent. It was domineering and awe-inspiring, forming a sharp contrast with 12th Hare's previous performance. It's just Fang Yuan didn't care at all. Although the chestnut yak was a desolate beast, it was famous for its low combat strength. This was the main impression that many Gu Immortals had towards it. However, the taste of beef was unique. Could be eaten raw just like eating chestnuts. This was also the origin of its name. Of course, among the desolate beasts, the chestnut yak's battle strength was not the weakest. The publicly recognized weakest desolate beast, which Fang Yuan was currently raising, was the desolate beast-level dragonfish. You finally used it. 12th Hare was overjoyed. He pointed at Fang Yuan and shouted, Chestnut yak, charge. The chestnut yak raised its head and roared again. But it did not move. 12th Hare's face was filled with awkwardness as if he was holding back his anger. He ordered again, charge, 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 you stupid bull. The chestnut yak then began to charge. The distance between it and Fang Yuan was very short, and after a few steps, it arrived in front of Fang Yuan. A strong wind blew towards them. The chestnut yak's body was huge. When it charged, it was like 4 buses stacked on top of each other. It was quite powerful. Fang Yuan laughed lightly. In his immortal aperture, change form immortal Gu flew up first. Next, all kinds of mortal supplementary Gu worms also flew up, revolving around change form immortal Gu. Immortal transformation path killer move, flying bear transformation. Light suddenly blossomed. The intense light forced 12th Hare to close his eyes. 12th Hare quickly activated his investigative Gu. His eyes seemed to be covered in a layer of transparent crystal as he opened them again. The light had not faded yet. But 12th Hare could clearly see the scene in the battlefield. Bam! The chestnut yak also collided with a giant beast. This giant beast's body was even bigger than it. The chestnut yak's charge was in vain. At this time the light faded, revealing the giant beast's true appearance. This was a giant bear. Its body was thick and fat. Its body was covered in short and thick white fur as white as snow. It had 4 sharp claws, a short tail, and its body was curled up like a huge snow-white pom-pom. It actually looked a little cute. This was the desolate beast flying bear that Fang Yuan had transformed into. The chestnut yak saw this flying bear and immediately stared with its eyes wide open. Its aura instantly fell to rock bottom. It gave a miserable cry and actually turned around to run away. 12th Hare saw this and angrily scolded, You cowardly yak, You are still a desolate beast, damn it, come at me. He activated his enslavement path method. The chestnut yak ran for a long distance before it was enslaved by 12th hair again. It turned around and charged towards Fang Yuan's flying bear transformation. The chestnut yak was a herbivorous desolate beast. It had a gentle nature. This chestnut yak was raised by the previous land spirit of Xianxia. His goal was to use its meat as an immortal material for Gu refinement. And because of the Shadow Sect's sudden attack, the other desolate beasts in Xianxia blessed land had all died. Thus, 12th hair first used this chestnut yak to practice. Fang Yuan did not move until the yak was in front of him. He exerted strength in his limbs and moved. Whoosh! The flying bear's huge body did not slow down its speed, it easily dodged. The chestnut yak and the flying bear brushed past each other. The flying bear opened its mouth and roared, suddenly turning around and leaping up. Looking down from above, the flying bear stretched out its right claw and slammed down on the chestnut yak's back. Bam! There was an intense vibration. White cloud soil was sent flying everywhere. The chestnut yak was heavily injured. It was slammed into the ground by the flying bear's attack. The originally flat ground had turned into a huge crater. In the blink of an eye, the chestnut yak was completely defeated. It laid motionlessly in the crater, its eyes revealing a terrified expression. Its body was trembling. Chapter 1088. The chestnut yak was slapped into the pit by Fang Yuan and didn't dare to climb out again. 12th hair tried his best, but he couldn't get the chestnut yak to get up and fight again. Not desolate beasts, not Gu immortals. Fang Yuan shook his head inwardly, dispelling the immortal killer move. In the blink of an eye, the giant flying bear turned into a ball of light. From the light, Fang Yuan's figure slowly descended until he landed on the ground. This time I've lost again. Brother Fang is really amazing. 12th hair tried hard for a long time, but to no avail. He could only cup his fists and admit defeat to Fang Yuan. He had sparred with Fang Yuan several times. At first, after he lost, he still refused to admit defeat and was a little stubborn. But after so many times he was already numb to it. Losing was normal, but winning was abnormal. Brother 12th, you need to practice this immortal killer move more. As for this chestnut yak, it's weak and timid. It's best to change to another desolate beast as soon as possible. Fang Yuan casually gave some advice. 12th hair nodded and sighed. Isn't it because Jewel Yellow Skies is closed? When it reopens, I will immediately go there and buy a dire beast that can fight. This yak had been raised to the point where it had lost its wild nature. I had wanted to throw it away a long time ago. However, I have to bear the cost of purchasing the desolate beasts myself. This was the rule after the establishment of the sect. Sai, my beast enslavement immortal Gu is not mine, I still need to pay the sect a fee. Let's not talk anymore, I need to rush back to refine Gu and try to sell more immortal Yuan stone. Then I won't see you out. Fang Yuan nodded. 12th hair put away the chestnut yak and left in a hurry. Alright, 20 contribution points. I got it again. Fang Yuan looked at 12th hair's departing figure, feeling a slight joy in his heart. These days, not only was he sparring with 12th hair, he was also sparring with other hairy man Gu immortals. They all had similar interactions. It turned out that Fang Yuan and 6th hair made a secret deal. Although the deal was over, 6th hair repeatedly took the initiative to go to Yunqing guarded by Fang Yuan, which was a small flaw. Even though Fang Yuan joined Xianxia sect and became an external supreme elder, there had always been a barrier between him and the hairy man Gu immortals. After all, the current human race was very powerful. Hairy men were a branch of the variant humans. They had been persecuted by the human race in history. Fang Yuan was one of them. But the hairy man Gu immortals kept their distance from him. Why did 6th hair suddenly take the initiative to visit Fang Yuan? This aroused many doubts. To make up for this flaw, after the transaction, 6th hair intentionally or unintentionally revealed to the other hairy man Gu immortals that he was looking for Fang Yuan to raise his battle strength. Because of the Shadow Sect's attack in this tribulation, he felt that he had a huge weakness in terms of battle strength. He wanted to make up for it, so he sought out the human Gu immortal Fang Yuan for guidance. In order to increase the degree of credibility, 6th hair even took the initiative to spar with the other hairy man Gu immortals, defeating them one by one. 6th hair was a traitor of Xianxia sect. He was one of Spectral Soul's split souls. He had deep battle attainment. If he displayed just a bit of his true strength, he could easily defeat everyone. This matter caused a huge commotion in the hairy man Gu immortal circle. Even the land spirit of Xianxia had heard of it. He affirmed 6th hair's actions in front of everyone. He even encouraged the other hairy man Gu immortals. He also sought guidance from Fang Yuan. After all, hairy man-gu immortals had very low battle strength. This had always been the sore point of the land spirit of Xianxia. After sixth hair, other hairy man-gu immortals came to spar with him. After thinking about it, Fang Yuan understood sixth hair's intention. He warmly welcomed the other hairy man-gu immortals. Because to Fang Yuan, there were only benefits and no harm. Firstly, he needed to rely on Xianxia sect for a long time. His cultivation would be smoother and his tribulation would be safer. Thus, it was necessary to have a good relationship with these hairy man-gu immortals. Secondly, like sixth hair, Fang Yuan also needed to cooperate and make up for the flaws in this transaction. Finally, Fang Yuan needed Xianxia sect contribution points. From now on, he needed to ask the land spirit of Xianxia for help and borrow Xianxia sect's strength. He could not negotiate with the land spirit of Xianxia every time. Earlier, he could transact with the land spirit of Xianxia because the land spirit of Xianxia wanted his Luopa Valley, Danghun Mountain, and Wisdom Gu. From now on, if he wanted Xianxia sect to work for him, he would need to use sect contribution points. This was Xianxia sect's rule. Even the land spirit of Xianxia obeyed it. The land spirit of Xianxia had issued sect missions earlier. One of them was to guide hairy man-gu immortals and raise their battle strength. Even the land spirit of Xianxia was not suitable for this mission. Fang Yuan was the only suitable candidate. These last few days, Fang Yuan guided many hairy man-gu immortals. The response was very enthusiastic. Even if the subsequent hairy man-gu immortals did not get good results, they did not blame Fang Yuan. They found their own reasons. On one hand, sixth hair had set an example. On the other hand, Fang Yuan knew about these hairy men and used his exquisite communication skills to interact with them passionately. This caused the hairy man-gu immortals' impression of Fang Yuan to change greatly. As for why Fang Yuan knew about these hairy man-gu immortals, that was because he had obtained a lot of information about Xianxia Blessed Land from Shadow Sect during the transactions. Fang Yuan calculated, this way my sect contribution points are over 140. This is really a good deal. Every time he guided them, Fang Yuan would get 20 sect contribution points. Previously, when Fang Yuan lent out Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley, he only got 200 to 300 contribution points. These 140 sect contribution points can be exchanged for a portion of the flowing light fruits. With this thought, Fang Yuan rushed towards the first cloud city. When he arrived at the first cloud city, he saw the land spirit of Xianxia. The land spirit of Xianxia sized up Fang Yuan, praising, as expected of change form immortal Gu. When you transform into a hairy man-gu immortal, there are almost no flaws unless I use investigative immortal Gu. When Fang Yuan arrived, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Along the way, he activated change form immortal Gu and turned into a hairy man-gu immortal. His motive was obvious. He wanted to get close to the land spirit of Xianxia. The land spirit of Xianxia had the ideology of hairy democracy. When he saw Fang Yuan, he smiled and praised change form immortal Gu. In fact, his impression of Fang Yuan became even more pleasing to the eye. He felt much better. Fang Yuan, however, sighed with a tone of pity. This transformation is not complete. Although I have changed form immortal Gu, I lack eternal Gu. If I had eternal Gu, I would be able to completely transform into a hairy man and truly integrate into Xianxia sect, becoming a member of the hairy men. Lord First Supreme Elder, you might not know, but these last days I have interacted with the other hairy man-gu immortals and had a deep feeling about it. Us human Gu immortals are all crafty and guarded against each other. But hairy men are honest, united and warm. This is a true home. I'm already starting to feel nostalgic about this place. The land spirit of Xianxia heard this and laughed heartily, patting Fang Yuan's shoulder. Oh Fang Yuan, it is good that you have such awareness. If he knew that Fang Yuan had transacted with Shadow Sect a few days ago and did not report the traitor of Xianxia sect, he would definitely skin Fang Yuan alive. But unfortunately, the land spirit of Xianxia did not know about this. I have seen your performance these last days. You guided those children and caused their battle strength to rise by a lot, especially sixth hair. Not bad, not bad. These last days, I have heard good things about you from other hairy man-gu immortals. What matter do you have for coming here? The land spirit of Xianxia asked. I want to use some sect contribution points to exchange for some flowing light fruits. Fang Yuan answered. This is a small matter. As long as you have enough contribution points, there will be no problem in exchanging for flowing light fruits. The land spirit of Xianxia waved his hand generously. Fang Yuan pretended to be hesitant. I have some insignificant opinions about Xianxia sect's development. I wonder if I should say them? Go ahead, I am listening. The land spirit of Xianxia squinted his eyes and smiled. Fang Yuan said, These last days I have sparred with many hairy man-gu immortals and gained some insights. The battle strength of Hairy Man-gu immortals needs to be raised urgently, but how to raise it is a problem. Because almost everyone cultivates refinement path. Although refinement path has offensive methods, they are not as strong as other paths. The land spirit of Xianxia nodded. Fang Yuan's words had touched the bottom of his heart. He could not help but sigh. This is what I am worried about. Fang Yuan continued, actually, there is a good way to raise battle strength rapidly, that is transformation path. Transformation path? That's right. Fang Yuan paused for a moment before continuing. Looking at all the Gu cultivation paths, the path that can raise battle strength rapidly is naturally blood path. But blood path is extremely harmful, it is a huge threat to others. In the cultivation world, its reputation is completely ruined, everyone wants to beat it up. Moreover, if we cultivate blood path to a higher level, we will need to enter the Celestial Court's Demon Judgment Board, that will expose us. Thus, blood path is not a good choice. You are right. The land spirit of Xianxia nodded in agreement. Actually, he himself was quite wary of blood path. If Hairy Man-gu immortals cultivated blood path, he would be worried that it would cause conflicts and hidden dangers within Xianxia sect. Fang Yuan continued to speak. Other than blood path, the path that can raise battle strength the fastest is transformation path. The threshold for transformation path is very low, immortal killer moves do not need planning, any transformation is an immortal killer move. Ordinary immortal killer moves need at least several years of planning. And Xianxia sect has a large number of immortal gu recipes, among which are transformation path immortal gu recipes. They have many immortal gu recipes but few immortal killer moves. Hairy Man-gu immortals mainly cultivate refinement path while also cultivating transformation path, they can make use of their strengths and avoid their weaknesses. Hairy Man-gu immortals are simple and honest, raising their battle strength is not something that can be done in a day. If they transform into desolate beasts, they have thick skin and flesh, even if they make a few mistakes in battle, it is not a problem, they can turn the situation around and fight again. They are not like other paths like fire path and water path, where the human body is extremely fragile and has no defensive methods, it is very dangerous on the battlefield. Transformation path immortal gu recipes are easy to deduce, immortal materials are easy to obtain, thus immortal gu are also easy to refine. Chapter 1089. Fang Yuan's words were reasonable, land spirit of Xianxia nodded repeatedly. That's right, he praised. I wouldn't dare. This is just my humble opinion. Fang Yuan was modest. Land spirit was naive, he did not understand Fang Yuan's modesty, he shook his head and retorted, no, this is not a humble opinion, it is an insightful opinion. Your words are a great inspiration to me and also a great contribution to Xianxia sect. Originally, according to Xianxia sect's rules, just this contribution would raise your status by 1 level. For example, 6th hair would be promoted to 5th hair. But you are not a true Hairy Man-gu immortal yet, so you can only get 200 sect contribution points. At the end, land spirit of Xianxia looked at Fang Yuan and sighed in regret. Fang Yuan's face also showed an extremely regretful expression. He was only an external elder now, he did not need to do any missions, he would get 10 sect contribution points every month. But the other Hairy Man-gu immortals had good roots, they would get much more in this aspect every month. Moreover, the higher the rank of the Hairy Man-gu immortal, the more sect contribution points they would get every month. I really want to become a true hairy man. Fang Yuan sighed, his face was filled with sincerity as if he really wanted to. Land spirit of Xianxia said, it is a pity that Jewel Yellow Skies is closed now, once it reopens I will conduct a large-scale purchase of desolate beasts in the market. Regarding this I also have a humble opinion. Fang Yuan quickly said, there are many Hairy Man-gu immortals, to nurture them no matter how big our sect is we cannot afford such expenditure. This is not the orthodox way of doing business. I suggest we create our own resources. How do we create our own resources? Land spirit of Xianxia asked. Fang Yuan answered, very simple, we will occupy the resources of the 5 regions outside world like other super forces. Land spirit of Xianxia showed a difficult expression. He had this idea before, he had carefully considered the pros and cons, he felt it was not a good idea. The reason was very clear, the hairy men were variant humans, in the current situation they could not be seen. Even though there were variant human forces in northern plains. The most obvious example was the Inkman city. But this Inkman city only had 1 Inkman-gu immortal on the surface. Moreover, in history Inkman city's ancestor, Immortal Yen Yen, also paid a heavy price. Only then did he reach an agreement with the giant sun Immortal. Due to these 2 factors, Inkman City managed to survive in the cracks of countless powerful human forces. 1. If such a hairy man force appeared and so many hairy man-gu immortals appeared, it would definitely challenge the mental state of the current human gu immortals. This was a huge violation of their bottom line. Whether it was the righteous Dao, demonic Dao, or loose immortal forces, none of them would allow such a powerful force to exist. Although the land spirit of Xianxia was simple, it was not stupid. Even though he wholeheartedly wanted the hairy men to rule the world, he could still see the current situation clearly. But Fang Yuan had already expected such a reaction from the land spirit of Xianxia. He continued, "First Supreme Elder, I am not suggesting Xianxia sect to compete with other human forces for the outside world's resources. Instead, we will occupy the resources that they do not have and continue to develop in secret." Land spirit of Xianxia realized, "You are talking about those dangerous forbidden areas?" Northern Plains was vast, but the super forces had already divided up those cultivation resources. The remaining ones were mainly the 10 great fierce lands. First Supreme Elder is wise. Fang Yuan immediately gave a thumbs up. He had an expression of admiration. Although the 10 great fierce lands are dangerous, they also contain abundant fortuitous encounters. In my opinion, Earth Trench is very good. We can set up a teleportation gu formation inside, allowing the hairy man gu immortals to freely travel between the blessed land and Earth Trench. There are countless desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts in Earth Trench. It is suitable for the hairy man gu immortals to train in combat. Moreover, after killing these desolate beasts, we can use the local materials to refine transformation path immortal gu. We can even use beast enslavement immortal gu to enslave these desolate beasts. We can make use of them and strengthen the blessed land's defenses. One of the crucial points in this matter was the teleportation gu formation. Specifically speaking, it was a gu formation that could teleport gu immortals. Xianxia sect undoubtedly had such a method, because Fang Yuan had rushed over from southern border earlier. He had used the teleportation gu formation under Feng Bo Cliff to get rid of those troublesome cloud beasts and arrive at Xianxia blessed land. That teleportation gu formation had left a deep impression on Fang Yuan. Land spirit of Xianxia fell into deep thought. "This is an important matter, let me think about it. I am just saying it is an important matter in the sect. Of course, it is up to you, First Supreme Elder, to make the decision. If my suggestion is wrong, I hope First Supreme Elder can forgive me." Fang Yuan knew that going too far was as bad as not going far enough, so he changed the topic to the flowing light fruits. After a while, he took away a large number of flowing light fruits from land spirit of Xianxia's hands. After bidding farewell to the land spirit, he returned to his cloud city, and the first thing he did was to deal with these flowing light fruits. Flowing light fruits were not ordinary fruits. They were formed from pure lumps of light. If an ordinary person used their hands to hold them, the light would only pass through their hands. They had to use special methods to collect these fruits. These fruits were not like ordinary fruits that grew on plants, but were formed purely from dense aurora lights. Aurora lights were of all colors, so flowing light fruits were the same. There were red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and so on. Flowing light fruits were the fodder of attitude gu. The reason why Fang Yuan wanted flowing light fruits was because of this. Ever since the transaction, the number of immortal gu in Fang Yuan's hands had increased sharply, reaching an astonishing level. Let's make a calculation. Rank 9 Immortal Gu Wisdom Gu. Rank 8 Immortal Gu Attitude Gu Wisdom Sword Gu. Rank 7 Immortal Gu Change Soul Gu Sword Eyebrows Gu Wave Sword Gu Sword Escape Gu Calamity Beckoning Gu. Rank 6 Immortal Gu Unravel Mystery Gu Woman's Heart Gu Blood Asset Gu Dark Limit Gu Dogshit Luck Gu Change Form Gu Strength Chi Gu Self Strength Gu Flying Bear Strength Gu Pulling Mountain Gu Pulling Water Gu Landscape as Before Gu Man as Before Gu Star Eyes Gu. Among them, Woman's Heart Gu was left in Hu Immortal Blessed Land by Fang Yuan to refine Bo Qing Sword Path Gu before the Battle of Etian Mountain. He used the Light of Wisdom to construct a Gu formation. Unravel Mystery Gu and Woman's Heart Gu were part of it. But Unravel Mystery Gu was only used for a while in the initial stage before it was removed by Fang Yuan. Woman's Heart Gu, however, needed to be kept in the Gu formation until Bo Qing Sword Path Immortal Gu was refined successfully. Precisely because of this, after the Battle of Etian Mountain, Fang Yuan used Xianxia sect's strength to move all the resources in the two blessed lands. Woman's Heart also followed him to Xianxia Blessed Land, eventually ending up in Fang Yuan's hands. As for Connect Luck Gu and Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu that originally belonged to Fang Yuan, because Wuxia sold them to Jewel Yellow Skies during the transaction, he could not obtain them. After the transaction, it was even more impossible for Fang Yuan to take them back. Among the Star Path Goo worms, only Star Eyes ended up in Fang Yuan's hands. The other immortal goo like Star Shoot, Star Mark, Starlight, and Star Thought were all wasted in Wuxia's hands. It was unknown if they were still around. During the Battle of Tian Mountain, graceful chaotic duel stage disintegrated, many goo worms were destroyed, but some goo worms were left in the immortal zombies' immortal aperture. Fang Yuan was not familiar with these goo worms, he could not even remember their appearances because of amnesia. He did not know how many were kept by Wuxia. It was not that Fang Yuan did not think of snatching these goo worms. But before he could do that, Wuxia had already ended the transaction. Normally speaking, immortal goo valued quality over quantity. Forget about mortal goo. No matter how many mortal goo there were, goo immortals could raise them all. Immortal goo were an important factor in determining a goo immortal's strength. Very few goo immortals could raise as many immortal goo as Fang Yuan. Even the current rank 8 goo immortals did not have as many as Fang Yuan. This was not an exaggeration. Most goo immortals only needed to raise 2 or 3 immortal goo. Of course, these immortal goo had to match their rank. Because one immortal goo could be used with a large number of mortal goo to use different immortal killer moves. They could form different effects including offense, defense, movement, healing and so on. But just one immortal goo was not enough. Because when a goo immortal only had one immortal goo, they could only use one immortal killer move. A defensive killer move would be used. They would have no offensive methods, they would also lose their movement methods, they could only take hits passively. They had offense but no defense, goo immortals were too dangerous. They needed at least 2 immortal goo that could be used at the same time. They had to be comprehensive. If they used more than 3 immortal goo, the immortal goo would become a burden. Normally speaking, they could neither raise nor use them. After all, activating immortal goo would expend immortal essence. There were very few cases of people using rank 7 immortal goo like Fang Yuan. His experience was a special case, he was different from most goo immortals. When goo immortals chose immortal goo, they had to choose carefully. The carefully here did not just refer to quantity, it also restricted the range of the immortal goo. A fire path goo immortal would naturally choose fire path immortal goo. If they chose water path or ice path, they would be asking for trouble. Even if there were immortal goo of other paths, they would at most be supplementary goo worms for immortal killer moves. Immortal goo valued quality over quantity. This was common knowledge in the cultivation world. As long as one was a goo immortal, almost everyone knew this. But to Fang Yuan this was not applicable. Because he had the 9-5 sovereign immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was big enough, there was no need to worry about space. Time was fast enough, resources could be regenerated quickly. These were all potential. Fang Yuan had already seen clearly that he had the potential to raise large numbers of immortal goo. Since it was potential, he had to excavate it as much as possible. The second reason was that Fang Yuan was earning money every day, his current financial situation was very good. His sovereign immortal aperture produced 96 beads of immortal essence every year. The 1 year here referred to the immortal aperture's time. In the outside world's time, it was 16 beads of immortal essence every day. This was already a huge amount, even the 10 extreme physiques could not compare to it. But compared to Fang Yuan's monthly profits, the difference was even greater. It was like trying to put out a cart of firewood with a cup of water. This meant that Fang Yuan had the capital to raise immortal goo. Moreover, Xianxia sect was an external force, he could rely on it to a certain extent. With these 3 reasons added together, Fang Yuan was determined to raise immortal goo on a large scale, to raise his battle strength. There was no other way, be it against providence or calamities and tribulations. Fang Yuan had to ensure his strength. A goo immortal's battle strength mostly came from immortal goo and immortal killer moves. Right now, Fang Yuan had few immortal killer moves, wisdom goo could not be used, deductions required too much time, Fang Yuan could only focus on immortal goo. Fang Yuan was naturally aware of Wuxia's plan. He wanted to give these immortal goo to Fang Yuan so that Fang Yuan's burden would be extremely heavy, Fang Yuan's attention would be diverted, and he would not be able to pay attention to Shadow Sect's movements. But Fang Yuan needed a large number of immortal goo to ensure his battle strength. He also had the potential and capital to raise these immortal goo. This was completely different from when he was an immortal zombie. Chapter 1090. Most of Fang Yuan's attention had entered the immortal aperture. Swoosh. Large numbers of light path mortal goo flew in the air, bringing the flowing light fruits along as they flew into the sky. After passing through layers of heavens, after a long flight, these flowing light fruits finally arrived at the top layer. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was divided into 5 regions and 9 heavens. After thinking about it, Fang Yuan placed all the flowing light fruits into the top layer. Although there are many space path Dao marks in the Immortal aperture, I cannot use space path Dao marks to teleport like land spirits. After all, there is a huge difference between Gu Immortals and land spirits. Land spirits are unique existences formed from the combination of heavenly power and Gu Immortals' obsessions. The Sovereign Immortal aperture is huge. It seems I need to set up a teleportation Gu formation in the future to move resources, adjust the structure and make arrangements. Fang Yuan's thoughts were scattered. Right now, all the flowing light fruits had entered the top layer of the sky. Fang Yuan mobilized Gu worms, bringing the flowing light fruits to their designated locations. Puff puff puff. At the next moment, light explosions could be heard. The flowing light fruits self-detonated one after another. Each flowing light fruit was not big, but when they self-detonated, the sky was filled with colorful aurora lights. It was extremely beautiful. The essence of these flowing light fruits was the condensation and concentration of aurora lights. The reason why Fang Yuan collected these flowing light fruits was to feed Attitude Gu. But why did he self-detonate these flowing light fruits? As it turned out, although the quantity of this batch of flowing light fruits was not small, but it was far from enough to feed Attitude Gu. Attitude Gu was a rank 8 Immortal Gu, although the feeding interval was very long. However, the number of flowing light fruits needed to be consumed every time they were fed was enormous. This was the normal state of feeding Gu worms. Normally speaking, the higher the rank of the Gu worm, the more food it needed to feed, but the feeding interval was also longer. There were 9 ranks of Gu worms. Rank 8 was second only to rank 9, Attitude Gu's food was a huge amount. Thus, Fang Yuan collected these flowing light fruits in order to accumulate fruits with fruits. Next, he self-detonated 80% of these fruits. Only 20% of the fruit was left. He allowed them to float high in the sky, nourished by the aurora that filled the sky. As for the light path mortal Gu that brought them here, Fang Yuan stored them all for future use. Originally, my sect contribution points weren't much, but I didn't expect that my suggestion would cause the land spirit of Xianxia to take the initiative to increase my sect contribution points. Using these sect contribution points to exchange for the flowing light fruits, I immediately obtained a satisfactory number. Next, I need to bring in large numbers of mortal Gu, dazzling light Gu, to allow this aurora light to grow. Dazzling light Gu could burst out with a bright red aurora. It needed to maintain their survival. Fang Yuan wanted to add more food for them here. It was called the Grand Yen Stone. However, Xianxia sect's storehouse did not have these 2 items. Fang Yuan had to wait for jewel yellow skies to open again, in order to carry out this plan. Moreover, dazzling light Gu is only the simplest method to increase aurora light. It is not efficient. In the jewel yellow skies, there were also Gu Immortals who directly sold flowing light fruits. I remember that among them were strange cloud devourer guests, Qing Huizi and Fairy Kaixia. Maybe I can ask them for advice. I can pay a price and buy their business experience. Of course, whether this matter succeeds or not, it will depend on the other party's opinion. There was still a long time before Attitude Gu would be hungry. Fang Yuan's action was to prepare for a rainy day and make arrangements in advance. After all, Attitude Gu's appetite was too huge. If he made hasty preparations, it would be disadvantageous to Fang Yuan. In the current situation, Fang Yuan was quite calm. After all, he had a lot of immortal Gu, but most of them had not reached the time to be fed. Moreover, the first earthly calamity had just ended. There was still plenty of time. Next, Fang Yuan planned to properly accumulate his foundation and focus on managing his immortal aperture. The feeding of Attitude Gu has already begun. But this Attitude Gu is not mine, it contains He Lulan's will. Now, it is clear that He Lulan betrayed the alliance agreement and sided with Wuxia. Then, some of the information path alliance agreements on me will be undone. This way, I can directly refine this Attitude Gu and turn it into my own rank 8 Immortal Gu. Speaking of which, Attitude Gu was one of Fang Yuan's recent huge gains. Even when Fang Yuan borrowed the Gu from He Lulan, he had not thought that Attitude Gu would fall into his hands one day. But to refine Attitude Gu was not a simple matter. Because Attitude Gu was not a wild Immortal Gu, it was also a rank 8 Gu Immortal. In contrast, Fang Yuan was merely a rank 6 Gu Immortal. If he wanted to forcefully refine someone else's rank 8 Immortal Gu, not only would it be extremely difficult, he might even destroy Attitude Gu. But I have a method that can help me refine other people's rank 8 Immortal Gu. That is the Gu formation that I had thought of before. I will call it Wisdom Refinement Formation for now. Fang Yuan casually gave it a name. He did not care about these minor details, he only gave this Gu formation a name now. Back then he stole many sword path immortal goo from immortal zombie Bo Qing. To refine them, he used the light of wisdom and star thoughts to deduce and design the wisdom refinement formation. Using the light of wisdom with woman's heart and unravel mystery as the cores and large numbers of mortal goo as supplementary, he could construct the wisdom refinement formation. Change soul immortal goo, sword eyebrows immortal goo, flying sword immortal goo, sword escape immortal goo, wave sword immortal goo, as well as the rank 8 wisdom sword immortal goo, were all refined by the wisdom refinement formation for Fang Yuan. But the problem now was that wisdom goo did not acknowledge Fang Yuan. Without the light of wisdom, how could he set up the wisdom refinement formation? But to activate the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan's body and soul had to fuse into one, and obtain wisdom goo's acknowledgement. So this problem came back to the previous point, that was Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body. Refining attitude goo and turning it into his own immortal goo, this plan could only be put on hold for now. Fang Yuan's next plan was to feed wisdom sword immortal goo. This immortal goo was like attitude goo, it was also a rank 8 immortal goo. It belonged to sword path and could also be considered wisdom path. Wisdom sword cuts the threads of love. Back then, sword immortal Bo Qing used this immortal goo to cut the wisdom path Dao marks planted in his body by love goo, breaking free and regaining his freedom. He even used this plan to rebel against Spirit Affinity House's fairy Mo Yao, turning her into his own. This wisdom sword immortal goo could be said to have helped Bo Qing turn defeat into victory. And now, wisdom sword immortal goo had already been refined by Fang Yuan, it was in his hands. But in the current situation, it was quite difficult for Fang Yuan to use it. Fang Yuan could barely use rank 7 immortal goo. If green grape immortal essence was used to activate wisdom sword immortal goo, using an example from Earth, it was like installing 1 or 2 AA batteries on an aircraft carrier. Wisdom sword immortal goo was a very orthodox rank 8 immortal goo, it needed rank 8 immortal essence to activate. From this, one could see the outstanding aspect of attitude goo. Although they were both rank 8 immortal goo, attitude goo could be activated with mental strength, and rank 6 goo immortals could use it freely. As expected of a legendary immortal goo recorded in The Legends of Ren Zhu. Wisdom sword immortal goo needs multicolored overlord flowers as food. This flower is extremely huge, every matured multicolored overlord flower can cover an area of 1,000 li. For each flower to mature, it needs large amounts of light, dense sweet air and pearl soil. This was very difficult. It was much more difficult than the flowing light fruit. Flowing light fruit was only a rank 6 immortal material, but multicolored flowers were rank 7. If Fang Yuan wanted to plant multicolored overlord flowers on a large scale, he needed 3 conditions. One was light, the second was sweet air, and the third was pearl soil. The first was light, it was very difficult. Fang Yuan's immortal aperture had over 100 light path Dao marks, it was filled with light, unlike his immortal zombie dead aperture which was completely dark. But this light was not enough to satisfy the multicolored flowers' requirements. Unless he used the aurora lights of the flowing light fruits. But if he did that, the flowing light fruits plan would be completely ruined. Light was expended, especially when those aurora lights did not have an origin. The most fundamental solution was to add more light path Dao marks to the immortal aperture. The immortal apertures of light path goo immortals with deep accumulations were usually filled with endless light. But for Fang Yuan to achieve this in a short period of time, other than hoping for the next earthly calamity to be a light path tribulation, he had to kill light path goo immortals and absorb their Dao marks. The former relied on providence, it was not reliable at all. The latter was dangerous and also unreliable. Everyone understood the principle of danger and danger in battle. Back then, when he killed Qi Zai, Fang Yuan was chased by Qi Zai. Qi Zai looked down on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used the special terrain of the 5 regional mountain range and used familiar face to kill him, leaving his corpse and soul intact. The first condition, light, was the most difficult to solve. The other 2 were sweet air and pearl soil. There were many ways to obtain them. Especially pearl soil, it was sold on a large scale in jewel yellow skies, it was not expensive. Of course, Langya Blessed Land did not have it. These were just the plans to feed attitude goo and wisdom sword goo, it was enough to trouble Fang Yuan. Fortunately, the feeding of rank 9 wisdom goo had already been taken over by the land spirit of Langya. Wisdom goo's food was lifespan goo. Fang Yuan did not even dare to think about it. Even he himself had to fight for food with wisdom goo. The feeding of rank 8 attitude goo and wisdom sword goo has already been arranged. Next is the rank 7 change soul, sword eyebrows, wave sword, sword escape and calamity beckoning. Fang Yuan had already fed Calamity Beckoning Gu with the black blood of the six-headed snake. The six-headed snake was a desolate beast with 6 snake heads. Fang Yuan had once purchased snake bones from Jewel Yellow Skies, but now for the long term he planned to move several desolate beast snakes into his immortal aperture to reproduce. As for the other rank 7s, they all had their own feeding plans. Fang Yuan needed to arrange and plan them well. Of course, Fang Yuan did not forget that Chu Du still had his rank 7 flying sword Immortal Gu. He would leave it to Chu Du to feed. In any case, Chu Du was concerned about Fang Yuan's tribulation method. How could he starve flying sword Immortal Gu? Chapter 1091. Langya Blessed Land, Black Hair Kingdom's capital. There was a hubbub of voices. The national competition had already entered the final stage. On the battle stage, the final 2 Gu masters were fighting intensely, vying for the throne of victory. The surrounding hairy men were all supporting one of them. Because the other was Guiyue Fangjing. He was a pure human Gu master. He naturally could not obtain the support of the hairy men. Even the Black Hair Kingdom's king, who was watching this battle from the high platform, frowned. He did not want the winner of the first national competition to be a human Gu master. Wouldn't this make the other 2 kingdoms laugh their heads off? They would even think that Black Hair Kingdom was lacking in talent, allowing a human Gu master to easily become famous. If Fangjing won, it would severely damage Black Hair Kingdom's political benefits. Thus, the Black Hair Kingdom's king had already made arrangements in advance and tampered with this battle. He finally did it. The Black Hair Kingdom's king was overjoyed, his eyes shined with bright light. On the battle stage, Fangjing felt dizzy and almost fainted. What's going on? Fangjing turned pale with fright. At the same time, he subconsciously pushed with his hands. With a whoosh, a torrential wave appeared out of nowhere and poured towards his opponent. The one fighting Fangjing was a hairy man rank 5 Fire Path Gu master. Fangjing's sudden attack gave this hairy man a fright. He immediately jumped into the air to avoid the wave. His furry legs were stepping on 2 lantern-shaped flames, allowing him to float for some time. But precisely because of this, he lost the best opportunity to attack Fangjing. Fangjing recovered, but he still felt extremely dizzy. He was in a terrible state, but he had experienced many setbacks and trials. At that moment, he had already converged his emotions. His expression did not change, and there was nothing wrong with his appearance. The wave came and went quickly. The hairy man rank 5 Gu master quickly landed from the sky. He was not a flying master. This state of standing in the air made him the best target. Dodging the wave earlier was a last resort. Now he immediately made up for his weakness. Both sides faced each other again. Fangjing, you've been ambushed. Unknowingly when? Your soul was secretly implanted with a Gu worm. Fang Yuan's consciousness revealed the truth to Fangjing. How could this be? Fangjing was shocked and angry. Fang Yuan's will sighed. This soul path Gu worm has a faint connection with that black hair emperor on the platform. It seems like he was the one who plotted against you. Damn it. Damn it. Fangjing clenched his fists tightly. At this moment he finally revealed a look of hatred. What's going on? Fangjing's opponent was observant and suddenly saw Fangjing's expression change. Thinking that he was going to use a big move again, he immediately put up his guard. Fang Yuan's will sneered. Do you believe me now? I told you long ago that the higher-ups of Black Hair Nation would not allow you to win. From start to finish, this competition is a tool for the ruler. Although it claims to be fair on the surface, only a fool would expect it to be fair. You're right. Fangjing gritted his teeth, his eyes were wide open as if they were spewing fire, but I want to win even more. This spirit is still too young, my foolish little brother. Fang Yuan's will could see through Fangjing's unwillingness and sneered inwardly. Actually, the best response was to deliberately lose to the opponent and become second place. This way he would not be tired and Black Hair Nation's higher-ups would be happy to accept it. This result would not only show that Black Hair Nation had many talents, but also that the emperor was magnanimous and promoted talents regardless of their background. Even human Gu masters could be accepted. But Fangjing insisted on getting first place. Not only did he make things difficult for himself, he also made other hairy men hostile towards him. What was the difference between first place and second place? It was a temporary victory or defeat. It was not a crucial turning point in one's life. Was it really so important? But Fang Yuan's will was happy about this. Fangjing had a deep prejudice against him. Only by using external pressure could he get along with Fang Yuan's will and be influenced imperceptibly. And now Fangjing's choice. The obstruction he caused would be huge and would be greatly beneficial to Fang Yuan's training plan. Thus, Fang Yuan's will decided to help Fangjing achieve his wish. He said, I am only a will, You can only think of ways to get rid of this soul path goo worm after the battle. Right now, your soul is injured and you cannot use the river-swallowing toad anymore. After all, controlling the river-swallowing toad to fight will expend a lot of your mental energy. Although you lost this trump card goo worm, you still have a chance of winning. From now on, you need to listen to my instructions. Fang Jing gave a muffled snort. Although he was very unhappy in the current situation, he could only silently agree with Fang Yuan's will. Fang Jing himself might not be able to sense it. After these few days of interaction, he was indeed changing. When Fang Yuan came out of Luopa Valley, he happened to receive a portion of his will. After carefully inspecting and finding no problems, Fang Yuan let this will enter his mind. In his mind, countless thoughts surged like a tide, wrapping around this will and closely communicating with each other. In a short moment, Fang Yuan knew about Fang Jing's current situation. Oh, he has already defeated his opponent under the guidance of my will and obtained first place. He is doing quite well. But this way Black Hair Nation's face will be lost. Ah, interesting. They won the competition but lost even more. The following days will not be easy. However, this will be of great help to my training, won't it? Moreover, I have a backup plan in Steel Thread City that is still being prepared. When Fang Yuan learned of the situation, he once again condensed a lump of his will. The scale was very large, several times more than the will that returned previously. Training Fang Yuan required thinking. This way, his will would continue to be consumed. He had to obtain Fang Yuan's replenishment from time to time. Immediately, Fang Yuan pointed with his finger and several rank 5 goo worms flew out, protecting this huge lump of will. Then it flew towards Black Hair Continent. When it flew to the sky of Black Hair Continent, this lump of will split into two. One flew towards Black Hair Imperial Capital, while the other flew towards Steel Thread City. Steel Thread City Lord was the female hairy man who had doted on Fang Jing. Fang Yuan's will quietly entered her mind. It was very easy for a goo immortal to plot against a goo master. The female city lord was handling documents at her desk, meticulously managing the affairs of the city. She did not feel the existence of Fang Yuan's will, nor did she notice that there was a slight bulge in her abdomen. The hidden plan has been set. In the sky above cloud-covered continent, Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He retracted his gaze leisurely. This feeling of controlling the fate of mortals indeed had the aura of an immortal. In the end, it was because the strength of goo immortals far surpassed mortals. Fang Jing's training has already achieved some results, and it is going very smoothly. However, the blood deity immortal goo recipe has not been deduced yet. The problem is still the same, wisdom goo. At this time, several days had already passed since Fang Yuan stored the flowing light fruits into his immortal aperture. Fang Yuan felt more and more. There was no trouble with the light of wisdom. But the problem of the immortal zombie body was also being resolved. Fang Yuan knew that his soul path attainment was far inferior to Shadow Sect. But he still thought of a solution: increase his soul foundation. This was dealing with myriad changes by remaining unchanged. If his soul went through cultivation and became as powerful as Spectral Soul's main body, then any soul path sneak attacks on his body would not be a problem. Of course, Fang Yuan was still far from becoming Spectral Soul's main body. But Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body had only gone through Wuxia's hands. He was only a split soul. It could not be mentioned in the same breath as his main body. Thus, these days Fang Yuan had not only been managing his immortal aperture, he had also given pointers to the hairy man goo immortals in battle, earning a large amount of sect contribution points. He had also arranged time to enter Luopa Valley to temper his soul every day, before leaving the valley to use Guts Goo to heal his injuries. Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley were indeed the two sacred lands of soul cultivation that were praised by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Although it had not even been 10 days, Fang Yuan's soul foundation had advanced by leaps and bounds. It had already accumulated quite a lot. But at this time, Fang Yuan still did not have the confidence to test it himself, to test the possible traps in the immortal zombie body. Another day passed. Fang Yuan came out of Luopa Valley. But he saw an information path goo worm flying towards him. Fang Yuan took a look. It was the land spirit of Xianxia who had summoned him to discuss some important matters. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He had actually been waiting for the reaction of the land spirit of Xianxia these last days. He immediately set off. Not long after, Fang Yuan, who had transformed into a hairy man, returned to the first cloud city. He arrived at the first cloud city. The land spirit of Xianxia called out, "You are here, sit here." Fang Yuan had just sat down when he heard the land spirit of Xianxia say, "I have considered your suggestion for a few days. It is very reasonable. But choosing Earth Trench is not appropriate. You might not be aware, but Earth Trench is very chaotic now. It is much more lively than before. Large numbers of northern plains Gu immortals from the righteous path, demonic path, and lone cultivators appear there. Fang Yuan showed a surprised expression, asking even though he already knew the answer, why is that? Because of the Battle of Yitian Mountain, the zombie alliance of all regions became empty shells. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance also suddenly disappeared, causing many suspicions and probing. Almost all of Zombie Alliance's members are dead. The probing Gu immortals and forces saw that the other party did not respond, so they became more daring. Not only did they occupy all of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's cultivation resources, they even invaded Earth Trench. That is Zombie Alliance's final territory. There are rumors that a Wisdom Path Gu immortal of the Righteous Path deduced that Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's headquarters, Dark Flow Giant City, had directly sunk into Earth Trench and disappeared. The land spirit of Langya replied. So that's it. Fang Yuan had a look of realization. In that case, Earth Trench is a dangerous area. It seems that my earlier suggestion cannot be implemented. While saying this, Fang Yuan thought inwardly, it seems that even though Shadow Sect purposely sacrificed Zombie Alliance, they did leave behind some backup plans. For example, Dark Flow Giant City sinking into Earth Trench. According to Shadow Sect's methods, since they could sink Dark Flow Giant City into Earth Trench, they must have hidden it very well. It will be very difficult for Northern Plains Gu immortals to find it. They might even return empty-handed. The land spirit of Langya continued. The situation in Earth Trench is too complicated. We will not interfere. But your suggestion is very good. I have already decided to adopt it. The current location is also one of the 10 great fierce areas. That is it. Saying this, the land spirit of Langya pointed at a corner of the map. Fang Yuan looked over and saw that the furry finger of the land spirit of Langya was pointing at the lower right corner of Northern Plains. It was at the southeast of the Super Force Guan tribe, and at the northwest of the Huangjin tribe, Lu tribe. Fang Yuan saw that his expression did not change and was secretly happy. It is here. Chapter 1092. Land Spirit of Langya was referring to Tai Chiu. Fang Yuan's true target was Tai Chiu PBTT. But he could not say it clearly, he could only probe and guide, letting Land Spirit of Langya comprehend the answer himself. Tai Chiu, one of the 10 great fierce areas of Northern Plains. Here there was a type of giant grass growing everywhere. This grass was extremely thick and huge. One stalk was the size of a 100-year-old tree. Tai Chiu was filled with giant grass like this. The huge bushes formed a large primitive jungle. There were large numbers of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts living in the forest. There were even traces of immemorial desolate beasts. Thus, even Gu immortals did not dare to barge in. Even rank 8 Gu immortals had to be careful. If they were careless and caused a huge commotion, they could cause a beast tide here. Dongfang Naganori set up his inheritance here in order to possess another body. After that, Fang Yuan and the rest fought intensely in Taichiu. This place, you should be familiar with it, right? Land Spirit of Langya looked at Fang Yuan and smiled. Fang Yuan said, I am familiar with it because of Dongfang Naganori's matter. Saying so, he looked at Land Spirit of Langya. Land Spirit of Langya clearly knew about this history. I intend to set up the teleportation Gu formation in Taichiu. What do you think? Land Spirit of Langya asked. Fang Yuan pondered. To speak the truth, I do not recommend my sect to set up a Gu formation in Taichiu. Because I am familiar with it, I feel that we cannot do that. This place is like a hornet's nest. If we make any big movements, we can cause a beast tide. This beast tide is not a simple mortal beast tide. There will be desolate beasts, or even ancient desolate beasts. There is a possibility of drawing out immemorial desolate beasts. I had an intense battle there earlier. But that was because Dongfang Naganori used an immemorial ruined bat's corpse to set up the stage. The immemorial desolate beast's aura effectively blocked other desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. It was precisely because of this that there was no beast tide. However, after the calamity, the primordial desolate beast's aura had been cleansed. It was immediately divided and devoured by countless desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. From this, we can see how terrifying Taichiu is. We need to set up a teleportation Gu formation in Taichiu. If it is at the periphery of Taichiu, we can retreat. But our Gu immortals are also easily discovered by other forces. If we set up a Gu formation inside Taichiu, once the battle goes south, our Gu immortals will not be able to escape. Even if he chose an excellent geographical location, he could take care of both. However, if the battle spread even a little, it would lead to a beast tide. It's very easy to be discovered. It's because of this that those super forces don't want to touch Taichio. My sect has even more to worry about. This place is not a good choice. Fang Yuan gave a thorough analysis of the pros and cons. He looked like he was trying his best to persuade him and was very loyal. The land spirit of Langia laughed out loud. While smiling, he patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. He laughed for a while before saying, Fang Yuan, you said it very well. But don't worry. Look, what's this? Land spirit of Langia handed an information path goo worm to Fang Yuan like a treasure. After checking, Fang Yuan pretended to be shocked and overjoyed. He cried out involuntarily, this. There was actually such a detailed topographic map of Taichio. It's like sending a pillow when you're sleepy. Oh, that's not right. Our sect's foundation is actually so deep. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'm afraid they won't believe it. Aha, good lad, you've seen it, haven't you? The land spirit of Langia beamed with joy and bounced on the spot. He danced with joy. Impressive. Fang Yuan gave a thumbs up, his face filled with sincerity and admiration. The land spirit of Langia explained excitedly, this is the result of my main body's repeated actions in order to obtain immortal materials in Taichio. Combined with the deductions of others, I obtained the topographic map of Taichio. So that's it. Fang Yuan showed a look of realization. Actually, he was already aware of it. This information was a small portion of what he had obtained from the transaction with Shadow Sect. Because of this Taichio topographic map, Fang Yuan purposely mentioned Earth Trench. It was to guide the land spirit of Langia in this direction. The land spirit of Langia pointed at the information path goo worm in Fang Yuan's hands, saying, this map not only records the terrain of Taichio, it also has the distribution of beast groups. However, there was a huge flaw, and that was that this topographic map was created too long ago. After so many years, Taichio must have undergone many changes. First Supreme Elder is right, I also have such concerns. Fang Yuan quickly added. The land spirit of Langia continued, aren't you familiar with that place? You are a human goo immortal, and now that you have changed form immortal goo, I want you to make a trip there with this map. Before the land spirit of Langia finished speaking, Fang Yuan stood up and said enthusiastically without any hesitation, First Supreme Elder, please give the order. It is my honor to work for our sect, and it concerns the development of our sect. The land spirit of Langia laughed heartily, patting Fang Yuan's shoulder, gesturing for him to sit down. Oh Fang Yuan, you are very good, I did not misjudge you. Don't worry, our sect will not mistreat you this time. Act according to the situation. The main thing is to inspect Taichio's terrain and refine this map. If there is a chance, set up an initial teleportation goo formation at a suitable location. Look at this map, there are 3 locations. These 3 locations are marked with the corpses of immemorial desolate beasts. Inspect these 3 locations, it would be good if you can set up a teleportation goo formation there. Of course, you need to protect yourself and move secretly, even if someone finds you, you cannot expose our sect's existence. The land spirit of Langia instructed carefully. Fang Yuan quickly nodded, patting his chest. First Supreme Elder, don't worry. I will make some preparations and set off immediately. Good, very good. The land spirit of Langia laughed, he was very satisfied with Fang Yuan's performance. Actually, there was not much to prepare, Langia Blessed Land had a deep foundation. Fang Yuan placed Luopa Valley, Danghun Mountain, and Wisdom Gu here, he could be at ease. Even if there was a traitor in Shadow Sect, it would not affect the overall situation. Sixth Hair could only cause a small commotion, and with the fact that Shadow Sect could barely fend for themselves, they could not attack Langia Blessed Land anymore. As for the Celestial Court, even if they found Langia Blessed Land, so what? During the 5 regions chaotic war, the Celestial Court attacked Langia Blessed Land several times. Eventually, Feng Jioga sacrificed himself to take down Langia Blessed Land. Not to mention the current situation where the 5 regional walls were still around. After inspecting the immortal goo, Fang Yuan chose to bring almost all of them with him. As for the immortal zombie body, he brought it with him. His sovereign immortal aperture could naturally afford to bring it along. Speaking of which, the immortal zombie body was a problem, and the spring-autumn cicada inside was even more troublesome. Spring-autumn cicada was sealed by an unknown method. It could not absorb water from the river of time, it could only starve and move towards destruction. Not only that, spring-autumn cicada also contained providence. Fang Yuan had already learned of this from the previous transaction. He also knew a lot of precious information about providence. The gains were huge. I have the sovereign immortal aperture. This is a small world that is independent from the outside world. But this time I have spring-autumn cicada and a large number of Providence's snow monsters. There will definitely be obstructions when I go out of Taichio. It is similar to when I was rushing from southern border to northern plains. I encountered cloud beasts and Chi's eyes pursuit. Fang Yuan understood. He was no longer ignorant about Providence, he knew a lot about it. Providence was not invincible, Providence had its own limitations. After understanding Providence, the threat of Providence decreased by a lot. After all, an unknown enemy was the most troublesome. Know yourself and your enemy and you will never be defeated. The first earthly calamity had a huge increase in power. Fang Yuan knew that this was a sign that Providence wanted to get rid of him. However, he had accidentally transcended the tribulation in the northern ice plains, which had helped him greatly. Because a large portion of the earthly calamities were influenced by reckless savages' true meaning and pushed out Providence, forming iron crown eagles, ruin bats and other calamities. And the snow monsters were the true form of Providence. They were filled with pure Providence, they wanted to get rid of Fang Yuan, they would not rest until Fang Yuan was dead. The influence of reckless savages' true meaning weakened the threat of the snow monsters to a large extent. Right now, these snow monsters were still in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. All of them had Providence, similar to spring-autumn cicada. If Fang Yuan wanted to go out, Providence's perception would be as obvious as a torch in the darkness. Providence cannot act personally, unless it is during a calamity or tribulation. If I go out this time, Providence will definitely make arrangements to influence others to kill me. I will deal with it when it comes. Light flickered. At the center of Dragon Elephant Plain, a young Gu immortal appeared out of nowhere. His clothes were white like snow, he was warm like jade, his black hair was like a waterfall that reached his waist, his black eyes were bottomless. It was Guyue Fang Yuan. I'm out. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, activating his defensive Gu worms and investigative Gu. A large number of investigative methods were activated at once. Scanning his surroundings, he could sense everything within 10,000 steps of him. He was temporarily safe. Ever since Xianxia blessed land moved out of Crescent Lake, only the land spirit of Xianxia knew where it was. This was Xianxia blessed land's greatest secret. The land spirit did not tell anyone. But he had also set up several teleportation Gu formations outside, to allow Gu immortals to enter and leave easily. This response was several times more brilliant than the previous land spirit of Xianxia. Xianxia blessed land's teleportation Gu formation was set up at Fengbo Cliff. Right now, Fang Yuan knew the location of the second teleportation Gu formation. It was here, Northern Plains Dragon Elephant Plain. Let's go, we cannot stay here for long. Fang Yuan willed. Gu worms flew in his immortal aperture. His body shot up like an arrow, soaring into the sky. His field of vision widened, looking down, Dragon Elephant Plain entered his eyes. Dragon Elephant Plain had a flat terrain, it had an extraordinary aura. Water and grass were lush, groups of dragon elephants were scattered around, some near, some far away. This was the famous dragon elephant habitat of Northern Plains, it was controlled by a nearby super force. Chapter 1093. 15 minutes later, Fang Yuan was already far away from Dragon Elephant Plain. There was a large patch of white clouds ahead. Fang Yuan's speed subconsciously slowed down. He was paying more attention to the white clouds now. The last time he was in southern border, he had encountered those annoying cloud beasts. He had learned from his mistakes. Fang Yuan was very vigilant towards any large patch of white clouds. After inspecting for a while, Fang Yuan relaxed slightly. There was no problem with this patch of white clouds. He flew into the cloud. His vision was immediately shrouded by a vast expanse of white clouds. But it was not a problem. Fang Yuan had other investigative methods. Be it hearing, sound waves, or divine sense, they could allow him to fly freely in the white clouds. He would not be flying around like a headless fly. At Gu immortal level, mortals had countless methods, they had almost everything. Fang Yuan's speed fell, he stopped all his movement methods. Next, thoughts flickered in his mind as he mobilized the Gu worms in his immortal aperture. Large numbers of blood path mortal Gu moved like the wind, creating a blood-red whirlwind in the sovereign immortal aperture. Next, the core immortal Gu flew up. Rank 6 blood asset immortal Gu. It was like the arrival of a monarch, it had an extraordinary aura, the other mortal Gu were supplementary. In an instant, an immortal killer move was prepared for Fang Yuan, blood torrent. Blood light burst out of Fang Yuan's body, it quickly liquefied and turned into surging blood water. The blood water carried Fang Yuan as it tore through the sky, rapidly moving forward. It was extremely fast. It was a completely different concept from before. Fang Yuan wanted to leave Dragon Elephant Plain earlier, that was the territory of righteous path super forces. Thus he did not use immortal killer moves. Because most immortal killer moves would leak out a strong aura, it would attract attention. On the way out of Dragon Elephant Plain, Fang Yuan had been using all sorts of mortal killer moves. Now that he was far from Dragon Elephant Plain, he could finally use immortal killer moves. His speed rose as he moved rapidly. A long red trail was left behind. It was pulled out. But it was covered by thick clouds. It could not be seen in the outside world. This was the benefit of flying in the clouds. If there were no clouds, Fang Yuan could only conceal his tracks. It was too ostentatious to fly in the air. In just a short while, Fang Yuan had directly penetrated through this vast cloud layer. He had already traversed a distance of several thousand miles. Once they were out of the clouds, Fang Yuan deactivated Blood Current. During this period of time, the Blood Dao Fiend immortals in the 5 regions could not be seen. They had to tuck their tails between their legs. Everyone in the Blood Path wanted to beat him up. They were like street rats. Fang Yuan did not want to attract trouble because of Blood Path. Especially since Providence was still watching him closely. Unless I modify Blood Torrent so that no one can recognize it. A thought flashed past Fang Yuan's mind. Actually, Blood Torrent. He had already improved it once more. While cultivating in Langya Blessed Land, Fang Yuan continued to practice Blood Path and Strength Path killer moves. One day during practice, Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration and modified Blood Torrent. Originally, when Blood Torrent was activated, hundreds of mortal goo would appear around Fang Yuan, flying around him like a huge ring. After the modification, these mortal goo were flying around in the immortal aperture. Even though this was a small modification, it made up for a huge flaw. Flying around a goo immortal could easily be attacked and destroyed by others, but it was very safe inside the immortal aperture. Just based on this point, the improvement was not small. But Blood Torrent was still very powerful. It flew in the air and created a long river of blood. It was hard to not notice it. There was also a thick smell of blood. It was nauseating. If these flaws were not modified, Blood Torrent would not have a wide range of uses. If the Light of Wisdom could be used, Fang Yuan could easily modify it. But as an immortal zombie, Fang Yuan could not be sure of its safety. It was fine if it was covered by clouds, but without clouds, Fang Yuan did not intend to use Blood Torrent. He activated Sword Escape Immortal Goo. Rank 7 Sword Escape Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan flew into the sky at an angle. Compared to Blood Torrent earlier, his current speed was even faster. Just Sword Escape Immortal Goo alone surpassed a rank 6 Blood Path killer move. Even though with his current cultivation level, using Green Grape Immortal Essence to activate Sword Escape Immortal Goo would not last long, Fang Yuan was determined to do it. The most important thing for him was speed. Fast, high speed. This was all because of Providence. Providence is the will of the heavenly Tao. It takes away surpluses and replenishes deficits. It views me as a thorn in its side. But the heavenly Tao has its own rules. Providence has to act according to the rules, thus it is limited. Providence cannot act casually. It can only attack me during calamities and tribulations. Normally, Providence can only plot to kill me. How did Providence plot? It was to influence all living beings. Like back then when Fang Yuan was in Imperial Court Blessed Land, he was influenced by Mo Yao's fake will. Providence was vast, it was everywhere, it could naturally influence other living beings. This kind of influence was imperceptible, and it was guided according to the circumstances. Most of the time, it was a momentary lapse of thought. Providence could influence countless living beings at the same time. Every single lapse of thought would influence them again and again, gathering these living beings together and forming a trap. But this way, influencing others and setting up a trap would require time. Thus, Fang Yuan emphasized speed. The faster he was, the less time Providence had to influence other living beings and set up a trap to deal with him. On the way from southern border to northern plains, Fang Yuan did not know this and lacked an effective movement method. Especially at the start, it gave Providence enough time to set up a trap. Now that Fang Yuan knew about Providence's weakness, he naturally had to make use of it. This was also an effective method for Shadow Sect to deal with Providence. Shadow Sect's main aim was to hide and accumulate, and when one move is unleashed like a volcano eruption lightning fast, achieve your goal. Fang Yuan learned this point to perfection. To deal with Providence, Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul are my best role models. They are my mortal enemies, but on my mortal enemies, I have to put aside all prejudices and learn from them. Moreover, I have a huge advantage over Shadow Sect. I am a complete otherworldly demon. When Shadow Sect members act, they have to think about themselves and use self-will to learn from them. Moreover, I have a huge advantage over Shadow Sect. I am a complete otherworldly demon. When Shadow Sect members act, they have to think about themselves and use self-will to cleanse themselves, to guard against Providence's hidden influence. Because a complete otherworldly demon cannot be affected by Heaven's will. In order to defend against Heaven's will, Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape and expended a huge amount of immortal essence. To guard against Providence, Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape, not caring about the huge consumption of immortal essence. Fortunately, Fang Yuan kept most of his accumulated cultivation resources. Although he wanted to develop and manage his immortal aperture, most of his plans had not been implemented yet. Because of the closure of Jewel Yellow Skies, the things he obtained from Langya Sect's treasury, they were still very limited. Fang Yuan tore through the sky, emitting sharp sounds along the way, as if he had turned into a flying sword. He moved unhindered in the desolate plains, his sharpness unstoppable. Suddenly, a cry that was filled with pain and panic rang out. An ancient desolate beast was desperately escaping. Chasing it was a wild rank 7 immortal goo. The two entered Fang Yuan's vision like this. The one in front was a horned 6-winged Pegasus, while the wild immortal goo behind was a dragon centipede. A 4-winged Pegasus was a beast emperor, while a 6-winged Pegasus was a desolate beast with a single horn on its forehead. A Pegasus with 6 wings was an ancient desolate beast. And this dragon centipede was slender, it was 7 li long. It had a centipede body and a dragon head, with countless legs moving on both sides of its flat body. Its copper-like shell shone with a dazzling golden light under the bright sunlight. It was very mighty, majestic and beautiful. Wild immortal goo lived in the bodies of desolate beasts and plants, absorbing their nutrients and using them as food to survive. This was only the majority of cases. Dragon centipede was a ferocious wild immortal goo. It directly captured desolate beasts and plants, using them as prey to survive. This was the only dragon centipede immortal goo in the world. It was already rank 7, it hunted ancient desolate beasts and plants to fill its stomach. Fang Yuan was flying straight. This pair of pursuers appeared in front of him, blocking his path. As expected, something happened. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. Last time it was a cloud beast group, this time, it was a horned 6-winged Pegasus and wild dragon centipede immortal goo. Wild immortal goo had low intelligence. Even though they had their own will, they were easily influenced by Providence goo. The horned 6-winged Pegasus was an ancient desolate beast. Horses were more intelligent than most beasts. Providence goo was hard to influence. But it was escaping in a panic. Providence goo only needed a thought to change the direction of the horned 6-winged Pegasus. These two became obstacles for Fang Yuan. The Pegasus was escaping, it would destroy all obstacles in front of it with all its strength. Meanwhile, Dragon Centipede's ruthless gaze landed on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's goo immortal aura burst out. He was a rank 6 goo immortal. In terms of aura, he was much weaker than the horned 6-winged Pegasus. But his sword path aura was overflowing. This came from the rank 7 immortal goo sword escape. This attracted Dragon Centipede's attention. Because Dragon Centipede itself had sword path Dao marks. Its countless limbs contained sword path Dao marks, allowing it to carry tens of thousands of swords with it. Once it coiled around its prey, these swords would attack from all directions, creating bloody holes all over the ancient desolate beast's body. It was very ferocious. Fang Yuan's reaction was extremely fast. He instantly stored sword escape immortal goo, his aura vanishing. Dragon Centipede was confused, but its attention was still there. After all, in its long life of hunting, it had encountered many prey that could conceal their aura. Fang Yuan's body shook, countless figures appeared. Combination of enslavement and strength path, immortal killer move, myriad self. In the previous transactions, Fang Yuan obtained many strength path immortal goo, his strongest killer move was back. Even though he did not have cleansed soul immortal goo, Fang Yuan used other mortal goo to replace it. Myriad self's battle power had fallen by a lot, but it was still very useful to confuse the enemy. Countless Fang Yuan scattered. They were like a large group of fish in the deep sea that encountered a whale shark, escaping in all directions. Dragon Centipede was even more confused. Its speed paused for a moment. Next, its 7 li long body lashed out like a whip. Bam bam bam. Countless Fang Yuan strength path figures dissipated. The horned 6-winged Pegasus also destroyed many Fang Yuan's phantoms along the way, escaping quickly. Dragon Centipede saw that the Pegasus was about to escape. It focused its attention on it again. The two chased, quickly flying out of Fang Yuan's vision. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. His true body had already descended to a low altitude. With a thought, countless Fang Yuan phantoms disintegrated on their own. Go. Fang Yuan used sword escape again, flying into the sky and leaving,